Charles J. McFadden, OSA, Ph.D. Faculty of Villanova University. Villanova, Penna. Preface by His Excellency Most Rev. Fulton J. Sheen, Ph.D., D.D. New York, Boston, Cincinnati, Chicago, San Francisco. Benziger Brothers, Inc. 1963. Nihil obstat. Robert P. Russell, OSA, Ph.D. Censor Deputatus. Impime potest. James A. Donalome, OSA. Prior Provincialis. Nihil obstat. John A. Goodwine, J.C.D. Censor Literarum. Imprimatur. Francis Cardinal Spellman, Archbishop of New York, October 24, 1963. Contents. Preface by Bishop Fulton J. Sheen, Ph.D., D.D. 7 Foreword to the first edition 1 Foreword to the second edition 6. The Philosophy of Communism. Chapter I. Its Historical Background 13. 2. Its Philosophy of Nature 34. 3. Its Philosophy of Mind 61. 4. Its Philosophy of History 84. v. Its Philosophy of the State 105. 6. Its Philosophy of Religion 115. 7. Its Philosophy of Morality 130. 8. Its Philosophy of Revolution 141. 9. Its Philosophy of Society 159. A Criticism of the Philosophy of Communism. X. Criticism of its Philosophy of Nature 169. 11. Criticism of its Philosophy of Mind 189. 12. Criticism of its Philosophy of History 203. 13. Criticism of its Philosophy of the State 229. 14. Criticism of its Philosophy of Religion 244. 15. Criticism of its Philosophy of Morality 258. 16. Criticism of its Philosophy of Revolution 271. 17. Criticism of its Philosophy of Society 283. v. Appendix. Communism and Our Problem of World Leadership 295. Communism a False Religion 298. Communism and its Legal Prosecution 305. Communism and its Plea for Peaceful Coexistence 315. Bibliography 227. Index 339. 6. Preface. Some years ago the author of this book asked me for a subject on which he might spend 4 years of intense study. I suggested that he write on the philosophy of communism. Reluctantly, at first, he accepted it on the ground that there was so little on that subject. By this time not only has he found out there was an abundance of material, but he has also surpassed by leaps and bounds the knowledge of that subject possessed by him who suggested it. Karl Marx, who was the author of Dialectical Materialism, in his 11th thesis on Feuerbach pleaded for the identification of thought and action. In Christian language this means doers of the truth. It is indeed a curious fact that Marx, who asserted that life should correspond with thought, was one in whom thought and life were disparate and disjoined. His philosophy was based upon hatred of the bourgeoisie, and yet he was a bourgeois himself. His economic theory was supposed to be the vindication of the working man, and yet from the day that Marx went to England, he never earned a cent, having been supported by his bourgeois friend Frederick Engels. His philosophy was materialistic in the sense that it was a complete denial of the spirit, and yet his own life was nourished by the milk of idealism. The goal of his philosophy was the expectation of the kingdom of the proletariat, and yet he, as an unorthodox Jew, had rejected the messianic expectation of his own people. Despite this want of harmony between his philosophy and his life, it still remains true that one cannot understand the system of communism without understanding its basic philosophy, such as is outlined in this book. An impartial research into the writings of Marx reveals that he was an atheist before he was a communist. From his earliest writings we learn that Marx first saw man as alienated from himself because of religion which attaches him to God. The human being who pays worship to a creator is, in the eyes of Marx, separated from his own complete sovereignty and aseity. Writing in the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher, Marx explains, as the revolution in those days began with a monk, so today it must begin in the brain of a philosopher. If Protestantism is not the true solution, it was at any rate an indication of the task. It was no longer a conflict of the layman with a priest outside of himself, but with his own inner priest, with his own clerical nature. In this passage Marx contends that just as Protestantism separated man from his church, so communism must separate man from his God. This idea he follows with a second basic principle, namely, the rejection of personal ownership of productive property. As God alienated man from himself, so private property alienated man from his work. God and the exploiter were thus made the two destructive agencies of human nature. By abolishing both, man would free himself from foreign attachments and restore himself to himself. Thus would be realized what Feuerbach had taught Marx, namely, that what man declares about God he can in all truthfulness assert about himself. Once man lost his God, he ceased to be a thing of unitary value, and it became easy for Marx to claim that his value was in like totality or the collectivity to which he belonged. For that reason Marx had no sympathy whatever for the democratic concept of man because it was too Christian. Christianity holds that not one man alone but each man has a value as a sovereign being, man even as uncultured and unsocial, man in his casual manner of being, man as he walks and stands. This dream and postulate of Christianity, namely, that man has a sovereign soul, is the illusion of democracy. Not only is this a repudiation of the communist propaganda that communism is a democracy, but it also gives the lie to the slogan that communism is interested in the working man. The interest in the working man, as Marx reveals, is not as a unit of value, but as an indispensable condition of a class. That is why Marx in his Capital states, if I speak of individuals it is only insofar as they are personifications of economic categories and representatives of special class relations and interests. Inasmuch as I conceive the development of the economic structure of society to be a natural process, I should be the last to hold the individual responsible for conditions whose creature he himself is. Not only does this mean the individual proletarian has no value, but it also means the end of morality, inasmuch as responsibility no longer rests with man but with economic conditions. The ramifications of these ideas need a treatment such as they find in this book, which is without doubt the best treatment of the philosophy of communism in any language. There are abundant works on communism from the economic and political point of view, all of which are well documented and prove beyond dispute its failure in practice. Such are the treatises of de Basile, Dingle, Chamberlain, Emmand, Borcono, Hubbard, Tracy and Malevsky-Malevich. But no one has adequately touched on the philosophy of communism with an equal thoroughness until this work appeared. First of all, this work allows the communists to present their own case. Never once does Dr. McFadden have recourse to a secondary authority. In every instance his material is drawn from the writings of Marx, Lenin, and their orthodox line. There is no biased selection of texts to render absurd in presentation the communist position. One perfect example of this is his treatment of free will in relation to economic determinism. The communists must envy Dr. McFadden's knowledge of their philosophy, for he knows it far better than Mr. Browder. Even left-wingers who have attempted to grasp it have only muddled its unity. Here we have reference to such writers as Hooke, Cole, Murray, McMurray, Strachey, Selsom, and others. They have tried to save Marxism from its absurdities and in the end saved neither Marxism nor their own position. They missed the one basic fact which Dr. McFadden grasps a initio, namely, communism is an integrated system. If you accept its basically false first assumption, there is no stopping its conclusions, just as if you grant 2 + 2 = 5, then you must grant all erroneous multiples based on that initial mistake. It is not only the honest mind which allows the opposition to present its case without interruption, it is also the powerful mind which knows that however vehemently error argues, truth will conquer in the end since it has reason, facts, and history on its side. In no single work is there marshaled such an array of devastating arguments against the communist position as in this. In doing so, Dr. McFadden has once more proven that Catholics know more about their enemy's position than the enemies know about the Catholic position. From now on there will be no excuse for anyone, not even for communists, for not knowing communism, as there will be no excuse for a reasonable being for being a communist. 18 governments in the world have outlawed the Communist Party as being anti-national. Dr. McFadden has made it synonymous with the anti-rational. T. Fulton J. Sheen. Foreword to the first edition. The general interest in communism which characterizes the present-day world has resulted in a great many works on this extremely important subject. Some of these works have been purely historical. These have traced the origin of the movement and recorded its growth and spread throughout the world. Many other works have offered presentations of various aspects of the theory and portrayed the attempts which have been made to apply it. Still others have passed judgment upon the validity of this or that phase of the theory and evaluated its practical consequences. The publication of works of the above types is both justified and commendable. But something more is needed. There is lacking an orderly textual presentation of the fundamental philosophical principles of the Marxian theory and a critical evaluation of these principles in the light of Catholic philosophy. It is the aim of our work to contribute towards the fulfillment of this need by presenting an impartial exposition of the philosophy of communism and then to offer a criticism of these principles from the viewpoint of scholastic philosophy. Unfortunately, the comprehensive and integral character of the philosophy of communism is not generally known. Slight as is his real appreciation of the Church, the educated Bolshevik has perhaps a greater superficial knowledge of Catholicism than has the average Catholic of applied communism or of communist theory, which is buried in tomes of an abstruseness beyond his patience. 1. 2. This situation arises to a great extent because of the fact that communism itself has failed to produce philosophical works in the English language which show the vast scope, depth, and strength of its position. The more common attitude of the adversaries of communism has therefore been to regard it simply as a revolutionary movement born of an intense hatred of capitalism. The truth is that communism offers a complete philosophical system which must be refuted before its revolutionary objectives can rightfully be challenged. The failure to appreciate this fact has, in many instances, rendered our defense against the onslaught of communism extremely ineffective. 4. There is nothing that renders a defense so inadequate as misunderstanding the position and underestimating the strength of an opponent. Such a failure not only renders an intended refutation objectively invalid, but it serves also to strengthen the communist in the conviction that his opponents either do not grasp his philosophy or are afraid to face it. The first part of our work is therefore devoted to the exposition of the philosophy of communism, while the second part contains a chapter-for-chapter refutation of this philosophy. A few words are pertinent in reference to the sources from which we have drawn the doctrines of Marxism. All of our quotations from the German texts of Marx and Engels are drawn from the 9-volume critical edition of their works, edited by Rjazanov and published in Berlin from 1927 to 1932. 2. In reference to those works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin which have been translated into English, we have used only those translations which have been authorized by the Communist Party. In reference to the writings of Marx and Engels, these works have been translated, in almost all instances, from the critical German edition by the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute of Moscow. A number of these English texts have actually been printed by the Institute in Russia and do not bear the name of an individual translator. In other words, these are authorized translations having an official character similar to that possessed by the English translations of our papal encyclicals. In a few cases, the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute has given its official approval to works produced by private individuals. Such, for instance, is the edition of the selected correspondence of Marx and Engels, edited by Tor in London in 1934. Except in a few rare instances where a contrary procedure was deemed both justified and expedient, we have carefully avoided the use of the many translations made by private individuals and strictly confined ourselves to the use of the critical German text of Marx and Engels and the authorized translations of the works of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Our exposition is therefore based upon sources which communism itself must accept and acknowledge as truly representative of its doctrine. It is well known that present-day orthodox communism acknowledges Marx, Engels, and Lenin as its founders. Such an acknowledgement is explicitly set forth in the official program of the Communist International. The Communist International, in its theoretical and practical work, stands wholly and unreservedly upon the ground of revolutionary Marxism and its further development, Leninism, which is nothing else but Marxism in the epoch of imperialism and proletarian revolution. Advocating and propagating the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels and employing it as the revolutionary method of the cognition of reality, with the view to the revolutionary transformation of this reality, the Communist International wages an active struggle against all forms of bourgeois philosophy. 3. After careful consideration, we feel that the Communist International is wholly justified in the claim that its doctrines are strictly those of its founders, Marx, Engels, and Lenin. In this matter we fully agree with the analysis presented by Sherman Chang in his doctoral dissertation on the Marxian theory of the state. In the present work we have included the theory of Lenin and other modern communist leaders, we have linked it up with that of Marx and Engels. In other words, modern communism, which is sometimes called 4. Bolshevism, is identified with Marxism. This identification is based not merely upon the claims of the communists themselves, but upon our own findings. We have tried in vain to discover the differences between original Marxism and modern communism. Doubtless there are, as will be shown later on, a few seeming deviations of the latter from the former. Yet under a closer scrutiny, such deviations are extensions or refinements of, rather than differences from, original Marxism. Extensions or refinements of a system differ from differences from it, in that the former are still based on the original system but are developed to cover situations which have not been considered before, while the latter are dissimilarities from, or contrasts to, the fundamental principles of the original system. For instance, the idea of proletarian dictatorship is a fundamental tenet of original Marxism, and a denial of it would be a point of difference from Marxism. But the dominant role of the Communist Party in such a dictatorship is simply an extension or refinement of original Marxism, because it is not a denial of the principle of proletarian dictatorship and because that dictatorship without a strong party would be impossible in practice. This question of practicability was not carefully considered by the founders of the system, perhaps, because there was no occasion to do so. So with other extensions and refinements of Marxism made by modern communists. In short, when modern communism is linked up with original Marxism, we find no essential discrepancies but simply a coherent system. Again, we have spared no effort in considering the so-called differences between Marxism and Bolshevism, which have been pointed out by various writers. After careful consideration, we have discovered that these differences are either superficial ones, or indications that these writers themselves differ from Marx. As a result of our inquiry we have become convinced that the system of Marx and Engels and that of modern communist leaders, notably Lenin, are not two separate systems but a single system. 4. For Chang, S., The Marxian Theory of the State, University of Pennsylvania Doctoral Dissertation, pages 10-12. Foreword to the first edition 5. An appreciation of the strength and integral character of the philosophical system of communism can be derived, of course, only from a reading of the exposition of the theory in its entirety. Moreover, in order to appreciate the attractive character of this philosophy, one should read the exposition, not with an antagonistic attitude towards communism but with an open mind. By way of suggestion, however, it may be said that in many instances readers may find it helpful to consider a chapter of exposition along with its corresponding chapter of criticism. Thus, a study club group interested in communism could best arrive at a sound understanding of this vital subject by devoting distinct sessions to the analysis of each phase of this philosophy along with its appropriate criticism. Care should be taken, however, not to allow the use of this method to destroy one's appreciation of both the general objective of the theory and the logical and consistent manner in which each phase of the philosophy develops from the more basic principles of the system. May this work serve in some small degree to help the Church, the faithful spouse of Christ, to withstand the insidious and ruthless attacks which communism is directing against her. Charles J. McFadden, OSA, Ph.D. Villanova University, Villanova, Penna. Foreword to the second edition. Recent years have witnessed an increased appreciation of the fact that an effective combating of communism necessitates an understanding of its philosophical basis. A former pontiff, Pope Pius XII, urged all Catholic colleges and universities to initiate courses on communism in their schedule of studies. More recently, almost every educational association, be it Catholic or secular, national or local, has urged schools to inaugurate such courses. Similarly, our government officials and most of our citizens seem at last to have become aware that one of the greatest problems which faces us is the prevailing attitude on the part of millions of people in other countries of the world that communism is only another means of politically and economically organizing society. We have seen some nations accept this outlook and, naively, attempt to live in peaceful coexistence with Soviet Russia. History coldly relates the fate which befell them. Surely, this attitude is one of the major obstacles which the Church encounters in its struggle against communism. Even in some Catholic countries, such as Italy, this difficulty persists. Witness the fact that in the 1963 elections in Italy 1/4 of the votes were for the Communist Party. Even in that traditionally Catholic country, the Church has had to strive unceasingly to convince people that they cannot be Catholics and Communists at the same time. Survey course in philosophy. Today, with the ever-increasing trend towards specialization, it has become impossible for most colleges to offer a complete course in philosophy to any of their students except those taking the traditional arts curriculum. The vast array of specialized subjects required of students majoring in mathematics. 6. Foreword to the second edition. 7. Chemistry, physics, biology, pre-medicine, education, and all of the fields of engineering, has left little or no room for courses on literature, ancient and modern languages, history, and philosophy. Many colleges have tried to fill this gap in the students' philosophical education by offering some sort of survey course which supposedly covers most of the main topics in the various branches of philosophy. This attempt has rarely met with much success. The task of selecting the appropriate topics is a difficult one, and, once these topics are selected, they usually have little or no correlation with each other. Obviously, there is needed both some principle of selection and some principle of integration and correlation. We believe that the course on the philosophy of communism serves this double purpose. In its earlier edition, this volume served as the basis and text for a full semester course, over the past 20 years, at Villanova University. During these years, this course has always been one of the most popular in the curriculum. Other colleges and universities, such as DePaul University, have also successfully used this text for this purpose. In this course, the student acquires a knowledge of the philosophical principles of communism, a knowledge of the precise nature of the communist attack against each of his own Christian philosophical principles, and a knowledge of his own philosophical principles and how to defend them against the communist attack. Such a course is invaluable to any man or woman who must step into today's business and social world and who hopes to be able to give a reason for the faith which he possesses. 2 methods of classroom presentation. 2 distinct approaches have been tested by the author in his presentation of this course. In some instances, after offering the historical background to Marxism, the exposition of the Marxist philosophy of nature was followed by its criticism. The exposition of the Marxist philosophy of mind was followed by its criticism. the Marxist philosophy of history was followed by its criticism. This procedure of presenting the chapter of 8. Marxist exposition and following it immediately with its corresponding chapter of criticism was followed throughout the entire course. This approach has one virtue: the Marxist philosophy is fresh in the mind of the student when its criticism is undertaken. It has, however, one extremely serious defect which renders it unacceptable. A few words on this defect are appropriate at this point. Any true student of Marxism must learn to appreciate that the various phases of that philosophy are integrally related to each other. As in any worthwhile philosophy, there is a hierarchy of principles, a logical dependence, a derivation of some principles from more basic ones. For example, the Marxist philosophy of the state depends for its validity and its attractiveness on the Marxist philosophy of history. If one destroys, by criticism, the Marxist philosophy of history, the apparent validity of the Marxist philosophy of the state vanishes. Similarly, if we demolish the atheistic Marxist philosophy of nature and establish the need of an intelligent creator to account for the universe, the Marxist philosophy of religion loses all plausibility. In a word, once the foundation has been undermined, the superstructure inevitably collapses in the mind of the student. This must not be allowed to happen, because one of the greatest benefits that a student can derive from this course is an appreciation of the strength and subtle attractiveness of Marxism. Prior to taking this course, students are invariably curious as to why intelligent persons would accept Marxism. This first approach will not answer that question for them. By a critical undermining of the foundations of Marxism before our presentation of its more derived tenets, we have made it impossible for the student to perceive Marxism as an integrated and coordinated philosophical system which can possess a subtle attractiveness for some people. In contrast, we believe that the following, suggested method of teaching the course will serve this purpose in an admirable manner. In this second method of presentation, the first half of the semester is scrupulously dedicated to the exposition of Marxist philosophy, as found in the text. No word of criticism is ever uttered by the teacher. No question from a student challenging the validity of any point is permitted. Indeed, if such were allowed, the Marxist error which some particular student has managed to detect and which others have not, would thereby be revealed to the whole class and forward to the second edition 9 the exposition of Marxism would lose some of its force. In fact, the course is all the more interesting to the students insofar as the teacher is able to get on a soapbox and oratorically sell Marxism to them. Questions from the students on the meaning or application of any Marxist principle are, of course, quite in order. In this way, Marxism is presented completely, integrally, fairly, strongly, and uncriticized. No other approach can give the student the same appreciation of the subtlety and attractiveness of Marxism. In the second half of the course, we then present our chapter-by-chapter criticism of each phase of Marxism. After showing the invalidity of a specific Marxist principle, we offer as much in the way of our own positive principles as time and circumstances will permit. Thus, after demonstrating the fallacies in the Marxist philosophy of nature, we present at least the basic Thomistic framework for the proofs of God's existence. After showing the Marxist error on the nature of free will, the private ownership of property, or the role of religion in life, we present the positive scholastic teaching on these topics. This pattern is followed throughout the entire second section of the course. Method of casual reading. Throughout the years, the author has often been asked to produce the philosophy of communism in simple form. The request has always been for a volume sufficiently simple that a high school student or an adult lacking a college education could grasp it. The reason for the request is understandable. Many people are sincerely interested in understanding communism and yet lack extensive formal education. Many who possess such education plead that the pressing circumstances of their life preclude serious study and concentration. Everyone looks hopefully at books such as Calculus Made Easy, Learn German in 20 Easy Lessons, or some such promising title. Unfortunately, there is no royal road to knowledge. It usually takes time, concentration, and dedication to acquire worthwhile knowledge. In the sphere of our current interest, Marx has not helped the situation by basing his philosophy largely on Hegel. The latter's dialectic is more or less renowned for its subtlety. In fact, it is reputed that Hegel once said, "Only one man in the world understands me, and even he doesn't really understand me." Be that as it may, we do not feel that the philosophy of Marxism is unduly complex. To be sure, it doesn't make for fight reading when 10. The eyes are heavy at bedtime or when half a dozen children are playing cowboys and Indians within earshot. For the casual reader, for those who lack the opportunity for quiet concentration, for those who lack philosophical background, the author would make the following recommendations. It is suggested that perhaps the best way would be to read first the opening chapter on historical background. Next, read the Marxist philosophy of history and the criticism of that chapter. Then, do likewise with the Marxist philosophy of the state and its corresponding chapter of criticism. Then, the Marxist philosophy of religion and its criticism, etc., etc. For the serious student, who possesses a background in fundamental philosophy and who will dedicate himself to the task, there is, of course, no substitute for the approach described earlier as the best method for classroom use. Whatever be a person's educational background, whatever be the pressing circumstances of his daily life, every serious-minded person must feel an obligation to be informed on the true nature of communism and be willing to make whatever efforts are reasonably possible to gain such knowledge. Course outline. It is the author's intention to make available, through the courtesy of the publisher, free of charge, a teacher's outline for this course. This guide, based on more than 20 years of experience in teaching the course, will provide the teacher with helpful information on the best method of presentation, the topics to be most emphasized, and the difficulties and objections most likely to be encountered among the students. Teachers using the philosophy of communism as a text should feel free to request this course outline from the publisher. It is expected that this volume, in its revised form and accompanied by the course outline, will serve as an effective text for colleges and universities in the presentation of their course on the philosophy of communism. Charles J. McFadden, OSA, Ph.D. Villanova University, Villanova, Pa. The philosophy of communism. No materialism can endure without a solid philosophical basis. Lenin. Chapter I. Its historical background. In order to understand properly any system of philosophy, it is necessary to visualize it in the environment in which it was born. For philosophies are rarely, if ever, mere abstract theories formulated independently of time and place. Rather, a system of philosophy represents the painstaking effort of a great mind to discover the basic solutions to the problems of a particular age. Such is the origin of most systems of philosophy, and such is the origin of Marxism. The proper approach, therefore, to an analysis of the philosophy of Marxism is, we believe, to place it in its historical setting. In this first chapter, then, we shall endeavor to portray the spirit of the age and the purposes of the men who brought Marxism into the world. We do not intend to give a complete history of Marxism or of the life of Marx. Rather, we shall first show the character of the environment in which Marxism rose and how this environment was fruitful soil for the birth and development of such a philosophy. Secondly, we shall trace the development of the theory in Marx's mind up to that point in his life where it can be safely stated that he possessed all the essentials of dialectical materialism and saw them, more or less clearly, as the basic principles of an integral philosophy. The historical setting. The early 19th century was witness to a profound transformation in social life. In all quarters, factors were operating which were unquestionably producing a dangerous liberalism of thought and action. The remote origin of this liberalism is to be placed in the Renaissance. In that period, there is evident the release of the appetites from the healthy constraint which had formerly made man their master. The trend is first evident in the devotion of this period to the pagan classics and in the growth. 13. 14. of a new literature modeled on the style and imbued with the spirit of the ancient pagan authors. As one might expect, the growth of such a literature carried with it, implicitly but necessarily, a development of the philosophical or intellectual concept of liberalism or personal freedom. This intellectual liberalism found its application in man's assertion that he was free to devote himself without constraint or caution to the study of the pagan classics. Liberalism, however, did not remain for long a mere intellectual concept or even the spirit of a new literature. Soon the newfound ideas of individual freedom were being applied by men to the moral actions of their own lives. As a result of this, moral liberalism or refusal to recognize a law which regulates the actions of men, a period of moral decadence set in. Within a comparatively short time, the spirit of liberalism found its religious expression in the Protestant revolt of the 16th century. In this movement, religious liberalism is especially evident in the refusal to recognize authority in religion and in the assertion that each man has the right to interpret Scripture as he sees fit. The spirit of liberalism continued to spread. After it had brought men to the point where they refused to recognize that there was any authority which should regulate their personal lives, it proceeded to induce a similar disregard for the authority which governed their countries. This political liberalism, as is well known, was molded and developed especially in the writings of Locke and Hobbes in England, and in the works of Rousseau and the encyclopedists in France. Thoughts of political liberalism were not destined to remain mere concepts. The masses of the people were, in large part, living in a state of wretched subservience to the higher classes, and it was not long before one question became dominant in their minds: if moral and religious authority could be cast off, why cannot the people also overthrow political authority which is crushing them? The question did not remain a theoretical one. The spirit of revolution had been born. Within 30 years 2 revolutions shook France, one at the turn of the century, the other in 1830. In England, the electoral reform of 1832 produced results of a similar though somewhat less radical nature. All along the line class privileges and the domination of the nobility were destroyed. 15. The power of government had definitely begun to pass into the hands of the masses. Finally, with the coming of the machine and the birth of the Industrial Revolution, the spirit of liberalism began to permeate the only remaining phase of human activity, the economic life of man. This economic liberalism, fostered especially by the writings of John Stuart Mill and Adam Smith, was determined to free man completely from any interference by the state in the pursuit of his economic ends. In fact, as Christopher Dawson remarks, the role of the state became merely that of a policeman, an authority whose purpose it was to protect man's economic activity. The effects of political and economic liberalism were, however, confined principally to England and France. In Prussia there was only a feeble reaction to these far-reaching movements. Its old monarchical government still held undisputed sway, and the inroads made by the Industrial Revolution were almost negligible. It is true that as the years went on Prussia followed in the wake of France and England. But she did so most slowly. Prussia remained decades behind her neighbors in the acceptance of the machine, and within her boundaries new doctrines had to struggle for recognition in the fields of literature, philosophy, and religion before they could hope to receive any social application. There was, however, one part of Prussia which belonged heart and soul to the New World. This was the Rhineland, which for 14 years had been annexed to France. Then, in 1815, the Congress of Vienna placed the Rhineland under Prussian domination, and from the outset there was evident and carried compatibility between the spirit of the annexed territory and that of Prussia. The revolution in France had preached and exalted the ideas of liberty and equality, and the people of the Rhineland had accepted and cherished these ideals. They had benefited by the political and social reforms effected by the revolution and the establishment of the empire. Within their boundaries the organization of society along feudal lines had been destroyed and class privileges had been abolished. It was, then, with a spirit of regret and a thirst for what they were leaving that the people of the Rhineland submitted to a nation which had not yet passed over from the medieval tradition to the regime of a modem state. Moreover, the traditions of the Rhineland attached its people to the Catholic Habsburg line of rulers, annexation. 16. To Prussia meant submission to the Protestant rulers of the House of Hohenzollern. For the Rhineland the annexation meant political, social, and economic regress. It meant submission to a nation sunk in debt due to wars. And it involved the recognition of a Protestant king. It is little wonder that as the years went on, the gap widened between the spirit of Prussia and that of the annexed areas. The geographical proximity of France to the Rhineland kept alive in the latter the modern spirit. And, in contrast to the rest of Prussia, the immediate acceptance of the Industrial Revolution by the Rhineland caused it to far outstrip all Prussia in the prosperity of its industry and commerce. Such incompatibilities as these had certain inevitable effects. A spirit of discontent with Prussian conservatism and a determination to effect progress became more and more evident in the Rhineland. It is such facts as these which explain why practically every progressive movement of 19th-century Germany was born in the Rhineland. And it is equally understandable that out of all Europe in the years 1835 to 1851 is least surprised to discover a revolutionary theory such as Marxism emerging from the Rhineland. The birth of Karl Marx on the 5th of May, 1818, just 3 years after the Congress of Vienna effected the annexation of which we have been speaking. Karl Marx was born at Trier in the Rhineland. His parents, Herschel and Henriette, belonged to the respectable Jewish middle class. Herschel Marx was a lawyer and descendant of a long line of Jewish rabbis. Henriette, his wife, was a descendant of a Jewish family which had originally come from Holland. Such a domestic environment certainly did not promise the development of much patriotism in Karl. The father of this home on German soil was a Jew, a man who did not accept the official religion of the Prussian state and who had during his lifetime been alternately subject to French and Prussian rule. The mother was likewise a Jew who did not accept the state religion. Her family had originally come from Holland and she had never learned to write or perhaps to speak correct German. Added to these factors was the characteristic detachment of the Jewish people from affiliation with any particular nation. If, then, there was one inheritance which Karl Marx received from his parents, it was 17. That denationalized, internationalized outlook on life which, it will be recalled, was to be so characteristic of his later philosophical, economic, and social thought. The early years of Karl's life were witness to perhaps only one notable event. When he was 6 years of age, the family embraced a form of Protestantism. Strictly speaking, however, it must be said that in this instance the Marx family probably neither abjured Judaism nor accepted Protestantism. For they had never practiced Judaism, and it is usually conceded that this outward acceptance of Christianity was prompted by purely political, social, and economic reasons. In 1830, when Karl was 12 years of age, he entered the gymnasium at Trier. In this school he pursued his early studies for 5 years. The certificate of graduation issued upon his graduation in 1835 attests to the fact that during these 5 years Karl had been a competent if not brilliant student at the Trier Gymnasium. In October of the same year, 1835, at the age of 17 years, Karl entered the University of Bonn with the intention of studying law. He spent, however, only 1 year at Bonn, completing the year's courses and returning home shortly before the summer of 1836. The year at Bonn had been of little academic value. Letters received by Karl from his father complain bitterly about his endless bills, waste of money, association with radicals, unconcern about studies, and participation in wild frolics. 1. Upon returning home from his irresponsible year at Bonn, Karl took another step which was equally disturbing to his father. He became engaged, at the age of 18, to a playmate of his childhood, a close friend of his own sister, the daughter of a prominent family and high official of the city of Trier. The young lady's name was Jenny von Westphalen. She was 4 years older than Karl and possessed unusual qualities of beauty, spirit, and a capacity for sacrifice. One might appropriately remark that it was indeed well that she did have a capacity for sacrifice. Because she was going to need it sorely during her entire life, married to an eccentric and impractical Karl Marx. Even before Karl had become engaged to Jenny, his father had decided to send him to the University of Berlin for higher studies in jurisprudence and political economy. Karl's engagement undoubtedly strengthened the father's decision, since he believed that his son's education was only beginning and that he was in no way prepared to take on the responsibilities of married life. Certainly Karl did not choose to go to Berlin. He loved the sunny Rhineland and disliked the cold of Berlin. He wanted to be near Jenny and knew that studies in Berlin would entail prolonged absence from her, and he felt no attraction for the philosophy of Hegel, which was emphasized at Berlin. Neither did he relish the thought of the tight governmental censorship exercised over the teachings at the university. Karl Marx entered the University of Berlin on October 22, 1836. Once again he showed no concern for scheduled courses. In fact, he registered for only 12 courses over 9 semesters. In other words, he registered for only a little better than 1 course per half-year term. These courses were usually the obligatory ones on jurisprudence, and most biographers suspect that he actually attended very few of the lectures. It is quite amusing to read biographies of Karl Marx written by pro-communist authors and to note their justification of his disregard for university classes. They remind us that this 19-year-old boy was an original thinker, that his professors had a narrow and musty outlook on law and life, that he had a tremendous ability to work independently, that he could obtain a wealth of knowledge working alone which 10 years of the usual slow spoon-fed academic lectures could hardly have given him too. Actually, we know that by the end of his first 2 months in Berlin, Karl had filled 3 exercise books with self-composed love poems to Jenny. Letters from Karl's father further describe this young man's pursuit of knowledge. God help us. Lack of order, a fusty prowling around in all of the fields of science, a stuffy brooding under a dismal oil lamp. Going to seed in a scholastic dressing gown with unkempt hair as a change from going to seed with beer glass in hand. Repellent unsociability and the consignment to a secondary position of everything decent, even including consideration for your own father. The limitation of the social graces to a dirty room wherein full disorder the love letters of a Jenny and the well-meaning exhortations of a father, written with tears perhaps, are used as pipe cleaners, which, by the way, is better than that they should fall into the hands of third persons as the result of still more irresponsible disorder. My worthy son spends 700 thaler in a year as though we were made of money, in defiance of all custom, and although the richest need spend no more than 500 thaler for. The influence of Hegel in the autumn of 1836, when Marx entered the University of Berlin. The University of the capital was the center of learning for the youth of all Germany. The great names of Schleiermacher, Savigny, Gans, Alexander von Humboldt and others had made Berlin widely celebrated. But, above all, there must be mentioned the name of Hegel. When Karl Marx arrived in Berlin in 1836, Hegel had been dead only about 6 years. His philosophy still dominated most of the German universities, but especially was the University of Berlin the stronghold of his orthodox teachings. It was to this influence that Karl Marx was now to be subjected. Up to this point in his career, Marx had read very little of Hegel's philosophy. But the little he had read had appeared unsatisfactory to him. In fact, we know from one of his letters to his father that, even at this early age of 18 years, the idealism of Hegel displeased him. The fact that Hegelianism was practically the official philosophy of the German state does not seem to have awed him. Rather, there is noticeable the desire to revolt against Hegelianism and to formulate some sort of materialistic philosophy. Setting out from idealism, I proceeded to look for the idea in the real itself. I had read fragments of the Hegelian philosophy, and had found its grotesque craggy melody unpleasing. I wished to dive into the ocean once again, but this time with the definite intention of discovering our mental nature to be just as determined, concrete, and firmly established as our bodily. I got to know Hegel from beginning to end, and most of his disciples likewise. 5. It is not our purpose here to show in detail the influence of Hegel on Marx. The vastness of that influence upon Marxism will, by reason of its own strength, stand out clearer and clearer as our exposition of Marxism proceeds. Suffice to say here that both Marx and Engels acknowledged that their theory drew more of its essentials from the philosophy of Hegel than from any other source. And in most of their later writing they unhesitatingly paid tribute to the man from whom they admittedly borrowed so much. Hegel was one of the finest intellects of all time. I am of course no longer an Hegelian, but I still have a great feeling of piety and devotion towards the colossal old Chapter 7. Hegel's dialectic is the basic form of all dialectic. 8. If there should ever be time for such a work again, I should greatly like to make accessible to the ordinary human intelligence what is rational in the method which Hegel developed. 9. Marx and Engels have, then, fully acknowledged the vast character of the influence of Hegel upon their system. It remains for us, at this time, only to offer a summary of what that influence was, a summary which will serve as a general forecast for the reader of the Hegelian elements which he may expect to find embedded in the Marxian system. What influenced him most was the Hegelian philosophy. It became the foundation of all his subsequent thought. It taught him the organic conception of society, the evolutionary view of history, and the belief that progress is realized by means of a perennial conflict between opposing elements and forces. 10. The doctoral dissertation. After Karl had been in Berlin for about a year and a half, his father died in the spring of 1838. Karl was now just 20 years of age, and he found himself suddenly thrown upon his own resources. Obviously it was necessary for him to choose a life's work and to make the choice immediately. An academic career appealed to him, so he decided to exert all his energies in that direction and to begin work on a dissertation which he intended to submit eventually for the doctoral degree. At first sight it may seem surprising that Marx, in a country dominated by Hegelian idealism, would choose as the subject of his dissertation a work on the materialism of Epicurus. 8 years earlier, perhaps, he would have met with official censorship. But by this time the spirit of revolt had already raised its head in Germany, and attacks upon the orthodox Hegelianism were becoming more and more frequent. One of the earliest attacks upon Hegel was that made by Strauss, in 1835, when he published his Life of Jesus. This work startled Europe by its violent attack on the authenticity of certain parts of the gospel narrative. It is true that this was not a direct attack upon basic Hegelian principles, but Protestant Christianity was one of the foundation stones of the absolute German state which, in turn, was fostered by Hegel's philosophy. Any attack, therefore, upon the established order in Germany was an indirect attack upon Hegel. Another evidence of the ever-increasing revolt against orthodox Hegelianism is to be found in the philosophical treatises published after the death of Hegel in 1830. In the years immediately following the death of the master, philosophers had been content to present faithful expositions of his teachings. Gradually, however, the philosophical treatises assumed a more independent, and finally a critical character. And by the time that Marx had chosen the topic of his dissertation, the reactionary philosophers were so numerous that they constituted a distinct school of philosophical thought. The members of this reactionary philosophical movement were generally known as the Young Hegelians or the left-wing Hegelians. In Berlin, Marx joined the left-wing Hegelians. As might be expected, under the influence of these radical philosophers, his opinions, religious, philosophical, and political, moved rapidly and markedly away from orthodox Hegelianism. Karl Marx's father died on May 10, 1838. Death for this earnest man, dedicated to the development of his son. 22. Came just in time to spare him countless heartaches which his son's life would soon have brought him. Marx began work on his dissertation late in 1838, and he completed it in a little more than 2 years. During the time of its composition, the scope of the dissertation was somewhat broadened. Instead of writing on Epicurus alone, Marx chose to make a comparative study of the materialism of Epicurus with that of Democritus. The completed dissertation then bore the title, On the Differences between the Natural Philosophy of Democritus and of Epicurus. 11. Due to the radical character of Marx's philosophical views at this time, both he and his left-wing Hegelian associates decided that it would be more prudent for him to submit his dissertation to a university less exposed to the severity of government supervision than was the University of Berlin. In April of 1841 Marx, accordingly, presented his dissertation to the University of Jena and was granted the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. In the light of our interest in the development of Marx's thought, there are several features of his doctoral dissertation worthy of our notice. First, it is clear from the dissertation that as yet he had not formulated any definite philosophy of his own. He had not yet fully broken away from idealism. In fact, the dissertation is, in general, written on the idealist basis. Secondly, the strong appeal which materialism had for Marx from his youth is evident in the topic he chose for his dissertation. The Prussian academic world was dominated by idealism and supported in its stand by the government. And yet, at 20 years of age, Marx dared to choose as the subject of his dissertation a comparative study of two materialistic philosophies. Thirdly, in the dissertation Marx shows a definite preference for the materialism of Epicurus over that of Democritus for a reason which should be, for us, very significant. He believed that the materialism of Epicurus contained, at least to some extent, an energizing principle, and this strongly appealed to him. Herein we find the first trace of his desire for a materialism characterized by some sort of principle of inherent activity. A few years later he was to utilize the Hegelian dialectic for this purpose in his own philosophy. Lastly, the dissertation forecasts the hatred of religion which eventually was to characterize the philosophy of Marx. In the foreword of the work he used as his own motto the words of Aeschylus Prometheus, "In one word I hate all the gods 12. Moreover, he preferred the materialism of Epicurus to that of Democritus because he felt that a vitalized materialism would better enable man to revolt against and to throw off the crushing weight of religion. After receiving his doctoral degree from the University of Jena in the spring of 1841, Marx was encouraged by Bruno Bauer, one of his left-wing Hegelian friends, to come to the University of Bonn. Bauer was a professor at the latter university and felt certain that he could secure a teacher's position for Marx. Such an opportunity was not to be neglected, so Marx hastened to accept the invitation. During the previous year, Bauer had published his extremely radical historical criticism of the Synoptic Gospels. Among conservative groups and, more important still, in official government circles the work had immediately rendered Bauer suspect. But in popular circles, especially among the liberals, the work had brought him fame and many hailed him as an original thinker. It was in this light of glory that Marx found Bauer when he arrived in Bonn in the late spring of 1841. Bauer was delighted over the welcome his own work had received. Marx was enthusiastic and anxious to do something to bring recognition to himself in the academic world which he was about to enter. At this point Bauer and Marx conceived the bold idea of publishing a journal of atheism, but the proposal never materialized. Then they collaborated on a fatal piece of work. Anonymously, they published an attack on Hegel in a small pamphlet entitled The Trump of the Last Judgment on Hegel. Without any undue loss of time, the Prussian officials discovered the identity of the authors, confiscated the pamphlet, and removed Bauer from his professorship at the university. For the second time in his life Marx faced the task of choosing a fife's work and of making the choice immediately. He knew that the unfortunate incident at Bonn had destroyed all hopes of an academic career at that university. And now that government officials were aware of his radical tendencies it was equally certain that it would be almost impossible for him to obtain a position at any of the German universities. Marx was now a young man of 23 years of age, possessing a doctor's degree, but without hope of an academic career. As yet he had not formulated any definite philosophy of his own, but in his heart he was a materialist. He disliked idealism vehemently, but his philosophical conscience forbade the rejection of it. He knew only too well that the Hegelian system was still unrefuted, secondly, that, in its completeness, it surpassed, as a system of thought, anything offered by materialists, and, lastly, that its dialectical method gave it a vitalizing principle, a something to account for progress towards perfection, a quality which was utterly lacking in all existing forms of materialism. The influence of Feuerbach. In 1840, 1 year previous to the events just mentioned, Frederick IV had ascended the throne of Prussia. The ever-increasing tendency to revolt against the established order had deeply concerned the new king. He lost no time, therefore, in passing state laws which endeavored to impose the strictest form of orthodox Hegelianism on all schools and universities. As very often happens in such cases, the prohibiting laws served only to achieve the opposite effect. The German world of philosophy quickly lined up in two solid camps, the orthodox Hegelians and the left-wing radicals. One of the members of the radical group now came forward with a work which was destined to play a major role in the formation of Marxism. In 1841, before Marx had yet recovered from his misfortune at Bonn, Ludwig Feuerbach published his Essence of Christianity. The influence of this work can hardly be overestimated. Led by the revolutionary writings of Strauss and Bauer, the battleground up to this point had been in the field of religion. With a single blow, Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity shifted the battle to the arena of philosophy. Feuerbach's book was received by Marx with unconcealed joy. Here, at last, was a refutation of Hegel and an invincible case for materialism. The effect of the work on both Marx and Engels is well stated by the latter in his small volume on the philosophy of Feuerbach. Then came Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity. With one blow it placed materialism on the throne again. 25. The spell was broken. The system was exploded and cast aside. One must have experienced the liberating effect of this book to get an idea of it. Enthusiasm was general, we all became at once Feuerbachians. How enthusiastically Marx greeted the new conception, and how much in spite of critical reservations he was influenced by it, one may read in the Holy Family. 13. Feuerbach, in many respects, forms an intermediate link between Hegelian philosophy and our conception. 14. For the next 3 years, 1841 to 1844, Marx was to remain an ardent believer in the philosophy of Feuerbach. It is true that he never accepted this philosophy in its entirety, but it is equally true that he utilized many of the basic principles of Feuerbach's thought as foundation stones of his later philosophy. The influence of journalism. In the autumn of this same year 1841, not long after Marx had left Bonn, a group of the left-wing Hegelians decided to establish a radical paper in Cologne. The paper was to be known as the Zeitung, and the first issue was scheduled to appear on the 1st of January, 1842. Marx was very much interested in this new project. In fact, he had been asked to write for the paper. His name, however, does not appear among its original contributors, but we do know that by May 1842, he had established his residence in Cologne. Very soon afterwards he became one of the most regular and prolific contributors to the paper. Article after article flowed from his pen, each more revolutionary than the preceding, each a ruthless attack upon the Prussian government and its laws. Before long, the Zeitung was the most important radical paper in the German states. The success of the paper was due in no small part to the tireless energy of Marx. As a reward for his labors, Marx was made editor of the Zeitung in October 1842. In his role of editor, Marx became acquainted with the everyday life of the German lower classes. His daily work brought him into intimate contact with the living conditions and social problems of the masses. This phase of human life had never before concerned him. At this point in his career, it may be said that Marx, for the first time in his life, realized the need of a social philosophy. Within a few months Marx abandoned the editorship of the Zeitung. 2 reasons prompted his action. In the first place, there was the ever-increasing rigidity of the Prussian censorship. In fact, the government had ordered the paper to cease publication on March 31, 1843. Secondly, a rival paper, the Allgemeine Zeitung, had challenged a number of editorials which Marx had written on current social conditions, and Marx had been unable to defend successfully the statements he had made. For a time he endeavored to parry the attack but was finally forced to admit that he was unfamiliar with the most recent advances in social philosophy. Hegel's idealistic system still formed the bulk of Marx's philosophic knowledge, and it naturally made no provision for such material things as social problems. Marx was truly embarrassed and begged leave to abandon his post in order that he might study contemporary social philosophy, especially as found in the works of the French socialists of his day. Plans for the revival of the Renaissance on foreign soil were, however, soon underfoot. Switzerland, Strasbourg, and Brussels were successively considered and rejected as a possible location for the publishing of the periodical. In the autumn of 1843, it was finally agreed that Paris would be the best place to publish the revised Renaissance. The periodical was to bear a new name. It was to be known as the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher, and the first number of the new journal was to appear as early as possible in the year 1844. Karl Marx was promised the position of editor of the journal, with a salary of 500 thaler per year. With these prospects at hand, he decided to marry Jenny von Westphalen as soon as possible. Their engagement had been a long one and, judging from a letter of Marx to Ruge, it had also been a rather stormy one. In this letter, Marx wrote, "I can assure you that I am head over heels and in all seriousness in love. We have been engaged now for over 7 years and my future wife has had to fight hard struggles on my behalf, partly against her pious aristocratic relatives who regard their Father in heaven and the government in Berlin as equal objects of veneration, and partly against my own family in which a 27 number of clerical individuals and other enemies of mine have got a hold, and these struggles have almost undermined her health. For years therefore my future wife and I have been compelled to engage in unnecessary and exhausting conflicts, more so in fact than many people 3 times our age who are always talking about their experience of life." 15. Karl Marx and Jenny von Westphalen were married on June 19, 1843. Jenny's father had died. Her mother had taken up residence in the town of Kreuznach, so Karl and Jenny went and lived with her until their departure for Paris in November 1843. After some delay, the first and only issue of the journal appeared in March of 1844. The journal met with innumerable difficulties. Since its writers were predominantly German and unknown to the French reading public, the one issue failed and few contributions for the project were received. The financial obstacles were insuperable, so it was decided that no further issues would appear. The Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher is worthy of mention in the development of Marx for 2 reasons. In the first place, it furnished the occasion of his coming to Paris. And it was there that he was to encounter certain influences which contributed much towards the development of his philosophy. Secondly, in the one issue of the journal, Marx wrote an article which is of importance in tracing the development of his thought. This article was on Hegel's philosophy of law. In this article Marx contended that legal and constitutional forms are the necessary product of the material conditions of life, that what material conditions have created they can overthrow, that political revolution must inevitably follow the progress so evident in modern science and industry. Herein we find one of the first traces of the theory of economic determinism, and note Marx's first attempt to formulate a practical revolutionary philosophy. The 3 years, 1843 to 1846, spent in Paris are vital years in the development of Marx's thought. Long hours were spent studying history, economics, and politics. Much of the rest of his time was spent in the company of various men of a revolutionary turn of mind. It was in this way that he met Michael Bakunin and a number of other Russian revolutionaries. Contact with men of this type naturally had its effect, and the revolutionary spirit deepened in Marx's mind. Little is known of Marx's personal life during these 15 months in Paris. We do know that his first child, a daughter named Jenny, was born in May 1844, and was taken by her mother to Prussia to be proudly shown to all relatives. We know also that a gift of 1,000 thaler received from friends in Cologne helped the Marx household to survive. At this point the French government became particularly disturbed by the revolutionary writings and activities of various German fugitives resident in Paris. In the case of Marx, it was during this period that he first showed an intense interest in a communist analysis of labor and society. His writings took on the fiery, revolutionary tinge, and he developed close relationships with both German and French communist individuals and groups. The French government, accordingly, ordered Marx out of France on January 11, 1845. The influence of Proudhon. One of the most important acquaintances which Marx made in Paris was that with Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. For some time past Proudhon had been an enthusiastic socialist. Despite his lack of a knowledge of the German language, he had picked up a smattering of Hegelian philosophy from French translations and through intercourse with various German scholars resident in Paris. Strangely enough, Proudhon had conceived the idea of applying the dialectics of Hegel to social and economic problems. In fact, long before Marx had arrived in Paris, Proudhon had published works in which he endeavored to make such an application. Due to his superficial knowledge of Hegelian philosophy, his attempts were, it is true, wholly unsatisfactory. But the idea of making such an application was original and was to have far-reaching effects. In Paris, Marx and Proudhon met often, and their discussions frequently lasted throughout the evening and into the early hours of the morning. Proudhon was willing to learn, and he listened eagerly as Marx endeavored to give him a true understanding of Hegelian philosophy. The discussions, however, were not one-sided, and Marx received from Proudhon an idea of incalculable importance. In the course of their conversations, Proudhon rebuked Marx for the remnants of idealism which still remained in 29. His mind. The Hegelian dialectics of the idea, Proudhon asserted, were valueless as long as they could not be applied to real life. Proudhon then told Marx that if he wanted to see real dialectics, the real conflict of opposites, to look about him in society. In class conflict, in the constant and bitter opposition of the lower and higher classes was to be found the real dialectics. At this point Marx, for the first time, saw his own philosophy as an integral system. He had always wished to retain the Hegelian dialectic, but he had found no way in which he could separate it from its idealistic setting. He had always wished to hold a materialistic philosophy, but he had found no system of materialism which presented a satisfactory explanation of progress. After his work as editor of the Reinigungszeitung, he knew that any system of philosophy which was to be of value had to offer a solution to the problems of society. In this one instant, Proudhon had taught Marx how he could combine all of these elements into an integral philosophy. It is perhaps not surprising that Proudhon's grasp of Hegelian principles should have remained somewhat fitful and uncertain. But Proudhon was not easily intimidated by a sense of his own deficiencies. He undertook to interpret economics in terms of Hegel. The plan was original, though Proudhon's execution of it was grotesquely inadequate. But where he stumblingly led, Marx followed. Proudhon is the inventor of this central lever in the Marxist system. 1. One cannot refrain from noting here that ingratitude seems to have been one of Marx's dominant traits. As we mentioned above, it was Proudhon who showed Marx how to take the Hegelian dialectic and to superimpose it on matter. Marx's philosophy would have been worthless without this contribution. It provided the heart and soul of dialectical materialism. But after Marx got all he could out of Proudhon, he turned against him with a vitriolic bitterness. Proudhon had written a work called A Philosophy of Poverty. In ridicule of Proudhon's teachings, Marx wrote a work against him and called it The Poverty of Philosophy in Proudhon. In a very similar strain, we find him 30. A year or so later writing his volume entitled The German Ideology, a bitter attack on two men to whom he owed so much, Feuerbach and Bruno Bauer. The influence of Engels. There remains one last influence which Marx encountered in Paris and which must be mentioned as one of the major events in his life. It is his meeting with Friedrich Engels, a meeting from which a lifelong friendship resulted. In the latter part of November in 1842, Marx and Engels had met for a passing moment. But in 1844, in Paris, they met again, and it was at this latter meeting that their friendship began. And from their friendship sprung a partnership of the most intimate nature. From that moment on, Marxism became the joint product of the minds of Marx and Engels. Neither would take a step without the approval of the other. When together, they discussed each problem before taking action on it. When separated, an almost innumerable number of letters passed between them, each asking for the counsel of the other. Whenever one of them wrote a work, the other read the manuscript, and some works were the product of their joint authorship. For such reasons as these, it will be realized that a quotation from a work of Engels can be taken not only as representative of Marx's mind but as a thought which in almost every instance received his explicit approval. For his part, Marx fully acknowledges his indebtedness to Engels and wishes to give the latter credit for the development of the system. Friedrich Engels, with whom I was constantly corresponding and exchanging ideas, came by a different road to the same conclusions as myself. When he, too, settled in Brussels in the spring of 1845, we decided to work out together the contrast between our view and the idealism of the German philosophy. 17 Engels is my most intimate friend. I have no secrets from him. 18. Again, in a letter to Engels, Marx did not hesitate to say, "You know, first of all, I arrive at things slowly, and, secondly, I always follow in your footsteps." 19. Engels, on the other hand, was just as insistent that all credit be given Marx for the development of the theory. I may note in passing that inasmuch as the genesis and development of the mode of outlook expounded in this book were due in far greater measure to Marx, and only in an insignificant degree to myself, it was of course self-understood between us that this exposition of mine should not be issued without his knowledge. I read the whole manuscript to him before it was printed, and the 10th chapter of the section on economics was written by Marx. As a matter of fact, we had always been accustomed to help each other out in special subjects. 20 repeated reference has been made to my share in this theory, and so I can hardly avoid saying a few words here to settle this particular point. I cannot deny that both before and during my 40 years' collaboration with Marx I had a certain independent share in laying the formulations, and more particularly in elaborating the theory. But the greater part of its leading basic principles, particularly in the realm of economics and history, and, above all, its final, clear formulation, belong to Marx. What I contributed at any rate with the exception of a few special studies Marx could very well have done without me. What Marx accomplished I would not have achieved. Marx stood higher, saw farther, and took a wider and quicker view than all the rest of us. Marx was a genius, we others were at best talented. Without him the theory would not be what. They pressured Marx and Engels to provide this needed intellectual basis for their revolutionary views. Marx and Engels did this in the Communist Manifesto and are thus credited with being the founders of communism. It is noteworthy that the Communist Manifesto appeared after Engels' work on the economic condition of the working class in England and often appears to excerpt whole sections from it. This is an interesting fact for anyone to reflect upon who wishes to decide whether it was Marx or Engels who was the original thinker. Additionally, Engels was the principal financial support of the Marx family during their 33 years of life in London. We might note briefly that the life of the Marx family was indeed a hectic one. 6 children, in all, were born to the parents. Marx spent most of his days writing in the British Museum, and Jenny is credited with remarking that if Karl had spent less time writing about capital and a little more time earning some of it, the family would have been a lot better off. Factually, Marx rarely earned any money for the financial support of his family, so their domestic life was an ever-recurring pattern of eviction for non-payment of rent, poverty, lack of food, sickness, and frequent transferal of their few possessions to the local pawn shops. Jenny Marx died on March 2, 1881, and Karl Marx died on March 14, 1883. According to the analysis which we have given in this chapter, the Marxian theory was basically complete by the year 1846. It is therefore interesting to note that Engels, in his preface to Marx's Poverty of Philosophy, gives us an assurance that our analysis has been quite correct in this regard. The present work was produced in the winter of 1846 to 1847, at a time when Marx had cleared up for himself the basic features of his new historical and economic outlook. 22. It is believed that the present chapter has now accomplished its purpose. We have shown, first of all, the character of the environment in which Marxism was born and indicated how this environment was fruitful soil for the birth and development of such a philosophy. Secondly, we have traced the development of the theory in Marx's mind up to that point in his life where it can be safely stated that he possessed in an integral manner all the essentials of his philosophical theory. The historical background to Marxism has now been presented. In the following chapter we turn our attention to an analysis of the theory itself. Chapter 2. Its philosophy of nature. In this chapter it is our intention to offer an objective presentation of the Marxian philosophy of nature. Marxism is admittedly a materialistic philosophy and, as such, it regards matter as primary to all other forms of existence. It is, therefore, most logical and fitting to open an exposition of Marxism with a presentation of its philosophy of nature. Indeed, as we shall presently show, Marx and Engels themselves have insisted that their philosophy begins with an analysis of nature. Factually, the atheism of Marxism rests upon its philosophy of nature. As one can readily appreciate, the believer in the existence of God looks at nature, its many forms of life and motion, its order and its finality, and is convinced that these qualities can be accounted for only by acknowledging the existence of a creator, a prime mover and intelligent designer of the universe. The atheist witnesses these same characteristics of nature and believes that they are the products of physical forces within matter itself. The burden of proof legitimately rests upon the shoulders of the theist to demonstrate the insufficiency of natural causes to produce the aforesaid effects. The task of the atheist, on the contrary, is to provide an explanation of these phenomena based solely on purely physical causality. Before entering upon our exposition of the natural philosophy of Marxism, it will be necessary to treat three introductory problems: why Marx and Engels regarded the philosophy of nature as essential to their system, why they rejected 18th-century materialism, the nature of the dialectical method of Hegel. These three subjects are, for the most part, unrelated to each other, but a proper understanding of the Marxian philosophy of nature involves a knowledge of all three. 34. Natural philosophy, the basis of Marxism. Marx and Engels did not regard nature merely as supporting their philosophy, rather, they maintained that dialectical materialism is derived from nature. Some readers may wonder why it should be necessary to support with evidence the statement that orthodox Marxism is based upon and logically derived from a dialectical analysis of nature. Such, one would think, would be the most logical basis for a materialistic philosophy. The necessity arises principally from the fact that Marxism, like most schools of thought, has its heretics, men who call themselves followers of Marx, but who adulterate his teachings to their own liking. One such group of Marxian heretics has contended that a philosophy of nature is not an essential part of the Marxian system. For them, Marxism is only a social philosophy. Among modem Marxians who hold the above opinion is Sidney Hook, who admits that nature may be dialectical, but insists that there is no necessary connection between a dialectical analysis of nature and the social philosophy of Marxism. In other words, he would restrict Marxism to the field of social philosophy. Marx's conception of dialectic is historical and restricted only to a consideration of the causes, nature, and effects of human activity. Whatever the natural dialectic may be, it is not the basis of the class struggle. 1. A consideration of the writings of Marx and Engels, however, reveals that they regarded the philosophy of nature as vital to their system, and that they did insist that the dialectic of nature is the basis of the class struggle. In the first place, At least 3 letters of Marx indicate the importance which he attached to the dialectical, materialistic analysis of nature. These letters leave no doubt that he regarded his philosophy of nature as the basis of his social philosophy. During the past 4 weeks I have read all sorts of things. Among others Darwin's work on natural selection. And though it is written in the crude English style, this is the book which contains the basis in natural science for our view. 2. Darwin's volume is very important and provides me with the basis in natural science for the class struggle in history. 2. You will see from the conclusion of my 3rd chapter that in the text I regard the law Hegel discovered as holding good both in history and in natural science. 4. Engels is no less insistent on the importance of natural philosophy in the Marxian system. In fact, he clearly maintains that the dialectic evident in history is only a reflection in the minds of men of the dialectic operating in nature. Nature is the proof of dialectics. An exact representation of the universe, of its evolution, of the development of mankind, and of the reflection of this evolution in the minds of men, can only be obtained by methods of dialectics. 5. Another very convincing proof that Marx and Engels regarded the dialectical philosophy of nature as essential to their system is to be found in their volume written against Dühring. 6. It will be recalled that, towards the end of the preceding chapter, we showed that this work was the joint production of Marx and Engels. In this volume 4 chapters are explicitly concerned with an exposition of the natural philosophy of Marxism. The vigor of its attack upon Dühring's philosophy of nature leaves no doubt as to what Marx and Engels thought about the necessity of their own philosophy of nature. They defend their natural philosophy every inch of the way with such vehemence that it is evident that they regarded it as the very basis of their system. In view of the above evidence, there appears to be no doubt that Marx and Engels regarded the dialectical analysis of nature as the basis of their philosophy. And throughout the course of our exposition this fact will become more and more evident as we show how the principal doctrines of Marxism are logically derived from its conception of the material universe. Marxism and 18th-century materialism. The second objective which we set for ourselves in this chapter was to indicate the reasons which led Marx and Engels to their rejection of the materialism of the 18th century. Marx, it will be recalled, had never found a great deal of intellectual appeal in any of the older forms of materialism. In fact, all the existing forms of materialism were unacceptable to Marx because they lacked a vitalizing principle. They regarded matter as inert, and Marx did not believe that it was such. They regarded mechanical motion as the only form of motion, while Marx believed that there were other and more important forms of motion. Feuerbach, though unsatisfactory in his crude materialism, gave to Marx and Engels an invaluable clue to the solution of their problem. In his attempted presentation of a new materialism, he had utilized, to some extent, the dialectic of Hegel. Marx and Engels were not slow to see the possibilities of this procedure. They suddenly saw that in idealism was to be found the very element upon which there could be erected a living, vitalized philosophy of materialism. The dialectic had been the heart and soul of Hegel's idealism. They would make it the heart and soul of their materialism. The nature of dialectics. The third preliminary consideration which we promised to offer before entering upon our exposition of Marxism's philosophy of nature was a brief summary of the dialectical method of Hegel. The word dialectic had its origin among the ancient Greeks. It was used by them to characterize the art of discourse and rebuttal, the art of disputation. In later centuries, especially after the birth of scholastic philosophy, the word dialectics was used synonymously with logic or the science of right thinking. Basically, the Grecian and scholastic uses of the word are almost identical. Each used the word in reference to the art of disputation. The Greeks used it to characterize the art itself, while the scholastics used it as synonymous with the laws of thought which were to be observed in the practice of the art. In both instances the word dialectic referred to the practice of statement and counterstatement by two adversaries, each endeavoring to destroy the proof upon which his opponent had based an assertion. At first sight, dialectic, or mutual intellectual opposition, might seem to be purely destructive in character. Upon closer analysis, however, it becomes evident that this dialectic, this clash of contradictory opinions, possesses a twofold value. It places in bold relief two contradictory views relative to a particular topic, and, as a result, gives both disputants a fuller grasp of the truth. The word dialectics, as used by the Greeks, referred therefore to the conflict or interaction of two opposing minds. It implied that by a properly directed argumentation between two opposing minds truth could be reached. It implied, if you will, that perhaps there is some truth and some error in the initial opinion held by each adversary. It implied also that when the first adversary states his position, his adversary opposes it, and their clash results both in a final agreement and in their mutual acceptance of a new and truer idea than either possessed at the outset of the process. The evolutionary possibilities of the above approach are immediately evident when one realizes that the final idea of one process can become the initial idea of a new process. This idea would then stand in conflict with a completely different idea, and progress on towards another new and still more perfect idea. In fact, this evolution of the idea would continue forward until, through the clash of the two opposites within each idea, this ever-purifying and distilling process would culminate in a perfect and totally true idea. In modern times, Hegel noticed the twofold value of dialectics and was fascinated by it. Further analysis of the practice of dialectics soon led him to a very important observation, namely, that dialectics is always productive of a more developed idea, richer in its content of truth. This final idea, he contended, is always arrived at through a series of three stages. The first stage of the dialectical movement is the enunciation of the positive truth contained in the original idea. This first stage in the development of the idea Hegel called the thesis. The thesis, or the original concept, contains within itself its opposite, its contradictory. This second stage in the dialectical development of the idea Hegel called the antithesis, that is, it is a negation of the thesis or first stage. The continued operation of the negation against the thesis brings into existence the third stage. This third stage, which represents the developed idea, Hegel called the synthesis, that is, it is a uniting of the content of truth which was contained in both the thesis and the antithesis. In summary, then, we note that the five outstanding characteristics of the Hegelian dialectic are: 1. Hegel believed that the idea is composed of a unity of opposites. Or better still, the idea is a unity of opposites or contradictory elements. 2. Hegel maintained that the idea progresses towards development by virtue of an inherent impulse. This immanent impulse or self-motion which characterizes the idea, is the direct and necessary product of the contradiction inherent in it. The idea is, by very nature, composed of contradictory elements. Contradiction is productive of motion or progression, hence the nature of the idea itself adequately accounts for its motion towards development. 3. The idea develops through negation, that is, the contradictory character of the idea produces a form of motion which turns the idea back upon itself, but always at a higher level. The dialectical interaction of the opposing elements which make up the idea result in what we might call a spiral form of development. 4. The universe is a constantly developing process, that is, all reality is interrelated and all things are in a state of continual interaction one upon the other. 5. The development of the idea is capable of continuing on indefinitely, that is, the idea will always necessarily contain its opposite, and thus it will always be capable of further development through the dialectical process. The natural philosophy of Marxism, the Hegelian dialectic, was the portion of idealism upon which Marx based his materialism. It afforded a sound basis for a materialistic philosophy because it provided materialism with the energizing principle it so badly needed. It was certainly a revolutionary step for anyone to consider using the dialectic of Hegel's idealism as the basis of a philosophy of materialism. But Marx did not hesitate for a moment. Rather, he acknowledged that the Hegelian dialectic was the basis of all dialectic and stated that he was going 40. to turn it upside down and make it the weapon of a philosophy of materialism. Although in Hegel's hands dialectic underwent a mystification, this does not obviate the fact that he was the first to expound the general forms of its movement in a comprehensive and fully conscious way. In Hegel's writings, dialectic stands on its head. You must turn it right way up again if you want to discover the rational kernel that is hidden away within the wrappings of mystification. 7. Marx now proceeded to lift the Hegelian dialectic out of the philosophy of idealism. Hegel used the dialectic as the basis of dialectical idealism. Marx turned Hegel's dialectic upside down and made it the basis of a complete philosophical system of dialectical materialism. For Hegel, the idea was composed of contradictory elements. For Marx, matter is composed of contradictory elements. The contradictory character of the idea accounted for Hegelian development. The contradictory elements in matter account for Marxian development. For Hegel, the idea was self-sufficient, its contradictory nature provided it with motion towards development. For Marx, matter is self-sufficient, its contradictory nature provides it with a motive force of development, an immanent principle which dispenses with the need of any cause external to itself. The application of the dialectic to material reality gave Marx more than a new and important understanding of the nature of individual reality. It carried with it the concept of the universe as being a constantly developing process in which all things are interrelated and interacting. The conception of the universe as a process, it will be recalled, was a logical and necessary deduction of dialectical idealism. In contrast to this outlook, materialism had fallen into the practice of looking at each individual reality in itself and ignoring its relation to all other things. This was due in great part to the fact that materialism had allied itself with natural science, which was concerned principally with individual reality. The analysis of nature into its individual parts, the grouping of the different natural processes and natural objects in definite classes, the study of the internal anatomy of organic bodies in their manifold forms, these were the fundamental conditions of the gigantic strides in our knowledge of nature which have been made during the last 400 years. But this method of investigation has also left us as a legacy the habit of observing natural objects and natural processes in their isolation, detached from the whole vast interconnection of things, and therefore not in their motion, but in their repose, not as essentially changing, but as fixed constants, not in their life, but in their death. And this is so because in considering individual things it loses sight of their connections, in contemplating their existence it forgets their corning into being and passing away, in looking at them in rest it leaves their motion out of account. 8. After their acceptance of the dialectical outlook on nature as a vast, constantly developing process, Marx and Engels were convinced that natural science had paid a heavy price for the advances it had made. In its concentration on individual things it had lost sight of the interrelation of reality. In its determination to know the makeup of nature, it had dissected it into parts and studied each part separately. Much as a medical student dissects living organisms in order to study their constitution. In this searching analysis of the most minute parts of nature man had learned much and enriched the world with valuable discoveries. Indeed, these discoveries could never have been made had not science undertaken to analyze nature in this particular way. But the fact remains that when science placed nature under the microscope and succeeded in isolating its most minute particles it forgot one very important truth: the isolated particle which it had analyzed never existed in such a manner in the world of nature. In the real world that individual entity was part of a whole, it was acting upon other realities and other realities were acting upon it. In short, it had been part of a great process of interacting realities, and a true and adequate knowledge of its nature would have to take that fact into consideration. Science had not done this, and thus it came about that science, in its zeal to analyze individual things, forgot that which had been for centuries an observation of ordinary human experience, namely, that all things in the world of nature are intimately related in an organic fashion. Marx and Engels believed that idealism, in contrast to natural science and the materialistic philosophies, had preserved this proper outlook on the universe. They therefore readily accepted this concept of the world of nature both as a necessary conclusion of dialectics and as the only understanding of nature consonant with the facts of ordinary human observation. When we reflect on nature, or the history of mankind, or our own intellectual activity, the first picture presented to us is an endless maze of relations and interactions. 9. The world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes. 10. The inversion of the Hegelian dialectic and its application to materialism thus gave Marx a new outlook on the universe. Instead of matter being regarded as an inert entity characterized only by mechanical motion caused by an external agent, Marx conceived it as essentially active. Things were no longer regarded as so many distinct and independent realities in the world of nature. Marx envisaged them as parts of one great process wherein all things are related and interacting. This new concept of reality formed the basis of Marx's dialectical materialism. Without appealing to any cause external to matter itself, this analysis of nature offered an explanation of all natural phenomena. Any adequate analysis of the universe will have to offer a satisfactory explanation of any and all forms of motion in the universe, of all reproduction and order in the universe, as well as of the emergence of essentially new, hitherto non-existent forms of reality. Marxism endeavors to provide such an explanation through the medium of its three laws, the law of opposites, the law of negation, and the law of transformation. The purpose of the law of opposites will be to do away with any need of God, as a prime mover, to account for all forms of motion in the universe. By way of a preliminary forecast, we would simply state that the Marxian approach will be as follows: all forms of matter are made up of opposites. Opposites by their very nature are drawn into conflict or interpenetration with each other. Thus, the motion in matter is caused by its oppositional makeup, not by any cause outside matter which superimposes motion upon the reality. In his approach, the Marxist will insist that the old Aristotelian Thomistic axiom "whatever moves is moved by another" is based upon an antiquated concept of matter. The ancient view, they say, regarded matter as an inert reality and believed that motion is an accident imposed upon it by an external agent. Even the old Newtonian law that a body in a state of rest will remain in a state of rest unless acted upon by some external force was based on the false belief that there is or could be such a thing as a body in a state of rest. Modern science, we are told, teaches us that all reality is constantly in many, many forms of motion. As I sit apparently motionless in a jet aircraft, there is atomic and molecular activity within me, a vast array of vegetative and sensitive processes are at work, and my mind is functioning alertly. As I speed through space at 600 miles per hour, I am able to pass a cigarette to my fellow passenger in the next seat with ease, not because we are motionless, but because we are both going in the same direction at the same speed. In a word, in relation to each other we are at rest, but factually, there is no immobility of any kind in either of us. Marxism will go on to remind us that modern science breaks down matter into atoms, which we are told are made up of protons and electrons. Science then teaches us that protons and electrons are positive and negative charges of electricity. And, when we ask what is electricity, the scientist tells us that it is a form of energy or motion. Hence, says the Marxist, motion is the very essence or substance of matter, not an accident superadded to it. The law of opposites. In the final analysis, every system of philosophy erects its structure upon some basis which it regards as beyond the possibility of challenge. It was the quest of such a basis that led Descartes to the formulation of his famous cogito, ergo sum. Dialectical materialism also erects its framework upon 44. A foundation, the truth of which it believes to be beyond challenge. Dialectical materialism does not begin by maintaining that some truth is self-evident. Rather, it begins with the assertion that, in the light of modern science, no one may reasonably question the fact that reality is made up of a unity of opposites. In other words, Where certain other philosophies begin by accepting the principle of contradiction as self-evident, dialectical materialism begins by insisting that science has outlawed the principle of contradiction. Where certain other philosophies are content to accept as self-evident the principle of identity, dialectical materialism asserts that the principle of identity is not valid, because everything is at once itself and something else. Reality is a unity of opposites. When dialectical materialism speaks of reality being a unity of opposites, it is referring to material reality. When it speaks of reality containing an inherent contradiction, it is referring to a material contradiction in concrete reality. Two different sorts of contradictions must be distinguished from the very outset, the one intellectual, i.e., in our mind, and the other material, i.e., in concrete reality. Some ideas or statements are self-contradictory because they are ideas of things which are inherently impossible. It is an intellectual contradiction to say that beefsteak is not meat, or wheat is not corn. If we say that, we deny to beefsteak and wheat one of their essential qualities, and that is a contradiction. Intellectual contradictions should be avoided, being absurd and nonsensical. They are a sign of false thinking. We assume the presence of a material contradiction wherever we observe that something destroys itself, or moves itself, or hinders itself, stands in its own way. A material contradiction means that one concrete process contains two mutually incompatible and exclusive but nevertheless equally essential and indispensable parts or aspects. 11. Science, it is contended, provides the basic proof of the unity of opposites. The fundamental characteristic of materialism lies in that it arises from the objectivity of science, from the recognition of objective reality, reflected by science. 12. Nature is the proof of dialectics, and it must be said for modern science that it has furnished this proof with very rich materials increasing daily, and thus has shown that, in the last resort, nature works dialectically. 13. Natural science has now advanced so far that it can no longer escape the dialectical synthesis. 14. The dialectical materialist freely admits that he knows of no general reason why all reality should be a unity of opposites. He knows only the fact that this is the most plausible theory one could have of nature, because, once accepted, all phenomena can be adequately explained by it, and, secondly, it is, as far as he can see, not only fully supported by science but is the only analysis of nature acceptable in the light of the facts of modern science. I know of no general reason why opposites always must be united. The study of scientific method is not yet advanced enough to give us a proof of this kind. We can, however, say that opposites have always been found to be united in all those cases which have so far been studied. 15. It will be helpful at this point to recall some of the testimony of science advanced by dialectical materialism in support of its basic claim that all reality is a unity of opposites. In the organic world, for example, science has proved that attraction and repulsion are properties of every body, and attraction and repulsion are certainly contradictories. Again, science has shown that a positive and negative charge is essential to the nature of electricity. These are also quite clearly contradictory in character. Likewise, we find that magnetism, which is not to be identified with static electricity, is made up of positive and negative poles. These are also constituents which are oppositional in nature. 46. Turning to man, we notice that his personality is invariably a mixture of contradictory elements. Both selfish and altruistic, social and antisocial traits go to make up the one personality. And if, for a moment, we look at man as part of the great process of nature, we see that, as an entity, he is the result of a union of two contradictories, male and female parents. While, if we consider man once more in himself, we invariably find certain characteristics, both organic and mental, which are regarded as proper to the opposite sex. These characteristics may be in a very undeveloped form, but they are none the less present. It is such facts as these which prompt us to speak so often of an effeminate man or a masculine woman. One of the strongest proofs that reality is a unity of opposites has, however, been presented to dialectical materialism within the past decade or so. It is furnished by the scientific research work on the nature of the atom. As is well known, science has discovered that the atom is composed of protons and electrons. In other words, the atom, the basic unit of which all reality is composed, is shown to be a unity of opposites. Moreover, energy and matter have always been regarded as opposites. And yet, when science reduces the atom to positive and negative charges of electricity, it seems to force us to hold that the atom is energy and that energy constitutes matter. It seems to indicate that the atom is mere energy, while at the same time we know that it is matter. This is another indication, Marxists argue, that reality is a unity of opposites. Engels, too, has given us several fine examples of the unity of opposites which dialectical materialism sees in nature. Every organized being is every moment the same and not the same, every moment it assimilates matter supplied from without, and gets rid of other matter, every moment some cells of its body die and others build themselves anew, in a longer or shorter time the matter of its body is completely renewed, and is replaced by other molecules of matter, so that every organized being is always itself and yet something other than itself. Further, we find upon closer investigation that the two poles of an antithesis, positive and negative, for example, are as inseparable as they are opposed, and that, despite all their opposition, they mutually interpenetrate. And we find, in like manner, that cause and effect are conceptions which only hold good in their application to individual cases, but as soon as we consider the individual cases in their general connection with the universe as a whole, they run into each other, and they become confounded when we contemplate that universal action and reaction in which causes and effects are eternally changing places, so that what is effect here and now will be the cause there and then, and vice versa. 16. We should perhaps remind the reader at this point that the law of opposites will be basic to Marxian social philosophy. In that area, human society will be viewed as made up of two opposites, and the conflict of these two classes with each other will be the driving force behind all history. In our analysis of Hegel's dialectical idealism, it was noted that the contradiction immanent in the idea provided the idea with an inherent motive force towards development. So, too, in the Marxian system, does the contradiction inherent in material reality provide matter with an immanent motive force driving it on to development. Throughout the universe, development proceeds not as the result of any external cause, not because of any purpose inherent in events, but because of the inherent contradictions that are contained in all things and in all phenomena. Contradiction is the root of all motion and of all life, Hegel wrote. It is only because a thing contains a contradiction within itself, that it moves and acquires impulse and activity. That is the process of all motion and development. 17. In the light of the above, it is evident that no external agent whatsoever is needed to account for the motion in the world. For if reality, by its very nature, is a unity of opposites, if all things contain an immanent contradiction within themselves, and if contradiction is necessarily productive of motion, then obviously no agent outside material reality itself is needed to account for the motion present in the world. Rather, motion is merely the mode of existence of matter, something fully accounted for by the nature of matter itself. The real connection between matter and motion is simple enough. Motion is the mode of existence of matter. Never anywhere has there been matter without motion, nor can there be. Motion in cosmic space, mechanical motion of smaller masses on the various celestial bodies, the motion of molecules as heat or as electrical or magnetic currents, chemical combination or dist integration, organic life at each given moment. Each individual atom of matter in the world is in one or other of these forms of motion, or in several forms of them at once. All rest, all equilibrium, is only relative, and only has meaning in relation to one or other definite form of motion. Matter without motion is just as unthinkable as motion without matter. Motion is therefore as uncreatable and indestructible as matter itself. 18. In concluding our exposition of the first law of matter, it must be noted that dialectical materialism acknowledges that if a thing is considered individually, that is, if we look at a thing in an abstract, metaphysical sort of way, we shall see no contradiction in it. But it must be remembered that things do not exist in such a manner in nature. In the world of reality, a thing exists concretely, related to other things, acting upon other things, and other things acting upon it. If we look at reality as it exists in nature, we shall find contradiction in it, we shall see that it is a unity of opposites. On the other hand, dialectical materialism contends that to reduce a real entity to an essence, to conceive of real nature in terms of metaphysical concepts, is to distort reality. It is not to conceive of the thing as it really exists, and hence it is not surprising that the contradictory nature of the real entity is not perceived. So long as we consider things as static and lifeless, each one by itself, alongside and after each other, it is true that we do not run up against any contradictions in them. We find certain qualities which are partly common to, partly diverse from and even contradictory to each other, but which in this case are distributed among different objects and therefore contain no contradiction. Within the limits of this sphere of thought we can get along on the basis of the usual metaphysical mode of thought. But the position is quite different as soon as we consider things in their motion, their change, their life, their reciprocal influence on each other. Then we immediately become involved in contradictions. 19. We are now prepared to pass on to the second law of matter. Once more Marx will stand Hegel on his head by inverting the idealist dialectic of Hegel and turning it into a weapon of his philosophy of materialism. As a preface to our presentation of this second law, it should be recalled that, in our analysis of Hegel's dialectical idealism, it was noted that the contradictory character of the idea produced a motion which was not aimless. Rather, the contradiction inherent in the idea produced a motion towards development, towards a more perfect idea. So, too, in the Marxian dialectical materialism will the contradictory character of material reality produce, not aimless motion, but motion towards development. This is the subject of the second law of matter, which is known as the law of negation. The law of negation Marxism presents this law as its explanation of realities developing in the direction of their perfection, reproduction on the vegetative and sensitive levels of nature, and order, design, and finality in the universe. Briefly, it will be the contention of the Marxian law of negation that it is of the very nature of some forms of matter that it quantitatively reproduces itself when it is negated in a specific manner. All other forms of negation are unfruitful. Unjustifiably, therefore, the theist places the label of order, design, and finality on the fruitful results of negation and simply disregards all of the unfruitful, unproductive processes of negation. The Marxist, on the contrary, emphasizes that his analysis dispenses with any need to postulate the existence of a creator and intelligent designer of the universe. In order to substantiate the law of negation, the Marxist appeals once again to the combined testimony of modern science and ordinary personal observation. As one would expect, this second law, the law of negation, is a direct inversion of the Hegelian law of negation of the negation. In the Hegelian system, the idea developed in virtue of a threefold dialectical process, a thesis, an antithesis, and a synthesis, or, in other words, position or assertion, negation, and negation of the negation. In applying the Hegelian law of negation to material reality, Marx once more lived up to his promise to stand Hegel on his head. Instead of the negation and the negation of the negation being phases of the development of the idea, Marx made them phases of the development of matter. In proof of its fundamental principles, dialectical materialism contends that the nature of motion is such that a being in motion necessarily progresses toward its own negation. Motion is itself a contradiction. Even simple mechanical change of place can only come about through a body at one and the same moment of time being both in one place and in another place, being in one and the same place and also not in it. and the continuous assertion and simultaneous solution of this contradiction is precisely what motion is. Here, therefore, we have a contradiction which is objectively present in things and processes themselves, a contradiction which is moreover an actual force. 20. Engels immediately points out that if mere mechanical motion from place to place is, in any sense, a contradiction, it follows that the motion proper to organic life is, for a far greater reason, a contradiction. This should be evident if one recalls that it is contradiction which characterizes all organic life. There is that constant acquisition of new cells attended by the simultaneous death of other cells, and this perpetual negation by new cells of cells already in the body accounts for the growth and development of the organism. As soon as this contradiction, this interplay of life and death within the body, ceases, life ceases. It is clear, then, that motion, especially in organic life, is a contradiction. And since motion is a contradiction, it necessarily tends towards the negation of the reality in which it is found. This motion, however, no sooner negates than it is itself, in turn, negated, thus the motion continues on, but always to a higher plane, always toward development. If simple mechanical change of place contains a contradiction, this is even more true of the higher forms of motion of matter, and especially of organic life and its development. 21. Every organized being is every moment the same and not the same. Every moment it assimilates matter supplied from without, and gets rid of other matter. Every moment some cells of its body die and others build themselves anew. In a longer or shorter time the matter of its body is completely renewed. 22. We saw above that life consists just precisely in this, that a living thing is at each moment itself and yet something else. Life is therefore also a contradiction which is present in things and processes themselves, and which constantly asserts and solves itself, and as soon as the contradiction ceases, life comes to an end, and death steps in. 23. Engels gives another fine illustration of development in nature resulting from the negation of reality. He uses the grain of barley as his example and indicates the manner in which it is negated so that development arises from the negation. Let us take a grain of barley. Millions of such grains of barley are milled, boiled and brewed and then consumed. But if such a grain of barley meets with conditions which for it are normal, if it falls on suitable ground, then under the influence of heat and moisture a specific change takes place, it germinates, the grain as such ceases to exist, it is negated, and in its place appears the plant which has arisen from it, the negation of the grain. But what is the normal life process of this plant? It grows, flowers, is fertilized and finally once more produces grains of barley, and as soon as these have ripened the stalk dies, is in its turn negated. As a result of this negation we have once again the original grain of barley, but not as a single unit, but 10, 20 or 30-fold. 24. Engels here anticipates an objection which he believes may be offered against this type of negation, and he hastens to answer it. It is to be noted, he says, that negation in dialectics does not mean annihilation or the crushing of a thing out of existence in any way one may choose. Rather, this law of negation is a law of nature, it operates in nature in only one way in reference to each particular thing, and a proper understanding of the law can only be had if we observe nature and discover the manner in which it negates each particular reality in order to produce development. In reference to the grain of barley, the natural manner in which it is negated is described in the above passage. When the grain of barley is not interfered with, nature negates it in that particular manner, and development is realized. Any other form of negation is not the negation of the thing in the manner in which it is negated under normal conditions in the world of nature. The law of negation is a law of nature, in nature it operates in a particular way for each particular type of reality, and when it so operates, development is realized. But someone may object, the negation that has taken place in this case is not a real negation. I negate a grain of barley also when I grind it down, an insect when I crush it underfoot. These objections are in fact the chief arguments put forward by the metaphysicians against dialectics, and they are eminently worthy of the narrow-mindedness of this mode of thought. Negation in dialectics does not mean simply saying no, or declaring that something does not exist, or in destroying it in any way one likes. The kind of negation is determined in the first place by the general, and secondly by the particular, nature of the process. Each class of things therefore has its appropriate form of being negated in such a way that it gives rise to a development. 25. In order to avoid misunderstanding, it should be stated here, that the application of the dialectical method does not mean arbitrarily combining all and every contradictory assertion. The unity of opposites is the combination and conflict of opposites as they exist in reality. 26. The second law of matter, the law of negation, made it clear that the motion present in things is necessarily motion towards development. This law offered an adequate explanation of the quantitative increase of reality without appealing to any cause extrinsic to the nature of matter itself. The only point yet remaining to be explained is the emergence or production of new forms in nature. The third law of matter, the law of transformation, offers the answer of dialectical materialism to this problem. The law of transformation, as in the case of the two previous laws, Marxism establishes its third law of matter upon a scientific basis. This law, briefly expressed, asserts that a continuous quantitative development in a reality very often results in the production of an entirely new form. In other words, new qualities are the result of quantitative development in things, or again the quantitative development of a thing eventually results in the emergence of a new and qualitatively different reality. The principle that quantitative increase or development can result in the emergence of new qualities was also a portion of Marx's heritage from idealism. For Hegel had taught that qualitative increase is often productive of a sudden leap which results in an entirely different reality. It has been said that there are no sudden leaps in nature, and it is a common notion that things have their origin through gradual increase or decrease. But there is also such a thing as sudden transformation from quantity into quality. 27. Marx freely acknowledges that this third law of matter is drawn from Hegel's philosophy, and he insists that it holds good in the world of nature. In the natural sciences we find confirmation of the law discovered by Hegel in his logic that, at a certain point, what have been purely quantitative changes become qualitative. 28. You will see that in the text I regard the law Hegel discovered, of purely quantitative changes turning into qualitative changes, as holding good both in history and in natural science. 29. The importance of this law and the purpose for which it is used in the Marxian system is quite evident. The previous laws have shown that the nature of material reality is such that, of itself, it adequately accounts for the quantitative development and increase of everything in the universe. This law of transformation will show that, given the quantitative development of reality, the production of new qualities in things, as well as qualitatively new things, will necessarily follow. When this is achieved, dialectical materialism will have given what it believes to be a complete and adequate explanation of all natural phenomena. A few examples drawn from ordinary observation and the testimony of science will make evident the fact that quantitative development or increase can, and very often does, produce either new qualities in things or qualitatively different things. As an example of the production of a new quality in a thing through mere quantitative increase, let us take a fact of common knowledge. If the temperature of water, a liquid, is gradually increased, 1 degree at a time, we finally come to a point where, due to the quantitative increase of a single degree of heat, the water with a sudden leap loses its liquid form and becomes steam. Again, on the other side of the scale, if the temperature of the water is gradually lowered, we come to a point where, as the result of a quantitative decrease of a single degree in temperature, the water, with a sudden leap, becomes ice, the liquid has become a solid. Qualitative changes, the emergence of new qualities, do therefore obviously occur in things as the result of mere quantitative development or increase. One of the finest examples of the emergence of a new reality from a previous one as the result of mere quantitative increase is to be found in the paraffin hydrocarbons. Chemistry testifies to the fact that methane is composed of 1 atom of carbon and 4 atoms of hydrogen. Now, if we add to methane another atom of carbon and 2 more atoms of hydrogen, we get an entirely new chemical substance called ethane. If we add another atom of carbon and 2 more atoms of hydrogen to the ethane, we get propane, an entirely different chemical substance. Another quantitative addition of an atom of carbon and 2 atoms of hydrogen results in a 4th chemical substance, butane. And still another quantitative addition of an atom of carbon and 2 more atoms of hydrogen results in a 5th chemical substance, pentane. Methane, the first substance mentioned above, is composed of a certain proportion of carbon and hydrogen, and successive quantitative increases of carbon and hydrogen form other completely new and different substances, namely, ethane, propane, butane, and pentane. Engels does not leave any doubt about the universality of this law of transformation. It is clear in his writings that he believes it to be operative in both organic and inorganic nature. The emergence of all new forms, including man, is to be explained as a leap in nature, a sudden production of a qualitatively new reality due to a quantitative development in an already existing thing. Under given conditions, mechanical motion, that is, mechanical force, is changed into heat, heat into light, light into chemical affinity into electricity, electricity into magnetism. It has now been proved that the transformation of these forces into one another takes place under quite definite quantitative conditions. Comparative physiology gives one a withering contempt for the idealistic exaltation of one man over the other animals. At every step one encounters a striking similarity of structure with the other mammals, and in general this uniformity extends to all the varied. 56. Bratz. The Hegelian law of the qualitative leap in the quantitative series applies very well here also. 30. The foregoing exposition makes clear the fact that dialectical materialism is an evolutionary philosophy. In fact, as we have already mentioned, Darwin and the theory of evolution are very often praised in the works of Marx and Engels. But in contrast to some theories of evolution, dialectical materialism insists that new forms, new realities, are never the result of mere gradual change. It is true that gradual change or quantitative development precedes the emergence of a new form. In fact, it is quantitative development which ultimately accounts for the emergence of the new form. But the actual emergence of the new reality is always the product of a leap, a sudden change in nature. Many people confound dialectic with the theory of evolution. Dialectic is, in fact, a theory of evolution. But it differs profoundly from the vulgar theory of evolution, which is based substantially upon the principle that neither in nature nor in history do sudden changes occur, and that all changes taking place in the world occur gradually. 31. In spite of all intermediate steps, the transition from one form of motion to another always remains a leap, a decisive change. 32. This insistence upon the sudden production of new forms will have far-reaching effects when the principle is carried over into the field of social philosophy. In fact, it would seem to provide the theoretical basis, rooted in Marxism's natural philosophy, for sudden and violent proletarian revolution in the social sphere. Consequences of the theory. The first law of matter, the law of opposites, obviously has one important consequence. It establishes the autodynamic character of matter and dispenses with the need of any cause external to matter itself to account for the motion evident in the world. Its implication is that since matter possesses its own immanent principle of activity, it is wholly unnecessary to postulate the existence of a prime mover of the universe. The Marxian view obviously implies the eternal existence of matter. The question of the eternity of matter is given little explicit treatment in dialectical materialism. It is so clearly the only conclusion which one could draw from the law of opposites that it needs no extended exposition. However, in passing, Engels does indicate that the world is an infinite and eternal process, and it is clear that he uses the word infinite in its strictest connotation, that is, without beginning or end. Eternity in time, infinity in space, mean from the start, and in the simple meaning of the words, that there is no end in any direction, neither forwards nor backwards. It is clear that the infinity which has an end but no beginning is neither more nor less infinite than that which has a beginning but no end. The material world is an infinite process, unrolling endlessly in time and in space. 33. Dialectical materialism acknowledges that it does not know all the states through which matter has evolved. Science, it believes, has thus far worked back to a primordial nebula, but this is certainly not the earliest form of matter. Rather, it is to be remembered that matter has always existed, and hence that it must have passed through an infinite number of other forms before it arrived at the primordial nebula of which science speaks today. It may be remarked in passing that when contemporary natural science describes the Kantian nebular ball as the primordial nebula, it is self-evident that this is only to be understood in a relative sense. It is the primordial nebula, on the one hand, in that it is the origin of the existing celestial bodies, and on the other hand because it is the earliest form of matter which we have up to now been able to work back to. This certainly does not exclude, but rather implies, the supposition that before the nebular stage matter had passed through an infinite series of other forms. 34. 58. The most important implication of the second law of matter, the law of negation, is that it offers an explanation for the development of nature according to law without postulating the existence of an intelligence or lawgiver transcendent to matter. In other words, there is development according to law in nature, but the constitution of matter itself accounts for this development. It is not for a moment denied that there is law in nature. Rather, it is insisted that all things do develop according to law. Engels does not admit a shadow of a doubt about the objective existence of law, order, causality, and necessity in nature. 35. The point to be remembered, however, is that these laws are the direct and necessary result of the nature of matter itself. Reality is a unity of opposites, in motion, tending towards its own negation, and thus producing its own development. Marxism also acknowledges, even insists, that adaptation is evident in nature. Engels himself gives numerous examples showing that there is undeniable adaptation to environment in both plants and animals. 36. But adaptation is simply a phase of the law of development, and like the other laws governing the development of matter, it does not imply an intelligence or lawgiver transcendent to nature. There are, then, laws governing the development of matter, and there is adaptation in nature. But the objective existence of laws and adaptation in no way imply conceptual, conscious, intentional teleology. A purpose which is not imported into nature by some third party acting purposively, such as the wisdom of providence, but lies in the necessity of the thing itself, constantly leads, with people who are not well versed in philosophy, to the unthinking interpolation of conscious and purposive activity. 37. Darwin's volume is very important. Not only is the death blow dealt here for the first time to teleology in the natural sciences, but their rational meaning is empirically explained. 38. The third and final law of matter, the law of transformation, completes the dialectical synthesis. The only phenomena unaccounted for by the previous laws are the emergence of new forms, for instance, life and mind. The third law provides the explanation of such phenomena. All new forms are the result of a leap in nature, they are new qualities or qualitatively new realities produced after long evolution of matter, for, as shown in the second law, matter develops quantitatively up to a point where, by virtue of the third law, it often takes a leap which results in the production of a new form. Engels explicitly states that life had its origin in a leap of nature. He identifies life with albuminous substance, and just as motion is an inseparable characteristic of matter, so is life an inseparable characteristic of albumin. When matter had evolved to a sufficiently high point, there came a leap in nature, the substance of albumin came into being, and with it, life. With regard to the origin of life, Therefore, up to the present, science is only able to say with certainty that it must have arisen as a result of a chemical action. 39. In spite of all intermediate steps, the transition from one form of motion to another always remains a leap, a decisive change. This is clearly the case in the transition from ordinary chemical action to the chemistry of albumin, which we call life. 40. Life is the mode of existence of albuminous substances. 41. The existence of mind is likewise simply due to a leap which occurred in organic matter after a long period of evolution. The physical realm existed before the psychical, for the latter is the highest product of the most highly developed forms of organic matter. 42. 60. The Marxian philosophy of nature is now complete. Matter has existed eternally and is, according to its first law, a unity of opposites, a composite of contradictory elements. Contradiction is necessarily productive of motion, and thus matter is, by its very nature, autodynamic. By virtue of the second law of matter, the law of negation, the motion proper to matter produces at least the quantitative development of reality, that is, in the world of nature each reality tends towards its own negation in a manner which necessarily results in its development or increase, as when the grain of barley is negated and thereby reproduces itself 100-fold. Finally, the third law, the law of transformation, accounts for the emergence of all new realities in the world. The human mind, for example, is just such an emergent, a product of a qualitative leap which occurred in nature after organic matter had evolved to a very high degree. In such a philosophy, as Engels himself has said, the last vestige of a creator external to the world is obliterated. 43. Chapter High. Its philosophy of mind. In the present chapter it is our intention to offer an analysis from the Marxian point of view of the role played by the human mind in the everyday world of man. Every theory of knowledge has many facets which an adequate exposition must take into consideration. Some particular phases are more important than others, some are distinctive characteristics of the theory and, for that reason, deserve more detailed consideration. In our exposition we shall endeavor to take up the various phases of the Marxian theory of knowledge in what we believe to be their logical order, with emphasis on the distinctive characteristics. Marxism realizes the importance of the theory of knowledge in any system of philosophy. In fact, Engels clearly states that the problem of knowledge is the basic question of all philosophy. The great basic question of all philosophy, especially of modern philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being. 1. Throughout the centuries philosophers have offered many solutions to this problem of the relation of thought to external reality. It is the position of Engels that such a discussion has always resolved itself into the question, which is primary, spirit or nature? The answers which the philosophers gave to this question split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature, and, therefore, in the last instance, assumed world creation in some form or other, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. These two expressions, idealism and materialism, primarily signify nothing more than this. 2. In Hegel's philosophy of idealism, spirit was, of course, primary. But we know that Marx and Engels stood the philosophy of Hegel on its head and, for this reason, we are not at all surprised to find, that, in the Marxian system, nature is regarded as primary and spirit as secondary. The philosophy of dialectical materialism obviously, then, falls among what Engels has called the schools of materialism. We comprehended the concepts in our heads once more materialistically as images of real things instead of regarding the real tilings as images of this or that stage of development of the absolute concept. 3. Matter is primary nature. Sensation, thought, consciousness, are the highest products of matter organized in a certain way. This is the doctrine of materialism, in general, and Marx and Engels, in particular. 4. Mind and object. One of the fundamental questions in the discussion of any theory of knowledge is that of the distinction between mind and its object. In the first place, dialectical materialism makes it very clear that external reality possesses an existence wholly independent of mind, that is, external reality is in no way dependent upon mind either for its coming into being or its continuance in existence. The fundamental principle of materialism is the recognition of the external world, and the existence of things outside our mind and independent of it. 5. On the other hand, according to Marxism, all reality is material. In such a philosophy it is not only impossible for mind to possess an existence independent of matter, but mind is actually to be identified with matter. For this reason, at first sight, it might seem surprising to find dialectical materialism insisting on a distinction between thought and matter. That thought and matter are real, that they exist, is true. But to call thought material is to make an erroneous step. 6. That the conception of matter must also include thoughts, is a confusion, for once such an inclusion is made, the epistemological distinction between mind and matter, materialism and idealism, has no meaning. 7. It is soon discovered, however, that this distinction between mind and matter possesses no absolute value. It is not a distinction such as would make of matter and mind two different kinds of reality. Rather, the distinction merely indicates which is primary, matter or mind. The Marxian outlook on mind versus matter might be expressed in the following fashion: all reality is material, but there are different types of matter, each type characterized by its own qualities. Thus, even the theist believes that inorganic, vegetative, and sensitive forms of matter possess distinct qualities. The activities of animal nature far exceed in complexity those of a purely vegetative being, and, in turn, the capacity for nutrition, growth, and reproduction is not to be found in merely inorganic matter. Similarly, says the Marxist, mind is the most highly evolved form of matter. It possesses qualities and capabilities not to be found in lower forms of matter. Hence, for purposes of accuracy, we must use a word, such as mind, to distinguish this form of matter from all lower forms. The contradistinction between matter and mind has an absolute significance only between the boundaries of a very limited region, in this case exclusively within the limits of the fundamental epistemological problem of what was to be considered primary and what secondary. Beyond these limits the relativity of the contradistinction is unquestionable. 8. That this distinction must not be stretched, or exaggerated, or regarded as metaphysically absolute, is beyond dispute. The limits of the absolute necessity and the absolute truth of such relative distinctions are precisely the limits which define the direction of our knowledge-getting processes. It would be a great mistake to operate beyond these limits with the contrast of matter and mind, physical and psychical, or with any other absolute contradistinction. 9. The knowability of reality. The relation of thought to reality evokes still another preliminary problem which should be disposed of before entering upon our exposition of the dialectical theory of knowledge. This problem is perhaps best expressed in that one question which for so many centuries has interested philosophers: can the human mind arrive at a true knowledge of reality? Marxism has not only realized the importance of this question but has also understood that mind and reality, in some way or other, become unified in the act of knowing. This unity of mind and reality is called by Marxism the identity of thinking and being. The question of the relation of thinking and being has yet another side: in what relation do our thoughts about the world surrounding us stand to the world itself? Are we able in our ideas and notions of the real world to produce a correct reflection of reality? 10. Yes, says dialectical materialism, the human mind not only can but actually does correctly reflect reality. It does arrive at a true knowledge of the objective world. To be a materialist is to acknowledge objective truth revealed by our sense organs. 11. All materialists stand for the knowableness of things in themselves. 12. The world and its laws are absolutely knowable to man. 13. This in philosophical language is called the identity of thinking and being. 14. Having disposed of these preliminary problems, we are now prepared to enter upon our exposition of the Marxian theory of knowledge. Thus far we have seen that, at least for epistemological purposes, mind and object are distinct. Furthermore, Marxism has assured us that the mind can and does arrive at a true knowledge of reality. Logically, that which next merits our consideration is the manner in which the mind grasps the essential nature of the objective world. It is to this process, the act of knowing considered in itself, that we now turn our attention. The act of knowing, any effort to understand the Marxian analysis of the act of knowing, must begin with the realization of two very important points. On one hand, according to the Marxian theory, nature is essentially active, that is, it acts upon man's sense organs, thereby subjecting them to a continual flow of stimuli which results in the reflection in the human mind of the object contacted through sensation. On the other hand, dialectical materialism insists upon the active character of the mind, that is, mind partakes of the active character of nature, of which it is a part. The activity of the object. Within a universe of interaction, it is only natural for external reality to stimulate man's sense organs and for sensations to be carried to the human brain. According to dialectical materialism, these sensations, when transmitted to the brain, furnish the human mind with a true reflection of reality. Matter is, the objective reality given to man in his sensations, a reality which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations. 15. We may call this reflection in the human mind or brain an image, a concept, a copy or photographic picture of reality. Engels, for instance, identifies mind image and concept. 16. One important point, however, might be mentioned in reference to this image of reflection of reality. The brain, in possessing this image, does not possess merely a reflection of the phenomena or accidents. For, according to dialectical materialism, there is no difference between the phenomena of a thing and its real nature. Consequently, the image in the mind or brain reflects not only the phenomena but also the basic nature of the given reality. To maintain that materialists regard things in themselves as only dimly discernible in the phenomena is mere folly. 17. There is absolutely no difference between the phenomena and the thing in itself, and there can be none. The difference is only between what is already known and what is not yet known. 18. Every mysterious, subtle, and insidious difference between the appearance and the thing in itself is an absolute philosophic fallacy. In fact, each one of us has observed innumerable times the simple and palpable transformation of the thing in itself into the thing for us. This transformation is cognition. 19. Perceptions give us correct impressions of things we directly know, objects themselves. 20. When Marxism speaks of a true knowledge of reality, it does not mean merely an understanding of things considered as individual entities. To understand a thing adequately, Marxism insists that we must know the relations which exist between that thing and the rest of reality. The world is not to be comprehended as a complex of ready-made things, but as a complex of processes. 21. Knowledge is, then, not only the understanding of a thing considered in itself. It is also a consciousness of relations, objective and subjective relations between ourselves and the object of knowledge, relations between external realities, and relations of concepts one to another. The activity of the mind. By its insistence on the active R61E played by the mind in the knowledge process, Marxism definitely establishes itself once more as a reaction against the 18th century materialism. According to the older materialism, nature, or external reality, was the only active power involved in the knowledge process. For 18th century materialism, the mind was merely the passive recipient of what was transmitted to it by the senses. Its activity was restricted to considering the data furnished by the senses, and thought remained nothing more than an effect produced in a merely passive recipient by the activity of external reality. Without hesitation, Marx acknowledged that the true concept of the mind as an active power had been wholly lacking in the old materialism. Only in the various types of idealism had this important phase of philosophy been preserved and developed. Idealism had, of course, falsely denied to matter the reality and activity proper to it, and the activity which it attributed to the mind was of an unreal and abstract nature. But the fact remains that it was idealism which upheld the mind as an active force against the onslaughts of the old materialism. Marx unhesitatingly acknowledged this fact and declared his intention of utilizing this portion of idealism in the formulation of his own philosophy. Thus it happened that the active side, in opposition to materialism, was developed by idealism but only abstractly, since, of course, idealism does not know real sensuous activity as such. 22. In Marx's first thesis on Feuerbach there is clearly evident his revolt against 18th-century materialism. He definitely refuses to accept the old idea that sensation or sense activity is to be identified solely with the action of external reality on man's senses. Such a theory, he insists, falsely reduces the mind to utter passivity. It portrays the mind, as it were, as a piece of wax upon which sensation imprints its impressions of the outer world. Marx rejects these views of the older materialism and, in opposition to them, contends that sensation or sense activity is a twofold process. In sensation, external reality acts on the senses, but in this same act the mind also plays an active role. The chief defect of all hitherto existing materialism is that the object, reality, sensuousness, is conceived only in the form of the object, but not as human sensuous activity, practice, not subjectively. 23. The same reaction against the old materialism is also noticeable in Marx's third thesis of Feuerbach. According to 18th-century materialism, the material circumstances of life completely molded human nature. Both the character and the conduct of men were regarded as nothing more than the passive results or effects of material environment upon human nature. Marx's third thesis on Feuerbach crystallizes his opposition to such a view. The materialist doctrine that men are the product of circumstances and education forgets that circumstances are changed precisely by men. 24. Turning our attention now to the nature of the mind's activity, as proposed by Marxism, it will be recalled that the activity of external reality accounts for the presence in the mind of an awareness of phenomena. This awareness of external reality was made possible through the accurate reflections of images which sensation transmitted to the mind. The mere presence in the mind of these images of reality does not, however, amount to a thorough understanding of them. These images or concepts are, it is true, faithful representations of reality. But the realities which they portray are of a very complex nature, governed by intricate laws, interrelated with innumerable other objects, and of a distinctive significance in the general scheme of the universe. To obtain a thorough understanding of these images and consequently of the realities which they reflect, man must call into action that distinctive power of the mind commonly called thought. Man's senses are, at least to a great extent, under the control of his mind. As a result, the mind, in determining with what objects he shall come into contact, exercises a power of discrimination over the images which are to become the material of its thought. But once the mind is in possession of an image or reflection of objective reality, its immediate task is to analyze the image into its constituent elements. As presented to the mind, the image is a very complex entity, and man must have recourse to the power of thought to break it up into its various elements. This power of analysis is proper to the mind and is the first important step in the mind's effort to grasp the nature of reality. Conception, correctly as it expresses the general character of the picture of appearances as a whole, does not suffice to explain the details of which this picture is made up, and so long as we do not understand these, we have not a clear idea of the whole picture. In order to understand these details we must detach them from their natural or historical connections and examine each one separately, its nature, special causes, effects, etc. 25. After the mind has broken up the image into its constitutive elements and studied each in its various aspects, it proceeds to an analysis of their interconnections and mutual dependence. And as the analysis penetrates deeper, an understanding of the real nature of the image grows in the mind. Finally, When the mind has adequately grasped the nature of the elements, their mutual dependence and extrinsic relations, a process of synthesis, a reaction, as it were, sets in. The mind proceeds to synthesize the now understood elements into a unity until the organically composite image is once more obtained. Thought consists in the analysis of objects of consciousness into their elements in the synthesis of related elements into a unity. 26. At this point the mind is in possession of the true knowledge of the nature of reality. In the first instance, the image reflected the true nature of the given object, but, because of its complexity, the mind could not immediately grasp it. The process of analysis and synthesis, which followed, gave to the mind a proper grasp of the image and, consequently, of the reality which the image reflected. It should be sufficiently clear from the above that the mind is a function of the brain and thought a product of the brain. If one inquires further as to what thought and consciousness are and from whence they spring, then it is found that they are products of the human brain. 27. The existence of the mind is shown to be dependent upon that of the body, in that the mind is declared to be secondary, a function of the brain, or a reflection of the outer world. 28. Although thought itself is immediately a product of the brain, the material of thought is drawn from the external world. In opposition to idealism, dialectical materialism emphasizes the fact that knowledge does not have a purely subjective source. In opposition to the old materialism, it contends that the mind plays an active role in the acquisition of knowledge. We deduce the world schematism not from our minds, but only through our minds from the real world. 29. Marxism opposes any theory which would have man arrive at knowledge automatically through sensation or without strenuous mental effort. The acquisition of knowledge is a difficult task, it requires painstaking efforts of analysis and synthesis. Science is the product, not of an immediate apprehension, but of strenuous mental labor. The art of working with concepts is not inborn and is also not given with ordinary everyday consciousness, but requires real thought. 30. For this reason, Engels issues the warning that men must not be too ready to base their knowledge on what they believe to be common sense. Rather, men must seek knowledge with the realization that it is most often the fruit only of laborious effort. Sound common sense, respectable fellow as he is within the homely precincts of his own four walls, has most wonderful adventures as soon as he ventures out into the wide world of scientific research. 31. Man in pursuit of truth should realize, therefore, that nature will yield her secrets only to those who wrest them from her. He should approach nature thoroughly conscious of the laws of evolutionary development, mindful of the fact that all realities are interrelated, and that the dialectical method, if properly used, will open for him the gates of true knowledge. An exact representation of the universe, of its evolution and that of mankind, as well as of the reflection of this evolution in the human mind, can therefore only be built up in a dialectical way. 32. The activistic character of knowledge. The Marxian theory has shown that a twofold activity characterizes the mind's acquisition of knowledge: the external object acts upon man's sense organs, and the mind engages in a very complex activity upon the image transmitted to it through sensation. So far, knowledge might, in a broad sense, be called the result of a dialectic or interaction between mind and external reality. But it is not because of this interaction that we are able to speak of Marxism's dialectical theory of knowledge. There remains still another interaction inherent in the knowledge process, which gives the Marxian theory its distinctive character. It is not possible for us to overemphasize here the importance of this second interaction or dialectic which characterizes every act wherein man acquires knowledge. To grasp the nature of this interaction is to understand the essential feature of the dialectical theory of knowledge. In Marxism, this interaction is known as the unity of thought and action, an unusual phrase which requires a few words of explanation. 72. When Marxism speaks of the unity of thought and action, it does not intend to imply that thought and action are one and the same thing. It does mean, however, that thought and action are inseparably united. All thought or knowledge, according to Marxism, necessarily overflows into action, that is, man can never merely know an object, because knowledge by its very nature is destined to produce action. For Marxism, acquired knowledge cannot remain static. The mind which grasps knowledge is itself essentially active in character, it is a part of the great process of developing nature wherein all things are in a state of action and reaction. Consequently, in the very act of acquiring knowledge an extremely important interaction or dialectic takes place. On the one hand, man himself is being changed by the knowledge which he is acquiring. On the other hand, in the same act of acquiring knowledge, man is simultaneously and necessarily utilizing this knowledge to change external reality. Hence, in the very act of knowing, man is simultaneously and necessarily changing the objective world and being changed by it. It is precisely this interaction which gives Marxism its dialectical theory of knowledge and makes the new materialism a philosophy of necessary action and necessary progress. According to the Marxian theory we can, then, never merely apprehend objective reality. We always apprehend it as a preliminary to our acting upon it. C.E.M. Joad has given us an excellent passage illustrating this distinctive feature of Marxian theory. The human being is like a coiled spring waiting to uncoil itself in action at the first touch of a stimulus from without. As the starting point of its action, it knows or is aware of the stimulus, but this knowledge, like the release of the spring, is only incidental. The true purpose of the human being's activity is not to know the stimulus but to change it. Knowing is not an end in itself, we know in order to act. Knowledge cannot be understood, nor does it occur independently of its relation to action, the object of which is to change what is known. A cat does not merely know a mouse, a farmer does not merely know a field of standing corn. Their real concern is not with knowledge, but with AC. Its philosophy of mind 73. And the knowing is only an incident in a chain of events which ends in action. 33. Another equally valuable passage is presented by Bertrand Russell. In it he shows that, according to Marxism, the mind cannot remain in a state of mere passive, uncritical absorption of knowledge. Watch an animal receiving impressions connected with another animal, its nostrils dilate, its ears twitch, its eyes are directed to the right point, its muscles become taut in preparation for appropriate movements. All this is action in relation to the object. A cat seeing a mouse is by no means a passive recipient of purely contemplative impressions. And as a cat with a mouse, so is a textile manufacturer with a bale of cotton. The bale of cotton is opportunity for action, it is something to be transformed. The machinery by which it is to be transformed is explicitly and obviously a product of human activity. Roughly speaking, all matter, according to Marx, is to be thought of as we naturally think of machinery. It has a raw material giving opportunity for action, but in its completed form it is a human product. 34. Marxism and contemplative knowledge. The doctrine of Marxism that knowledge is inseparably united to action obviously denies the existence of contemplative knowledge. Such a conclusion is at once both unusual and important. Strictly speaking, Marxism does not state precisely that there can be no contemplative knowledge, that is, knowledge divorced from action, knowledge for its own sake. Its attitude towards contemplative knowledge might, however, be well summed up in two statements: if there be any such thing as contemplative knowledge, it is certainly useless knowledge, and it is impossible for us either to prove or disprove the existence of contemplative knowledge. This twofold attitude of Marxism towards contemplative knowledge is easily understood in the light of Marxian principles which we have already presented. A materialist philosophy of action and progress, such as Marxism, quite naturally can see no possible value in any knowledge which does not culminate in progressive action upon material reality. Consequently, Marxism maintains that if there be any such thing as contemplative knowledge, it is certainly useless. Moreover, practice, that is, successful action upon matter, is, as we shall presently see, the Marxian criterion of truth. Logically, then, the Marxist contends that man can never know whether or not the mind has arrived at true knowledge until he analyzes the practical results which follow from the application of his knowledge. For these reasons Marx calls the existence of contemplative knowledge a purely scholastic question, that is, a problem which he regards both as useless and as insoluble as some of the questions discussed in the days of decadent scholasticism. The question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. In practice man must prove the truth, that is, the reality and power, the this-sidedness of his thinking. The dispute over the reality or non-reality of thinking which is isolated from practice is a purely scholastic question. 3. In the final analysis, therefore, Marxism regards all knowledge as inseparably united to action, but all of the knowledge which men acquire and endeavor to apply is, of course, not true knowledge. Hence the need of some criterion of truth. Marxism offers such a standard or norm, and it is to it that we now turn our consideration. Practice the criterion of truth. It is now evident that, according to Marxism, we can know matter only in order that we may act upon it. This leads directly to the criterion of truth proposed by dialectical materialism, namely, practice. For, if all knowledge must lead to action, and if the purpose of all action is to change matter, then, obviously, that knowledge is true which enables us to change matter successfully. For a materialist, the success of human practice proves the correspondence of our representations to the objective nature of the things we perceive. 36. This same insistence on practice as the ultimate criterion of truth is likewise to be found clearly stated by Marx in his second thesis on Feuerbach. In this thesis he maintains that the mind is to be regarded as having attained truth only when the mental conception can be proved true by practice. The question whether objective truth can be attributed to human thinking is not a question of theory but is a practical question. 37. The certainty and reliability of our knowledge is, therefore, to be based upon a correct, objectively verified correspondence between knowledge and practice. Knowledge and its application are to be regarded as forming an indissoluble unity of interaction, a unity which is based upon the primacy of practice. And objective practice is to be regarded as the source, the object, and the final acid test of the certainty and reliability of all knowledge. From the moment we turn to our own use these objects, according to the qualities we perceive in them, we put to an infallible test the correctness or otherwise of our sense perceptions. If these perceptions have been wrong, then our estimate of the use to which an object can be turned must also be wrong, and our attempt must fail. But if we succeed in accomplishing our aim, if we find that the object does agree with our idea of it, and does answer the purpose we intended it for, then that is positive proof that our perceptions of it and of its qualities, so far, agree with reality outside ourselves. 38. According to Marxism, there could be no greater proof that the mind has achieved a correct concept of reality than is afforded by practice. For if we can understand nature to such an extent that we can turn its operations to our own 76. Advantage by reproducing natural objects out of their constituent elements and by utilizing its powers for the betterment of the material conditions of life, it is undeniable that we have grasped the true nature of reality. The most telling refutation of this, as of all philosophical fancies, is practice, viz., experiment and industry. If we are able to prove the correctness of our conception of a natural process by making it for ourselves, bringing it into being out of its conditions, and using it for our purposes into the bargain, then there is an end of the Kantian incomprehensible thing in itself. 39. Practice does, then, furnish us with positive proof of the truth or falsity of our knowledge. When we attempt to apply knowledge in the world of objective reality, we immediately discover whether or not our analysis of nature and its properties has been correct. If it has been correct, we are able to produce desired and expected results. If it has been erroneous, our practice fails in its attempt to achieve the results which we believed would follow from the application of our knowledge. A rather exaggerated example given by Engels serves to illustrate this point. He states that if we mistook a shoe brush for a cow, we should immediately discover our error when we subjected our concept to the test of practice, namely, when we endeavored to procure milk from the object. 40. Unfortunately, men do often acquire erroneous knowledge as the result of certain factors common in everyday life. Some such factors are defective senses, uncritical and unscientific observation of reality, and, above all, the fact that the data of the senses must pass through the often distorted prism of class consciousness and class prejudice. Practice serves not only as the criterion of the truth or falsity of our knowledge, but also as a corrective of false knowledge by offering valuable indications as to the cause of the failure which resulted from application of our knowledge. The erroneous elements in our concepts are thereby made evident to us as the result of the corrective influence of practice. And whenever we find ourselves face to face with a failure, then we are generally not long in making out the cause that made us fail. We find that the perception upon which we acted was either incomplete and superficial, or combined with the result of other perceptions, in a way not warranted by them, what we call defective reasoning. 41. Marxism does not contend that the criterion of practice will prove that a given concept is absolutely true. It must be remembered that if our knowledge be fairly accurate, if our judgment of the nature and properties of reality is for the most part true, we can usually achieve at least partial success in the application of our knowledge. On the one hand, therefore, the criterion of practice is sufficiently indefinite, for it curbs man's tendency to regard as completely true all knowledge which, when applied, achieves desired results. On the other hand, the criterion of practice is sufficiently definite, for it offers a sound and adequate refutation of all systems of thought which deny that man can arrive at a true knowledge of objectively existing material reality. We must not forget that the criterion of practice, in the nature of things, neither confirms nor refutes completely any human presentation. The criterion is sufficiently indefinite not to allow human knowledge to become absolute, and at the same time sufficiently definite to wage a bitter struggle with all varieties of idealism and agnosticism. If that which our practice confirms is the sole, ultimate, and objective truth, then it follows that the sole path to this truth is the road of science which stands by the materialist creed. 42. As regards practice as the criterion of truth, Marx has, by virtue of his insistence on the primacy of practice, remained thoroughly a materialist. His emphasis on the activity of the mind in producing or effecting this practice indicates that he is a materialist of a very special type, a reactionary against the old mechanical materialism of the 18th century. On the other hand, his insistence that our knowledge is wholly derived from the objective world and that 78. The human mind can grasp the true nature of reality labels him as a staunch opponent of all forms of idealism and agnosticism. Marxism and pragmatism. Marxism is very often erroneously identified with a modern school of thought known as pragmatism. It is a fact that both Marxism and pragmatism propose practice as the ultimate criterion of truth. To this extent they superficially resemble each other. But, basically, they are opposed. The fundamental difference between dialectical materialism and pragmatism, as the Marxist invariably points out, is that the former is essentially materialistic, whereas pragmatism is very often idealistic. Pragmatism is very little concerned about the source of knowledge, whereas Marxism insists that knowledge is derived from a real objective world. Often, indeed, the knowledge of which pragmatism speaks is of a purely subjective origin. For the pragmatist, that knowledge is true which appears attractive to man or which is productive of salutary effects in the life of the individual. And pragmatism readily admits that one statement or belief may appear attractive to one man or be productive of what appear to be salutary results in his life, while the same statement or belief may appear unattractive to another man and be productive of what appear to be harmful effects in his life. In such an instance, pragmatism would unhesitatingly assert that the given statement or belief is true for the first individual and false for the second. Obviously, in pragmatism there is no insistence on the objective origin of knowledge. It is on this score that Marxism is solidly opposed to pragmatism. The dialectical materialist regards the attitude of pragmatism as a sanction of idealism and as a destruction of the real basis of all knowledge. In pragmatism, Marxism sees a complete annihilation of the criterion of truth which it proposes, namely, objective practice. It is true that pragmatism likewise proposes practice as the criterion of truth, but when it speaks of practice it usually refers to subjective practice. For the pragmatist that knowledge is true which works for me / which appears attractive to me, which fulfills the personal desires of the pragmatist himself. For the Marxist, that knowledge is true which, when applied, is productive of progress and development in the objective world of material reality. The acceptance of subjective practice as a norm of truth reduces pragmatism to subjectivism and idealism. Marxism, as a materialistic philosophy, insists on objective practice as the criterion of truth. Subjective results in the individual are often the criterion of truth for pragmatism. Objective results in the external world are always the ultimate norm for Marxism. Superficially, then, Marxism and pragmatism may resemble each other, because both propose practice as the criterion of truth. But, basically, Marxism and pragmatism are as diametrically opposed to each other as are materialism and idealism. The relative character of knowledge, a final question relative to the Marxian theory of knowledge, has yet to be considered. Is truth always available to the mind which seeks it, or is its acquisition rigidly conditioned by circumstances of time and place? Dialectical materialism answers that question with the assertion that the content of knowledge possessed by each age is rooted in the circumstances of the time. The degree of perfection in the science or knowledge of each generation is necessarily dependent upon the richness of its intellectual heritage. As conditions change in each period, as instruments of research are perfected or invented, men progressively advance to a new and deeper understanding of the nature of reality. The demand for final solutions and eternal truth ceases once for all. One is always conscious of the necessary limitation of all acquired knowledge, of the fact that it is conditioned by the circumstances in which it was acquired. That which is recognized now as true has also its latent false side which will later manifest itself, just as that which is now regarded as false has also its true side by virtue of which it could previously have been regarded as true. 43. The relative character of man's ever-increasing knowledge of the constitution of matter is a fine illustration of this Marxian thesis. In the days of Aristotle, man possessed only a very general idea of the nature of matter. Gradually science perfected its instruments and advanced step by step from the general notion of matter to the molecule, from the molecule to the atom, from the atom to the proton and electron. The knowledge of the ancient Greeks was, for the most part, true but very limited. Their knowledge was relative to their age, dependent upon the circumstances of the time and degree of development proper to the science of the day. Today, as a result of great advances in science, we possess a far deeper insight into the nature of reality than did the ancient Greeks. But our age would be no more justified than ancient Greece in a claim to absoluteness of knowledge. Modern science has succeeded in breaking up the atom into its constituent parts. But later ages, employing methods and instruments of research now unknown, will probably advance to a knowledge of matter far beyond that possessed by man at the present time. To all appearances, we are just standing at the threshold of human history, and the generations which will correct us will be much more numerous than those whose knowledge we ourselves correct. 44. We have mentioned only as an example the relative character of man's ever-increasing knowledge of the constitution of matter. Many other examples could be mentioned. Each science looks back upon its views of a previous age and acknowledges that they were but partially true. Each science insists that its present views represent a fuller grasp of truth than was formerly possessed, but freely admits that succeeding ages will probably advance to a far more comprehensive knowledge. In general, then, man's knowledge is relative in character. It is quantitatively relative in the sense that more truth is known about reality than was possessed by former ages, while later ages will surpass the present state of knowledge. It is qualitatively relative in the sense that the significance of facts now known will be enhanced from age to age as man progressively discovers their relation to other facts unknown at the present time. In his work Against Turing, Engels shows that in such sciences as mathematics, chemistry, physics, biology, and history, relative truths predominate. 45 In fact, he maintains that one can rarely point to any truth in these sciences as a truth which will be absolute and unchangeable for all time. In the light of our treatment thus far, one might reasonably ask, does Marxism admit that we know any truths in an absolute sense, or does it maintain that all our knowledge is relatively true? Engels has proposed this same question, and has answered that all of our knowledge is not relative. In some instances he admits man has grasped truths completely and absolutely. Are there any truths which are so securely based that any doubt of them seems to us to amount to insanity? That twice 2 makes 4, that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, that Paris is in France, that a man who gets no food dies of hunger, and so forth? Are there then nevertheless eternal truths, final and ultimate truths? Certainly they are. 46. In other words, Marxism acknowledges that in some instances man does arrive at full and complete truth. Such instances, however, are comparatively rare. The greater part of human knowledge is only relatively true and will be perfected by the countless generations which will follow us. Marxism regards its outlook on relative and absolute truth as the only attitude conducive to progress. To assert that our knowledge is perfect and valid for all time, is to maintain that future ages will recoil from research and the pursuit of truth. It is to condemn the world of knowledge to an intellectual paralysis. This is absurd. For those reasons, Marxism believes that its attitude on relative and absolute truth is the only sensible position one could take in this matter. Pursuing a middle course, it avoids the extreme of agnosticism by insisting that the human mind can achieve truth. On the other hand, it avoids dogmatism in science and gives an impetus to progress by maintaining that, in almost all instances, man is capable of discovering more truth than he now possesses. You will say that this distinction between relative and absolute truth is indefinite. And I will reply that it is sufficiently indefinite to prevent science from becoming dogmatic, in the bad sense of the word, from becoming dead, frozen, ossified, but it is at the same time sufficiently definite to preclude us from espousing any brand of fideism and agnosticism. 47. Marxism and relativism. Among contemporary philosophers are those who teach the relative character of all knowledge. The doctrines proposed by this contemporary school of thought are commonly classified under relativism. An unfortunate situation obviously arises out of these circumstances. Both Marxism and contemporary relativism teach what they have both called the relative character of knowledge. As a result, the teachings of Marxism are very frequently but erroneously identified with those of contemporary relativism. When present-day relativism proposes its teaching on the relativity of knowledge, it intends to assert that truth is relative to particular ages and to particular circumstances. In other words, it denies that there is a permanent basis of truth. The only basis of truth which it acknowledges are the ever-changing circumstances which characterize each succeeding age. Consequently, present-day relativism contends that what is wholly true today may, under the changed circumstances of tomorrow, become wholly false. What is entirely false today may, under the different conditions of tomorrow, become entirely true. In contrast to such views, Marxism insists that there is a permanent basis of truth, namely, objective reality. When Marxism asserts that knowledge is relative to a particular age, by no means does it intend to imply that what is true today may be false tomorrow. The relative character of knowledge, as proposed by Marxism, means nothing more than this: man's knowledge in any age is quantitatively less comprehensive and qualitatively less perfect than it will be in later ages. Moreover, Marxism acknowledges that some things which today we falsely believe to be true will be discovered tomorrow to be false. It requires no keen mind to perceive that Marxism and contemporary relativism are in no way to be identified. On the contrary, Marxism rightly regards present-day relativism as an attack upon truth which leads inevitably to scepticism and subjectivism. To make relativism the basis of the theory of knowledge is inevitably to condemn oneself to absolute scepticism, agnosticism and sophistry, or subjectivism. Relativism as the basis of the theory of knowledge is not only a recognition of the relativity of our cognition, but is tantamount to the denial of the existence of any objective limit or goal independent of humanity to which our cognition approaches. The materialist dialectics of Marx and Engels certainly does contain relativism, but it is not reduced to it, that is, it recognizes the relativity of all our knowledge, but in the sense of the historical conditions which determine the degrees of our knowledge as it approaches this truth. 48. Consequences of the theory. First, the theory involves the denial of a spiritual soul or mind. For Marxism, the mind is only a function of the brain, and the brain, which is matter organized in a very special way, is the product of a long process of evolution. Second, Marxism teaches that the human mind can and does arrive at a true knowledge of objective reality. This knowledge is, however, conditioned by such circumstances as the richness of an age's intellectual heritage, the dialectical character of nature, and the degree of development in scientific instruments and methods of research. Third, dialectical materialism offers objective practice as the ultimate criterion of truth. Knowledge is true if, when applied, it is productive of progress and development in the world. Lastly, Marxism teaches that all knowledge is inseparably united to action. In this doctrine there is involved the denial of contemplative knowledge, that is, knowledge attained for its own sake. But, more important still, this doctrine makes Marxism a philosophy of necessary action and necessary progress. Chapter 4. Its philosophy of history. Karl Marx formulated his philosophy of history at a time when the Industrial Revolution was just beginning to make a serious impression upon the world. The introduction of steam power and steam-driven machinery led to the erection of factories, and around the factories there grew up industrial towns and cities and a new stratification of society. These facts deeply impressed Marx. In them he believed he saw the key to all historical progress, the basis of a new philosophy of history. This new conception of history Marx outlined especially in two works, The Poverty of Philosophy, a polemic against Proudhon, and The Communist Manifesto, a pamphlet which he produced jointly with Engels. The philosophy of history which Marx formulated is a violent protest against the view that a supreme being guides the destinies of men. It refuses to acknowledge even that great movements in history are often initiated by ambitious and gifted leaders, or that the human intellect is a basic cause of progress. Such theories as these, Marx believes, give the science of history a purely arbitrary character. They destroy the regularity, the sequence, and the predictability of historical events. In brief, theories of history based in any manner on the spiritual or the ideal, reduce to blindness and confusion a science which is guided by inexorable laws. Previous to the analysis of Marx's philosophy of history, it is necessary to have a clear understanding of just what he means by the term history. The history of which he writes is not concerned with every event that has ever happened. History might be regarded as including all such events, but this is not the history which interests Marx. The coming into being of planets, the eruption of volcanoes, the occurrence of earthquakes, are very important events in natural history, but if they occur at times and places wherein they do not affect human affairs they do not fall under Marx's conception of history. For him, history is the activity of man in pursuit of his ends. To the important question, then, for any philosophy of history is to determine the basic causes of the phenomena evident in human society. In other words, do men freely make their own history or are there inner laws proper to the social organism which determine the course of its development? Free will and history. Renowned philosophers have generally recognized that there is no determined causation in history and that everything which has happened could have happened otherwise, that the will of each individual is free and that historical events are the product of a free individual will or of the interaction of many free individual wills. Marxism does not regard as adequate such an explanation of history. It contends that if such an explanation were true, we could not account for the regularity, the orderly sequence, and the predictability of historical events. There must be a more basic, more unified factor to account for such consistent development. 3. Thus, Marxism believes that any philosophy of history which admits the existence of free will can never explain the development evident in history. Individual wills act for definite ends and the individual wills of all men are invariably seeking different ends. If it were possible to know the ends or goals towards which all the individual wills in the world were striving, we should find most of them with different aims, many with contradictory aims, and a minority acting in unison with others to produce definite effects. In one point, however, the history of the development of society proves to be essentially different from that of nature. In nature, there are only blind unconscious agencies acting upon one another. Nothing of all that happens is attained as a consciously desired aim. In the history of society, on the other hand, the actors are all endowed with consciousness, are men acting with deliberation or passion, working towards definite goals. Nothing happens without a conscious purpose, without an intended aim. 4. And yet, despite this great diversified interaction and conflict of wills, there is an orderly sequence of development evident in history. Moreover, the events which occur are of such a nature that, after their occurrence, we can look back and note a definite plan of development and causal sequence. This constant orderly progress, Marxism insists, demands the existence of a unified basic factor underlying the course of history. The distinction between man and nature, the former acting consciously and the latter blindly, cannot suffice to explain history. This distinction, important as it is for historical investigation, particularly of singular epochs and events, cannot alter the fact that the course of history is governed by inner general laws. For here, also, on the whole, in spite of the consciously desired aims of all individuals, accident apparently reigns on the surface. That which is wild happens but rarely. In the majority of instances the numerous desired ends cross and conflict with one another, or these ends themselves are from the outset incapable of realization or the means of attaining them are insufficient. Thus the conflict of innumerable wills and individual actions in the domain of history produces a state of affairs entirely analogous to that in the realm of unconscious nature. The ends of the actions are intended, but the results which actually follow from these actions are not intended, or when they do seem to correspond to the end intended, they ultimately have consequences quite other than those intended. Historical events thus appear on the whole to be likewise governed by chance. But where on the surface accident holds sway, there actually it is always governed by inner, hidden laws. 5. The human intellect and history. The fact that Marxism insists that there must be a basic factor determining the course of history does not prevent it from contending that history is made by men. The motives which guide men's actions are motives chosen by men themselves, and their actions are creative of history. Basically, however, the problem still remains: what furnishes men with the motives according to which they mold their lives? Men make their own history, whatever its outcome may be, in that each person follows his own consciously desired end, and it is precisely the result of these many wills operating in different directions and of their manifold effects upon the outer world that constitutes history. Thus it is also a question of what the many individuals desire. The will is determined by passion or deliberation. But the levers which immediately determine passion or deliberation are of very different kinds. Partly they may be external objects, partly ideal motives, ambition, enthusiasm for truth and justice, personal hatred, or even purely individual whims of all kinds. But, on the one hand, we have seen that the many individual wills active in history for the most part produce results quite other than those they intended, often quite the opposite, Their motives therefore in relation to the total result are likewise of only secondary significance. On the other hand, the further question arises, what driving forces in turn stand behind these motives? What are the historical causes which transform themselves into these motives in the brains of the actors? Individuals do, then, seek to attain certain objectives, and historical events are the resultants of the interaction of their wills. But it does not follow that the orderly sequence evident in history is able to be ultimately reduced to this personal activity. This is due to the fact that the various ends selected by individuals as goals to be attained, are prompted by motives derived from the ideology of their age. Thus, an individual will act on the strength of a motive suggested by religion, patriotism, or social conventions. And here is the point: all of the social institutions or conventions proper to society are historical phenomena. They, too, have exhibited that orderliness of development which, we have said, characterizes history. Consequently, there must be something more basic than these social institutions and conventions, that is, some fundamental factor which accounts both for their development and the particular forms which they have taken. In other words, Marxism does admit that religion and innumerable other social institutions are factors in the making of history. It admits that there are these ideal driving forces motivating men. What it challenges is the contention that these ideal forces are basic. These ideal forces are, it asserts, the determined product of a more fundamental factor. The inconsistency does not lie in the fact that ideal driving forces are recognized, but in the investigation not being carried further back behind these into their motive causes. 7. A true philosophy of history must, therefore, seek the fundamental dynamic power which furnishes individuals with the motives of their actions. It must discover that factor or factors which mold society and its institutions. It must pursue its investigation beyond an analysis of the motives which direct the actions of individuals, and even beyond superficial ideological motives such as those furnished by religion and patriotism. The investigation must go deeper. It must discover that which determines the character of these ideal forces which we call religion, society, the state, philosophy, and social conventions, to mention but a few of them. The investigation must concern itself principally with those causes which set in motion great masses, entire classes, whole peoples, and nations. When therefore it is a question of investigating the driving forces which consciously or unconsciously, and indeed very often unconsciously, lie behind the motives of men in their historical actions and which constitute the real ultimate driving forces of history, then it is not a question so much of the motives of single individuals, however eminent, as of those motives which set in motion great masses, whole peoples, and again whole classes of the people in each people. 8. It is in the light of this attitude that one can best realize the meaning of the Marxian assertion that consciousness is social before it is individual. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but, on the contrary, their social existence determines their consciousness. 9. Men are born into a definite social milieu. Definite religious, moral, political, and social standards dominate the group into which the individual is born. These standards will be instilled into him, both by teaching and example. In other words, the social group takes the individual and molds his mind according to its standards. In this way individual consciousness is fashioned upon social consciousness. As the individual grows older, he assumes a more important place in society and, consciously or unconsciously, his actions are regulated and his decisions motivated by the ideals which society, in the first instance, instilled into his mind. The Marxian view that consciousness is social before it is individual also bears a very important relationship to the theory of knowledge, especially to the problem of error. It was stated in the previous chapter that one of the most common causes of error is the fact that the material of thought must pass through the prism of class consciousness before the mind passes final judgment upon it. The mind views the world, as it were, through glasses made up of definite religious, moral, political and social standards. These standards were instilled into the mind by the social group and the particular class to which the individual belongs. Only knowledge which conforms to the focus or standards of these classes is accepted as truth. For Marxians, then, the belief that consciousness is social before it is individual is basic both in relation to the mind's grasp of truth and as a determinant of social action. Since social consciousness is primary, it is obvious that the problem confronting the philosopher of history is to discover that fundamental and dynamic power which molds the social structure and inspires the ideology of each age. To ascertain the driving causes which in the minds of acting masses and their leaders, the so-called great men, are reflected as conscious motives, clearly or unclearly, directly or in ideological, even glorified form, that is the only path which can put us on the track of the laws holding sway both in history as a whole, and at particular periods and in particular lands. 10. The solution of Marxism. Marxism believes that it has discovered the basic driving force of history in the definite material limitations and conditions surrounding human life. All men are dependent upon nature for their means of subsistence. Continuance in existence is the first law of man's nature. Consequently, he will, consciously or unconsciously, mold the remainder of his life in a manner which will render most effective his attempt to wrest from nature the necessities of life. Men must live before they think. Men must mold the structure of their social and political institutions in such a fashion that they do not in any way hinder their struggle with nature for their daily bread. The means whereby man produces these necessities of life must therefore be the basic driving force in history. We may distinguish men from animals by consciousness, by religion, by anything you please. But they themselves begin to differentiate themselves from animals as soon as they begin to produce their own means of subsistence, a step necessitated by their own bodily organization. 11. Consequently, if we are to seek the basic factor in history, the fundamental driving force of human action, we must seek it in that realm which is related to the fundamental law of man's nature, his determination to continue in existence. The ultimate motivating force of all human action is to be found in man's attempt to produce the means of his subsistence. In a word, the production of life's necessities, and next to production, the exchange of products, is the fundamental driving force of history. The nature of production. Marx has used many phrases to characterize the economic foundation which underlies all historical development. Some of the more common expressions which he uses are conditions of production, form of production, process of production, mode of production, organization of production, productive forces, material forces of production, and powers of production. In his works, all of these expressions are used synonymously and in a much wider sense than the casual reader would suspect. In the first volume of Capital, Marx presents an analysis which makes it quite evident that by these phrases he did not intend to signify merely the mode or manner in which things are produced. Rather, he includes under each of the above expressions the productive activity of man, the object or material on which man labors, and the instruments which man uses in his labor. The elementary factors of the labor process are, first, purposive activity, or the labor itself, secondly, its subject matter, and thirdly, its instruments. 12. First, there is the purposive activity of man. The expenditure of brain, muscle, and energy plays a vital role in the production of life's necessities. Only through such labor can the matter of nature be turned into products possessing real value in man's daily life. Primarily, labor is a process going on between man and nature, a process in which man, through his own activity, initiates, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. He confronts nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms and legs, head and hands, in order to appropriate nature's productions in a form suitable to his own wants. 13. 92. The second element in the labor process is the object or material upon which man exercises his activity. Marx calls it the subject matter of labor, and under it he includes all Those things which are provided by nature in such a way that man need only separate them from their usual environment in order to transfer them into useful goods. When man has, by labor, separated such things from their natural environment, they are called by Marx raw materials. The soil in the virgin state in which it supplies man with the necessaries of life, with ready-made means of subsistence, forms, without any spontaneous activity on man's part, the general subject matter of human labor. All those things which labor merely separates from their immediate connection with their environment, are the naturally given subject matter of labor. If, on the other hand, the subject matter of labor has already been, so to say, filtered through previous labor, we speak of it as raw material. 14. The third element is the instrument which man uses in his attempt to transform matter. Marx classes as instruments all those things which man uses directly or indirectly in his labors. The instrument of labor is a thing, or a complex of things, which the worker interposes between himself and the subject matter of his labor, and one which serves as the conductor of his activity. He makes use of the mechanical, physical, and chemical properties of things as means of exerting power over other things and in order to make these other things subservient to his aims. 15. The result of this productive activity is a substance adapted to human needs. From this point of view, the product is the result of the labor process. The activity of man, the material, and the instruments of labor are all means of production. If we regard the labor process from the outlook of its result, the product, then both the instrument of labor and the subject matter of labor assume the aspect of means of production, and labor itself assumes the aspect of productive labor. 16. From the foregoing analysis it is evident that when Marx speaks of the mode of production or productive forces as the ultimate determinant of history, he does not mean merely the technique which characterizes the labor process. Rather, he includes under these and all similar phrases the three factors, namely, man's productive activity, the material upon which man labors, and the tools and technique of production. All activity in which these three factors are either directly or indirectly engaged in the production of the necessities of life constitutes the one basic driving force of history. The labor process, resolved into its simple elementary factors, is, as we have seen, purposive activity carried on for the production of use values, for the fitting of natural substances to human wants. It is the general condition requisite for effecting an exchange of matter between man and nature. It is the condition perennially imposed by nature upon human life, and it is therefore independent of the forms of social life, or, rather, is common to all forms. 17. Economic determinism. Men who are engaged in the work of producing the necessities of life must enter into relationship with each other. The exchange of products can be effected only if such relationships exist. Moreover, the nature of man's productive activities must necessarily determine the nature of these social relations. The structure of society must be of such a nature that it will contribute toward the effective production and distribution of commodities. The more developed and complicated productive activities become, the more complex will be the structure of society. Obviously, the mode of production current in the United States could not effectively operate in any setting other than a very complex and unified social organism. The mode of production, therefore, determines the nature of the social relations which shall exist between men, and the sum total of these relations is known as society. In other words, the nature of society and its ideology in any given age is the direct resultant of the current mode of production. In the social production which men carry on, they enter into definite relations that are indispensable and independent of their will. These relations of production correspond to a definite stage of development of their material powers of production. The sum total of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life. 18. The production of the means to support human life and, next to production, the exchange of things produced, is the basis of all social structure. 19. The social relations which unite men in each age are, however, no sooner constituted than they begin to develop a superstructure. This superstructure will be composed of various social institutions, each of which will, in itself, be an ideological force which by its very nature is preservative and protective of the existing social relations. The first and most basic of these ideologies created by society is the state. The state is not an independent domain with an independent development, but one whose stock as well as development is to be explained in the last resort by the economic conditions of life of the society. The state presents itself to us as the first ideological power over mankind. Society creates for itself an organ for the safeguarding of its general interests against internal and external attacks. This organ is the state power. 20. Innumerable other ideologies are further created by society in order to preserve itself in existence. Many of these social institutions clearly bear an intimate relationship to the forces of production, in others, the relationship is less evident, but none the less real. For example, the relation of the state to the economic basis of society is immediately evident, but it is somewhat difficult to see the connection between the forces of production and the religion, morality, literature, art, music, and education of an age. Close study will, however, bring out the fact that the religious and moral standards of an age tend to preserve the state. Society has, consciously or unconsciously, called them into being for that purpose. The morality and religion which society has created will, in turn, determine the character of other ideologies. It is because of this fact that one will invariably find the music, art, literature, and education of an age based upon the religion and moral standards which dominate the period. Thus, each ideological force in the entire social superstructure is ultimately a conscious or unconscious creation of society, a force which it has directly or indirectly called into being for the purpose of preserving those relations among men required for the proper production and distribution of the necessities of human life. In every historical epoch, the prevailing mode of economic production and exchange, and the social organization necessarily following from it, form the basis upon which it is built up, and from which alone can be explained, the political and intellectual history of the epoch. 21. The economic structure of society always furnishes the real basis, starting from which we can alone work out the ultimate explanation of the whole superstructure of juridical and political institutions as well as of religious, philosophical, and other ideas of a given historical period. 22. Marxism emphasizes the point that its conception of history does not maintain that productive forces are the only determining factor in human society. It acknowledges that religion, art, philosophy, and many other ideological forces do play an important part in directing the course of history. But these ideological forces, Marxism contends, form only the superstructure of society. Each of these is, in turn, directly or indirectly, the resultant of the productive forces of its age. Consequently, although each of these factors does partially determine the course of history, it does so only as a proximate cause. According to the materialist conception of history, the determining element in history is ultimately the production and reproduction in real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. If therefore somebody twists this into the statement that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms it into a meaningless, abstract, and absurd phrase. The economic situation is the basis, but the various elements of the superstructure, political forms of the class struggle and its consequences, constitutions established by the victorious class after a successful battle, forms of law, and then even the reflexes of all these struggles in the brains of the combatants, political, legal, philosophical theories, religious ideas, and their further development into systems of dogma also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles, and in many cases preponderate in determining their form. 23. Another point emphasized by dialectical materialism, especially by its present-day exponents, is that Marx's economic determinism is not to be identified with fatalism in history. There is, we are told, a strong tendency on the part of those who are not familiar with Marxism to regard economic determinism and fatalism as synonymous. This is a serious mistake. Fatalism in history is contrary to the whole spirit of Marxism, and especially is it opposed to its dialectical theory of knowledge. Marxism's doctrine of the inseparable unity of thought and action, culminating in objective practice, makes Marxism a philosophy of progress. In fact, one of the most vitalizing factors in Marxism is its firm conviction that progress is effected by conscious human activity. Marx has given us a fine summary of his doctrine of economic determinism in his volume The Poverty of Philos. Ophi. With the recording of this passage we shall close our treatment of the first phase of the Marxian philosophy of history. What is society, whatever its form may be? The product of men's reciprocal action. Are men free to choose this or that form of society for themselves? By no means. Assume a particular state of development in the productive forces of man and you will get a particular form of commerce and consumption. Assume particular stages of development in production, commerce, and consumption and you will have a corresponding social structure, a corresponding organization of the family, of orders, or of classes, in a word, a corresponding civil society. Presuppose a particular civil society and you will get particular political conditions which are only the official expression of civil society. It is superfluous to add that men are not free to choose their productive forces which are the basis of all their history, for every productive force is an acquired force, the product of former activity. The productive forces are therefore the result of practical human energy, but this energy is itself conditioned by the circumstances in which men find themselves, by the productive forces already won, by the social form which exists before they do, which they do not create, which is the product of the former generation. Because of this simple fact that every succeeding generation finds itself in possession of the productive forces won by the previous generation, which serve it as the raw material for new production, an interconnection arises in human history. There is a history of humanity which has become all the more a history of humanity since the productive forces of man and therefore his social relations have been extended. Hence it necessarily follows, the social history of men is never anything but the history of their individual development, whether they are conscious of it or not. Their material relations are the basis of all their relations. These material relations are only the necessary forms in which their material and individual activity is realized. 24. The reader will notice that up to this point we have presented what is often called the static aspect of the Marxian philosophy of history. It is referred to in this way because it is concerned with an analysis of those forces which determine the social structure of a particular age. Strictly speaking, there is very little, if any, of the static in this phase of the theory. The forces of production are continually exercising a definite formative power in molding the structure of society. We now take up the second phase of the theory. It accounts for the movement of history from one period to another, that is, for the sequence of different types of society. This phase is more visibly dynamic. It should not be considered as something wholly distinct from the first phase. Actually, it is a development, an inevitable outgrowth of the operation of the productive forces which were treated under the first part of the theory. Class struggle, definite connections and objective relations necessarily arise among men as the result of the prevailing mode of production. Some men own means of production, others do not. Some supervise the work of production, others obey. The authority, liberty, and social status enjoyed by men are directly connected with the ownership or non-ownership of means of production, and the opposition between ownership and non-ownership of the means of production is the source of economic classes. The group of men who own the means of production are in a position of power. They do not labor, yet they live a life of ease. They do not own the laborers as slaves, yet they dictate the hours which the laborer shall work and the wages he shall receive. They enjoy luxury of life and give to the workers barely enough to enable them to procure necessities. This group which owns the means of production, which rules and dominates the remaining members of society, is called by Marx the exploiting class. The remaining members of society, and these, by far, constitute its major portion, are in a position of servitude. Their labor produces wealth for the exploiting class and, at best, the necessities of life for themselves. This vast group, which is dominated by the few who own the forces of production, is called by Marx the exploited class. In every society that has appeared in history, the manner in which wealth is distributed and society divided into classes or orders is dependent upon what is produced, how it is produced, and how the products are exchanged. 25. These warring classes of society are always the products of the modes of production and of exchange, in a word, of the economic conditions of their time. 26. According to Marx, there are, then, two classes, the exploiting class and the exploited class. The former class owns the means of production and, consequently, possesses an unlimited amount of freedom. The latter class does not own any of the means of production and, as a result, finds itself in a position of servitude with respect to the ruling group. One may define, then, a class as a group of people who, in a given society, with a given regime of production, are finding themselves in the same position with reference to two things: the ownership or non-ownership of the property essential in the labor process, and second, the personal freedom enjoyed or deprived of. 27. It is at this point that we should note how Marx has so closely allied his metaphysics of nature to his concept of society. We saw that, for him, material reality is a unity of opposites. The conflict of these contradictory elements produces an imminent motion towards development and, ultimately, to the production of new types or species of reality. Marx has carried over into his philosophy of history the same analysis. The production and exchange of commodities demand that men live related to each other in such a way that they form a social organism. Within this organism, however, it is found that two classes arise as a result of the ownership or non-ownership of the means of production. These two groups, the exploiting class and the exploited class, are obviously opposed one to the other. They are the two contradictory elements which make up the social organism, just as two opposing material elements make up matter. It is in the perennial clash of these two opposing forces, the oppressors and the oppressed, that Karl Marx discovers the dynamic force which accounts for the progress and development evident in history. Just as the contradictory elements which compose material reality bestow upon it an imminent motion towards development and the production of new species, so do the opposing classes which make up the social organism generate a conflicting motion which perpetually results in the production of new types of society. These conflicts between class and class are known to us as revolutions, periods of violence which invariably characterize the transition of society from one system of organization to another. They are the ruthless unique means by which the oppressed are able to free themselves from the yoke of the oppressor. The whole history of mankind has been a history of class struggles, conflicts between exploiting and exploited, ruling and oppressed classes. 28. The history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor and oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended, either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. 2. And the revolt of the exploited class takes place when the productive forces of the age have outgrown the existing social order. It is suddenly realized that the new methods of production can no longer function in the current social system. The working class is dependent upon the normal operation of these productive forces for the money necessary to procure the means of their subsistence. Consequently, the failure of these forces brings about the revolt of the suffering class against the existing social order. At a certain stage of their development, the material forces of production in society come in conflict with the existing relations of production, or what is but a legal expression for the same thing, with the property relations within which they had been at work before. From forms of development of the forces of production, these relations turn into their fetters. Then comes the period of social revolution. 30. It is inevitable that the revolt of the exploited class against the exploiting class will appear superficially to be merely a political struggle. Invariably, the oppressing class is found to be entrenched behind the current political regime and to be utilizing it both as a weapon of exploitation and as a power to keep down the impending revolt of the masses. The overthrow of the existing political regime is therefore a necessary step which the oppressed class must take in order to achieve economic emancipation. All class struggles for emancipation in the last resort, despite their necessarily political form, for every class struggle is a political struggle, turn ultimately on the question of economic emancipation. 31. One can readily see the sheer logic of the Marxian view that a change in the forces of production necessarily results in social revolution. The entire ideological structure of an epoch, its form of government, religion, law, morality, art, and literature, is the direct resultant of a particular mode of production and exchange. Necessarily, then, an essential alteration in the forces of production will alter the source and basis of all social institutions. The establishment of a new economic foundation will necessarily result both in a new social superstructure and in the collapse of the old. With the change of the economic foundation, the entire immense superstructure is more or less rapidly transformed. 32. Obviously, then, one should seek the cause of a social upheaval, not in the ideology of an age, but in the changes which have taken place in the method of production. Dissatisfaction with existing social conditions and institutions is nothing more than a sign that the productive forces of an age have developed to such an extent that they are now in contradiction with the social superstructure of the time. The final causes of all social changes and political revolutions are to be sought, not in men's brains, not in man's better insight into eternal truth and justice, but in changes in the modes of production and exchange. They are to be sought, not in the philosophy, but in the economics of each particular epoch. The growing perception that existing social institutions are unreasonable and unjust, that reason has become unreason, and right wrong, is only proof that in the modes of production and exchange changes have silently taken place, with which the social order, adapted to earlier economic conditions, is no longer in keeping. 33. Marx expresses this same thought in the preface to his critique of political economy. He tells us that any attempt to understand the basic causes of a social upheaval by an analysis of the ideology of the time is valueless. It is similar to forming an opinion of a person on what the person thinks of himself. In considering such transformations, the distinction should always be made between the material transformations of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, aesthetic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as our opinion of an individual is not based on what he thinks of himself, so can we not judge of such a period of transformation by its own consciousness. On the contrary, this consciousness must rather be explained from the contradictions of material life, from the existing conflict between the social forces of production and the relations of production. 34. One invariably finds that the social superstructure of an age has taken deep root in the consciousness of men. For the most part, it is the only type of social organization they have ever known. At first, it rarely, if ever, occurs to them that there can be another, a better planning of society. Moreover, the current system of social organization is always extremely beneficial to the dominating or exploiting class, and this class will resist strenuously any efforts made towards its abolition. It is due to these two facts that a social revolution, a step forward in history, is made only after the new productive forces are developed to such an extent that it is wholly impossible for them to function any longer in conjunction with the outmoded social organization of the time. When such a state of affairs is realized, it will be seen that the coming social system has already matured in the womb of the old society. The solution to the problem is then evident to men. It is their duty to free themselves from the oppression of the old regime by overthrowing it and by establishing in its place the new social system which alone is consonant with the developed forces of production. No social order ever disappears before all the productive forces, for which there is room in it, have been developed, and new higher relations of production never appear before the material conditions of their existence have matured in the womb of the old society. Therefore, mankind always takes up only such problems as it can solve, since, looking at the matter more closely, we will always find that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions necessary for its solution already exist or are at least in the process of formation. 35. Consequences of the theory. The foregoing analysis of the Marxian philosophy of history indicates that the theory has several important consequences. The theory is admittedly materialistic and, consequently, outlaws the idea of a supreme intellect guiding the destinies of men by a divine providence. The theory refuses to regard the human intellect as the basic cause of social phenomena. The actions of great leaders and even of the masses are often prompted, it is true, by intellectual motives, but these motives are, in turn, ultimately derived from the economic basis of the age. In other words, it is maintained that, outside of periods bordering on social revolution, men, consciously or unconsciously, regard the ideology of their age as most suited to the production of the necessities of life. Consequently, they guide their actions by motives selected from various phases of this ideology. In periods bordering on revolution, the exploited class perceives that the necessities of life are no longer available, that a proper relation does not exist between the production and distribution of commodities. They invariably discover that the exploiting class has entrenched itself behind the social institutions of the time and that their economic emancipation can be effected only by an overthrow of the existing social system. In such crucial periods, the exploiting class endeavors to preserve the prevailing social structure, because its continuance is beneficial to it. The exploited class, on the other hand, works for its downfall, because it is depriving the oppressed class of the necessities of life. The theory proposes a social determinism. Men are not free to select the productive forces of their age, for the most part, these are bequeathed to them by the preceding age. This fact implies a twofold determinism. First, the entire social structure or ideology of a period is the direct resultant of these forces of production, that is, the state, law, philosophy, religion, politics, art, literature, music and all other social phenomena are resultants of the economic foundation of the period, and secondly, when the productive forces outgrow the social system they have created, they will come into conflict with it and act as the basic cause of the consequent social upheaval and social reorganization. Chapter V. Its philosophy of the state. In the preceding chapter, the Marxian theory of economic determinism pointed out that the mode of production current in society determines the character of the entire social superstructure. It was also noted that the first and most basic ideological element created by the mode of production in the social superstructure is the state. In other words, each type of economic production infallibly creates a distinctive type of state, and the first effect of any change in a mode of production is always the creation of a new type of state. The state presents itself to us as the first ideological power over mankind. Society creates for itself an organ for the safeguarding of its general interests against internal and external attacks. This organ is the state power. 1. In the preceding chapter we saw that the mode of production determines the type of state. In the present chapter we press our investigation still further. We now ask, what is the basic factor in society which, according to communism, accounts for the origin of the state? In a word, why is there an institution at all such as the state? It is our intention, then, to present first the origin of the state. After having considered that extremely important question, we shall turn our attention to two other equally important phases of any philosophy of the state, the nature of the state and the purpose of the state. The origin of the state. In approaching an issue so fundamental as the origin of the state, Marxism insists, as always, that if we are to arrive at truth we must study historical facts. It is an easy matter, says Marxism, for the classical theorists to say that the state exists, broadly speaking, for the general welfare of society. It is a simple matter to erect a philosophy of the state on what we think its origin, nature, and purpose should be. But a solution arrived at in such a way is obviously idealistic, even utopian in its simplicity. The state, like all other institutions, has a definite history. A philosophy of the state which is to be realistic, based on fact, must study the history of this institution and base its conclusions on its findings. In this way, and only in this way, will one arrive at a true knowledge of the origin and nature of the state and the role which it plays in society. By way of forecast, we will state here that the evolution of the state, as seen by Marxism, was the result of the following process. First, man passed from common ownership to private ownership of productive nature. This unfortunate step was the result of an original bartering of product for product, which gradually slipped into the thoroughly evil practice of bartering product for the labor of fellow man. Second, the private ownership of productive nature by some men, while others labored for them, created a division of society into classes. Third, the avaricious determination of the owning class to bleed the last ounce of labor out of the workers, in return for the bare necessities for survival, created an intense antagonism between the two classes. Thus, the state had to be called into being to preserve what the capitalist calls order in society, but which, in reality, is nothing more than an unjust arrangement of society in which a few own everything, and most own nothing. The origin of private property. In order to analyze properly the origin of the state, communism maintains that one must first discover the origin of private property. Marx and Engels have not treated this subject in great detail. The most complete treatment found in their writings is that presented by Engels in his work on the origin of the family, private property, and the state. The treatment in this work is, however, along the lines of particular tribes and peoples. For that reason it usually lacks the general conclusions which we should like Marxism to present. So the best general summary of the Marxian view is perhaps that which is to be found in two passages of Engels' Anti-Diering. All civilized peoples begin with the common ownership of the land. 3. Historically, private property by no means makes its appearance as the result of robbery or violence. On the contrary, it already existed, even though it was limited to certain objects, in the ancient primitive communes of all civilized peoples. It developed even within these communes, at first through barter with strangers till it reached the form of commodities. The more the products of the commune assumed the commodity form, that is, the less they were produced for their producer's own use, and the more for the purpose of exchange, the more the primitive natural division of labor was replaced by exchange also within the commune, the more inequality developed in the property of the individual members of the commune, the more deeply was the ancient common ownership of the land undermined. 4. In brief, Marxism maintains that private property as we know it today is the product of a long process of evolution. In the earliest primitive times almost everything was held in common by men. Above all, the land belonged in common to all men. It is true perhaps that even in the most primitive times men had a few personal objects for their private use. But these were of little social consequence. In general, then, it may be safely stated that common ownership was characteristic of man in primitive times and that private ownership came into being only after society had passed through a primary period of communism. The origin of classes. After the inception of private ownership, men naturally began to produce the necessities of life on this new basis. A mode of production based upon private ownership came into being for the first time in history. This new mode of production, however, necessarily created definite property relations, and property relations immediately create classes, owners and non-owners of the means of production. These groups are respectively the exploiting and the exploited classes. Definite connections and objective relations necessarily arise among men as the result of the ownership or non-ownership of the means of production. Those who own the means of production supervise production, they derive the major profit from the economic resources of a nation, they hold a position of power over the men they employ, they dictate the wages and hours of their employees / they lead a life of ease, supported in luxury by the masses. In short, they are an exploiting class. On the other hand, those who do not own any means of production are subject to the exploiting class. Their position is truly one of economic servitude. They form the major portion of society. They are the exploited class. Briefly, the authority, liberty, and social status enjoyed by men is directly dependent on their ownership or non-ownership of means of production. Hence, the coming into being of the institution of private property, especially private ownership of means of production, is the cause directly responsible for the creation of the two antagonistic classes which make up society. One may define, then, a class as a group of people who, in a given society, with a given regime of production, are finding themselves in the same position with reference to two things: the ownership or non-ownership of the property essential in the labor process, and second, the personal freedom enjoyed or deprived of. 5. The origin of the state. The next step in the Marxian analysis is to point out that property relations have developed not merely two classes but also those class antagonisms and class struggles that make up the contents of all written history up to the present time. 6. In a word, classes are the immediate result of the ownership of property, and class struggles are nothing more than the conflict of owners and non-owners. Thus, the interests of each class are exclusive of the interests of the other class, and just as inevitably as private property creates the two classes, so do the classes. By their very nature create class antagonisms, class hatreds, and constant class struggle in the womb of society. When the exploitation of one class by the other has reached a very high degree, when class antagonism has grown to the point wherein there is danger of revolt on the part of the exploited class, it becomes necessary for the ruling or exploiting class to call into being an organ of power whose purpose it will be to maintain what will be called a belief in the existence of a supreme being, or supreme beings, b. a belief in the existence of a spiritual soul within man, and c. a belief in the immortality of man's soul. Marxism, therefore, takes on the task of showing how man invented all three of these foundation blocks of religion. At the outset, communism finds that religion differs in one notable respect from most elements in our current social superstructure. Unlike other social phenomena, the earliest forms of religion were not derived from an economic basis. This discovery does not conflict in any way with the basic principles of economic determinism. On the contrary, it simply so happens that religion was present in the world previous to the system of private ownership and, consequently, previous to that mode of economic production which from its beginning has found it necessary to create institutions to defend and facilitate its exploitation of the masses. Religion, as Engels tells us, had a very remote origin among primitive peoples, and it has passed through many stages of evolution. From the very early times when men, still completely ignorant of the structure of their own bodies, under the stimulus of dream apparitions came to believe that their thinking and sensation were not activities of their bodies, but of a distinct soul which inhabits the body and leaves it at death. From this time, men have been driven to reflect about the relation between the soul and the outside world. If in death it took leave of the body and lived on, there was no occasion to invent yet another distinct death for it. Thus, arose the idea of its immortality, which at that stage of development appeared not at all as a consolation but as a fate against which it was no use fighting, and often enough, as among the Greeks, as a positive misfortune. Not religious desire for consolation, but the quandary arising from the common universal ignorance of what to do with the soul after the death of the body led in a general way to the tedious notion of personal immortality. In an exactly similar manner the first gods arose through the personification of natural forces. And these gods in the further development of religions assumed more and more an extramundane form, until finally by a process of abstraction, I might say of distillation, occurring naturally in the course of man's intellectual development, out of the many more or less limited and mutually limiting gods there arose in the minds of men the idea of the one exclusive God of monotheistic religions. 1. This theory of the origin of religion is, according to Marxism, clearly the most acceptable. The powerful forces of nature were the most important elements in the lives of the early primitives. Upon the favorable operation of these natural forces the primitive peoples depended for their daily sustenance and even for the preservation of their lives. These facts are especially understandable in view of the extremely meager control which the primitive had over such violent natural forces as the wind, fire, rain, and lightning. Under these circumstances it was most natural for the primitive to stand in wonder and fear at the operation of the forces of nature. And wonder and fear are the parents of the desire to propitiate and influence. Once man's mind starts trying in this direction, what is more natural for him than to believe that these mighty forces are but the actions of gods, beings comparable to man but infinitely superior to him? What could be more natural than to think of devastating fire and lightning as the action of an angry deity? What could be more natural than to think that the kind deity who ordinarily furnishes the priceless rain for the crops is that same deity become offended when the lives and possessions of men are swept away by raging floods? The next obvious step in the mental process of the primitive is to come to the realization or at least to the hope that if these forces of nature are but actions of the gods it may be possible to some extent to control them. In a word, man may be able to propitiate the gods. If this be true, then man has arrived at a way of controlling natural forces. Herein we find the origin of prayer and sacrifice to heavenly beings. Here also we discover the basic cause for the polytheism of primitive peoples, namely, the personification of varied natural forces. This personification of natural forces represents merely the first stage in the historical evolution of religion. In this period, which was previous to the inception of private ownership, men were, as we have said, the occasional victims of disasters caused periodically by the forces of nature. In this primary stage, religion therefore had a purely natural basis, its origin is directly traceable to man's desire and attempt to control the forces of nature. The second stage in the evolutionary development of religion came into being at that moment when the economic evolution of society had developed to that point which is identified with the birth of private property. In this period, private ownership took root, and men soon found themselves no longer merely the occasional victims of uncontrollable natural forces but the constant victims of unbridled economic forces which invariably deprived them of the very necessities of life. Men soon discovered that they neither understood nor were able to control these economic forces which were created by production based on private ownership. It was at this point in history that the superstructure of society began to be determined by the current mode of economic production. With the coming of private ownership, exploitation entered society. And just as the exploitation resulting from private ownership necessitated the creation of a state power to protect the ruling and possessing class, so did it necessitate the creation of an entire social superstructure, including religion, to serve the same purpose. From the moment that private ownership became the law of society, the forces which played havoc with man were primarily of a social and economic nature. And just as earlier man had created religion for the purpose of lessening the suffering caused by natural forces, so now did men instinctively turn once more to religion for a possible escape from the economic exploitation which had become so much a part of their life. Men felt that in some way or other religion must be made to take care of the sufferings occasioned by social and economic forces. Religion thereby became, both in its form and its purpose, directly related to the current mode of economic production. Thus, from the very inception of private ownership in primitive times even to our own day, religion has had what is primarily a social and economic foundation. It is not long before, side by side with the forces of nature, social forces begin to be active, forces which present themselves to man as equally extraneous, and at first equally inexplicable, dominating them with the same apparent necessity as the forces of nature themselves. 2. All religion is nothing but the fantastic reflection in men's minds of those external forces which control their daily life, a reflection in which the terrestrial forces assume the form of supernatural forces. In the beginning of history it was the forces of nature which were at first so reflected, and in the course of further evolution, they underwent the most manifold and varied personification among the various peoples. but it is not so long before side by side with the forces of nature, social forces begin to be active, forces which present themselves to man as equally extraneous and at first equally inexplicable, dominating them with the same apparent necessity as the forces of nature themselves. The fantastic personifications, which at first only reflected the mysterious forces of nature, at this point acquire social attributes, become representative of the forces of history. At a still further stage of evolution, all the natural and social attributes of the innumerable gods are transferred to one Almighty God, who himself once more is only the reflex of the abstract man. Such was the origin of monotheism, which was historically the last product of the vulgarized philosophy of the later Greeks and found its incarnation in the exclusively national God of the Jews, Jehovah. In this convenient, handy, and adaptable form, religion can continue to exist as the immediate, that is, the sentimental form of men's relation to the extraneous natural and social forces which dominate them, so long as men remain under the control of these natural forces. 3. Thus, with the birth of private property a new function is created for religion. No longer is it needed merely to provide men with a method, objectively ineffective but subjectively reassuring, of dealing with the forces of nature. With the inception of private ownership, religion becomes increasingly the explanation of, and the shield, however inadequate, against the new terrors and disasters which the social and economic forces place upon the mass of mankind. And this character religion has maintained up to the present day. In modern capitalist countries the basis of religion is primarily social. The roots of modern religion are deeply embedded in the social oppression of the working masses, and in their apparently complete helplessness before the blind forces of capitalism, which every day and every hour cause 1,000 times more horrible suffering and torture for ordinary working folk than are caused by exceptional events such as war, earthquakes, etc. Fear created the gods. Fear of the blind forces of capital, blind because its action cannot be foreseen by the masses, a force which at every step in life threatens the worker and the small businessman with sudden, unexpected, accidental destruction and ruin, bringing in their train beggary, pauperism, prostitution, and deaths from starvation. This is the taproot of modern religion which, first of all, and above all, the materialist must keep in mind, if he does not wish to remain stuck forever in the kindergarten of materialism. In the light of the above, one can readily understand the meaning of Engels' insistence that, although religion first arose as a superstitious means of allaying the terrific effects of natural forces, it still exists because a similar fear of the action of economic forces renders religion attractive to man. In a word, men today do not worry a great deal about the action of natural forces. Science has long since created for man sufficient protection against the ordinary ravages of nature. But now the mysterious forces of the economic order confront man, and as long as the action of these forces remains hidden and unpredictable, religion will offer man an explanation which will help him to bear up under the trial of economic exploitation. The actual basis of religious action therefore continues to exist, and with it the religious reflex itself. And although bourgeois political economy has given a certain insight into the causal basis of this domination by extraneous forces, this makes no essential difference. Bourgeois economics can neither prevent crises in general, nor protect the individual capitalist from losses, bad debts, and bankruptcy, nor secure the individual worker against unemployment and destitution. It is still true that man proposes and God disposes. 5. Just as man instinctively created the concept of immortality in order to provide himself with an escape from the fear of inevitable death, so does he instinctively create other religious ideas which offer him an escape from the hopelessness of a life of economic slavery. The precise manner in which religion serves this end becomes clear when one considers the nature and purpose of religion. In 1962, the present writer had the opportunity to visit Soviet Russia. In Leningrad, I found the old Kazan Cathedral converted into a museum of the history of religion and atheism. In this former cathedral, every conceivable device is used to ridicule religion as a crude superstition. A poster boasts that in 1917 there were 466 churches in Leningrad, while there are now only 14, in 1917, there were 4,214 members of the clergy, while there are now only 63. Some pictures portray the church as an ally of the czars in oppressing the people, other pictures show church authorities hanging or burning people as heretics, still other posters tell of the church burning or condemning scientific books or preventing people from reading them. The United Nations Commission on Human Rights claims that 93 million of the Soviet people profess affiliation with some church. They break down these figures into 50 million members of the Russian Orthodox Church, 24 million Muslims, 10 million Roman Catholics, 3 million Baptists, 3 million Jews, and smaller numbers of Seventh-day Adventists, Pentecostalists, and Jehovah's Witnesses. These statistics are unbelievably high. They are the sort of statistic that the Soviet government would distribute to the United Nations to present a front of religious tolerance and to offset worldwide charges against their ruthless attempts to crush religion. They are not the sort of statistic that the Soviet government would publish within Russia where, in contrast, they boast of how few citizens are addicted to the superstition of religion. There is no doubt that there are many Russians, how many no one can calculate, who still practice religion. We do know that the ceremony of baptism is still widely used, but we also know that a very small percentage of those baptized ever practice religion. It would appear that the Soviet government has toned down its violent attempts to crush religion and has turned to more subtle methods to achieve its objective. It has stepped up its anti-religious propaganda in the press and on television. It has ruled that freedom of belief does not entitle parents to teach religion to their children. The child falls under the jurisdiction of the state in this matter, and it will teach the child atheism. There is, furthermore, good evidence to the effect that the Soviet government has been sending its agents into seminaries and, after securing their ordination as priests and bishops, placing them in top positions in the Russian Orthodox Church. In this way, they are in a position to corrupt and to secularize the Russian Church from within and, on an international scale, to secure offices on worldwide bodies of religion, whose policies and creeds they can then help to mold. It is the time-honored communist tactic: if you can't lick them, join them and then corrupt them from within, seize control from within, dictate their attitude towards communist offensives throughout the world, secularize their outlook on life and eternity. In the museum section of the Kremlin, I asked a Soviet tourist girl guide if she did not believe in the existence of God. After a notable hesitation creating the firm impression that this was something she had often reflected upon, she finally said that she did not believe in a God. Then, as if to defend herself, she asked me if I believed in the existence of angels. When I assured her that I did, she was not antagonistic, rather, she was bewildered. One could see that, for her, it was like meeting a mature, educated adult who still believed in elves, fairies, or Santa Claus. In a word, the effect of Soviet atheistic education on this 20-year-old girl was crystal clear. The nature and purpose of religion are so closely related in the communist theory that for practical purposes they may be treated together. The communist analysis of the nature and purpose of religion may be perfectly summed up in one phrase of Karl Marx: religion is the opium of the people. Just what did Marx mean by this phrase? Opium, as we know, has a sedative effect upon man. It assuages pain, allays irritation, and intoxicates the mind. Thus, when Marx called religion the opium of the people, he wished to emphasize the idea that the nature and purpose of religion is to ease the physical and mental sufferings of this life by promising greater happiness in a future state of existence. Marx claims that religion helps to soothe the irritation which naturally exists between the opposing classes of society. It teaches the poor the divine blessings of poverty, and it teaches the rich the necessity of giving alms. Actually, however, religion is thereby justifying and rendering permanent the present economic setup, which necessarily brings with it the exploitation of the masses. In a word, religion is the opium of the people because it intoxicates the minds of men and prevents them from viewing life and the universe as they actually are. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, the sentiment of a heartless world, as it is the spirit of spiritless conditions, it is the opium of the people. 6. With this general characterization of religion as the opium of the people in mind, let us proceed to a more detailed analysis of just what communism means by this phrase. An analysis of communistic sources reveals that three principal reasons are offered in support of the contention that religion is the opium of the people. Briefly, religion is the opium of the people because it teaches the rich their rights, thereby strengthening the rich in their determination to exploit the poor. It teaches the poor their duties to the ruling class, thereby aiding in their being exploited by the rich. It is, by its very nature, passive and destructive of any activity on man's part which would tend towards his economic betterment. First, religion teaches the rich their rights and thus strengthens them in the belief that they are justified in exploiting the masses. Communistic literature abounds in emphasis on this point. The following are typical expressions of the idea. As for those who live upon the labor of others, religion teaches them to be charitable in earthly life, thus providing a cheap justification for their whole exploiting existence and selling them at a reasonable price tickets to heavenly bliss. 7. It became more and more the exclusive possession of the ruling classes, and these applied it as a mere means of government to keep the lower classes within limits. 8. Religion has been in the past, and still is today, one of the most powerful means at the disposal of the oppressors for the maintenance of inequality, exploitation, and slavish obedience on the part of the toilers carried. 2. Religion is the opium of the people because it teaches the masses their duties towards the ruling classes. It encourages the poor to bear up bravely under the misfortunes of their present life and to look for better things in a life to come. It teaches them that their rulers hold their power from God and to revolt against this authority is a most serious sin. Rebellion is made identical with blasphemy. Religion is a kind of spiritual intoxicant, in which the slaves of capitalism drown their humanity and their desires for a decent human existence. 11. The helplessness of the exploited classes in their struggle against the exploiters inevitably generates a belief in a better life after death, even as the helplessness of the savage in his struggle with nature gives rise to a belief in gods, devils, miracles. 12. Ministers of religion, priests, and parsons were paid to teach that the world of the exploiters, of the oppressors of the landlords and the capitalists is a just world, a world in accordance with the laws of God. In any society that is divided into classes, where on one side of the line you have the oppressed and the exploited, and on the other side the oppressors and exploiters, religion and its ministers were and still are one of the bulwarks of the oppression of the masses. 13. Third, religion is the opium of the people because it deludes man into thinking that he should meekly accept his present state of existence. In a word, religion makes man passive. It constantly preaches resignation to one's lot in life, however unfortunate it may be. It identifies such resignation with conformity to the will of a providential God. The virtues which the people are taught to acquire are meekness, mildness, patience, charity, humility, and forgiveness. The religious ideal which is held up before them is best expressed in the words of the Scripture, "Whosoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him also the other." 14. Religion teaches those who toil in poverty all their lives to be resigned and patient in this world, and consoles them with the hope of reward in heaven. 16. The future of religion. In the light of the preceding analysis of the nature and purpose of religion, one may well ask, what future does communism forecast for religion? What is the official communistic attitude towards religion? These questions are of importance, and the answer of communism is logically drawn from the basic principles of its system. In answer to the question what is the future of religion, the communist theory logically asserts that since religion is a sort of necessary reflex arising from the exploitation of the masses, it will naturally continue to exist in society as long as such exploitation exists. In a word, as long as man is the victim of oppression, he will need the opium of religion to furnish him with an escape from reality. If happiness and comfort cannot be had in this world, man must be led to believe that it will be at least attainable in a future one. Hence, since exploitation necessarily results from the present system of private ownership, It logically follows that the opium of religion will continue to appeal to man until the system of private property has been abolished and a communistic system erected in its place. One can readily perceive from the above that religion does not rank as a basic problem for communism. Lenin actually says that it is a problem of third-rate importance. The precise reason for this is that communism admits that religion will continue to exist in society, regardless of any attempts it might make to eradicate it, until the cause of religion is destroyed, namely, economic exploitation. Consequently, religion is of secondary importance to the communist, it is only a reflex, an effect of private property. The religious question must not be pushed into the foreground where it does not belong. We must not allow the forces waging a genuinely revolutionary economic and political struggle to be broken up for the sake of opinions and dreams that are of third-rate importance, which are rapidly losing all political significance, and which are being steadily relegated to the rubbish heap by the normal course of economic development. 16. Not only will religion continue to exist as long as the system of private property exists, but it will actually become more widespread in proportion to the development of the capitalistic system. This is also an extremely logical deduction of Marxism, because the more capitalism develops, the more exploitation will there be in society, and the more exploitation there is in society, the greater need will there be for the masses to have recourse to the opium of religion. Consequently, the growth and spread of religion, far from indicating the defeat of communism, actually indicates its impending triumph. This is true for the simple reason that ever-increasing religion implies ever-increasing exploitation, and ever-increasing exploitation on the part of the capitalistic system must eventually and necessarily lead to its downfall and to the erection of communism in its place. The growth of ideological, mystical, and religious superstition are all phenomena signalizing the approach of the historical end of the capitalist system. 17. One can see from this statement that any criticism of communism which is directed primarily against its atheistic character is not, of itself, a sufficient criticism of the theory. The criticism of its philosophy of history is much more fundamental and necessary. Religion will vanish, says communism, as soon as economic exploitation vanishes, for it is the cause of religion. And economic exploitation will vanish when society is organized upon a communistic basis. The truly orthodox and scientific way to abolish religion is therefore to abolish its cause, namely, the system of private property and the resulting economic exploitation. The proletariat will wage a great open struggle for the abolition of economic slavery, the real source of the religious deception of humanity. 18. When society, by taking possession of all means of production and using them on a planned basis, has freed itself and all its members from the bondage in which they are now held by these means of production which they themselves have produced but which now confront them as an irresistible extraneous force, when therefore man no longer merely proposes, but also disposes, only then will the last extraneous force which is still reflected in religion vanish, and with it will also vanish the religious reflection itself, for the simple reason that then there will be nothing left to reflect. 19. One might be tempted to ask, if communism states that the truly scientific way to abolish religion is to abolish its cause, namely, economic exploitation, is communism consistent when it devotes so much of its time and energy to the direct opposition of religion? If it were consistent, should it not leave religion alone and concentrate its attack on the capitalistic system, realizing that when it succeeded in this battle, religion would, according to its theory, disappear? The answer, of course, is that communism is not inconsistent when it directly opposes religion. And it is not inconsistent, because it believes the task of overthrowing capitalism is inseparable from the task of destroying religion. In fact, if the capitalistic or exploiting class is to be overthrown, one of the best means of doing it will be to deprive this class of the weapon of organized religion which it so cleverly uses to strengthen its position of power. It is for this reason that Lenin so often repeats that the struggle against religion is inseparable from the general class struggle. The attack upon religion is simply one phase of the great general attack upon the whole present capitalistic regime. We must under no circumstances allow ourselves to be sidetracked into a treatment of the religious question in the abstract, idealistically, as a matter of pure reason, detached from the class struggle. It would be bourgeois narrow-mindedness to lose sight of the fact that the oppression exercised by religion on humanity is only a product and reflection of the economic oppression in society. 20. The fight against religion must not be limited nor reduced to abstract, ideological preaching. This struggle must be linked up with the concrete practical class movement. Its aim must be to eliminate the social roots of religion. 21. Organized religion must therefore be abolished if the ruling class is to be overthrown. Private worship and beliefs, of course, will not help the exploiting class to maintain its position to the same extent that organized religion actually does. For this reason, present-day Russia attempts to destroy all organized religion but tolerates what it calls freedom of conscience. In a word, it realizes that it must crush organized religion if it is to annihilate capitalism, but it knows also that there will be economic suffering in society until true communism arrives and that man will have a natural need of the opium of religion until that time. For that reason it tolerates private belief and religious sentiment in the transitional stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat. When communism is reached, even these private religious superstitions will vanish, for under communism exploitation will be unknown, and it is exploitation which creates religious ideas and attitudes. One of the most important tasks of the cultural revolution affecting the wide masses is the task of systematically and unswervingly combating religion, the opium of the people. The proletarian state, while granting liberty of worship and abolishing the privileged position of the formerly dominant religion, carries on anti-religious propaganda with all the means at its command and reconstructs the whole of its educational work on the basis of scientific materialism. 22. In view of this philosophy of religion, it is very easy to grasp the significance of the words of Marx: religion is the opium of the people. The criticism of religion is the beginning of all criticism. Chapter 7. Its philosophy of morality. It is a tribute to the completeness of the Marxian synthesis that, even though it be an atheistic philosophy, it offers a moral philosophy along with a philosophy of religion. This completeness is to be accounted for by the fact that communism is willing to acknowledge that religion and morality are two very vital factors in the makeup of modern society. Consequently, communism realizes that if its analysis of society is to be complete, it must offer a truly Marxian explanation for the presence of these phenomena, religion and morality, in society. In the previous chapter, Marxism's explanation of the origin, nature, and purpose of religion was presented. It was found to be an unusual analysis of religion, but it must be said that it possessed the required characteristic of being consistent with the general Marxian analysis of society. In the present chapter, it is our intention to present the Marxian philosophy of morality. It will be seen that this analysis of morality differs somewhat from the interpretation which communism places upon religion. Religion, we learned, is entirely superstitious and will vanish with the abolition of private ownership and exploitation in society. But morality, as we shall see, has a somewhat different explanation. At the outset, a distinction must be made between bourgeois morality and proletarian morality. The explanation of these will be presented in due time. For the present it is sufficient to note that communism professes that there is a proletarian morality. In a word, it professes to have a moral code peculiar to itself. Many have undoubtedly never attributed a moral code to communism. And this slight had aroused the anger of Lenin. Is there such a thing as communist ethics? Is there such a thing as communist morality? Of course there is. It is frequently asserted that we have no ethics, and very frequently the bourgeoisie makes the charge that we communists deny all morality. That is one of their methods of confusing the issue, of throwing dust into the eyes of the workers and peasants. 1. What, then, is the attitude of communism towards morality? The answer to this question can best be presented by considering first that moral code which communism calls bourgeois morality, and, second, the moral code known as proletarian morality / ordinarily when we speak of moral laws we refer to the code of morality currently dominating society. This code of morality, we are told, is bourgeois morality, and communism offers an explanation of the origin, nature, and purpose of this moral code which is thoroughly consistent with its principles. Bourgeois morality. In tracing the origin of our present moral code, communism proceeds in its usual manner to establish the dependence of moral laws on the economic needs of each particular age. Just as with the type of state, so with morality, each mode of production, with its consequent class relations, necessarily gives rise to definite ideas and sentiments about the moral goodness or badness of specific acts. Men do not regard a given act as good or bad because of any abstract principle of eternal justice or charity. Individuals may in good faith believe that their actions are guided by such principles, but, as we shall see, such is certainly not the case. Communism points out that men are born into a very definite type of society. This society is organized in a very specific manner. It uses a method of production which is destined to provide the material necessities of life for the people who make up the social organism. Thus, in a society based upon private ownership, with its consequent exploitation of the masses, there is created a vast superstructure, all of which is destined to preserve the current type of social organization and the position of the exploiting class. One such phase of this social superstructure, and extremely important phase, is the code of morality which is created by the current method of production. Like the state and religion, a definite moral code is a necessary product of an economic system based on private ownership. Such a system creates the state, religion, and morality by what we might almost call a reflex action, and it creates them to act as preservatives of its existence, an existence which would be very short-lived were it not for the presence of these instruments which serve in various ways to defend and facilitate the exploitation of the masses. Regardless of what individual men may believe, the moral standards which regulate their actions are created for them by society. They are born into a definite social milieu which is already dominated by moral standards which have been created by the economic needs of society. They grow up in this definite milieu and are taught the current code of morality. Their moral standards are, therefore, molded for them by the needs of the current economic system. Moral laws are thus nothing more than preservatives of the current mode of production and of the position of the ruling class. Whatever would tend to injure the present economic system or to endanger the position of the exploiting class is regarded as morally bad, and whatever would tend to strengthen the current system of production and the position of the exploiting class is considered morally good. We maintain that all former moral theories are the product, in the last analysis, of the economic stage which society has reached at that particular epoch. And as society has hitherto moved in class antagonisms, morality was always a class morality. It has either justified the domination and the interests of the ruling class, or, as soon as the oppressed class has become powerful enough, it has represented the revolt against this domination and the future interests of the oppressed. That in this process there has on the whole been progress in morality, as in all other branches of human knowledge, cannot be doubted. But we have not yet passed beyond class morality. A really human morality which transcends class antagonisms and their legacies in thought becomes possible only at a stage of society which has not only overcome class contradictions but has even forgotten them in practical life. 1 readily perceives that in the light of this analysis of morality anything that harmonizes with the present economic system is morally good, while anything which is out of harmony with the system is condemned as morally bad. It is precisely because of this fact that today we look upon slavery as immoral. Our attitude of indignation toward the institution of slavery implies nothing more than the fact that the present economic system is erected upon a basis which no longer requires the institution of slavery. We need only recall that there was a time, not long past, when the economic organization of society required slavery. At that time, even deeply religious people did not see anything immoral in slavery. The intrinsic character of slavery has not changed, yet man's attitude towards its morality has changed. How explain this fact? There is but one explanation: Moral standards are dependent upon the economic basis of an age. Slavery was once needed as an integral part of the economic system, and it was therefore morally justified. Today our economic system is no longer in need of the institution of slavery, and we therefore look upon it as immoral in character. If the moral consciousness of the mass declares an economic fact to be unjust, as it has done in the case of slavery or serf labor, that is a proof that the fact itself has been outlived, that other economic facts have made their appearance, owing to which the former has become unbearable and untenable. 3. What we have said about slavery applies equally well to other moral standards. For instance, today there is a moral ban on stealing. What is such a law if not an obvious derivation of an economic system based on private ownership? Quite naturally one would expect an economic system erected on the basis of private property to develop such moral laws as thou shalt not steal and thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods. It is only this class morality which communism absolutely rejects. It refuses to accept as eternal truths moral standards which are obviously the creations of an exploiting system of economic production. It sees in the moral code which dominates society based upon private ownership nothing more than a weapon of oppression which the system has created to preserve its own existence and which the exploiting class fosters in order to entrench itself deeper in the position of power. It is, of course, a well-known fact that all codes of morality have been intimately bound up with religious beliefs. Instead of realizing the economic basis of their moral standards, men have invariably placed the basis of the moral code in religion. All moral laws, men believe, are derived from religious truths such as the existence of a God, a future life, future reward, and punishment. But communism realizes that bourgeois morality is nothing more than an ideology created by the economic system of private ownership, and it therefore forcibly casts aside all such morality. It is only this false bourgeois morality which communism rejects. In no sense must communism be regarded as rejecting all ethics and morality. In what sense do we deny ethics, morals? In the sense in which they are preached by the bourgeoisie, which deduces these morals from God's commandments. Of course, we say that we do not believe in God. We know perfectly well that the clergy, the landlords, and the bourgeoisie all claim to speak in the name of God. In order to protect their own interests as exploiters, we deny all morality taken from superhuman or non-class conceptions. We say that this is a deception, a swindle, a befogging of the minds of the workers and peasants in the interests of the landlords and capitalists. 4. In view of communism's insistence that it is only bourgeois morality which it rejects, one rightfully wonders just what are the moral laws which communism regards as acceptable. In answer, communism first calls attention to the fact that it does not regard all current moral law as products of superstition and the current mode of economic production. To this extent, its analysis of morality differs from its analysis of religion. Communism acknowledges that there is what we may call a science of morality which proposes numerous moral laws, some few of which are objectively valid for all time. It freely acknowledges that it would be extremely difficult, perhaps impossible, to single out any particular moral standard which men will always accept as true. It believes that there are a few such standards mingled in the mass of moral laws which we now revere, but at present it is next to impossible for us to discover which these might be. Certainly, however, the moral concepts which at the present time represent the overthrow of the present social system are the most likely to be those which possess the most durable elements. For these are at least destined to endure beyond the present capitalistic system. Hence, whatever eternal moral truths there are we may expect to find in the proletarian moral code of the present time. This attitude of communism towards moral truth can best be understood if one recalls the Marxian doctrine of the relative character of truth which was explained in our third chapter. That doctrine teaches that in each of the sciences there are but few things known with such accuracy and completeness that all future ages will continue to accept them as eternal truths, that is, truths which will always be accepted as unchangeably and absolutely valid. And of all the sciences there is none which possesses so few eternal truths as the science of morality. It is precisely because the science of ethics or morality possesses so few eternal truths that it is an extremely difficult task to point out a single moral standard which will certainly remain valid for all time. Undoubtedly there are a few such standards, but communism acknowledges that we are unable at the present time to decide which moral laws these might be. We therefore reject every attempt to impose on us any moral dogma whatsoever as an eternal, ultimate and forever immutable moral law on the pretext that the moral world too has its permanent principles which transcend history and the differences between nations. 5. If we have not made much progress with truth and error, we can make even less with good and bad. This antithesis belongs exclusively to the domain of morals, that is, a domain drawn from the history of mankind, and it is precisely in this field that final and ultimate truths are most sparsely sown. The conceptions of good and bad have varied so much from nation to nation and from age to age that they have often been in direct contradiction to each other. But all the same, someone may object, good is not bad and bad is not good. If good is confused with bad, there is an end to all morality, and everyone can do and leave undone whatever he cares. But the matter cannot be so simply disposed of. If it was such an easy business, there would certainly be no dispute at all over good and bad. Everyone would know what was good and what was bad. But how do things stand today? There is, first, Christian feudal morality, inherited from past centuries of faith, and this again has two main subdivisions, Catholic and Protestant moralities, each of which in turn has no lack of further subdivisions. Alongside of these we find the modern bourgeois morality, and with it too the proletarian morality of the future, so that in the most advanced European countries alone the past, present and future provide three great groups of moral theories which are in force simultaneously and alongside of each other. Which is then the true one? Not one of them, in the sense of having absolute validity, but certainly that morality which contains the maximum of durable elements is the one which, in the present, represents the overthrow of the present, represents the future, that is, the proletarian carrot. Engels anticipates an objection which he feels may be leveled against this theory. One might ask, if moral standards are created by definite modes of production, should we not be able to distinguish essentially different moral codes in the period of slavery, in the period of feudal aristocracy, in present-day bourgeois or capitalistic society, and still another proper to the proletariat? And if any moral standards remained unchanged under all past and present modes of production, would that not be an indication, according to Marxian principles, that there was something of the eternal about such standards, that they possess a validity which transcends the economic basis of any age? Engels answers this question in the negative. He refutes this objection with the statement that all of these varying types of economic production had one very important factor in common, that is, they were different modes of production but all were based on the system of private ownership. This basic factor common to all is more than sufficient, Engels says, to account for certain moral standards being common to each of these modes of production. But nevertheless there is much that is common to the three moral theories mentioned above. Is this not at least a portion of a morality which is eternally fixed? These moral theories represent three different stages of the same historical development, and have therefore a common historical background, and for that reason alone they necessarily have much in common. Even more, in similar or approximately similar stages of economic development, moral theories must of necessity be more or less in agreement. From the moment that private property in movable objects developed, in all societies in which this private property existed, there must be this moral law in common, thou shalt not steal. Does this law thereby become an eternal moral law? By no means. In a society in which the motive for stealing has been done away with, in which therefore at the very most only lunatics would ever steal, how the teacher of morals would be laughed at who tried solemnly to proclaim the eternal truth, thou shalt not steal. 7. Thus, the right of private property is the foundation of capitalist society, and the only thing which prevents communism from saying that stealing is perfectly moral for the proletariat is the fact that, if the proletariat began to steal, its strength would be weakened and the purity of its revolutionary ideal damaged. Workers who satisfied themselves by stealing would be losing sight of their ideal to foster an emancipating revolution which will bring them these goods abundantly and permanently. Communism's answer to the question what moral truths are eternally valid is therefore the statement that at the present time it is impossible for us to point out with certitude any particular moral law and assert that it is to remain valid for all time, but whatever eternal moral truths there are will most likely be found, not in the Christian or capitalist moral codes but in the proletarian ethics. This latter conclusion is, of course, most logical because the two previous moral codes will die with Christianity and capitalism respectively, whereas much of the present proletarian morality will be carried over into the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat and some of it will endure even after the final stage of perfect communism is reached. The Christian and capitalist moral codes have almost reached the end of their existence. Consequently, whatever eternal moral truths there are will most likely be found in the present proletarian code of morality. Communism its standard of morality. There remains only one last question to be answered: what is the norm or standard of morality proposed by communism? What is the real basis which determines the moral goodness or badness of human acts? The answer of communism is given very briefly but clearly by Lenin in his work on religion. In brief, he tells us that the needs of the class struggle is the norm of morality. Whatever fosters the revolutionary task of the proletariat in its fight for economic emancipation, whatever aids in the struggle to overthrow the present social system is a morally good act. Whatever hinders the revolutionary work of the proletariat, whatever serves to perpetuate the present social system is a morally bad act. In a word, morality is wholly subordinated to the interests of the class struggle. We say that our morality is wholly subordinated to the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat. We deduce our morality from the facts and needs of the class struggle of the proletariat. That is why we say that a morality taken from outside of human society does not exist for us, it is a fraud. For us morality is subordinated to the interests of the proletarian class struggle. 8. Without a word of criticism at this point, may we just remind the reader that the Marxist is herein bluntly stating that he does not believe that any act possesses any inherent morality. Lying and murder, for example, are good or bad insofar, and only insofar, as they foster the interests of the proletarian class struggle. Any obligation on the part of a communist to live up to his written or spoken word does not exist. If he has signed a treaty, he assures us that it is morally good and obligatory for him to disown it if later circumstances make such a course of action helpful to the proletarian class struggle. In the language of Stalin, words have no relation to action. Otherwise, what kind of diplomacy is it? Words are one thing, actions another. Good words are a mask for concealment of bad deeds. Sincere diplomacy is no more possible than dry water or wooden iron. These Marxian principles of morality should provide some sobering thoughts for those who sit in year-long sessions at Geneva or elsewhere in efforts to arrive at agreements with Soviet Russia. They have warned the world ahead of time that they will not live up to any commitment they make if it serves their best interests to disown it. Yet, despite numberless broken treaties and agreements made by Soviet Russia, statesmen of the Western world still sit down with the representatives of communism and naively believe that these men have some serious intent to abide by their word. The struggle of the proletariat is, of course, not destined to go on indefinitely. Eventually the proletariat will succeed in its revolutionary task. What will the norm of morality be after the triumph of the proletariat? Briefly, it will be the same as it is now, because at present the norm of morality might best be stated thus: an act is morally good which by its very nature is conducive to the material betterment of mankind, to the economic development of society, to the inevitable state of future communism. At present, acts which aid in the proletarian class struggle for emancipation are conducive to the material betterment and economic development of society. For this reason it is logically said that today the needs of the class struggle are the norm of morality. After the proletariat has triumphed, there will be a period of the dictatorship of the proletariat which will, in turn, be followed by true communism, but in each period the norm of morality will always remain the same. Whatever tends towards the material betterment and economic development of society at any time is morally good, what does not is morally bad. In view of this criterion of morality, one can readily understand why communism feels that even proletarian moral standards have, in general, only a transitory validity. Proletarian moral ideals of today may not be valid tomorrow precisely because what aids the proletariat in its struggle today may not aid but hinder it tomorrow. Hence, although whatever eternally valid moral truths there are probably 140 form part of the present proletarian moral code, yet it is clearly impossible at the present time to determine which of these will always remain an aid to the proletariat in its struggle for economic freedom. A moral ideal which helps the proletariat today may hinder it under the vastly changed conditions of tomorrow. In summary, all hitherto existing moral codes are derived from the mode of production proper to the particular age and place in which they originated. Their purpose has always been to protect the current mode of economic production and the position of power held by the exploiting class. All of these moral codes have been ostensibly erected upon the basis of religion. This is, of course, just what one would expect when it is recalled that religion itself is one of the strongest weapons of oppression which the exploiting class has at its disposal. In contrast, communism offers a morality which is stripped of all superhuman elements, a morality which is a truly human morality, destined at all times to eradicate exploitation from man's life and to aid continually in the material betterment of his life in society. Chapter VFFL. Its philosophy of revolution. The exposition thus far presented has given us a fairly accurate and detailed knowledge of communism's analysis of contemporary society. Briefly, it is a society based upon private ownership of the means of production, a society in which two classes are perennially waging war against each other, the ruling class invariably using its position of power to carry on the merciless oppression and exploitation of the lower class. This is the communist analysis of our present social organization, a type of social organization which communism frankly admits that it is determined to destroy. Even a cursory reading of communist sources will convince anyone that utter destruction of our present society is the aim of communism. This aim of communism is clearly and boldly stated in the official sources of the movement. A typical expression of this revolutionary objective is to be found in the program of the Communist International, which was adopted at the 6th World Congress of the Communist International on the 1st of September, 1928. The Communists fight with courage and devotion on all sectors of the international class front, in the firm conviction that the victory of the proletariat is inevitable and cannot be averted. The Communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare that their aims can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of the existing social conditions. Let the ruling class tremble at a communist revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. 142. There is a similar frankness in the admission by the Communist Party that it is to play the leading role in the fostering of this revolution. The Communist Party openly professes that it will unite the victims of exploitation into a united front to overthrow our present social organization. The proletariat secures unity of will and action and exercises this unity through the medium of the Communist Party. 2. It must not, however, be thought that the overthrow of bourgeois society is to be accomplished simply because communism has assumed the task of carrying out a revolution. On the contrary, the coming revolution is inevitable. It cannot be stopped. In a word, our present social organization is of such a nature that it must collapse, its downfall is necessary. Sorry with the necessity inherent in its own nature. One must grasp this point of the internal necessity of revolution before one can understand how communism's philosophy of revolution forms an integral part of the general Marxian system. The coming revolution cannot be prevented by any action of men, nor is it in any respect merely the result of planning on the part of men. The coming change to a new social order is part of a great evolutionary process, a natural outgrowth of the present system, an objective process of sheer cause and effect. For in the very nature of the present social system are embedded the seeds of its own destruction. Herein we notice the Marxian dialectic carried relentlessly to its logical conclusion. The inevitability of revolution in its philosophy of nature. Marxism explained that all reality is a unity of contradictory or opposing elements, that this contradiction inherent in reality is productive of motion, that this motion is motion towards development, and that this motion towards development ultimately reaches a point wherein there is a sudden change which is productive of an entirely new quality or new substance. At this point one can appreciate most deeply the rigid consistency which characterizes the Marxian system. We are now in a position to see that the laws which govern the evolution of the social organism are the very same as those which govern the evolution of the world of nature. The social organism is made up of two contradictory or opposing elements, an exploiting and an exploited class. The conflict of these opposing classes has constituted, as Marx says, the history of all hitherto existing society. In brief, both the material realities of the world of nature and the social organism are made up of opposing elements, and it is this opposition inherent in their nature which accounts for their motion and evolution. And just as the continuous motion in material reality eventually reaches a point where a sudden leap in nature brings into existence a new substance, so does the motion or evolution of society develop to a point wherein there is a sudden production of a new type of social organization. But, one asks, what is there about the internal nature of our present social organization which renders its sudden collapse inevitable? Why must the development of our society result in a sudden and violent change into a new form of society? The communist answer is that there is inherent in our society a contradiction which is becoming more and more intensified. Due to this fact, our social organism must eventually and necessarily burst into a new form of society, just as inevitably as water heated more and more must suddenly change into steam. What, then, is this contradiction in society which is constantly becoming more and more intensified and which is to culminate inevitably in the sudden and violent production of a new form of society? The answer of communism is that the present mode of production is in violent opposition to the present manner in which the fruits of production are appropriated by men. In brief, the inevitability of revolution is due to the fact that the existing mode of production has developed to a point wherein it is in opposition to our present type of social organization. The mode of production has completely outgrown the manner in which we are trying to use it. Such a state of affairs renders the collapse of the present social and economic structure absolutely necessary. It is interesting and important to understand how communism arrives at this conclusion. In the most primitive times, Engels tells us, common ownership of the land prevailed. At a later age, when agriculture had developed to a higher degree, this common ownership became a fetter on production. The more agriculture developed, the more common ownership hindered progress. As a result, there came a time when common ownership had 144 to be cast aside. In terms of the dialectical process, one would say that it was negated. All civilized peoples begin with the common ownership of the land. With all peoples who have passed a certain primitive stage, in the course of the development of agriculture, this common ownership becomes a fetter on production. It is abolished, negated, and after a longer or shorter series of intermediate stages is transformed into private property. 3. For a long period society proceeded to operate on this basis of private ownership. Thus, in the Middle Ages both the materials and the instruments or tools of labor were, for the most part, not only operated by individuals but actually owned by the individual farmer or craftsman. And, quite naturally, men either appropriated personally the fruits of their labor or received something of an equivalent value in barter with other men. In a word, society was based upon individual ownership of the means of production and individual appropriation of the fruits of personal labor. Society proceeded to develop upon this basis until several centuries ago, when another reaction necessarily set in. Development had proceeded as far as it could go in a society in which the means of production were in the hands of individuals. Further progress necessitated the concentration of these scattered, individualized means of production. And these individualized means of production could not be turned into mighty productive forces unless they were transformed simultaneously from means of production of the individual into social means of production workable only by a collectivity of men. Thus, the workshop of the individual was supplanted by the factory. Products no longer came from the hands of individuals but from the united labor of hundreds or thousands. It is at this point that the contradiction in our social and economic system stands out in bold relief. Formerly, the individual produced his product and appropriated it himself. But upon the socialization of production, a contradiction was naturally created in society. Men now produced socially, but the products continued to be appropriated by individuals, namely, the owners of the factories. Here, then, is the violent contradiction existing in contemporary society. Formerly, men produced individually and received the fruits of labor individually. Now men are producing socially and yet a few individuals, so-called owners, are appropriating the fruits of the labor of all. In this contradiction, the whole conflict of today is already present in germ. The more the new mode of production gained the ascendancy on all decisive fields of production and in all countries of decisive economic importance, pressing back individual production into insignificant areas, the more glaring necessarily became the incompatibility of social production with capitalist appropriation. 4. This contradiction has continued to become more and more intense. After a time, the individual factory was supplanted by the corporation, which controlled numerous factories in one specific industry. Next came the control of numerous distinct industries by practically the same group of individuals. In brief, for several centuries there has been a constantly increasing socialization of the means of production, attended by the striking phenomena of proportionately increasing appropriation of the fruits of this social production by fewer and fewer individuals. This is the contradiction, says communism, which necessitates the collapse of the present social and economic system. The day of collapse cannot be far distant, we are told, because production is almost as unified, socialized, as it can become, and the fruits of this production are being appropriated by about as few individuals as can possibly do so. Almost all men are working in this great field of social production, and a few individuals, capitalistic owners, are taking for themselves the wealth produced by the vast army of workers. The exploitation of the masses has just about reached the peak of human endurance. Constantly recurring crises, each worse than the preceding, are witness to the fact that the system has about reached its end. Men must and will live, and the system, which cannot go on without challenging man's right to a decent existence, is about to find that utter destruction is its destiny. 146. The new productive forces have already outgrown the bourgeois form of using them, and this conflict is not a conflict which has arisen in men's heads. But it exists in the facts, objectively, outside of us, independently of the will or purpose even of the men who brought it about. 5. Modern industry, in its more complete development, comes into collision with the bounds within which the capitalist mode of production hold it confined. 6. The contradiction between social production and capitalist appropriation comes to a violent explosion. The circulation of commodities is for the moment reduced to nothing. The economic collision has reached its culminating point, the mode of production rebels against the mode of exchange. 7. Revolution and free will. In view of the Marxian theory that revolution is internally necessary to the present social system, a very pertinent question arises. Why, then, all this uniting of the masses for the revolution? Why all the revolutionary propaganda? In a word, if revolution is inevitable, why does communism act as though the emancipation of the proletariat depends upon the awakening of the masses? This is an important question because superficially at least it seems to involve an inconsistency in the Marxian system. The answer of communism is that it is perfectly true that revolution is a necessary part of the evolutionary process, that the revolution is not to be thought of as resulting from the action of a few agitators. However, even though the revolution will be brought about by the suppression of social needs by an outworn economic system, nevertheless it must not be supposed that the revolution will come about automatically. The revolution does not simply happen, it must be made. 8. According to communism, man must play his part in hastening revolution when the necessary social conditions have sufficiently evolved. Marxism has always opposed the old mechanism of the past century. It insists that man is a conscious actor in the drama opound history, that his mind plays a part in the evolution of history just as it does in the advancement of the natural sciences. The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the task is to change it. 9. The materialist doctrine that men are the products of circumstances and education forgets that circumstances are changed precisely by men. 10. Men make their own history, but they do not make it just as they please, they do not make it under circumstances chosen by themselves, but under circumstances directly found, given, and transmitted from the past. 11. Communism, then, clearly recognizes that the human will plays a definite role in the execution of the revolution. But, one may ask, is this recognition of free revolutionary activity compatible with the basic Marxian thesis that man's entire mental life is economically determined? The answer of communism is that the ultimate cause of revolution is, as has been explained, the conflict between the mode of production and the mode of appropriation, a conflict which is certainly outside and independent of the human will. But once this conflict comes to the surface, once it becomes evident in society, there is certainly no inconsistency in saying that men can and should utilize their powers to bring the revolution to a head, to attack the old order and to strive towards the new social order. Every worker is a member of the struggling proletarian class. By nature he is endowed with consciousness, and the objective class struggle is thereby reflected in his mind. Communism therefore points out that although the revolution is inevitable, man is a conscious actor in the drama and is able to use all his powers at the right moment to foster and to give direction to the movement. The nature of the revolution. Communistic sources present us with a rather detailed analysis of the coming revolution. A consideration of the more outstanding characteristics of the revolution is interesting and important for an adequate understanding of this revolutionary philosophy. First, it will be a revolution which will differ essentially from bourgeois revolutions or so-called reforms. Bourgeois revolutions and reforms have never been anything but the substitution of one exploiting group in the place of another. In contrast, the proletarian revolution will cast out all exploiting groups and place in authority representatives chosen from the toiling masses. The bourgeois revolution limits itself to substituting one group of exploiters for another in the seat of power, and therefore has no need to destroy the old state machine, whereas the proletarian revolution removes all groups of exploiters from power, and places in power the leader of all the toilers and exploited, the class of proletarians, and therefore it cannot avoid destroying the old state machine and replacing it by a new one. 12. A second characteristic of the coming revolution will be its violence. There seems no reasonable doubt but that orthodox communism believes that a true proletarian revolution can be achieved only if violence be used to overthrow the ruling and exploiting class. There are a number of good reasons to substantiate this belief. In the official communist sources there is abundant proof to substantiate the view that violence is essential to the proletarian revolution. Thus, in speaking of the Paris Commune, Marx said that it was the failure of the proletariat to use ruthless violence that robbed it of true victory. Two errors robbed the brilliant victory of its fruit. The proletariat stopped halfway. Instead of proceeding with the expropriation of the expropriators, it was carried away with dreams of establishing supreme justice in the country. The second error was unnecessary magnanimity of the proletariat. Instead of annihilating its enemies, it endeavored to exercise moral influence on them. 13. Lenin, in his State and Revolution, is no less insistent upon the necessity of violence in the revolutionary task of the proletariat. He tells us that the state is an organ of force and oppression created by the ruling class and that we cannot hope to see the exploiting class give up its position of power without a desperate and violent struggle. If the state is the product of the irreconcilable character of class antagonisms, if it is a force standing above society and increasingly separating itself from it, then it is clear that the liberation of the oppressed class is impossible not only without a violent revolution, but also without the destruction of the apparatus of state power, which was created by the ruling class. The communist position that violence is essential to its theory is also expressed frequently and strongly both in the works of Stalin and in the official program of the Communist International. The dictatorship of the proletariat cannot come about as a result of the peaceful development of bourgeois society and bourgeois democracy. 15. The conquest of power by the proletariat does not mean peacefully capturing the ready-made bourgeois state machinery by means of a parliamentary majority. The bourgeoisie resorts to every means of violence and terror to safeguard and strengthen its predatory property and its political domination. Hence, the violence of the bourgeoisie can be suppressed only by the stern violence of the proletariat. The conquest of power by the proletariat is the violent overthrow of bourgeois power. 16. Moreover, it seems clear that revolution of a violent nature is the logical implication of the basic Marxian law of transformation. In virtue of this law, new species in the world of nature are produced as the result of a sudden leap. When this law is carried over from Marxian natural philosophy to its social philosophy, one would naturally identify this sudden leap in the evolutionary development of society with what we call a violent revolution. A peaceful transformation of society from capitalism to communism would seem to parallel gradual evolution of new species, a view not accepted by Marxism. Hence it would appear that even theoretically violence is essential in the Marxian system. Again, it is a well-known fact that violence has always characterized revolutions in past ages. These revolutions represented at best a transfer of power from one exploiting class to another. The proletarian revolution will have much more drastic aims, and one should therefore expect it to be characterized by even more violence than attended previous revolutions. Throughout this chapter, we have portrayed the R61E of violence in the overthrow of capitalism. Specific quotations from the classical works of Marxism have been repeatedly called to the reader's attention. We must, however, now state that present-day communism, especially in the United States, does not put into print anything that would identify it with a program to destroy this government by the use of force and violence. The reason, of course, is that laws have been passed which make it illegal to plan or to attempt the overthrow of this government by violence. This concealment of their aims has made it very difficult to prosecute effectively any members of the Communist Party. For a graphic portrayal of the subtle defense used by the Communists in this matter, we suggest that the reader turn to the section of the appendix entitled Communism and its Legal Prosecution. In fairness, it should be said that communism contends that it does not idealize violence. It states that it would prefer a social transformation without violence, but that it knows that this is impossible. The exploiting class will not give up its position without a bitter and violent struggle. If the proletariat is to achieve victory, it will necessarily be a victory bathed in blood. In their earlier years, that is, up to 1850, Marx and Engels insisted upon the universal necessity of violence. In later years they occasionally speak of a complete social transformation being possible in some exceptional cases through peaceful means. The advent of suffrage among the masses had given them the thought that this might offer a peaceful road to communism in rare instances. A fair and accurate portrayal of the attitude of communism towards violence would be that it does not idealize violence. It would prefer to see the transformation of capitalistic society into communism by peaceful means, but it does not believe that this peaceful method is possible, for the simple reason that the ruling class will fight desperately to hold its position of power. A third characteristic of the proletarian revolution is that, if it is to be successful, it must be international in scope. It is true that both economically and politically capitalism does not develop evenly throughout the world, and for this reason one cannot expect all countries to be ready for the proletarian revolution at the same time. But the international establishment of communism must be the aim of the proletariat, and communism will never be entirely successful until it is universally established. What is the meaning of the impossibility of the complete and final victory of socialism in a single country without the victory of the revolution in other countries? It means the impossibility of having full guarantees against intervention, and hence against the restoration of the bourgeois order, without the victory of the revolution in at least a number of countries. To deny this indisputable fact is to abandon internationalism, to abandon Leninism. 17. The purpose of revolution. The immediate purpose of the proletarian revolution may be expressed in a single phrase: the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. After the bourgeois state has been destroyed, the proletariat will become the ruling class. In place of the bourgeois state, the proletariat will erect its own state, which is nothing more or less than the dictatorship of the proletariat. This dictatorship of the masses is a temporary necessity, for only in this way can the road be paved for the advent of true communism. The doctrine of the class struggle, as applied by Marx to the question of the state and of the socialist revolution, leads inevitably to the recognition of the political rule of the proletariat, of its dictatorship, that is, of a power shared with none and relying directly upon the armed force of the masses. The overthrow of the bourgeoisie is realizable only by the transformation of the proletariat into the ruling class, able to crush the inevitable and desperate resistance of the bourgeoisie, and to organize, for the new economic order, all the toiling and exploited masses. The proletariat needs state power, the centralized organization of force, the organization of violence, both for the purpose of crushing the resistance of the exploiters and for the purpose of guiding the great mass of the population, in the work of organizing socialist economy. 18. In a word, victory may be achieved over the exploiting class by mere revolution, that is, the ruling and exploiting class may be stripped of all power through a proletarian revolt. But a revolution which does not immediately set up a dictatorship of the masses can have no permanent effects. The strong rule of the masses is absolutely necessary for a successful revolt. Only through such dictatorship can the resistance of the bourgeoisie be permanently crushed. Only by means of a dictatorship of the masses can the proletariat consolidate the positions it has won and carry on the revolution to its successful completion. The proletarian revolution, its movement, its sweep, and its achievements become realities only through the dictatorship of the proletariat. The dictatorship of the proletariat is the chief fulcrum of the proletarian revolution, its organ and instrument, called into existence first, to crush the resistance of the overthrown exploiters and to consolidate its achievements, secondly, to lead the proletarian revolution to its completion, to lead the revolution onward to the complete victory of socialism. 19. The dictatorship of the proletariat. There remains only to consider the nature of the dictatorship set up by the masses. Is it a proletarian state, or have all forms of the state been abolished by the revolution? Is it a dictatorship of people who are living in a truly communistic society? First, it is most correct to say that the dictatorship of the proletariat which follows the revolt of the masses is a new state. It is not merely the old state in new hands. The proletariat does not merely take over the old state apparatus. It sets up an entirely new state. The working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes. 20. The dictatorship of the proletariat is not a mere change of government but a new state, with new organs of power, both central and local. It is the proletarian state which has risen upon the ruins of the old state, the state of the bourgeoisie. The dictatorship of the proletariat does not arise on the basis of the bourgeois order, it arises while this order is being torn down. 21. Second, although the dictatorship of the proletariat is not merely a transfer of the state machinery to the masses but an actually new governing organization, it is nevertheless still a state, that is, an organ of suppression. There is, however, one great difference between the state and all hitherto existing forms of the state, namely, it is an organ for the suppression of an exploiting minority, whereas all previous states have had as their purpose the suppression of the exploited majority. The state is an instrument in the hands of the ruling class to break the resistance of its class enemies. In this respect the dictatorship of the proletariat in no way differs, in essence, from the dictatorship of any other class, for the proletarian state is an instrument for the suppression of the bourgeoisie. Yet there is an essential difference between the two, which is that all class states that have existed hitherto have been dictatorships of an exploiting minority over the exploited majority, whereas the dictatorship of the proletariat is the dictatorship of the exploited majority over an exploiting minority. 22. The fact that the dictatorship of the proletariat is an entirely new state does not, however, prevent it from being permeated with many defects of the old state. 23. For, as long as it is a state, an organ of suppression, it will be characterized by these defects. The proletarian state therefore openly acknowledges its class character. It is admittedly an organ destined for the suppression of the bourgeois class. 24. It is still a state, an instrument which the class in power uses to suppress its rival class. 25. The only difference is that the proletarian state is the rule of the majority of the people and it uses its power to annihilate the former exploiting class. In view of its class character, the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat can be called communism only in a very broad sense. Actually, it is a period of transition from capitalism to communism. For the time being, the proletariat must utilize a state for the purpose of crushing the former ruling class, for preventing members of the old order from hindering the progress of communism, and for consolidating positions already won. The period of the dictatorship of the proletariat is therefore only the first or early stage in the evolutionary transition from capitalism to communism. Actually, only one major step towards communism is taken in the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Namely, the socialization of production, that is, the transfer of the ownership of the means of production from individuals to the group. Logically, then, one should only expect to find the blessings of communism present during this period to an extent in proportion to the economic transformation thus far attained. 26. Strictly speaking, the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat is really an era of socialism. It is this transitional period through which the Soviet Union is now passing, and for this reason the Constitution of the USSR refers always to socialism, the word communism not being found once in this official document. It is to be noticed also that many ineffective refutations have been made through misunderstanding the significance of the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat. For instance, it is no refutation of the communist theory to prove that true communism does not prevail in contemporary Russia. Nor is it at all to the point to establish the fact that the Russian people are living in poverty, rather than enjoying an abundance of the luxuries and necessities of life. No true communist has ever said that present-day Russia is in the period of communism. On the contrary, every orthodox communist and communistic document has always insisted that during the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, through which Russia is now passing, only very incomplete and imperfect evidences of communism can possibly be present. What we have to deal with here is a communist society, not as if it had developed on a basis of its own, but on the contrary as it emerges from capitalist society, which is thus in every respect tainted economically, morally, and intellectually with the hereditary diseases of the old society from whose womb it is emerging. 27. The scientific difference between socialism and communism is clear. What is generally called socialism was termed by Marx the first or lower phase of communist society. Insofar as the means of production become public property, the word communism is also applicable here, providing we do not forget that it is not full communism. 28. Actually, the dictatorship of the proletariat achieves only the one major triumph of ridding society of all exploitation of man by man. This ideal is attained by capturing the means of production from exploiting individual capitalists and turning them over to the people. But injustices still characterize the period of proletarian rule. Men are still subject to the old bourgeois law of equality, which is not equality at all, that is, they are recompensed for their labor in proportion to its amount and its quality. This is what Marx calls apparent equality and justice. To be truthful, This is rank injustice to men, because it fails to recognize the fact that individuals are born with different degrees of mental and physical ability, have different opportunities in life and have vastly different needs. When complete communism arrives, men will no longer be the victims of such bourgeois equality. They will no longer find themselves with different degrees of wealth, possessions, and privileges simply because they never received the natural gifts or opportunities which others received. 29. Under true communism, as we shall see in the following chapter, a different standard will be used in determining what man earns by his labor. But during the transitional period of the dictatorship of the proletariat, there will be glaring inequalities and injustices because the distribution of life's necessities and luxuries will unfortunately still have to be based on the bourgeois standard, to each in proportion to the quality and quantity of his labor. Stalin has given us a rather complete and concise summary of the characteristics of the period of the dictatorship of the proletariat in his volume on the problems of Leninism. In this passage, the particular objectives of the dictatorship are clearly and frankly stated. There are three fundamental aspects of the dictatorship of the proletariat: the utilization of the power of the proletariat for the suppression of the exploiters, for the defense of the country, for the consolidation of the ties with the proletarians of other lands, and for the development and the victory of the revolution in all countries. The utilization of the power of the proletariat in order to detach the toiling and exploited masses once and for all from the bourgeoisie, to consolidate the alliance of the proletariat with these masses, to enlist these masses in the work of socialist construction, and to assure the state leadership of these masses by the proletariat. The utilization of the power of the proletariat for the organization of socialism, for the abolition of classes, and for the transition to a society without classes, to a society without a state. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a combination of all three aspects. None of these three aspects can be advanced as the sole characteristic feature of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 30. Duration of the dictatorship. There remains only one last question to be answered in reference to this transitional period between capitalism and communism. How long will this period last? How many years of proletarian dictatorship will be necessary? Unfortunately, that question cannot be answered. Certainly, it must last for many years. Transitional epochs in the evolution of society must necessarily take a long time. The communist is frequently rebuked with the reminder that it is taking Russia a long time to arrive at true communism. But in fairness to the system, it must be stated that Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin always asserted that the dictatorship of the proletariat would be a very long period. 40-odd years may seem a long time to some people, but it is a very short span of years if one is thinking in terms of transitional epochs in history. Years and years of firm rule of the proletariat are necessary, because only the proletariat is capable of defeating the bourgeoisie. 31. The transition from capitalism to communism represents an entire historical epoch. Until this epoch has terminated, the exploiters will inevitably cherish the hope of restoration, and this hope will be converted into attempts at restoration. And after this first serious defeat, the overthrown exploiters will throw themselves with tenfold energy, with furious passion, and hatred grown 100-fold, into the battle for the recovery of their lost paradise, for their families who had been leading such a sweet and easy life and whom now the common herd is condemning to ruin and destitution. 32. The tasks which the dictatorship of the proletariat must accomplish cannot be completed in a few years. The transitional period from capitalism to communism will not be a few fleeting years, but an entire historical epoch. There will be, says Stalin, civil wars and external conflicts, attacks and defeats for the proletariat, vast organizational work and economic construction to be completed, economic cultural prerequisites of communism to be established, the education of the proletariat into a force capable of governing itself, the task of re-educating and remolding the minds of the bourgeoisie along lines that will assure the success of communism. 33. These tasks are difficult and will be accomplished most gradually. But as each task is accomplished, the dictatorship becomes proportionately less necessary. Finally, the task will be completed, and men will at last begin to live in a true communistic society. Asterisk. Chapter 9. Its philosophy of society. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as has been indicated in the previous chapter, is nothing more than a transitional state. It is a necessary evil, a period through which society must unfortunately pass in its evolutionary progress towards true communism. The patent fact that the overthrown exploited class still exists within the social group accounts for the need of the dictatorship. The overthrown class makes strong efforts to regain its lost position and attempts to vitiate the work of socialization. The existence of such reactionary forces renders necessary the temporary iron hand rule of society during the period immediately following the seizure of power by the masses. The extremely rigid discipline which characterizes this period is therefore not the ideal of communism but simply an unfortunate and temporary necessity. This factory discipline, which the proletariat will extend to the whole of society after the defeat of the capitalists and the overthrow of the exploiters, is by no means our ideal, or our final aim. It is but a foothold necessary for the radical cleansing of society of all the hideousness and foulness of capitalist exploitation, in order to advance further. 1. In the previous chapter it was pointed out that communism itself does not pretend to know how long it will be before the apparatus of state POV/ER will be rendered unnecessary. It can only be said that once the exploiting class has been removed from power and society begins to operate with socialized means of production, men will very gradually learn. 1 Lenin, v. The State and Revolution, pages 83 to 84. 159. 160. To live according to communistic ideals. The state will therefore become unnecessary in direct proportion to man's assimilation of the ideals of communism. A very expressive phrase is used to portray this reality of the state becoming more and more unnecessary according as men learn to guide their lives more and more by the ideals of communism. It is said that the state will wither away. The expression "the state withers away" is very well chosen, for it indicates both the gradual and the elemental nature of the process. 2. In a word, the proletarian state, just as its predecessor, the capitalistic state, remains essentially an organ of class suppression. So long as there remains a class which is seeking to regain a position wherein it may exploit the rest of society, the state will be necessary. Only true communism, wherein all men are social-minded, will render needless the suppressing powers of the state. Under capitalism we have a state in the proper sense of the word, that is, special machinery for the suppression of one class by another, and of the majority by the minority. During the transition from capitalism to communism, suppression is still necessary, but it is the suppression of the minority of exploiters by the majority of exploited. 3. Only communism renders the state absolutely unnecessary, for there is no one to be suppressed, no one in the sense of a class, in the sense of a systematic struggle with a definite section of the population. 4. Only in communist society, when the resistance of the capitalists has been completely broken, when the capitalists have disappeared, when there are no classes, only then the state ceases to exist. 5. Communism is not so naive as to believe that men will turn into veritable angels under its benign influence. It admits frankly that there will be abuses on the part of individuals, but for 2 reasons these abuses will not constitute a major problem. First, the basic cause of most social abuses on the part of individuals, namely, economic exploitation, will have been eradicated. Second, what abuses there are will not arise from a definite class organized for the exploitation of the rest of society but only from individuals. For these reasons, the organized instrument of suppression known as the state will not need to exist. The correction of occasional abuses on the part of individuals will not require a state. The socially minded masses will themselves be able to handle such situations without any great difficulty. We are not utopians, and we do not in the least deny the possibility and the inevitability of excesses on the part of individual persons, nor the need to suppress such excesses. But, in the first place, No special machinery, no special apparatus of repression is needed for this. This will be done by the armed people itself, as simply and as readily as any crowd of civilized people. Even in modern society, parts a pair of combatants or does not allow a woman to be outraged. And, secondly, we know that the fundamental social cause of excesses which consist in violating the rules of social life is the exploitation of the masses, their want and their poverty. With the removal of this chief cause, excesses will inevitably begin to wither away. We do not know how quickly and in what succession, but we know that they will wither away. With their withering away, the state will also wither away. 6. The cessation of the state. One naturally asks, what is the real, objective basis for the withering away of the state? Certainly, it will cease to exist when society is rid of all exploitation, that is, when men begin to live according to communistic ideals. But one asks, is there any objective goal which, when achieved, will imply that men have begun to direct their lives according to such ideals? Communism answers this question in the affirmative. We are told that the objective, economic basis for the complete withering away of the proletarian state is the achievement by men of the realization that there is not and should not be any distinction made between mental and physical labor. When men come to the realization that work is the first necessity of life, that is, all men must work in order to eat and that they must contribute to society according to their endowments, while receiving according to their needs with no particular value being placed upon special types of work, physical or mental, then, and then only, will there be present in society the objective basis for the complete withering away of the proletarian state. The economic basis for the complete withering away of the state is that high stage of development of communism when the contrast between mental and physical labor has disappeared, that is to say, when one of the principal sources of modern social inequality has disappeared, a source, moreover, which is impossible to remove immediately by the mere conversion of the means of production into public property, by the mere expropriation of the capitalists. 7. In passing, one might note that communism's insistence that there should not be any essential distinction made between mental and physical labor, is certainly the most logical position it could uphold. For, in its philosophy of mind, it maintained that there is not an essential difference between matter and mind. Logically, then, one should not expect to find any special value attached to mental labor. It is in such details as this that one can best appreciate the integral character and logical consistency of the Marxian system. The general practice among men of contributing according to their capacities while receiving only according to their needs will come about only through the formation of a new habit, a new mental attitude towards labor. The general observance of this elementary rule of social life, impossible under the exploitation of the capitalistic system, will come about only through the rigid disciplining of human nature which will take place during the proletarian dictatorship. This is but one of the many basic rules of social life which the proletarian dictatorship will re-establish after it eliminates exploitation from society. Many strongly entrenched habits will have to be uprooted and new habits created in their place. It is because of these facts that Marx frankly admitted that his theory actually calls for a mass change in human nature. Freed from capitalist slavery, from the untold horrors, absurdities, and infamies of capitalist exploitation, people will gradually become accustomed to the observation of the elementary rules of social life. They will become accustomed to observing them without force, without coercion, without subordination, without the special apparatus of coercion which is called the state. Only habit can, and undoubtedly will, have such an effect, for we can see around us millions of times how readily people get accustomed to observe the necessary rules of life in common. If there is no exploitation, if there is nothing that causes indignation, that calls forth protest and revolt and has to be suppressed. 8. When society reaches the point wherein men have learned to direct their lives according to the basic rules of social life, the proletarian state will simply wither away. Men will then enter the new era, the period of true communism. Before portraying the character of true communistic society, it must be noted that communism does not claim that It can offer much more than a general idea of the nature of this future society. It can forecast the general characteristics of the coming communistic society, but it certainly cannot describe in detail its specific nature. It can deduce its basic characteristics from an analysis of the direction in which the evolution of society is tending, but to attempt to describe in detail a society which has not yet come into being would be both unscientific and impossible. There is no shadow of an attempt on Marx's part to conjure up a utopia, to make idle guesses about that which cannot be known. Marx treats the question of communism in the same way as a naturalist would treat the question of the development of, say, a new biological species, if he knew that such and such was its origin, and such the direction in which it changed. 9. Stateless communistic society. The only task remaining for us is to present, in so far as it is possible, a description of the principal characteristics of the future communistic society. It may be said that the future communistic society will have 5 outstanding characteristics. These 5 features are, of course, in addition to the 2 basic characteristics which will be carried over into the communistic society from the period of proletarian dictatorship, namely, the complete absence of all private ownership of the means of production and the eradication of exploitation of man by man in society. First, there is to be no organized institution of government. The state will have completely withered away and men will have become so social-minded that they will easily govern themselves without any institution such as the state. Society will be a vast association of men united for production, they will work without compulsion, they will expect to receive only in proportion to their needs, any abuses on the part of scattered individuals will be taken care of by the members of society themselves without the need of any distinct, organized instrument of suppression. When all have learned to manage, and independently are actually managing by themselves social production, keeping accounts, controlling the idlers, the gentlefolk, the swindlers, and similar guardians of the capitalist traditions. The necessity of observing the simple, fundamental rules of everyday social life in common will have become a habit. When all members of society, or even only the overwhelming majority, have learned to govern the state themselves, have taken this business into their own hands, have established control over the insignificant minority of capitalists, over the gentlemen with capitalist leanings, and the workers thoroughly demoralized by capitalism, from this moment the need for any government begins to disappear. The more complete the democracy, the nearer the moment when it begins to be unnecessary. 10. The second outstanding characteristic of the stateless communistic society will be the complete absence of all class distinctions. For the first time in history there will be true equality among men. Equality, which in capitalist society is an empty phrase, will have at last become a reality. Communist society will abolish the class division of society, that is, simultaneously with the abolition of anarchy of production, it will abolish all forms of exploitation and oppression of man by man. Society will no longer consist of antagonistic classes in conflict with each other, but will represent a united commonwealth of labor. For the first time in its history mankind will take its fate into its own hands. Instead of destroying innumerable human lives and incalculable wealth in struggles between classes and nations, mankind will devote all its energy to the struggle against the forces of nature, to the development and strengthening of its own collective might. 11. The third feature of the future communistic society has already been treated in the present chapter, namely, the complete absence of any distinction between mental and physical labor. Men will realize their obligation to work and to produce according to their capacities, while asking no more than that they receive compensation according to their needs. 12. The fourth characteristic of communistic society will be the great abundance of material wealth which will be available for the members of society. Unhampered by class distinctions, exploitation, and domination, men will develop their capacities to a far greater extent than they do under capitalism. This general development of men's powers will naturally result in increased productivity. Moreover, a great amount of human energy, wealth, and ability, which today is consumed in the class struggles, war and crises, will be turned towards the increased production of materials for the use of society. Lastly, the excellent organization of communistic society and the socially conscious attitudes of its members will eliminate the great waste of materials which occurs in our present-day society because of the hatreds existing between the owners of the productive forces and their workers. So great will be the development of economic forces and the increase of material wealth due to the above factors that Lenin does not hesitate to assure us that there will then be no need for any exact calculation by society of the quantity of products to be distributed to each of its members. Each will take freely according to his needs. 13. The fifth feature of communistic society will be a general harmony of interests among the members of society, as well as the general acquisition of culture and education. Man will, for the first time, be the master of social organization and will be in possession of true freedom. With the disappearance of classes, the monopoly of education in every form will be abolished. Culture will become the acquirement of all, and the class ideologies of the past will give place to scientific materialist philosophy. Under such circumstances, the domination of man over man, in any form, becomes impossible, and a great field will be opened for the social selection and the harmonious development of all the talents inherent in humanity. The development of the productive forces of the world communist society will make it possible to raise the well-being of the whole of humanity and to reduce to a minimum the time devoted to material production and, consequently, will enable culture to flourish as never before in history. 14. In a word, a world society characterized by the above features is the ideal and the goal of communism. When it is achieved, the evolutionary process of history and society will come to an end. Perfection will have been reached. Men will then be able to live together harmoniously, free from all wars and deprivations, enjoying the abundant material wealth of communist society and the highest culture in the history of civilization. In the words of Engels, man, at last the master of his own form of social organization, becomes at the same time the lord over nature, his own master free. 15. A criticism of the philosophy of communism. Dialectic materialism, whatever else it may be, is the smuggest and most convenient philosophy ever adapted by a ruling caste to its political needs. It finds a bogus consistency in the most startling inconsistencies. There is something monstrous in a dialectic materialism which exploits in order to end exploitation, which flouts elementary human values in the name of humanity, which fortifies new classes to achieve a classless society, which, in brief, presumes to be as heartless as history, instead of opposing its dreams and its hopes to history's heartlessness. Assignment in Utopia, by Eugene Lyons. 167. Chapter X. Criticism of its philosophy of nature. It is now our task to offer a critical evaluation of the three laws of the Marxian synthesis. The first law, it will be recalled, is the basic principle of matter or the law of opposites. According to this law, each being contains within itself two inseparably united, but mutually exclusive and opposed, elements. The oppositional character of these elements creates a state of contradiction within each being, and contradiction, by its very nature, involves interaction or motion. Marxism presents this law of opposites as the ultimate explanation of all motion and thus does away with the need of appealing to a prime mover of the universe. By the second law, the law of negation, each being develops toward its own negation. Thus, the seed is negated through death, from it a plant buds forth, and the plant, in turn, produces hundreds of seeds. Marxism offers this law of negation as the explanation of the quantitative increase of reality. The third law, the law of transformation, shows that quantitative development is often productive of leaps in nature. As a result of each of these leaps in nature there emerges either a new quality or an entirely new substance. Marxism offers this law of transformation as the explanation of the emergence of all new species. These three fundamental laws contain for the Marxist a complete and adequate explanation of nature. Matter, with an immanent principle of activity, demands no mover outside itself. Matter, with an immanent principle of orderly development, demands no mind outside itself. Matter, with its leaps to new forms, demands no creator but itself. The truth of Marxism's philosophy of nature is dependent upon the validity of each of its three laws. If any one, 169, 170 of these laws is shown to be false, the entire metaphysical structure of Marxism collapses. If the first law is invalid, Marxism has failed to explain the presence of motion in the world. If the second law is invalid, Marxism has failed to explain the growth of reality. If the third law is invalid, Marxism has failed to explain the production of new species. To disprove the validity of one of these laws is to destroy the Marxian philosophy of nature. In the following pages, it is our intention to analyze each of these three laws and to show that each of them is false. The law of opposites. Before concerning ourselves with the validity of this fundamental law, we should like to have a precise understanding of what the Marxist means when he says that reality is a unity of opposites. What is meant by this phrase? What is the nature of these opposites or contradictories which compose reality? Unfortunately, the dialectical materialists rarely venture to offer anything even approximating a definition of opposites. In the various textbooks for the students of Marxism, the one expression reality is a unity of opposites is repeated over and over again until it assumes for the unsuspecting student an almost magical significance. Keynes, in his textbook on Marxism, tells the student that the forms and manifestations of opposition are so many and so varied that it has so far been impossible to give a really satisfactory definition. 1. Lest this may have disturbed the student, he hastens to add that all normally intelligent persons, however, recognize opposites when they meet them too. Adoritsky, former director of the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute in Moscow, approaches a definition of opposites when he states that in all the phenomena and processes of nature and society there are contradictory, opposite, mutually exclusive, and at the same time associated tendencies. 3. But despite the lack of a precise definition of terms, one can arrive at an understanding of what Marxists mean by opposites by an analysis of their explanations and examples. The thought which the dialectical materialist wishes to convey is sufficiently clear. Briefly expressed, the basic principle of Marxism might be stated as follows: every being is composed of two positive elements which are, by nature, inseparably united but mutually exclusive and opposed to each other, and it is this opposition inherent in each entity which is productive of the motion evident in all things. Thus the Marxian explanation of motion in matter. Thus the Marxian answer to the question, how does each being tend toward its own development and its proper end? Critique the presupposition of motion. Our first criticism of the law of opposites is that it does not explain the presence of motion in matter, it presupposes it. To make clear this important point, let any concrete reality be represented by a circle, and let A and B represent the two opposites which according to Marxism, constitute the reality. The Marxian law of opposites maintains that it is the clash or conflict of these opposites, A and B, which is productive of the motion in the being. It refuses to acknowledge that the source of motion must be extrinsic to the reality. Rather, it insists that the being is autodynamic, that the source of its motion is immanent in itself, that is, the conflict of the opposites, A and B, fully accounts for its motion. In answer, we point out the fact that, before these opposites, A and B, can conflict or mutually interpenetrate, they must move towards each other. Regardless of how much opposed A and B may be by nature, the fact remains that if they are utterly inert and absolutely passive elements, they will never come together, they will never mutually interpenetrate. Since Marxism refuses to acknowledge that the source of the being's motion is extrinsic, it necessarily follows that any conflict or coming together of the opposites within the being can be explained only if either one or both of the opposites, A and B, is already endowed with a motion which drives them together. In other words, the interpenetration. 172. Or conflict of A and B necessarily implies the presence of motion already inherent in one or both of these opposites. It shall be noted that it will not help the Marxist in the least to contend that the opposites, A and B, have always been in motion, or to assert that their conflict has, from the first moment of the being's existence, caused motion. In the question at hand, the factor of time is of no consequence. The problem is one which is concerned with the efficient cause of motion. And it is idle talk to speak of the conflict of the opposites, A and B, as the ultimate cause of the being's motion, when their conflict can be the result only of motion already present within themselves. The atheist has often attempted to avoid going back to a prime mover of the universe by having recourse to infinite regress. The fruitlessness of this regress has been adequately treated by capable philosophers from Aristotle to St. Thomas to our own contemporaries. We might simply say here that when we see a freight car moving along the railroad tracks, it will not satisfy us to say that it is moving because it is coupled to another freight car, which is attached to still another freight car. We can regress until the freight train is 1 mile long or 1,000,000 miles long, but we still have no adequate explanation of the motion in the chain of cars until we come to an engine of some type which is bestowing motion upon the whole series. It is interesting to note that the various present-day exponents of Marxism quite unintentionally make very clear the fact that the law of opposites presupposes the presence of motion in each of the opposites. For in the following quotations taken from Marxist works, one can readily perceive that the conflict of opposites is produced by opposed elements which are already endowed with activity. We must not see opposites in a rigid, dead, and unconnected opposition. 5. In all the phenomena and processes of nature and society there are contradictory, opposite, mutually exclusive, and at the same time associated, tendencies. Dialectic, then, is a term which has as its positive content the conception of development consisting in the outcome of a union of interacting opposites. Out of this perpetual interplay of opposites, old forms are constantly being destroyed and new forms are constantly being brought into being. 7. Final evidence that the law of opposites presupposes the presence of motion in each of the opposites is to be found in numerous examples brought forward by Marxism in support of this law. For instance, the entire philosophy of history proposed by Marx and Engels is based on the assumption that the conflict of the two opposites which make up human society results from an avaricious determination on the part of the former to exploit and, on the part of the latter, an understandable determination to throw off its yoke of slavery. Class wars are not being waged today by the millions of exploiters and exploited who died centuries ago. Again, the Marxian example that man is the product of parents of opposite sexes obviously presupposes parents endowed with life and a union of these brought about by mutual activity. The inert men and women who he in our cemeteries are not bearing children, or, again, we are told that electrical energy involves two opposites, a positive and a negative. Some cold morning let the Marxist unite these two opposites by turning the ignition key in his car. If perchance he has a dead battery, no energy already present in it, the union of the two opposites will produce no motion in the engine of his car. In fact, the one who insists most that the opposites are already endowed with motion is the Marxist himself. It is he who says that motion is the mode of existence of matter. Never anywhere has there been matter without motion, nor can there be. Matter without motion is just as unthinkable as motion without matter. In a word, we are seeking an ultimate explanation of the origin of motion. The Marxist tells us that motion in a given reality is brought about by the conflict of the motion-endowed opposites which compose it. If this be so, we still ask, whence did these opposites derive their motion? The Marxist has not answered this question, and he cannot answer it without going outside a given reality to another being which has bestowed this motion on these opposites. In conclusion, the law of opposites presupposes the very thing it seeks to account for, namely, the presence of motion in matter. A conflict of opposites presupposes a coming together of the opposites. And, since Marxism does not admit an extrinsic source of motion, it follows necessarily that the mutual penetration of the opposites can be effected only through motion already present in the opposites which drives them together. To put it practically, albeit facetiously, two opposed but inert elements in concrete reality could not, of themselves, produce a conflict any more than 1,000 dead capitalists and 1,000,000 dead communists could produce a class war. Opposites must be endowed with activity before they can cause conflict. The prime mover of the universe. Our second criticism of the law of opposites is that, regardless of what interpretation the Marxist places upon this law, it inevitably forces him to acknowledge the existence of a prime mover who is transcendent to the universe. We have just seen that the law of opposites fails completely in its attempt to establish the autodynamic character of matter. On the contrary, instead of showing that motion is immanent in matter, it definitely establishes the need of a source of motion extrinsic to material reality. The particular concrete reality which we have been discussing cannot therefore account for its motion through any conflict of opposites. For an explanation of its motion, one must have recourse to another reality. St. Thomas now takes this fact and shows that ultimately it forces us to acknowledge the existence of an unmoved prime mover of the universe. Whatever is in motion must be put in motion by another. If that by which it is put in motion be itself put in motion, then this also must needs be put in motion by another, and that by another again. This cannot go on to infinity, because then there would be no first mover, and consequently, no other mover, seeing that subsequent movers only move inasmuch as they are put in motion by the first mover. Therefore it is necessary to arrive at a first mover, put in motion by no other, and this everyone understands to be God. 8. Regardless of what interpretation the Marxist places upon this law, it inevitably forces him to acknowledge the existence of a prime mover who is transcendent to the universe. The lawgiver of nature. We now take up our third criticism of the law of opposites. The basic law of Marxism not only fails to account for the fact that each reality progresses towards its proper end and perfection, but that it actually implies the existence of an intelligence, a lawgiver, who is infinite and transcendent to matter. On the basic fact that the motion in beings causes them to progress towards their development and perfection, Marxism and Thomism are in full agreement. Both acknowledge and insist that every being moves or develops in accordance with law. The agreement, however, ceases almost immediately, for the Marxist asserts that the presence of law in nature in no way implies the existence of a mind transcendent to matter. Engels does not admit a shadow of a doubt about the objective existence of law, order, causality, and necessity in nature. 9. A purpose which is not imported into nature by some third party acting purposively, such as the wisdom of a providence, but lies in the necessity of the thing itself, constantly leads, with people who are not well versed in philosophy, to the untiring interpolation of conscious and purposive activity. 10. In opposition to this view, St. Thomas asserts that the presence of law in nature demands the existence of an intelligence or lawgiver who is transcendent to the universe. Intrinsic finality, or the natural tendency or inclination of beings to progress in the direction of their perfection, can be explained, says St. Thomas, only by admitting the existence of a transcendent intelligence. In other words, St. Thomas would point out that Marxism is right when it observes that the motion in each being causes it to progress towards its development and perfection, but that it is wrong when it asserts that this fact does not necessitate the existence of an infinite intelligence. The mere presence of motion in matter cannot, of itself, account for the fact that the motion. 9. Lenin, v. Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, p. 125. 0. Engels, f. Anti-Düring, p. 79. 176. Tends towards the development of the being. Oppositional motion, especially, as proposed by the Marxian theory, might result in absolute rest or in the dissolution of the being. But, on the contrary, we know that each of the countless beings in the world moves and develops along that one line which leads to its perfection. And this fact, as St. Thomas points out, necessitates the existence of a transcendent intelligence which directs the progress and development of all nature. In order to establish this point, St. Thomas first calls attention to the fact of finality in the world of nature. We see things that lack intelligence, such as natural bodies, acting for some purpose, which fact is evident from their acting always or nearly always, in the same way, so as to obtain the best result. 11. On this point, the existence of finality in the universe, Marxism and Thomism are, as has been stated, in full agreement. There is, then, no need to delay on this phase of the argument. But after calling attention to the fact of finality in the universe, St. Thomas shows that such finality can be accounted for only by admitting the existence of an infinite and transcendent intelligence. Hence it is plain that not fortuitously but designedly, do they achieve their purpose. Whatever lacks intelligence cannot fulfill some purpose unless it is directed by some being endowed with intelligence and knowledge, as the arrow is shot to the mark by the archer. Therefore, some intelligent being exists by which all natural things are ordained towards a definite purpose, and this being we call God. 12. It is this latter point which is challenged by the Marxist, namely, that operation according to law implies the existence of an ordering intelligence. The basis of this Marxian challenge is concisely stated by Engels in his Anti-Düring. A purpose which is not imported into nature by some third party acting purposively, such as the wisdom of a providence, but lies in the necessity of the thing itself, constantly leads, with people who are not well versed in philosophy, to the unthinking interpolation of conscious and purposive activity. 13. In this passage, Engels definitely states that things operate in an orderly manner and tend towards specific ends because their nature demands it. The necessity of developing in one manner rather than in another is not superimposed on reality, rather, it flows from the nature of the reality itself. In other words, the eye does not see because an intelligence created an organ capable of sight, it sees because it so happens that it has a nature which renders it capable of sight. If nature had produced the eye with a slightly different material organization, it would not be capable of sight. But with its present structure it cannot fail to see. All of the finality evident in nature is, then, according to the Marxian theory, the necessary result of the structure which realities happen to have. Given the material organization of a particular being, it necessarily tends toward one specific end, whereas, if nature had produced this being with a slightly different type of structure, it would probably tend toward some other end. In answer to such an objection, it is necessary only to point out that when the Marxian position is analyzed, it is evident that it is reducible to the theory that it is chance, and not law, which rules the world, and this is a theory which Marxism itself rejects. For Marxism, as we have seen, insists that law and order prevail in the world. That the Marxian theory is reducible to that of chance is not difficult to establish. The Marxist contends that the development of a being towards a specific end is to be accounted for by the material organization of the being itself. But the Marxist forgets to ask himself a very important question: what accounts for the material organization of the being? That is the basic question, and it is a question which the Marxist theory does not answer. There are only two theories which may be proposed to account for the complex material organization which is to be found in even the most simple forms of inanimate and animate nature. One may say, with St. Thomas, that such organization necessitates the existence of a transcendent intelligence, or one may say, with the Marxist, that it simply happens that nature has produced these beings in these particular forms. But the latter view, as we shall presently discover, is readily reducible to the theory which Marxism itself rejects, namely, that chance prevails in the world. For example, the odds against nature, of itself, happening to produce an organ of such complexity as the eye, with its thousands of infinitesimal parts combined in exactly the manner required for vision, are mathematically almost incalculable. But the eye is only one of the many complex parts of the human body. The chances against nature producing precisely that material organization found in each of the other organs and glands is equally great. But this is not all. For, in man, all of these organs and glands are organized into a perfect functional unit. And man is only one of the countless species of nature, inanimate and animate, each one of which possesses a similar marvelous organization of its most minute parts. Since Marxism itself rejects the view that nature is based upon chance, there is no need to present a detailed refutation of the theory. It is sufficient to point out that to profess, as does the Marxist, that nature, of itself, is responsible for all of this complex organization is to propose a theory based on the most impossible sort of chance. Thus, it is clear that, in the final analysis, the Marxian theory contradicts itself. When the Marxist says that the material organization of a being determines its end, he speaks a half-truth. The problem which the Marxist has not answered is, what determines the material organization of the being? There are only two answers which can be given to this question, and one of these, the theory of chance, is quite rightly rejected by the Marxist. St. Thomas points out that the only remaining solution must be accepted. This is the solution forced upon us by reason, namely, that there must be a transcendent intelligence responsible for the operation of all things according to law. The natural agent must have the end and the necessary means predetermined for it by some higher intellect, as the mark and aim is predetermined for the arrow by the archer. Hence the intellectual and voluntary agent must precede the agent that acts by nature. 14. Now every form bestowed on created things by God has power for a determined act, which it can bring about in proportion to its own proper endowment, and beyond which it is powerless. 15. That the argument of St. Thomas rigidly concludes, not only to the existence of an intelligent designer of nature, but to the existence of an infinite and transcendent intelligence, is pointed out by Cogiton. For it would not suffice to admit the existence of a finite designer of the universe, because the nature of the finite designer would itself exhibit order and require an intelligence transcendent to it. It is evident, then, in the light of our third criticism of the law of opposites, that the admission of Marxism that the motion proper to each being causing it to develop towards its perfection leads directly to the acknowledgement of an intelligence which is infinite and transcendent to the universe. The second and third laws. The second law of matter proposed by dialectical materialism is the law of negation. In its presentation of this law, Marxism calls attention to the fact that beings tend towards their own negation and, in virtue of this negation, there results a numerical increase in reality. Thus, the seed is negated through its death in the soil, but from this negation there comes forth a plant which produces numerous seeds. This reproduction through negation of the seed of life is a law which holds good in vegetable, animal, and human life, the nature of the negation differing, of course, in each species of being. It is this law of negation which Marxism offers as the explanation of the numerical increase or reproduction of beings. The third law of matter, the law of transformation, is also based upon observable facts in the world of nature. It is pointed out that leaps often occur in nature after reality has developed to a certain level. As the result of such a leap, a new quality or substance is brought into existence. It is this law which Marxism presents as the explanation of the emergence of all specifically new realities. Both of these laws, as we shall presently show, suffer from the same defects. For this reason we shall treat them together. Critique. Marxism asserts that the purpose of the second and third laws is to explain the numerical increase of reality and the emergence of new realities. But these laws serve no such purpose. The second and third laws do not explain anything, they merely state facts of observable experience. We admit, along with the Marxist, the fact that, at least to a great extent, the reproduction of beings does follow upon what Marxism calls a process of negation. We admit also that, at times, new qualities and new substances do follow upon a certain quantitative increase or development in reality. The changing of water into steam mentioned in the second chapter is a true example of such phenomena. These are facts of nature, but merely to state them is to explain nothing. If the Marxist were a true philosopher, his second and third laws would not satisfy him. Men of ordinary intelligence readily perceive that there is a vast difference between a fact and its explanation. When men perceive that, in many instances, a numerical increase in beings results from the negation of some antecedent, they know that they have been witness to a fact, but they also know that it would be a very different thing to explain that fact. There is a great difference between knowing what has occurred and knowing why it has occurred. In the present criticism, we shall show that a thorough analysis of the natural phenomena which fall under the second and third laws forces the Marxist back to precisely the same conclusions as are necessitated by the law of opposites, namely, that there must be a prime mover and an intelligent designer of the universe. The prime mover of the universe. The example of the acorn developing into the oak has been mentioned as characteristic of the phenomena which fall under the second law. But an analysis of this fact and all similar phenomena, as we shall see, carries us back rapidly and necessarily to the existence of a prime mover of the universe. In order that the acorn may be of value in reproducing life, through its negation or death, it is most necessary that it contain within itself that form of immanent activity which we call life. In view of this fact, it is clear that the Marxist cannot claim that his law of negation adequately accounts for the numerical increase of reality unless the acorn adequately accounts for the presence of life or activity within itself. It is precisely at this point that the Marxian theory lapses, because, as was shown in our second criticism of the law of opposites, reality is not autodynamic and the ultimate cause of its motion or activity must be outside itself. The truth of this conclusion is quite evident in the example which we are using, that of the acorn. It has derived its life or immanent activity from the living tree which produced it. And what is true of the acorn is true of every other being which can, through a process of negation, reproduce itself. In other words, no entity, not even one which possesses what we call immanent activity, adequately accounts for its life or motion. All such beings are endowed with the principle of activity which they have received from another. Consequently, no being which reproduces itself through a process of negation contains within itself an adequate explanation of the vital activity which plays such an essential R61E in this process. For such an explanation recourse must be had to some being outside itself. Since infinite regress cannot be admitted, as was mentioned in our second criticism of the law of opposites, it follows that one can arrive at an adequate explanation of the vital activity operative in the processes of negation, to which Marxism refers, only by acknowledging the existence of an unmoved prime mover of the universe. What we have said above in reference to the natural phenomena which belong to the second law applies equally to those which fall under the third law. According to the third law, the law of transformation, certain natural processes culminate in the production of new qualities and qualitatively new substances. But an analysis of these processes of transformation, as we shall see, leads directly to the acknowledgement of an unmoved prime mover of the universe. Processes of transformation do not occur of themselves. On the contrary, they are the direct resultants of active agencies. Consequently, the Marxist cannot claim that his third law adequately accounts for the production of new realities unless the agencies involved adequately account for the activity by means of which they effect these transformations. It is at this point that Marxian theory again collapses. For, as we have already seen, the activity of finite agencies finds its adequate explanation only in the existence of an unmoved prime mover of the universe. It is this conclusion. 182. Which an analysis of the Marxian law of transformation renders inevitable. The intelligent designer of the universe. An analysis of the phenomena which fall under these laws necessitates the existence of an intelligence which is transcendent to matter. As an example of the law of negation, we are told that an acorn, after undergoing a specific process, develops into an oak tree. As illustrative of the law of transformation, we are reminded that when certain similar substances are added to each other, they result in an entirely new substance. But, in these and all similar phenomena we find something most wonderful. Why should an acorn always develop into an oak tree? Why should certain similar chemical substances when added together always result in a third substance which is in no way actually present in them? These are questions which the Marxian theory cannot answer. The only solution to the problem which will satisfy the demands of reason, as was shown in detail in our third criticism of the law of opposites, is to acknowledge that there must be a transcendent intelligence which has ordered all things to determined ends. The tactics of criticism we have seen that it is the contention of Marxism that its dialectical materialism has supplanted the old, outmoded, and refuted forms of 18th-century materialism. In conformity with its never-ceasing attempt to appear modern, Marxism claims that it is a philosophy of becoming and that, like many present-day philosophies, it does not accept such medieval notions as the principle of identity and the principle of contradiction. These claims of Marxism are, of course, founded on the application which it has made of Hegelian dialectics to the material universe. It is in reference to these claims of Marxism that we should like to issue a word of warning. The scholastic philosopher must be careful not to accept Marxism's claim that it is a new materialism, that it is modern, that it is a philosophy of becoming, that it denies the principles of identity and contradiction. For the scholastic philosopher to accept these Marxian claims and then to attempt to refute them is to commit a twofold blunder. It is to relieve the Marxist of the psychological disadvantage which attends the presentation of materialism in a philosophical period which is predominantly devoted to idealism. In other words, it is to admit that there is a new materialism which the modern world should consider, a materialism which has not been refuted by present-day philosophy. Instead of allowing this false impression to gain ground, the scholastic philosopher must strip the Marxian theory of its Hegelian disguise and show that it is nothing more than a restatement of the old and already refuted materialism of 2 centuries ago. Secondly, since Marxism is not basically a new materialism or a philosophy of becoming, any attempt to refute it on those grounds will be of a superficial nature and will never meet with success. The essence of any philosophy of becoming, such as Bergsonism, is its denial of the principles of identity and contradiction. Marxism professes that its philosophy involves a similar denial. But the scholastic philosopher must not be so naive as to accept the word of Marxism. The most basic and the most efficacious attack which scholasticism can make against the Marxian theory is, we believe, the one which we have used in the present chapter, for, as soon as it is shown that the law of opposites is not valid, the very heart is taken out of the theory. The theory can no longer be called dialectical, it can no longer profess that it denies the principles of identity and contradiction, it can no longer call itself a philosophy of becoming, and it is reduced to the rank of the old 18th century materialism. Using this method of criticism, the scholastic philosopher will be able to show Marxism to the modern world for what it is, a restatement of the old materialism disguised in Hegelian terminology. Marxism and contemporary science. As a conclusion to our criticism of the Marxian philosophy of nature, we wish to point out a few facts pertinent to the claim that Marxism is a philosophy based on present-day science. It is the boast of Marxism that it is superior to the 18th century materialism which preceded it. The claim is not justified. Marxism, as we shall show at length in a later chapter, is definitely a child of its age. Indeed, as we have already remarked, Marxism has done little more than restate the old materialism in the specious and obscure terminology of Hegelian idealism. The main theme of the old materialism, as is well known, was the claim that science had done away 184 with God. Marxism makes the same claim and asserts that its claim is upheld by 20th century science. It will be recalled that Marxism, which is proudly scientific, offered several examples from the field of modern physics and chemistry in support of its law of opposites. These examples are based on what Marxism would like to believe is the nature of electricity and of the atom. Before passing on to the verdict of modern science on the general conclusions of the Marxian theory, we should like to make 2 observations on these examples. If there is one thing which is evident today, it is the fact that science has much yet to learn about electricity and the atom. In these matters the scientific knowledge of 5 years ago is already antiquated, and the scientist readily admits that the years to come will probably bring equally astonishing results. At the present time, we could, with as much justification as the Marxist, place our own interpretation on the incomplete evidence furnished by science. The more scientific attitude, however, would be for the present to withhold our judgment, and this is the course which we shall follow. By offering as proof of a theory examples which are based on incomplete scientific evidence, the Marxist proves, not the law of opposites, but only that he lacks the scientific spirit which he professes to have. But let us return to the claim of Marxism that it is supported by 20th century science in its assertion that science has done away with God. In the light of such an assertion, it should be interesting to ascertain whether or not present-day science agrees with Marxism on this very important point. For the verdict of science we have, therefore, gone to the writings of some of the greatest scientists of our age: Millikan, Compton, Einstein, Lemaitre, Eddington, Jeans, and Max Planck. It is the opinion of these leaders in the field of science which we offer for consideration. Parenthetically, we should like to note that we do not agree with the particular concept of God held by some of these men. Likewise, they undoubtedly do not agree among themselves on that matter. The point, however, in which they all agree, and in which we agree with them, is that nature is not self-sufficient, it is not self-explanatory, and the conclusions of modern science lead, not to atheistic Ma 185. Materialism, but to the acknowledgement of the existence of God. Robert Millikan, the internationally known physicist of the California Institute of Technology, has two works which contain matter relative to our present inquiry. In the first of these books, entitled Science and the New Civilization, he condemns that dogmatic assertiveness about the findings of science which is as characteristic of Marxism as it was of the old materialism. If there is anything which the growth of modern physics should have taught, it is that such dogmatic assertiveness about the whole of what there is or is not in the universe as was represented by 19th century materialism is unscientific and unsound. The physicist has had the bottom knocked out of his generalizations so completely that he has learned with Job the folly of multiplying words without knowledge, as did all those who once asserted that the universe was to be interpreted in terms of hard, round, soulless atoms and their motions. 16. In the same volume, after recalling the many discoveries of 20th century science, the author insists upon a point which we strove to emphasize earlier in this chapter, namely, that the universe demands a lawgiver as its author. After all that, is there anyone who still talks about the materialism of science? Rather does the scientist join with the psalmist of thousands of years ago in reverently proclaiming, "The heavens declare the glory of God and the firmament showeth his handiwork." The God of science is the spirit of rational order, the integrating factor in the world of atoms and of ether and of ideas and of duties and of intelligence. Materialism is surely not a sin of modern science. 17. In Millikan's second work, entitled Science and Religion, there are at least 3 passages which are well worth quoting as illustrative of the conclusions which the modern scientist draws from his research work. 186. The second inference that I wish to draw from my review of the growth of modern physics is that there may be some danger that we may not even yet have learned to avoid the blunder made by the physics of the 19th century. This blunder consisted in generalizing farther than the observed facts warranted, in the assumption that our feeble, finite minds understand completely the basis of the physical universe. 18 began to show us a universe of orderliness and of the beauty that goes with order, a universe that knows no caprice, a universe that behaves in a knowable and predictable way, a universe that can be counted upon, in a word, a God who works through law. 19 We begin to realize that our finite minds have only just begun to touch the borders of the ocean of knowledge and understanding. Can man with searching find out God? If there is anything that is calculated to impart an attitude of humility, to keep one receptive of new truth and conscious of the limitations of our understanding, it is a bit of familiarity with the growth of modern physics. The prophet Micah said, "What does the Lord require of thee but to do justice, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with thy God?" Modern science, of the real sort, is slowly learning to walk with its God. 20. The opinion of Arthur Compton, professor of physics at the University of Chicago, is to be found in his work The Freedom of Man. Far from being in conflict, science has become an ally of religion. By increased knowledge of nature we become better acquainted with the God of nature. 21 Few indeed are the scientific men of today who will defend an atheistic attitude. 22. The thought of both Lemaitre and Einstein may be gathered from the following remark made by the latter after listening to a lecture by Lemaitre at the Mount Wilson Observatory in California. This is the most beautiful and satisfactory explanation of creation to which I have ever listened. 23. Max Planck, the renowned professor of physics of the University of Berlin, reminds his readers that science cannot solve the ultimate mystery of nature and that men err seriously when they attempt to erect a philosophy on a scientific basis. Every person who wishes to lead more than an ephemeral intellectual existence must be impelled to seek for some element of permanence, for some lasting intellectual possession to afford him a point d'appui in the confusing claims of everyday life. It is the Church whose function it would be to meet such aspirations, but in these days its demands for an unquestioning belief serve rather to repel the doubters. The latter have recourse to more or less dubious substitutes, and hasten to throw themselves into the arms of one or other of the many prophets who appear preaching new gospels. It would be easy to suggest that a philosophy of the world might be reached from a scientific basis. Such a method, however, proves that those who adopt it have no sense of real science. 24. Science cannot solve the ultimate mystery of nature. 25. The thought of Eddington, professor of astronomy at the University of Cambridge, is to be found in a passage in his work wherein he recalls with approval a statement which he had made in earlier writings. The new conception of the physical universe puts me in a position to defend religion against a particular charge, viz., the charge of being incompatible with physical science. 20. The final witness which we wish to offer in behalf of modern science is the renowned English physicist, Sir James Jeans. His insistence on the fact that the universe demands a creator who is transcendent to it is very well stated in his work entitled The Mysterious Universe. If the universe is a universe of thought, then its creation must have been an act of thought. Indeed, the finiteness of time and space almost compel us, of themselves, to picture the creation as an act of thought. Modern scientific theory compels us to think of the Creator as working outside time and space, which are part of his creation, just as the artist is outside his canvas. Non in tempore, sed cum tempore, finxit Deus mundum. 27. The testimonies which we have presented above are representative of the opinion of present-day science. Modern science realizes the necessity of God. Marxism's claim that science is atheistic is an antiquated and long since disproven assertion. It is a byproduct of the age of materialism in which Marxism was born, and it is a slander against science which is resented by the greatest scientists in the world. Chapter 11. Criticism of its philosophy of mind. The scholastic philosopher who analyzes the Marxian theory of knowledge cannot but be impressed by its many striking resemblances to the doctrine of Aquinas. Marxism regards the theory of knowledge as extremely important. In fact, Engels goes so far as to call it the great basic question of all philosophy. It is both surprising and encouraging to discover in Marxism this appreciation of the importance of the theory of knowledge. On this point, the follower of the angelic doctor and the Marxist are in full agreement. The theory of knowledge is of prime importance. Marxism maintains that it is the answers which have been given to the problem of knowledge which have split the world of philosophy into two great camps, materialism and idealism. The former assert the primacy of matter, the latter the primacy of mind. The follower of the Thomistic tradition would, of course, object to a definition of terms which would label him an idealist, but, in general, he would be willing to acknowledge that there is a great deal of truth in the Marxian analysis. To a great extent it is the answer which a philosopher gives to the problem of knowledge which makes him a materialist or an idealist. In opposition to all forms of skepticism and agnosticism, the Marxist insists that the human mind can arrive at a true knowledge of the nature of reality. Such an attitude is in complete conformity with the spirit of scholasticism. Moreover, Marxism's characterization of this act of knowing as the identity of thinking and being is remarkably similar to the oft-repeated assertion of St. Thomas that the mind becomes that which it knows. Marxism maintains that matter and mind are active, that an image which correctly reflects objective reality is pro 189. 190. Ducate in the brain through sense experience, and that the mind works upon this image in order to arrive at an accurate knowledge of the object. The Thomist agrees. Marxism condemns pragmatism as destructive of the objective basis of knowledge and as a most vicious form of idealism. So does the Thomist. The doctrine which Marxism proposes under the title of the relative character of knowledge is also acceptable to the scholastic philosopher. The latter has always acknowledged that it is a comparatively small portion of our knowledge which represents objective facts completely and without any possible admixture of error, that is, knowledge which will remain absolute, eternal, unchangeable for all time. Scholasticism has always upheld this teaching and usually refers to it as the incomplete character of human knowledge. 1. The protest of Marxism against modern relativism is one which it shares in common with scholasticism. The followers of Aquinas have labored strenuously to withstand the attacks of relativism by teaching that there must be a permanent basis of truth and that anything which is once established as true will remain true for all time. It is very evident, then, that, in its theory of knowledge, Marxism agrees with scholasticism on a number of very important points. It is true that, in its exposition of these teachings, Marxism is often guilty of a slovenly use of terms and of inaccuracies both in thought and expression, but these errors are, for the most part, incidental to the principal ideas contained in these phases of the Marxian theory. In general, it may be said that there are few present-day theories of knowledge which hold so much in common with Thomism as does Marxism. But there are many phases of the theory of knowledge on which Thomism and Marxism disagree. And it would not be sufficient to say that these are important. Rather, one must say that they are vital to each philosophy. The scholastic philosopher cannot admit that there is not an absolute distinction between mind and matter. That is, that all reality is ultimately material, that a material mind, through a process of analysis and synthesis, could arrive at a true knowledge of the nature of reality. That knowledge is essentially activistic in character, that is, that it must always overflow into action, that there is no such thing as contemplative knowledge and, finally, that objective practice is the criterion of truth. A consideration of these 5 fallacies of Marxism reveals that they are all logically derived from one fundamental error. This error is the failure, on the part of Marxism, to realize that immateriality is the basis of all knowledge. If it can be established that a knowing mind must be immaterial, the 5 cardinal points of the Marxian theory collapse. Thus, if the mind must be immaterial in order that it can know material reality, then there is an absolute distinction between mind and matter, and all reality is not material. If immateriality is the necessary condition of a knowing subject, then Marxism, which admits only a material mind, cannot account for the fact of knowledge. If the mind is necessarily immaterial, then mind is superior to matter and distinct from matter. Mind will have an action, a life proper to itself. Acquired knowledge will contribute towards its perfection and dwell within it. Being superior to matter and intrinsically independent of matter, the life of the mind will consist primarily in the contemplation of the knowledge which it possesses. Consequently, contemplation will be man's highest activity and there will be no basis for the Marxian thesis that knowledge must overflow into external action, action upon matter. Lastly, if the mind is able to acquire truth and to contemplate it within itself without the knowledge being externalized, then it is obvious that the criterion of truth cannot be objective practice. The primary purpose of the present chapter is, then, to establish the fact that immateriality is the basis of all knowledge. If this truth be demonstrated, the 5 basic assumptions of Marxism are refuted and the theory collapses. Knowledge and assimilation. It is sufficiently clear that the mind, in the knowledge process, in some way or other, assimilates material reality. Both the Marxist and the Thomist insist that an identification of mind and object takes place in the act of knowing an object. Thus, the Marxist speaks of the identity of thinking and being, while the Thomist asserts that the mind becomes that which it knows. 192. All knowledge is the result of assimilation between knower and known. 2. The characterization of the knowledge process as an assimilation is very significant. The word assimilation is borrowed from the science of biology, where it is used in reference to those organic processes whereby a living body takes in food from without for the purpose of developing itself and perpetuating its existence. Further consideration of the processes whereby the living body assimilates food will serve as an excellent background for an understanding of the mental process whereby the mind assimilates reality. The biologist uses the term metabolism to characterize those physico-chemical processes which are responsible for growth, nutrition, and the production of new protoplasm. In these processes, two distinct types of activity are evident. On the one hand, there are those processes by which the body assimilates all those elements in its food which will contribute towards its life, growth, and development. On the other hand, there is a distinctive activity of the organism whereby it discards all those elements in its food which cannot be transformed into living cells. The first process, by which all elements of food value are assimilated, is known as anabolism or constructive metabolism. The second process, by which protoplasm is reduced to its more simple constituents and the elements rejected which lack food value, is called catabolism or destructive metabolism. Through the process of anabolism and catabolism, the living body is able to utilize substances external to itself for the purpose of fostering its own life and growth. These two processes, viewed as a unified organic function, are called assimilation. Without this power of assimilation, it would be impossible for the body either to sustain life or to develop. Its continuance in existence is obviously dependent upon the reception from outside of those things which are necessary for life. The living organism's power of assimilation is, therefore, a requisite condition of its life. Just as the growth and development of the body is dependent upon the assimilation of substances possessing food value, so is the growth and development of the mind dependent upon its assimilation of material reality. For this reason, it may be justly said that a mind which loses contact with reality soon grows stagnant. A mind which is to develop and perfect itself must constantly utilize its power of assimilation. The mind's assimilation of material reality differs, of course, in one very important way from the manner in which the living body assimilates its food. In biological assimilation, the body assimilates objectively existing material substance. In such assimilation, the object ceases to exist outside the organism which assimilates it. In contrast, it is evident that, in the act of knowing, the mind does not assimilate the material substances themselves, nor do the latter cease to exist outside the mind which assimilates or knows them. It is at this point that we encounter the problem which must be solved. What is the nature of this assimilation by means of which the mind understands or knows reality? The answer to this question, as we shall see, is that mental assimilation is necessarily and essentially an immaterial action of an immaterial mind. The immateriality of the mind. It is in the writings of St. Thomas that one will find the solution to this problem on which Marxism has erred: how does the mind assimilate material reality? And the solution of Aquinas establishes the existence of an immaterial mind. We have already compared the act wherein the mind knows reality to the process whereby the living organism assimilates food. This same analogy, developed more fully, will serve to introduce the evidence which forces one to acknowledge the immateriality of the mind. The process by which the living body assimilates food is one wherein the food gradually loses its own nature and assumes the same nature as the body which assimilates it. Moreover, the life and growth of the body is dependent upon this fact, namely, that the assimilated substance become the same nature as the assimilating organism. In the case of the mind's assimilation of reality, the process is quite similar. The material object must lose its own nature and assume the nature of the knowing mind. Until it does so, it remains only potentially knowable. In other words, just as food substances can become identified with the body only on condition that they lose their 194 nature, so too can reality be known only on condition that it become the same nature as the mind. The problem is now encountered: what is the nature of this mind to which reality must conform in order that it may be known? The answer is that the mind is necessarily and essentially an immaterial substance. This conclusion is based upon the following line of argumentation: the mind is the subject or source of numerous spiritual, immaterial activities, and, since everything acts in accordance with its nature, it logically follows that the mind must be immaterial. That the mind is the subject of immaterial activity is a fact which is supported by abundant evidence. Before considering this evidence, we should like to define the mind broadly as the faculty of thought. We should classify its major operations as the formation of concepts, judgments, and reasoning processes, along with the capacity for reflection and self-consciousness. Each of these functions of the mind, as we shall see, necessitates the existence of an immaterial principle of operation. Analysis, synthesis, and immateriality. We do not, of course, accept the Marxian concept of the knowledge process. But we wish to point out that, even if the Marxian theory were correct, it would necessitate the existence of an immaterial mind. Marxism, as we have seen, believes that the mind acquires an imperfect and obscure knowledge of reality by the very fact that it receives a sense image. It bases this contention on its belief that there is no difference between the accidents or phenomena of a thing and its nature. Consequently, whenever sensation produces a sense image in the brain, the mind necessarily acquires at least an imperfect knowledge of the nature of the object. For the present we pass this over in silence. It is sufficient to point out here that Marxism's identification of the phenomena and the nature of a thing is an error common to many materialistic philosophies. Marxism asserts that the mind obtains an adequate and thorough knowledge of reality by subjecting the content of the image or phantasm to a process of analysis and synthesis. The belief that phenomena and nature are identical is, of course, also assumed in this developed form of the knowledge process. The general attitude of the Marxist is that, since appearance and nature are the same, the mind. Criticism of its philosophy of mind 195. Acquires an imperfect knowledge merely by coming into contact with the image, and a more perfect and adequate knowledge by breaking up the image into its constituent elements and considering each of these separately. While we do not agree that the knowledge process itself is merely one of analysis and synthesis, we acknowledge, along with the Marxist, that the mind often does engage in the work of analysis and synthesis. And this power of the mind to analyze and synthesize a fact admitted by both Marxism and Thomism clearly necessitates the existence of an immaterial mind. A mental process of analysis and synthesis is at once both extremely complex and abstract. The Marxist states that the mind subjects the image to an orderly division into its various elements or aspects. Each phase of the image is considered in itself, in relation to the other aspects, and in relation to the image as a whole. Finally, the different aspects are synthesized once more into a composite image. Such a mental process as is outlined above, might well be offered as a perfect example of abstract thought and immaterial mental activity. In it there is clearly evident the ability of the mind to guide its activity by a plan, to conceive the various aspects of an image as existing separately when they do not so exist in reality, to consider abstractly the relationship of one phase to another, and to synthesize properly the mentally disunited elements into a composite image. All such operations are essentially immaterial and, consequently, demand the existence of an immaterial mind. Mental processes of analysis and synthesis clearly involve judgments on relationships which exist between a whole and its parts and between the parts themselves. And, since relationships are immaterial, it necessarily follows that only an immaterial faculty or power can grasp them. Consequently, the Marxian admission that the mind engages in the work of analysis and synthesis leads directly to the acknowledgement of an immaterial mind. Universal concepts and immateriality. One of the finest proofs of the immateriality of the mind is to be found in its ability to formulate abstract and universal concepts. Man's ability to formulate such concepts is undeniable. A single glance at any of the writings of Marxism will reveal the presence of such words as law, justice, truth, unity, etc. Concepts of this nature are not associated with any particular material reality, they are superior to, and 196. Independent of spatial and temporal determinations. and any concept which is not related to some particular and determined material reality, but which is universal in character, is obviously not of a material but of an immaterial nature. Consequently, all such concepts necessarily transcend the power of the senses, of the imagination, and of every other material faculty. Immaterial concepts necessitate the existence of an immaterial mind. Every sentence that flows from the pen of the Marxist contains an abstract and universal concept. And thus, in every sentence he writes, the Marxist makes an implicit profession in the immateriality of the mind. Judgments and immateriality. Judgments, in general, necessitate the existence of an immaterial mind, not only because every judgment contains a universal concept, but also because every judgment involves the apprehension in an abstract manner of the relation existing between two concepts, that is, between the subject and the predicate of the judgment. The need of an immaterial mind is, however, made especially evident by the ability of the mind to formulate universal and necessary judgments. When the mind formulates a judgment which it knows is valid universally, that is, without reference to any particular place, time, or object, it has obviously broken away from particular material reality and performed an operation of a highly immaterial nature. The writings of the dialectical materialist are permeated with judgments of this nature. We shall quote just a few short lines from Engels as an example. This passage literally bristles with immaterial, universal concepts and judgments. Are there any truths which are so securely based that any doubt of them seems to amount to insanity? That twice 2 makes 4, that the 3 angles of a mangle are equal to 2 right angles. That a man who gets no food dies of hunger, and so forth? Are there then nevertheless eternal truths, final and ultimate truths? Certainly there are. 3. Judgments such as Engels has made in the above passage are clearly of an abstract and universal nature. Consequently, they can be the product only of an immaterial mind, a mind which is not limited to particular material objects but which has the power to break away from the particular, to transcend matter and thereby to formulate abstract and universal laws. Reasoning and immateriality. It is still more evident that the reasoning process necessitates the existence of an immaterial mind. In its most simple form, it involves 2 judgments, each of which contains an abstract and universal concept. Further, it is necessary that the mind perceive, not only the abstract relation existing between the 2 concepts in each judgment, but also the relation of one judgment to the other. Clearly, the reasoning process, even in its most simple form, is an operation which involves a very high degree of immateriality and thus necessitates the existence of an immaterial mind. Reflection and immateriality. Another excellent proof of the immateriality of the mind may be drawn from its ability to reflect upon its own conscious states. A material faculty can act only on that which is outside itself. It can never act upon itself. It is just as impossible for a material mind to reflect upon itself as it is for an eye to see itself. A material faculty, by the very fact that it is material, can never be the subject and object of its own activity. In order that a mind may be able to reflect upon itself, it must simultaneously be the knower and the object known, the subject and the object of its activity. Consequently, a mind which reflects upon its own conscious states can, in no way, be of a material nature. It seems sufficiently clear that the foregoing exposition has established, beyond any reasonable doubt, that the knowledge process and its results, even as presented by the Marxist, demand the existence of an immaterial mind. In passing, it might be noted that, in addition to the proofs treated above, the various arguments given by scholastic authors for the simplicity of the soul might also be used against the Marxist as indirect proofs of the immateriality of the mind. One should not confuse the simplicity of the soul with its spirituality or immateriality. Nevertheless, when one establishes the simplicity of the soul, the immateriality of the soul necessarily follows, because matter, by its very nature, has parts outside of parts. Consequently, what is simple cannot be material, it must be immaterial. 198. The dematerialization of reality. The human mind is, therefore, of an immaterial nature. And just as the living organism can assimilate food only by changing it into its own nature, so can the mind know reality only on condition that it be dematerialized. In its organic processes, the body has the power to abstract from its food those elements which it can change into its nature and to reject all other elements. The activity of the immaterial mind in the knowledge process is very similar. It grasps that element in matter which it can assimilate, namely, the immaterial, substantial form of the material object. And just as the growth and perfection of the body is dependent upon the organism's power to assimilate certain elements in its food, so is the development and perfection of the mind dependent upon its power to dematerialize reality and to assimilate the substantial forms of concrete entities. The mind does not, of course, exercise its power of dematerialization directly on the material object itself. There is an intermediary between the knowing mind and that which exists outside it. This intermediary is the phantasm or image of the object which is produced in the mind through sensation. This image, although it correctly reflects reality, is nothing more than a sense image. Consequently, it remains steeped in matter, a mere modification of the material brain. As a result, the reality which it reflects remains only potentially knowable in it. In order that the nature of reality which is potentially knowable in the phantasm be reduced to actual knowledge, it is necessary that the image be stripped of all its individuating notes. The intelligible in potency becomes knowledge in act only after the dematerialization of the image. Since the mind dematerializes the phantasm or image by stripping it of all its individuating notes, it follows that it is the form, or nature of the reality which is directly grasped by the mind. In other words, we do not have a direct knowledge of the singular, individual thing. The mind first obtains a universal idea, namely, the essential nature which this reality has in common with all other realities of its kind. The mind's knowledge of the singular, individual thing is the result of a reflex act in which the intellect, possessing the universal idea or general nature of the reality, reverts to the image in order to know the individual entity as such. It was the failure to understand this process of abstraction which led Marx so far astray in his theory of knowledge. If he had but understood the nature of this process by means of which the mind assimilates reality, he would never have been led to the other false conclusions in his theory of knowledge. Even as it is, one can see that Marx came very close to grasping the true nature of the knowledge process. He contended that the mind, in order to arrive at knowledge, first analyzes and then synthesizes. Is there not a striking similarity here to the Thomistic position that the mind first dematerializes or breaks down the image and, after it has abstracted the form, reverts to the image in order to know reality? Unfortunately, as we have seen, Marx missed the point and went as far astray in one direction as Kant had gone in the other. But, for a man who, as far as we know, never came into contact with Thomistic philosophy, he certainly came very close to the teachings of the angelic doctor. Perhaps if he had not been so determined on being a materialist, or perhaps if the philosophy of Aquinas had been a more vital force in Germany in the first half of the 19th century, Marx might have been a Thomist and communism might never have come into the world. But let us conclude our consideration of the knowledge process. Immateriality is, as we have seen, the necessary condition or basis of all knowledge. On the part of the knowable object, it must be dematerialized before it can be actually known. On the part of the knowing mind, it is its power to abstract the immaterial form from the material object and to assimilate it which makes knowledge possible. The presence of an immaterial mind in man directly implies the falsity of two major points in the Marxian theory. For, since there is an immaterial mind in man, there must be an absolute distinction between mind and matter. And, since the process whereby man acquires knowledge is activity of an immaterial nature, it follows that it must be attributed, not to a material mind, but to an immaterial mind. Contemplative knowledge. The immaterial mind is the basis of contemplative knowledge. This truth should be quite evident. An immaterial mind is, by its very nature, superior to matter, distinct from matter, and intrinsically independent of matter. In view of these facts, it is clear that matter is the servant of mind. Consequently, the primary purpose of 200. Mind is not to serve that which is lower than itself, but to develop and perfect its own higher life. The attention of the scholastic philosopher is quickly attracted to the false contrast which the Marxist has set up between thought and action. In opposition to such a view, Thomistic philosophy reminds Marxism that thought and action are not to be regarded as opposites. On the contrary, since the mind is superior to, and independent of matter, its activity is thought. Thus, thought is the most intense, the most powerful, the most vital form of action. This most perfect form of activity, which characterizes the mind, is called by St. Thomas immanent action. There is a twofold class of action, one which passes out to something beyond, and another which does not pass outwards, but which remains within the agent, as to feel, to understand, to will. By such action nothing outside is changed, but the whole action takes place within the agent. 4. In sharp contrast to so many modern views which regard the intellectual process as some sort of epiphenomenon, the angelic doctor looks upon the life of the intellect as life par excellence and the activity of the mind as the deepest and most intense of all activity. The highest degree of life is that which is according to the intellect, for the intellect reflects on itself and can understand itself. 5. The importance of this phase of Thomistic philosophy is beyond question. The primacy of contemplation is an immediate corollary of the fundamental Thomistic principle that the more immanent the activity, the higher the life. 6. The human intellect reveals a greater immanence of action than is found in any being lower than man in the scale of creation. Consequently, it is basic in the philosophy of St. Thomas that the immanent activity of the mind is the most perfect of all forms of activity. 4 Sthol, I, 54 Quetzales, A2. 5 Summa contra Gentiles, 4, 11. 6. For St. Thomas's development of this principle, consult, Summa contra Gentiles, 4, 11. Criticism of its philosophy of mind 201. Sometimes reference is made to his theory of the primacy of contemplation, without attaching any importance to it. It seems to us that this last mentioned principle is the really deep and central thing in his system. 7. The mind, by the very fact that it is immaterial, is eminently more noble than matter. As an immaterial cognitive power, it is independent of material reality in its vital actions, that is, in the contemplation of the truths which it possesses. Whatever dependence the immaterial mind has on matter is purely an extrinsic one, i.e., the objective world serves, only in the first instance, as the source from which the mind derives its knowledge. It is clear, then, that the immanent activity of the mind, which we call thought, may or may not be directive of human action. The Marxian assertion that contemplative knowledge does not exist ignores the fact that the mind is immaterial, superior to matter, distinct from matter, and intrinsically independent of matter. It makes impossible all pure sciences, such as higher mathematics and geometry. It is destructive of true humanism, for it fails to realize that the highest pleasures in life are those which are of the mind, and it is more concerned with the development of material realities outside of man than with the development of the superior powers within him. Thus, the Marxian theory ignores the fact that the mind has a life of its own, eminently higher than matter, and the development and perfection of this life is the primary purpose of mental activity. Lastly, the fact that the mind can obtain and contemplate truth without ever externalizing it, disproves the Marxian theory that objective practice is the criterion of truth. Just as the senses do not err with respect to their proper object, save accidentally through some defect occurring in the sense organ, so does the intellect infallibly perceive the true nature of its proper object. Its proper object is the essence or quiddity of a thing, and as soon as it comes in contact with its proper object the intellect immediately perceives the truth. We might say to the Marxist that a thing is not true because it works, rather, it works because it is true. A man 7. Rousselot, p. The Intellectualism of St. Thomas, p. 2. 202. Might succeed in entering a theater by offering counterfeit coin for the price of admission, but the fact that his plan worked would not make his coins true money. The essential value of intellectual activity consists, therefore, in the mind's aptitude to know reality and to seek this knowledge as an end in itself. It is the possession and contemplation of such knowledge which produces the development and perfection of the mind. The perfection of understanding does not consist in the production of something external, but in the contemplation of truth already in the mind. Therefore immanent activity is not a means whereby something external is produced, rather it itself is the ultimate end intended by the agent. Since it is not sought because of something external but for its own sake. 8. Since the life of the intelligence is the most perfect of all human activity, and since the perfection of the intellect consists in its immanent operation, St. Thomas logically concludes that to understand is the most perfect thing in life and that whatever happiness men attain on earth is derived principally from contemplation. The last and perfect happiness, which we await in the life to come, consists entirely in contemplation. But imperfect happiness, such as can be had here, consists first and principally in contemplation, but secondarily in an operation of the practical intellect directing human actions. 9. Chapter 12. Criticism of its philosophy of history. Any attempt to criticize the Marxian philosophy of history should be undertaken with the realization that the theory contains much that is true and much more which, superficially at least, appears to be true. As a theory, the economic interpretation of history appears consistent and logical. In practice, it seems to offer an understanding analysis of the difficulties which beset the present-day world. Such qualities as these render the Marxian interpretation of history extremely attractive to a world which is seeking a basic solution to its difficulties. And these same qualities force us to bestow upon the theory the doubtful honor of being the best attempt at a philosophy of history ever made by any system of materialism. The Marxian interpretation of history is the most thoroughgoing system of historic materialism that has ever been invented. This is what Marx claimed for it. And I believe that his claim was justified. 1. The important place which this theory holds in the Marxian system cannot be overestimated. Certain historical events, together with their interpretation in a very specific manner, are at least as vital to Marxism as certain others are to Christianity. Both Marxism and Christianity are deeply historical, both are founded on history, and both imply a definite theory of history. The materialistic interpretation of history is no less fundamental to communism than is the spiritual interpretation to Christianity. The economic doctrines of Marxism are based on history to an almost greater extent than the theological doctrines of Catholicism, and a socialism which professes communism and materialism without the Marxian theory of history has no more right to be called Marxian than a religion which accepts the ethical and theological teachings of Christianity while rejecting the historical elements of the faith has the right to the name of Catholicism. 2. The importance of the economic interpretation of history at the present time is beyond question. By no means should it be considered merely as an instrument which a radical government is using to foster its own ends and purposes. Rather it is a philosophical outlook on all human life past, present and future which has become a concrete, living force, not only in Russia but throughout the entire civilized world. The irrelevance of metaphysics. At the opening of our second chapter, it was pointed out that orthodox Marxism regards the economic interpretation of history as based upon the dialectical analysis of nature and mind. A number of outstanding writers, however, have challenged this view. These critics do not, of course, belong to what we may call orthodox Marxism or communism. Thus, Sidney Hook, who is a neo-Marxist, and Lasky, who is sympathetic towards Marxism, maintain that the dialectic of nature and mind has no necessary connection with class struggle in history. Bertrand Russell and Joad, neither of whom are Marxists, hold a similar opinion. These writers, we believe, have discovered a definite weakness in the Marxian system. For it would certainly be an extremely difficult task for the Marxist to show that the economic interpretation of history is logically and necessarily deduced from his theory on the dialectic of nature and mind. If one were to grant the validity of the Marxian analysis of nature and mind, and especially the theory on the activistic character of knowledge, it is sufficiently clear that the social philosophy of Marxism would be, in some way, a philosophy of necessary progress. But the Marxian philosophy of history cannot be classified merely as a philosophy of necessary progress. On the contrary, it is a very specific and well-defined theory, and it is not at all evident that it is a logical and necessary deduction from the more basic Marxian principles. Thus, Marxism acknowledges that man formulates and establishes various social institutions, laws, and customs. It next contends that such activities are always prompted and guided by economic motives. But why must this be so? Once Marxism grants that man has the power to formulate and establish social institutions, what reason can it advance to show that man will use this power only when prompted by economic motives? It is true that, if the Marxian theory were valid, it would seem to demand that man formulate and establish such social institutions as would assure his economic well-being. But, after having done this, why could he not use this same power when prompted by 1,000 motives other than those which are economic? And if he could do so, the Marxian theory that the entire superstructure of society is economically determined immediately collapses. Moreover, even if the Marxian dialectic of nature and mind were valid, it does not appear that it has any necessary connection with the so-called dialectical process of society, namely, the class struggle of history. How does the dialectic of nature and mind necessitate the existence of two opposing classes? And if it necessitates two whole classes now, why will it not necessitate them in that future utopia of communism, wherein we are told there will be no classes? There does not appear to be any adequate answer in the Marxian theory to these questions. It is conceivable that the economic interpretation of history might be utterly false, while the Marxian theory on the dialectic of nature and mind might be quite true. Or which is even more plausible, one can conceive of the dialectic of nature and mind being false, while the economic interpretation of history might be true. Consequently, at the very outset of our criticism, we are justified in asserting that the theory labors under a logical weakness. The Marxian philosophy of history gives no definite indication of being logically and necessarily deduced from the more basic principles of Marxian metaphysics. Economic determinism and history. A fair test of the validity of any philosophy of history is 206. To be found in its ability to offer a plausible and consistent analysis of past events. If a philosophy of history can offer such an analysis, there is much that can be said in its favor. If, on the other hand, the theory is contradicted by the nature of past events, this must be regarded as a strong indication that the theory is false. It is our contention that the facts of past history are of such a nature that they are directly opposed to the interpretation which Marxism seeks to impose upon them. In other words, the Marxian theory, as we shall show, cannot stand the empirical test. Not only is it unable to account for known facts, but it is actually contradicted by them. The state. According to Marxism, the state is the most basic of all ideological forms. No other ideological force is more closely allied than it to the economic foundation upon which society is built. Consequently, the first ideology which man formulates is a state which is definitely and peculiarly suited to the current mode of economic production. Two very important conclusions obviously follow from such a theory. First, whenever we find essentially different modes of production, we should find essentially different types of state. In no instance should we discover the same type of state serving different methods of economic production. Secondly, wherever we find essentially the same mode of production, we should find states of a similar nature. In no instance should we find different types of state serving the same mode of economic production. It is a comparatively simple task to look back over past history and to see whether or not these necessary conclusions of the Marxian theory have been verified. And even a cursory examination of history offers abundant evidence that the Marxian theory cannot stand critical analysis. In the first place, we often find the same type of state serving different modes of economic production. For example, in the United States the form of state has remained essentially the same since its foundation. And during this period it has served modes of economic production ranging all the way from slavery to the most highly developed form of capitalism. Moreover, in reference to the abolition of slavery in the United States, we have a rather clear-cut case of a mode of economic production being altered by the state. According to the Marxian theory, changes in the economic basis of society should alter the state, not vice versa. To have a state make an essential change in the method of production, and itself remain unaltered, is a phenomenon which is wholly unexplainable in terms of the Marxian theory. Secondly, we often find essentially different forms of state operating on the same economic basis. Thus, in both ancient Greece and Rome, there was only one productive order, a productive order based on slavery. According to the Marxian theory, ancient Greece and Rome should therefore have had the same form of state, and it should have remained constant until there occurred a change in the method of production. Actually, however, Rome and Greece had various and essentially different forms of government. In Athens, there was a succession of hereditary monarchy, the aristocratic and democratic republics, despotism, and democracy. In Rome, there was successively an elective royalty, the aristocratic and democratic republics, and the absolute monarchy of the Caesars. The Marxian theory could account for a succession of such essentially different forms of government only by showing that there were correspondingly radical changes in the methods of production. The fact, however, is that the mode of production remained constant, namely, production based on slavery. Similar evidence could be drawn from every historical epoch to show that there is no definite causation between the mode of economic production and the type of state proper to any given society. Law. A second element in the ideological superstructure of society which, according to Marxism, is very closely allied to the mode of economic production is the code of laws which governs the social group. In other words, the primary motive behind the formulation of laws is economic in character, namely, to protect and to foster a definite method of production. Logically, as with the state, each essentially different method of production should require an essentially different code of laws. In no instance should the same code of laws be able to serve social groups using different methods of production. Such a contention is, however, strongly opposed by the facts of history. Radical changes in methods of production have often been followed by no more than accidental alterations in the various codes of law. Present-day capitalistic society throughout the Western world is, in general, Gov. 208. Earned by codes of law which remain substantially the same as they were centuries before the Industrial Revolution. In other words, just as in the case of the state, no definite causation or essential dependence can be established between a society's method of production and its code of laws. Religion. A third extremely important ideological element found in every social superstructure is that of religion. According to the Marxian theory, the specific form which religion takes is a direct product of the economic basis of the time and place. In other words, man consciously or subconsciously develops a religion which will safeguard and foster the current method of production. Such a contention is, however, strongly contradicted by the known facts of history. What radical differences in the mode of production existed among the Jewish and pagan peoples before the time of Christ to cause them to have such essentially different types of religion? What economic cataclysm so shook the world that it brought Christianity into existence? What great change in the mode of production caused the pagan Roman Empire to turn to Christianity? What sudden alteration in economic life launched Islam in Arabia? And how account for the fact that Catholicism has flourished for centuries, throughout the world, under methods of production ranging all the way from Roman slavery to American capitalism? These are questions which the Marxian theory cannot answer. For this reason, every sincere student of history is logically forced to seek some other interpretation of the facts. The Marxian theory is not an explanation discovered from an analysis of history, rather, it is a preconceived mold into which Marxism is determined to force all historical events. The Marxian interpretation of history is in fact nothing but an explaining away of history. It professes to guide us to the heart of the problem, and it merely unveils a void. 3. Marx observed in the capitalist society of Europe which surrounded him. But he reduced it to a theory and gave it a universal character. What he discovered in the capitalist society of his own time he regarded as the basis of all society. He discovered much in capitalist society and said much that was true about it. But his mistake lay in taking the particular for the general. For he did not stop to examine his history. He ignores the crucial example of his own people, the story of the greatness of Israel, which knocks the bottom out of his theory. The greatness of Israel was not economic. It differed little in that respect from the countries round it. The greatness of the Jews of the Old Testament and the impact of Christianity on history are outside the sphere of economics. What Marx did was to make a hasty generalization from the conditions and outlook of his time, and even in this he erred greatly. 5. Marxism was a creation of the 19th century, is based on a 19th century conception of man, and is a deduction from 19th century historical data. 6. The ideal factors in history. It is the claim of Marxism that the ideological elements in society are resultants of its mode of economic production. According to this view, as Marxism itself insists, any radical change in a society's mode of production necessitates a correspondingly radical change in the social superstructure. In other words, Marxism maintains that the current method of production is the prime cause of a society's ideology, and the emergence of new ideological forms is to be accounted for ultimately by a change in mode of economic production. It is our contention that such a theory is extremely superficial in character. As Bertrand Russell remarks, this theory tells us that changes in methods of production cause new ideologies, but it fails to tell us what causes the changes in the methods of production. For this reason, the theory lacks the ultimate character that the Marxist would like to bestow upon it. It fails to realize that intellectual causes underlie every change in methods of production. Changes in methods of production follow upon the invention of new tools and new machinery. And the invention of such equipment cannot be regarded as a mere automatic change in the material world. Invention is primarily a spiritual activity and, for this reason, by its very nature, it represents a triumph of mind over matter. The invention of the tool is not a material event, and if it is necessarily a change in matter, it is certainly not a material change, i.e., an automatic change in part of the material world. The history of tools is essentially a part of the intellectual and spiritual history of mankind. Tools do not determine the intellectual and spiritual life of human beings. Their invention and their use are determined by the mind. In a mechanistic universe, a mechanical invention would be impossible and, indeed, inconceivable. Every tool is a triumph of mind over matter. 7. The machine is a proof not of the subordination of matter to mind. So far from necessitating the substitution of material for spiritual order, it is itself a vindication of age-long animal condition of dependence on nature and material circumstances. 8. The fundamental reason why the invention of a machine and manufacturing in general must be recognized as a triumph of mind over matter is that such events imply immaterial mental activity. And immaterial mental activity, as was explained in the previous chapter, necessitates the existence of an immaterial mind which is superior and transcendent to matter, essentially different from matter, and intrinsically independent of matter. This point is well expressed by Mortimer Adler in one of his works. That man differs essentially and specifically from all other animals is capable of being demonstrated a posteriori from the observable operations of men and brutes. Thus, only man manufactures. Manufacturing involves the grasp of the species of a thing and its duplication by imprinting the same form upon many units of matter. To manufacture means to make according to specifications, choosing material capable of receiving such and such determinations. Only an intellectual animal could manufacture or, as Marxians say, machinofacture. Marxian materialists, in defining man as a productive and machinofacturing animal, acknowledge his intellectuality. Unless man can comprehend universals, can separate forms from the material conditions of individuality, he cannot make things according to specifications, he cannot, in machinofacturing, impose the same artificial form on multiple, different units of matter. 9. The Marxian theory, therefore, cannot account satisfactorily for the invention of tools or for the way in which men multiply things according to specifications. In this respect Marxism is just as inadequate as the older materialism which it professedly rejects. For Marxism must insist either that material factors are the essential causes of all progress and that everything else is epiphenomenal, or it must acknowledge that ultimately progress can be accounted for only by intellectual, non-material factors. If it accepts the first viewpoint, then Marxism is no better than the outmoded, mechanistic materialism. It is simply using the old principles disguised in Hegelian language. If it chooses the second alternative, then changes in modes of production are not the ultimate forces in history, and the Marxian theory collapses. 10. As Christopher Dawson remarks, every living power in the world of men, even communism itself, owes its existence to spiritual forces. To eliminate the spiritual forces from the world or to reduce them to mere resultants of economic factors is to lower man to the level of the brute. 11. Man surpasses all that is lower than himself in the scale of creation precisely because he can break away from the conservatism and unprogressiveness which characterize animal life. This is especially evident in the case of the modern scientist who lives, not in a world of concrete, sensible experience, but in a world of mathematical abstraction. If the Marxian theory of history were correct, the intellectualization of nature could never have been accomplished. And upon this latter depends so much of our modern progress and the machine order of our age. Science, moreover, can elevate man and bring him happiness only if it be related to spiritual ends. The material elements in the world, of themselves, can never save civilization. On the contrary, if left to themselves they easily become a force which is destructive both of spiritual values and human freedom. True civilization is essentially a spiritual order, and its criterion is not material wealth, but spiritual vision. 12. Before passing on to the philosophical fallacies which underlie economic determinism, we should like to note that the Marxian theory contradicts itself by the very fact that it admits the existence of ideological elements in the social superstructure. The Marxist, in his zeal to show that material factors account for the ideal elements in society, forgets that even to admit the existence of ideal forces, such as religions and codes of morality, is to acknowledge that all in life is not material and, consequently, to contradict the basic principles of his own theory. Conditioning factors in history the thought expressed above, that is, that every living power in the world of man owes its existence to spiritual forces, serves as an introduction to the first of two philosophical errors which underlie the Marxian doctrine of economic determinism. The first of these errors is quite simple in character but extremely important. It is the failure, on the part of Marxism, to realize the difference between a condition and a cause, the difference between a prerequisite for action and the cause of action. A condition, in the proper sense of necessary condition or conditio sine qua non, is something which must be realized or fulfilled before the event or effect in question can happen or be produced. On the side of the latter there is real dependence, but from the side of the former there is no real and positive influence on the happening of the event. The influence of the condition is negative, or, if positive, it is only indirect, consisting in the removal of some obstacle to the positive influence of the cause. In this precisely a condition differs from a cause. Windows, for instance, are a condition for the lighting of a room in the daylight, but the sun is the cause. The distinction is clear and intelligible, nor may it be ignored in a philosophical analysis of causality. 13. As an example of a conditioning factor, in contrast to a cause, St. Thomas mentions man's need of a ship in order to cross the sea. In other words, man could not achieve this particular objective if the required condition were not present. But, in no case, may the condition be regarded as the cause of the effect produced. The individual remains free to utilize the condition or not, and even when he does utilize it, he does so freely. The scholastic philosopher is quite ready to acknowledge that modes of economic production condition much of man's activity. But prerequisite conditions do not, of themselves, cause or determine anything. They merely set the stage, so to speak, for the free activity of man. The fundamental, determining causes of man's activity are spiritual powers inherent in his own nature. The Marxists' continual confusion of a necessary condition with the efficient cause is the basic error in the theory of economic determinism. There is nothing deeply philosophical about this distinction, but the failure to grasp it lies at the very heart of the Marxian theory. This error of Marxism is well summarized by Wood in the following passage taken from his work Christianity and Communism. The element of economic determinism which constitutes the basis of historical materialism rests on the continual confusion of necessary conditions with efficient causes. The Marxists use the verbs, to condition and to determine interchangeably. They assume that they mean the same thing. But to condition is not to determine. A condition is a limit within which or through which one must work, but one's activity is never determined by such conditions. A painter decides to work in oils or has no other medium of expression available. His work is then absolutely conditioned by his medium, and not in the least determined by it. Tools condition men's industrial activities and their social organization without in any real sense determining them. 14. Economic determinism and free will. The second philosophical error involved in the theory of economic determinism is of a more subtle nature. It is the problem of the freedom of man's will. Previous to our treatment of the Marxian concept of freedom, we should like to point out that there is an ever-increasing tendency on the part of present-day Marxism to insist that man is endowed with freedom of choice. Marxism attempts to make this admission and, at the same time, to safeguard its doctrine of economic determinism. Thus, it tells us that the social structure, that is, all social institutions are economically determined but that man acts with the freedom of choice within this social structure. On one hand, then, the social structure and the economic forces of an age condition but do not determine man's activity, while, on the other hand, the social structure itself, within which man lives and acts, is economically determined. For example, two Marxist writers explicitly state that men are conditioned but not determined by the economic forces of an age. 15. This is certainly not orthodox economic determinism. It represents a final piece of strategy which Marxism is using in a vain attempt to avoid the inevitable, namely, to admit that there is no such thing as economic determinism or else to acknowledge that its doctrines are basically the same as those of the old mechanistic determinism arid fatalism. The scholastic philosopher must be relentless in urging this point against Marxism. Social institutions are created by men, they are brought into being through the intermediary of men's minds. Now, men are either determined or merely conditioned in the choice of all social institutions. If they are determined, they do not possess freedom of choice. If they are merely conditioned, as any scholastic philosopher would admit, the theory of economic determinism loses all of its significance. Between these two alternatives there is no choice. Marxism must admit that ultimately its theory of economic determinism is reducible to mechanistic and fatalistic determinism or else acknowledge that there is no such thing as economic determinism. One of Marxism's peculiar characteristics is that it invariably sets forth a principle and then endeavors by subtle means to avoid whatever odious conclusions may logically follow from the principle. Thus Marxism will profess determinism but strongly protest against the theory being labeled fatalistic. In the question of free will, Marxism does precisely the same thing. It teaches that economic motives underlie and determine all mental activity and, at the same time, it insists that man's will is free. In this instance, Marxism seeks to achieve its aim through the medium of a unique definition of free will. In passing, it should be noted that some of the less orthodox exponents of Marxism, such as Bukharin, clearly and explicitly deny the freedom of the will. The more customary Marxian procedure is, however, to profess simultaneously economic determinism and freedom of will. Marxism and free will. To express Marxism's view in a single phrase, it may be said that it identifies freedom of will with knowledge of natural necessity. In other words, man is free because he is able to know that he must act according to determined laws. In contrast, animals are not free because they have no appreciation of the natural necessity which determines all of their actions. Perhaps the finest exposition of this unique concept of freedom is given by Engels in the following passage contained in his Anti-Düring. Hegel was the first to state correctly the relation between freedom and necessity. To him, freedom is the appreciation of necessity. Necessity is blind only insofar as it is not understood. Freedom does not consist in the dream of independence of natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental life of men themselves, two classes of laws which we can separate from each other at most only in thought but not in reality. Freedom of the will therefore means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with real knowledge of the subject. Therefore the freer a man's judgment is in relation to a definite question, with so much the greater necessity is the content of this judgment determined, while the uncertainty founded on ignorance, which seems to make an arbitrary choice among different and conflicting possible decisions, shows by this precisely that it is not free, that it is controlled by the very object it should itself control. Freedom therefore consists in the control over our 216 selves and over external nature which is founded on knowledge of natural necessity. 16. This presentation by Engels makes it quite clear that Marxism identifies human freedom with the knowledge of natural necessity. In a word, for Marxism, freedom is necessity absorbed into consciousness. Freedom of choice. Previous to the criticism of the Marxian concept of freedom, we should like to recall briefly the tyne nature of free will. It is the nature of the will to tend towards that which is good. Just as the object of the eye is color, so the object of the will is that which is good. Hence whatever the will desires is sought because of some good which the will perceives in the thing and wishes to possess. But just as the eye is not restricted to seeing this or that particular color, neither is the will determined to seek this or that particular good. It is color in general which is the adequate object of the eye, and it is only color in general which exhausts the potentialities of the eye. Likewise, it is goodness in general which is the adequate object of the will, and it is only goodness in general which exhausts its potentialities. As a result, when the will is confronted by particular goods, partial goods, it remains, as St. Thomas tells us, absolutely free. It is free to choose or not to choose a particular good. It may choose it because of the partial good which it contains, or it may refuse it because a better good can be obtained by its refusal. And when confronted by a number of particular objects, the will may choose any one of them under the aspect of its goodness. For these reasons, it may be truly said that the essence of a will's freedom lies in its power of choice. The will is mistress of its own act, and to it belongs to will and not to will. 17. The proper act of the free will is choice, for we say that we have a free will because we can take one thing while refusing another, and this is to choose. 18. But the fact that man possesses freedom of choice is not only clear from an analysis of the nature of the will itself. It is a fact which is substantiated by the strongest testimony of both individual and social consciousness. Men, as individuals, are so deeply convinced that they are free that to deny it would be to turn septic. Similarly, the entire life of society is based upon the belief that man enjoys freedom of choice. Otherwise, all claims to rewards and merits, all trials and punishments, all counsels, laws and prohibitions, would be meaningless. Man has free will, Otherwise, counsels, exhortations, commands, prohibitions, rewards and punishments, would be in vain. 19. Freedom and necessity. We have seen that Marxism contends that man possesses a freedom of will which consists in the recognition of natural necessity. But it has also been shown that free will consists essentially in freedom of choice. Obviously, there remains one question which must be answered: is necessity destructive of freedom of choice? If it is, then the Marxian theory of economic determinism is false, because it denies freedom of choice, and the Marxist is not justified in claiming that his theory recognizes the freedom of man's will. The answer of scholastic philosophy is that freedom and necessity are not always opposed to each other. For instance, it must be admitted that men freely but necessarily desire happiness. Every rational mind desires happiness in an indeterminate and universal manner, and in reference to this the will is determined, but, in reference to individual things, the action of the human will is not determined to seek happiness in this or that particular object. 20. Likewise, it is to be admitted that man's will may be immovably but freely fixed on God as its last end. Immobility of will is not inconsistent with free will, the act of which is to choose, since we choose things that are directed to the end, but not the ultimate end itself. Therefore, just as it is not inconsistent with free will that we desire happiness and shun unhappiness, in general, with an unchangeable will, so will it not be incompatible with free will that the will be fixed on a particular object as its last end. 21. Similarly, it is to be admitted that the wills of the angels and saints freely but necessarily choose to love God. 22. The necessity resulting from a will firmly fixed to good does not lessen the liberty, as instanced in God and the blessed. 23. When virtue has attained its perfect end, it brings with it a land of necessity for good action, for instance in the blessed, who cannot sin. And yet the will is not, for that reason, any the less free. 24. In the fight of these statements, it is evident that scholastic philosophy does not contend that all necessity is destructive of freedom. But, without any hesitation, we assert that such necessity as Marxism would impose upon the will is necessarily destructive of freedom. The solution to this problem of the will is clearly set forth by St. Thomas in his De Veritate. In this work the angelic doctor tells us that, in reference to the will, we may speak of two kinds of necessity. The first type is that which is imposed upon the will by a force extrinsic to the will itself. This is the type of necessity professed by the Marxian theory, and it is unquestionably destructive of freedom of choice. A second kind of necessity is that which arises from the natural inclination of the will itself, such is the necessity which causes man to seek happiness, and this latter necessity is, in no way, destructive of freedom of choice. Necessity is twofold, namely, necessity of force, and this can in no way be present in the will, and necessity of natural inclination, and by this latter necessity the will does not will something necessarily. Hence that which the will seeks necessarily by a natural inclination, internal to itself, is its ultimate end, happiness, and all those things which such an end presupposes, such as the knowledge of truth and similar things. All other things, however, are willed, not by a necessity arising from natural inclination, but by a personal determination which is free of all necessity. 25. All necessity, then, does not do violence to the will, but only such necessity as is imposed upon the will by an external agency. 26. It is evident therefore that the will does not will anything through compulsion. It does, however, will certain things necessarily by the necessity of its natural inclination. 27. In the light of this explanation, it is clear that the only necessity consistent with free will is that which arises from the natural inclination of the will towards its proper object. Consequently, all necessity imposed upon the will by forces extrinsic to itself is destructive of the freedom of choice. Communism has no idea of freedom as the possibility of choice, of turning to right or left, but only as the possibility of giving full play to one's energy when once one has chosen which way to turn. 28. Man, when he assimilates himself to the material world, is no longer free in any moral or absolute sense, and so it is that in Marx the old philosophy of fatalism, disguised under the name of determinism, the will of necessary change, the inevitable movements of time and eternity, all those dark creatures of ancient paganism, reappear. 29. It is evident, then, that the theory of economic determinism denies the established fact of free will. Consequently, the Marxist is not justified in maintaining that his system recognizes human freedom. In conclusion, we might remind the Marxist that he is continually contradicting in practice what he professes in theory. For if men do not possess a freedom of choice, what, for instance, is the purpose of the trials and the propaganda for which Russia is so famous? 30. Class struggle and history. Just as the Marxian theory of economic determinism is contradicted by the facts of history, so is its theory of class struggle. The existence of two classes. The first criticism which an analysis of history brings to light is the fact that the theory of class struggle is based on a false assumption. Marx was witness to the fact that certain members of society control more than a just proportion of economic wealth and power. These members of society he called, more or less justly, the exploiting class. Marx saw also that vast numbers of men were laboring strenuously, producing wealth for the owners of the means of production, and, in return for their labors, they were receiving hardly enough to procure for themselves the mere necessities of human life. These members of society Marx quite correctly called the exploited class. But, after perceiving the existence of an exploiting and an exploited class in society, Marx proceeded to make a hasty and unjustifiable generalization from these facts. He concluded that all society is made up of these two classes, that every man belongs either to the exploiting or the exploited class. This is a generalization which is neither logically deduced from his premises nor supported by actual facts. Seeking some basis for his generalization, Marx decided that those who own means of production belong to the exploiting class and that the rest of society belongs to the exploited class. No one can deny that there is an exploiting and an exploited class in society. Unfortunately, that is true. But that all who own means of production are exploiting those whom they employ is a false assumption. And that the entire working class is being exploited is an equally false assertion. The fact of the matter is that many owners of means of production are not exploiting those who are laboring for them. Exploitation, on the other hand, is not due to the fact that a man owns property. For there may be exploitation by violence and sabotage. As a matter of fact, it is appropriate to remark here that today, under the leadership of some highly organized and powerful unions, the workers have sometimes become the exploiting class. In some instances, workers have made demands to share the profits to such an extent that owners have not received a just return on their risk and investment. Demands of workers have sometimes made it impossible for owners to devote enough of the profits to further building, expansion, advertising, research, and insurance against future periods of poor business. Frequently, as everyone knows, many workers do not turn in an honest day's labor for an excellent salary. Frequently, workers have little or no care for the owner's costly equipment, and, sad to say, pride of craftsmanship has almost disappeared from our civilization. Today, the worker is always ready to share the profits but rarely, if ever, willing to share the losses when a period of economic recession develops. These are some facets of today's labor picture that were totally unknown in the days of Karl Marx. If he had been witness to them, he surely would have found it much more difficult to state that the working class is always the exploited class. As Berdiev says, Marx has taken the idea exploitation and substantized it. He has bestowed upon it an objective existence which it does not actually possess. In so doing, strangely enough, the materialist has turned idealist. It is perfectly clear that Marx's proletariat is not the empirical working class which we observe in actual life. It is a mythical idea, not an objective reality. 31. The proletariat is not an empirical reality at all, it is an idea. And in that aspect, Marxism, which consciously professes the most naive materialism, is an extreme idealism. 32. For this reason the two classes organized against each other, whose existence the theory of class struggle presupposes, are two myths. There is no objective reality which corresponds to them, and thus the theory of class struggle has for its foundation, not reality, but a figment of Marx's imagination. It seems probable that the Marxist, as long as he remains a Marxist, will never perceive this fallacy which underlies his J-theory. There is in man an insatiable thirst for perfect happiness. We know that such happiness is not attainable in this life, but the Marxist, who knows only this life, consciously or subconsciously seeks such happiness here. As a result, the hardships which are a necessary part of earthly life will probably always appear to him as forms of exploitation. The fact of the class struggle. A second assumption of the Marxian theory of class struggle, which is contradicted by the facts of history, is that all great social changes have been effected by class war. Moreover, following its theory of economic determinism, Marxism contends that the primary and basic motives which prompt all wars are economic in character. Such assertions as these do not stand even a cursory analysis. That class wars have caused some social upheavals is to be admitted. 33. That economic motives have prompted many wars is also very true. But to proceed to the generalization that, therefore, all social changes are produced by class struggle and all wars are waged for economic reasons, is wholly to misunderstand history. The historian could draw innumerable examples from the past to contradict these Marxian assertions. Radical changes in society have been effected by numberless means, and many wars have been waged for reasons other than those of an economic character. Marx has failed completely to understand that national and racial hatreds have caused many wars, and that whole series of wars, such as the Crusades, have been waged primarily for religious reasons. Marx, betrayed by his monistic economic method, did not properly understand the significance of national and racial wars. For him they are entirely dependent on economic processes, although actually the national element has considerable importance, positive and negative. 34. The oversimplicity of the theory. Another outstanding defect of Marxism's social dialectic is its exaggerated simplicity. It sees in history only one dominating motive, whereas thousands of factors, important and trivial, usually lie behind every historical event. This exaggerated simplicity of the Marxian theory is excellently portrayed by Joad in a passage which is well worth quoting. In general, it may be said that the rigorous application of logic to life is apt to result in an interpretation of events which is too final, too sharply cut, and too clearly defined. What actually happens in history is determined not only by the working out of fundamental principles and discernible underlying trends, but by 1,001 irrelevant and disturbing factors whose genesis escapes detection and whose operations evade analysis. 1,000 cross-currents deflect the stream, 1,000 side winds blow athwart the course of history: personal intrigues, sexual jealousy and desire, love of power, thwarted ambition, slighted vanities and injured prides, religious enthusiasm, reforming zeal, party strife, even the disinterested desire for the public good. All these on occasion play a part in determining events. Nor is the influence of the exceptionally gifted individual to be ignored. Great men may be the mouthpiece of movements, but the movements are such as only they have made inevitable. To seek to confine all these factors, as various as human nature is various, within the Procrustean bed of a single formula, to derive them all from the working out of a dialectical process conceived in terms of material forces brought into operation by different techniques of production, is to do violence to the complexity of fact in the interests of theory. Human affairs are not cut and dried, as logic is cut and dried. Human history hangs upon the threads of a thousand chances. Let but one of these be different, and the tale of history would have to be retold. 35. In pointing out the oversimplicity of the Marxian theory, Bertrand Russell mentions several important historical events whose outcome depended on apparently trivial factors which were anything but economic in character. For example, the success of the Russian Revolution depended largely upon the presence of Lenin in that country. But Lenin, who had been in Germany, was able to enter Russia only because the German official from whom Lenin sought permission to enter decided to say yes instead of no. Again, if the Prussians had happened to have a capable general at the Battle of Valmy, they might have wiped out the French Revolution. Or to take an even more fantastic example, it might be quite reasonably contended that if Henry VIII had not fallen in love with Anne Boleyn, there might not have been a revolutionary war, and if there were, it would have been fought against a different power. For it was due to this event that England severed relations with the papacy and thus failed to acknowledge the Pope's gift of the Americas to Spain. If England had remained Catholic, it is probable that what is now the United States would have been part of Spanish America. 36. The birth of communism itself, as Christopher Dawson remarks, is an event which cannot be accounted for on any materialistic or economic basis. Like so many other far-reaching historical events, it depended upon an apparently trivial happening, the birth of Karl Marx. The history of communism is itself sufficient to disprove this materialistic conception of history. For communism was not the spontaneous product of impersonal economic forces. It had its origin in the mind of that arch-individualist, Karl Marx, and the forces that inspired him were neither of the economic nor the material order. It was the instinct of spiritual self-assertion, the revolutionary ideal of abstract justice and, perhaps more than all, the ineradicable Jewish faith in an apocalyptic deliverance that drove him from his own country and the interests of a bourgeois career to a life of exile and privation. 37. Such defects in the Marxian theory of class struggle as we have mentioned above should force every sincere student of history to seek a more plausible explanation of historical events. The facts of history simply refuse to wear the economic straitjacket into which Marxism is determined to force them. Class struggle and Marxian principles. It can even be shown that the social dialectic, as a theory, contradicts the more fundamental principles of Marxism. The dialectic, its character in the past. Marxism maintains that society has always been made up of warring classes and that this struggle of the classes has been the cause of all social changes. But a glance at history shows that certain countries, such as India, have gone on for endless centuries without any appreciable change. The great social dialectic which, according to Marxism, should be inevitably producing radical social changes, where has it been in the history of India? The Marxian dialectic cannot explain this unprogressiveness which has characterized many nations for centuries. In fact, the theory appears plausible only so long as it is not subjected to more than a superficial examination based on the history of Western civilization since the time of the Industrial Revolution. The dialectic, its static character in the future. Another defect in the Marxian social dialectic is that it is to become static as soon as the utopia of communism is reached. This seems quite inconsistent in a system which boasts of being a philosophy of progress. The Marxist will undoubtedly answer that when communism is reached there will be no classes, that society will then be a classless class which will be free of all exploitation. Such an assumption is, however, wholly untenable. From the very nature of man, we know that there can never be a classless society. There will always be those who govern and those who obey, those who are executives and those who are laborers, those who enjoy power and those who do not. These distinctions will always constitute classes, and, human nature being as it is, there will always be what the Marxist calls an exploiting class and an exploited class. If anything, communism, which is a doctrine of force and the most highly developed form of state absolutism, tends to emphasize class distinctions, rather than to abolish them. For these reasons, we feel, along with many other writers, that the static character which the social dialectic is eventually to assume is a decided defect in the consistency of the Marxian theory. The dialectic and retrogression. A third defect in the Marxian social dialectic is its inability to explain retrogression in history. That nations fall into moral and intellectual decay, that they often lose their cultural standing and their economic prestige, are well-known facts of history. But the Marxian dialectic, with its theory of necessary progress, can offer no explanation of such phenomena. 226. Engels was aware of the fact that there have been movements backward in history, and he contended that the Marxian theory acknowledges this fact. In spite of all seeming accidents and all temporary retrogression, a progressive development asserts itself in the end. 38. The point, however, is that the Marxian theory cannot consistently acknowledge such a fact. The Marxian theory demands that there be continual progress forwards. Regress of any nature whatsoever is a violation of the basic principles of the dialectic. As E. I. Wutkin remarks, Engels' admission that there has been regress in history but that progress always asserts itself in the end, is a mere optimistic act of faith which not only lacks a basis in Marxian principles but which is actually opposed to them. This optimism has no warrant in his materialist philosophy but is a pure act of faith which the founders of Marxism shared with the vast majority of their contemporaries, for whom progress was an unquestioned axiom. But it is an act of faith which can have no foundation apart from a belief in divine providence. 39. The dialectic and prediction. It is the proud boast of the Marxists that their dialectical theory enables them to predict future social changes in specific places and at definite times. In contrast, as Hooke mentions, the great defect of all non-materialistic philosophies is that they cannot make any such predictions. 40. In answer to Hooke, we might say that, in contrast to Marxism, we admit that we cannot predict future historical events. Moreover, there is the fact that Marxian predictions have proved hopelessly false. For instance, following their principle that communism should come first in those countries which are most highly capitalistic, Marx and Engels predicted those which would first turn to communism. Engels predicted that communism would first come in Germany. 41. Marx, on the other hand, in an interview given in 1871 to an American newspaper, predicted that England would be the first to arrive at communism. 42. The ironical feature about these predictions is not merely that they were false, but that communism came first in Russia, which in economic matters, was one of the least developed of all countries. In the light of Marxian principles, it should have been one of the last places in which one would expect to find communism. The dialectic and progress. A final remark which must be made in reference to the Marxian social dialectic, is that it implies the existence of a mind, an ordaining intelligence, which is directing the progress of the world. Strangely enough, it is Bertrand Russell who reminds the Marxist that a philosophy which insists that the social organism is necessarily developing towards a specific and more perfect goal, implies the existence of a formal cause of such determination. 43. In our chapter devoted to a criticism of the Marxian philosophy of nature, it was explained in detail that orderly development and determination to a specific end or goal implies the existence of a mind independent of, and transcendent to the world. There is no need to repeat the explanation, but it is interesting to note that the Marxian philosophy of history goes astray on precisely the same points as does its philosophy of nature. In its philosophy of nature, Marxism is guilty of two basic errors. There is a failure to understand the efficient cause of motion in material reality and a failure to realize that the development and finality evident in nature implies the existence of a formal cause, an ordering intelligence. In its philosophy of history, Marxism errs once more on these same points. It fails to understand that the free human will is what we may call the proximate efficient cause of the motion in history. And it fails to realize that the orderly progress of society towards a specific goal necessarily implies the existence of an ordering mind as a formal cause. In conclusion, we reject the Marxian philosophy of history for the many reasons advanced in this chapter. As an analysis of history, it is contradicted by facts. As a philosophical theory, it denies the established fact of free will. It fails to grasp the very evident distinction between conditioning and determining factors in social life, and it is inconsistent on many points with the more basic principles of Marxism. Chapter xin. Criticism of its philosophy of the state. In the present chapter it is our intention to offer a critical appreciation of communism's philosophy of the state. This philosophy of the state has been explained in detail in a previous chapter and at this time may be summarized in a few lines. According to communism, each type of state is the direct product of a specific mode of economic production. The state is the most basic element in the superstructure of society. It is a class organization, a weapon of oppression and suppression which the ruling and exploiting class creates and utilizes for its own selfish economic interests. In a word, the state is an instrument of force by means of which the ruling class protects itself and maintains the exploited masses in a position of defenseless economic servitude. In direct opposition to this view of communism, we assert that the state arises from the social nature of man, not from a fanatical desire to exploit. The state is the creation of all members of society, not of a ruling minority, and its purpose is to promote the common good of all men, not the selfish interests of an exploiting class. The difference between communism's philosophy of the state and our own is clearly of an essential character. It is our intention to show that communism has made serious errors in formulating its concept of the state and that these errors have led it to the acceptance of an utterly false and distorted idea of the state. Before considering the errors of communism, it should be recalled that in the preceding chapter one important refutation of the Marxian philosophy of the state has already been given. It was shown that history not only fails to substantiate the claim that each mode of economic production creates a 229. 230. Definite type of state but actually contradicts this basic principle of communism. Briefly, we saw that essentially different types of states have often had in common the same mode of economic production, and states of a similar type have often used essentially different modes of economic production. Clearly, then, the form or type of state is in no way causally dependent upon the current mode of economic production. The origin of the state. In this first criticism, it is our intention to show that the state arises from the social nature of man, rather than from a selfish desire on the part of a ruling class to exploit the masses. At the outset, it can be said that we are in agreement with communism on one point essential to the discussion of this topic. We both agree that man is by nature a social being, that he naturally desires to live in society with other men, that for the perfecting of his natural powers he actually needs to live in society. But at this point we immediately part company with communism. Communism acknowledges that society is necessarily willed by man, but it fails to realize that such an admission immediately implies the necessity of the state. The precise reason for the necessity of the state is to be found in the fact that society cannot possibly exist unless governed by definite authority. And the presence of authority in society, directing all men towards their common welfare, immediately constitutes what we call the state. St. Thomas shows a deep appreciation of this truth when he defines man not merely as social by nature but as naturally social and political one. For this reason he quite logically says that public authority is a natural necessity in society. 2. In a word, it is inconceivable that vast numbers of men could be united into an harmonious unit operating for their general welfare unless there were present in that society men who possess recognized authority to direct and to coordinate the activities of all members. Both reason and everyday experience confirm the fact that, wherever there is a plurality of members, harmonious operation and the achievement of a common end can only be attained if there be present recognized directive authority. Briefly, there must be a gradation of position among the members, a subordination of some members to others. Only through the recognition of this necessity of subordination and authority in society can the general welfare of all men be attained. The necessity of subordination of some members to others in order to achieve a higher end is not peculiar to human society. For instance, the inorganic world of nature is subordinated to the welfare of the plant world. The plant world serves the interest of the animal world. In the animal, the most important powers, such as sight, hearing, taste, and touch, act under the control of instinct for the general well-being of the animal, and all inorganic and organic nature is subordinated to the welfare of man, while, in man, all activities are subordinated to the control of his higher faculties of intellect and will. In a word, subordination is the universal law of nature. As soon as men unite into the smallest of groups or societies, such as the family, the necessity of authority and subordination is immediately evident. Thus, the father is the head of the family. Similarly, this same necessity for authority and subordination of members to chosen rulers is evident in any one of the thousands of small organizations which men freely form. As soon as a plurality of men unite for any purpose whatsoever, even though it be only to form an athletic team of some sort, they perceive immediately that harmonious action in the pursuit of their common end can be achieved only if someone be chosen to direct and regulate their activities. It should be clear that if small groups of persons require authority and subordination in order to achieve harmonious action in the pursuit of comparatively trivial objectives, society itself has an infinitely greater need of a similar subordination of members to recognized authority if it is to attain its objective, the general welfare of all men. In society there are, not a few members seeking a comparatively simple end, but millions of men seeking the general welfare of all. There will be thousands of industries, diversified commercial organizations, extensive educational systems, systems of transportation, and 1,000 other vast organizations too innumerable to mention. Each unit of each of these systems, for instance, each factory and school, will require definite authority and subordination of members within itself. The extensive systems formed by these individual units will require authority and subordination. 232. Of members in a still greater degree. And, above all, there must be a supreme authority to unite and regulate the efforts of these diversified groups, to protect their mutual rights and to enforce their mutual duties, if they are to produce the general welfare of all men. Obviously, these vast differentiated systems within society could not possibly act harmoniously and for the welfare of men without the existence and acceptance of a directive and coordinating authority in society. Clearly, then, men can attain the common end for which they unite in society only if there be present in society authority vested in some chosen members who formulate such laws and regulations as are necessary to procure the common good of all. This authority vested in certain chosen individuals constitutes what we call the state. The identification of civil authority organized for the common good with the state is clearly set forth by Pope Leo XIII in his encyclical on the Christian constitution of the states. Man's natural instinct moves him to live in civil society, for he cannot, if dwelling apart, provide himself with the necessary requirements of life, nor procure the means of developing his mental and moral faculties. Hence it is divinely ordained that he should lead his life, be it family, social, or civil, with his fellow men, amongst whom alone his several wants can be adequately supplied. But as no society can hold together unless someone he over all, directing all to strive for the common good, every civilized community must have a ruling authority, and this authority, no less than society itself, has its source in nature, and has consequently God for its author. Hence it follows that all public power must proceed from God. For God alone is the true and supreme Lord of the world. 3. These truths are so patent that one would rightfully wonder how communism went so far astray as to consider the state unnecessary in society and to regard it merely as an organ of a ruling class used for the suppression of the masses. But, upon analysis, it is not difficult to discover the error of communism. It has simply confused the natural and juridical origin of the state with certain historical characteristics which have certainly been present in varying degrees in most states throughout the history of the world. Briefly, communism has confused the abuse of state power with the lawful use of this power. It has been so taken up with the outrages which it has seen perpetrated by means of state power that it has fallen into the error of identifying this abuse of power with the natural and lawful function of the state. The error is understandable but most unfortunate. The distinction between the use and the abuse of state power, the distinction which communism has failed to grasp, is well expressed by St. Thomas in his work on the governance of rulers. In the government of a group there is a right and a wrong way. Now, anything whatsoever is rightly directed when it is guided towards its proper end, wrongly when it is guided toward an improper end. If, therefore, a group of free men is governed by their ruler for the common good of the group, that government will be right and just, as is suitable to free men. If, however, the government is organized, not for the common good of the group, but for the private interest of the ruler, it will be an unjust and perverted government. 4. In the presentation of communism's philosophy of history, it was remarked that many features of the theory were derived exclusively from an analysis of 19th-century conditions. This fact accounts to some extent for communism's error of identifying the abuse of state power with the true function of the state, because especially since the start of the Industrial Revolution has state power been used in many ways to exploit the masses. State power has almost always been abused to some extent by those chosen to rule. This has always been so and always will be so, for the simple reason that rulers are prone to the weaknesses of human nature. Men are weak mortals subject both to error and to sin. The error of communism nevertheless remains. It has seen grave abuses of state power and, completely forgetting man's natural need of the state, proceeds to the illogical conclusion that the use of power for purposes of exploitation constitutes the nature of the state. It then draws the conclusion that the way to remedy these abuses is to destroy the state. The remedy of communism is like that of a doctor who, perceiving that his patient has a headache, proceeds to cure it by cutting off the patient's head. Communism would not have fallen into this serious error if its authors had read the many papal encyclicals in which the pontiffs strongly protest against the use of state power for purposes of exploitation. In these great encyclicals the erring communist would have found the true solution to the problem, namely, that rulers must be brought to a realization of the source and purposes of state power. It must never be used for purposes of exploitation but always for the general welfare of men, and any abuse of state power should encourage prudent men, not to destroy the state, but to place this power in the hands of men who would use it for the common good. In summary, then, the theory of communism does not do away with the state. In its portrayal of the future utopia, communism invariably refers to the vast and perfect organization of social agencies which will assure the harmonious development of society. This is simply a verbal disguise of the state. For the functions which communism society or social organization will perform are simply the proper functions of the state. Thus, in the final analysis, the theory of communism does not do away with the state. It professes that it will do away with the use of all power for purposes of exploitation, but, when analyzed, that does not mean the abolition of the state but only the eradication of the abuses of state power. And the Church has certainly endeavored for centuries to achieve that objective. The state and private property. A second fundamental error in communism's philosophy of the state is that it is based upon the unproven assumption that private ownership of the means of production is an evil. It is the contention of communism that private ownership of the means of production necessarily results in exploitation and that the state is the strongest defender of this type of ownership. It then concludes that by doing away with the protective state man will be able to abolish private ownership and thereby rid society of economic exploitation. The argument of communism in this matter is certainly attractive but nonetheless specious. As usual, the communist argument contains sufficient elements of truth to render it appealing to the unwary. It is perfectly true that the private ownership of the means of production has often furnished ruthless men with a weapon which they have used to exploit their fellow men. This unpleasant truth has been especially evident since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. In fact, both the existence and the progress of communism are in no small degree to be accounted for by this unfortunate fact. But the conclusion which communism draws from this fact is wholly illogical. To abolish private ownership as a means of abolishing exploitation is once more to cure the headache by cutting off the patient's head. Private ownership is as natural to man and as necessary to society as the head is to the patient. And just as one would not think of curing a headache by cutting off a person's head, neither should one think of remedying exploitation by destroying private ownership. The error of communism in this matter is twofold. On one hand, it fails to appreciate the fact that private ownership is both natural to man and necessary to society. On the other hand, it fails to understand that the exploitation which has resulted from private ownership is due to the abuse of the right of private ownership, not due to the existence of the right itself. It is not our intention to enter here upon an extended treatment of the right of private ownership. Contemporary interest in social philosophy has given us numerous expositions of the subject. Any of these may be consulted with profit by those who desire to recall the solid foundation upon which man's right to private ownership is based. We should like, however, to present some thoughts on private ownership in relation to the theory of communism. First, we have said that private ownership is natural to man, that is, it is a natural right. It has its basis in the very nature of man. A proper grasp of the full implication of this point is often lacking in current defenses of the right of private ownership. Occasionally we encounter writers who deny that private ownership is a natural right of man. They state explicitly that no rule or principle of ownership has any intrinsic or metaphysical value, that private ownership is justifiable only because of the effects it produces, namely, its conduciveness to human welfare. They tell us that unless we allow private 236 ownership, men will not have an adequate incentive for labor, they will not live together peacefully in society, they will not take the same care of things belonging to the community as they would if these things belonged to themselves. In a word, they believe that expediency is the sole basis for the right of private ownership. These arguments from expediency for the right of private ownership undoubtedly possess a certain validity, but they do not constitute the real foundation upon which the right to private ownership rests. Moreover, they are extremely ineffective today, and if the philosopher had no other arguments to offer against communism in this matter, he might as well cease trying to uphold private ownership and retire from the battlefield. For it is precisely the argument from expediency which is today communism's most deadly weapon against private ownership. One cannot hope to defend private ownership solely on the ground that it is most conducive to general human welfare when millions are living in a state of starvation due to the abuse of private ownership. It is all well and good to remark that these unfortunate conditions are due to the abuse of private ownership, not due to private ownership itself. But the masses do not make philosophers' distinctions. The fact remains that private ownership, as practiced today, is to a very great extent not conducive to the common welfare of men, and if anyone believes that the value of private ownership for promoting the common welfare is the only basis on which the right rests, he has absolutely no effective argument in defense of private ownership to present against communism. Men are convinced that they have a right to the necessities of life and to some of its luxuries. They know also that it is not just if a minority lives in overabundant wealth while the masses starve. For ordinary men, private ownership is to be identified with the present regime, capitalism, as contrasted with its opposite, communism. The argument based on the effects and value of private ownership is thus the strongest argument against the right of private ownership, and communism finds it a simple task to convince the masses, victims of ruthless exploitation, that they will receive the necessities of life and peaceful living only after private ownership is abolished. Principally because of the immoral character of earlier capital. And the natural tendency of ordinary men to identify capitalism with private ownership, communism has succeeded exceptionally well in turning one of our own arguments against us, namely, the justification of private ownership on the grounds of its value in promoting the general welfare of society. The error of those defending private ownership has been in the emphasis and importance they have attached to this argument. Too often it is the only, or at least the principal argument which they have presented in defense of private ownership. Actually, this argument is secondary in value and not at all the basic argument upon which the right of private ownership rests. It is our intention to show briefly, that, by a representation of the true basis of the right of private ownership, we can very easily, not only offer an invincible defense of private ownership, but also show that communism itself basically implies the acceptance of the right of private ownership. A true defense of private ownership must be based upon a thorough analysis of the nature of man himself. The present-day world must be reminded of the fact that man is in a certain respect a member of society, one of a very numerous species, but, On the other hand, man is a person possessing intellect and will. Insofar as man is a member of the human species, he is subject to society, that is, insofar as he is a material being he is immersed in this vast social organism and belongs to it. But insofar as man is a person, he transcends society, that is, insofar as he possesses a spiritual soul, he escapes the absorbing action of society and is independent of it. Now, since man's personality is in no way subject to the domination of society, it logically follows that the fruits or productions of the spiritual faculties and powers which go to make up his personality are not subject to appropriation by society. It is the non-social elements which make up man's personality, primarily the intellect, which are responsible for the production of wealth by man. Thus, in man's personal labor we have the undeniable foundation of the natural right of private ownership. Consequently, all that results from his personality belongs to him and to him alone, and society can transgress this principle only to its own destruction, for, by violating personality and recognizing in man nothing more than an individual who is part of an association, it ceases to be a society of persons and lowers itself to the level of a herd. Now something of man's personality. 238. Is latent in all human labor that is really productive. Man modifies the aspect of nature by his free will, his intelligence guides him in the production of things necessary to life. In everything man's labor produces, there is always something of the laborer's personality which is in itself incommunicable. That is the reason why there exists a relation of cause and effect between the worker and his work. The effect he produces belongs to him, by reason of his personal work, it is his private property. Hence we have the unshaken foundation of the right to private ownership. 5. In a word, the basis of private ownership is human personality, and the personality of an individual does not belong to society. Society is not justified in absorbing the human personality itself and, for an equal reason, the fruits of human personality are free from the domination of society. Herein we have the solid, metaphysical basis upon which rests the right of private ownership. The truth that personal labor is the real basis of private ownership brings us face to face with one of the strangest of paradoxes. It is now possible to show that, not only Catholic philosophy but also communism acknowledges that wealth is the product of personal labor and that communism therefore implicitly contains an acceptance of the right to private ownership. Here is a vital point in the theory of communism which, if properly seized upon, will enable us to destroy completely the force of the communist argument against private ownership. It is well known that the theory of surplus value is basic in Marxism. The theory contends that wealth is created by the personal labor of the worker. The Marxian theory of surplus value next points out that under the capitalistic regime the worker neither receives what he produces nor its equivalent value. On the contrary, the capitalist takes most of the profits which are derived from the labor of the worker and gives the latter a comparatively small reward for what he has done. It goes on to contend that this is rank injustice, that the worker is entitled to that which he produces or its equivalent value. The remedy for this injustice, says communism, is to overthrow capitalism. But let us forget the remedy suggested by communism, the overthrow of private ownership, and let us concentrate on its argument. Oddly enough, when we do so, we encounter the strangest of paradoxes. Communism is contending that the personal labor of the worker entitles him to what he produces or its equivalent value. In a word, the basic principle of the Marxian theory of surplus value is in itself a defense of private ownership. It is an attack upon capitalism for its depriving man of that which he has, by personal labor, rightfully acquired. Thus, communism is actually based on the recognition that personal labor gives man a right to private ownership. In fact, there is no more violent a protest in all history that man has the right of private ownership than is implied in communism itself. For the very basis of its theory of surplus value is that capitalism is an exploiting system precisely because the capitalist refuses to give to the worker that to which he has a right, namely, that which he personally produces. but the recognition of the right to private ownership is not merely implied in the communist theory. It is actually the strongest psychological force behind the development and spread of communism. Men do not become ardent communists because they are moved by some vague ideal of a society in which private property has been abolished. Communism grips men for precisely the opposite reason. Men become communists because they feel often rightly that the capitalist has deprived them of that to which their labor has given them a strict personal right. They realize that the things they produce are the creations of their own minds and physical labor, and they feel that they have a right to these things. They do not become class conscious regarding themselves as members of the exploited class because they want no private property, but because they feel that by overthrowing the capitalistic class they may be able to regain for themselves those things to which their personal labor has entitled them. The poor in our country who would violently dispossess the rich, who join the communists because they promise to overthrow capitalism by force and to liquidate all who own, and who sow seeds of hatred against their fellow man, are not the gospel poor. Their only regret is that they cannot be rich. Their souls are just as avaricious as the rich. They are the involuntary poor, the poor who crave to be rich, the enemies of capitalists because they want to be capitalists themselves. They are scandalized at the wealth of others, but only after they are tempted by the lust of their possessions. That is why every communist is at heart a capitalist without any cash in his pockets. He talks more about his hatred of the rich, than his love of the poor, more about the evils of the present system, than the remedies he has to offer. This group with its hatred of classes is just as much a menace to our civilization as the rich who exploit the poor. The verdict of history is against them. The envious poor who crushed the rich never did anything for the poor man with all their confiscated wealth. They merely transformed individual selfishness into collective selfishness. They therefore have no right to condemn the rich. They have never earned the right. No man has a right to condemn the rich until, like our blessed Lord, he has proven he is free from the passion of wealth. 6. Thus, strangely enough, it can be shown that in communism's theory and practice there is implicitly contained a superb defense of private ownership. In fact, the argument of communism is based upon the strongest argument for private ownership, namely, that man's personal labor gives him a personal right to that which he produces. The error inherent in communism's presentation of this argument is a rather obvious one. It simply takes too narrow a view of the labor process. The theory of surplus value wishes to give the entire product or its equivalent value to the worker who immediately produces it. When contemporary society refuses to give the worker the entire value of the product which comes from his hands, communism charges that the worker is being exploited and urges the complete overthrow of the present system. What communism fails to realize is that the labor of many others, besides that of the worker who immediately produces an article, is latent within every product. It forgets completely that everyone who has contributed mentally or physically toward the new product deserves some compensation. The owners of the factory, for instance, must buy the machinery, the raw products, and pay for the upkeep of their plant. Every machine used in their factory is the product of the personal labor of other men. The raw materials which they use were mined, perhaps, by the personal labor of thousands of workers. Thus, the owners of a factory can procure the machinery and raw products necessary for their own industry only if they pay for such things. That is, in strict justice they must compensate other workers by paying for such things out of profits derived from their own products. In the present-day world of scientific industrialization, it should be clear to anyone that any given product is the fruit of the mental and physical labor of a vast and complicated army of workers. Even in the smallest of factories there must be those who buy the factory, the machinery, the raw materials and plan the production. The labor of this vast number of workers and of the thousands of others who made the machinery and mined the raw materials is latent in every finished product. Innumerable expenses must be paid, and every worker who contributed even remotely towards the completed product must receive some share of the profit derived from the sale of the article. If communism should contend as it does that the workers in a particular factory are to be given the full value of the product as it comes from their hands, communism itself becomes the protagonist of a class system of exploitation 10,000 times worse than capitalism ever was. And if communism is willing to abandon the rather absurd idea that the workman from whose hands the product immediately comes should get the entire value, if it is willing to acknowledge that all who contribute to the production of a thing deserve compensation for their mental and physical labor, the theory of communism no longer possesses any special significance. If it makes this latter acknowledgement, the only possible point to its criticism is that it calls attention to the fact that there is not a just distribution of profits, and papal encyclicals were asserting this truth when communism was still in its swaddling clothes. Parenthetically, we should like to state that in no sense must our defense of the right of private ownership be taken as a defense of capitalism. There is a vast difference between the right of private ownership and the use of the right. We acknowledge that capitalism has exploited the worker, but we point out that this condition results from an immoral use of the right of private ownership, not from the existence of the right itself. Social justice will be attained, not by 242. Destroying this natural right of man, but by bringing about a proper exercise of the right among men. Our discussion of private property has carried us far from our original remark that communism's philosophy of the state is based upon the unproven assumption that private ownership of the means of production is an evil. The foregoing discussion should, however, have made that point clear. Instead of private ownership being an evil, we have seen that not only is it based upon human nature, but that it is also strongly implied in the basic principles of communism itself. Logically, then, instead of condemning the state for protecting the right of private ownership, even communism should praise it for its defense of this natural right of man. In concluding our criticism of communism's philosophy of the state, we should like to summarize its salient features. Instead of being the realistic philosophy that it professes to be, that is, instead of analyzing the nature of man and discovering that man's social nature demands the existence of the state, communism proceeds in an extremely inaccurate manner. It begins by failing to distinguish between the use and the abuse of state power. It forgets completely all of the excellent purposes which state power serves and concentrates only on the abuses of this power. It becomes so intent upon the abuse of state power for purposes of exploitation that it proceeds to identify this abuse of power with the normal and natural function of the state. In hypostatizing the state as an organ of oppression which should be destroyed, communism fails completely to realize that it has simply built up a straw man. The truth of the matter is that insofar as the state has served as an organ of oppression, precisely to that extent has it failed to function as a state. Thus, even though the communist does not recognize the fact, his attack upon the use of state power for purposes of exploitation in no way militates against the necessity of the state or the proper exercise of its power. Even though it would surprise a communist to learn it, the truth is that his attack is basically nothing more than a protest against the abuse of legitimate state power by individuals. Second, the theory of communism itself implies the existence of the state. The communist avoids the use of the word state in his presentation of the future utopia. Instead, he uses the word society or social organization to portray the vast, well-organized social machinery which guides all human activity towards the harmonious achievement of the common good. But it is only a verbal quibble whether one calls the legislative, executive, and judicial machinery requisite for the harmonious progress of society a state or a social organization. The basic fact remains, the presence of that legislative, executive, and judicial power, which we call the state, is necessary in society. Third, communism seeks to destroy the state principally because of the protection which it gives to the right of private ownership. The opposition of communism to private ownership, which it believes necessarily creates economic exploitation, obviously arises from a failure to distinguish between the right of private ownership and the abuse of this right. Paradoxically enough, the communist does not realize that his own theory of surplus value is based upon an invincible argument for the right of private ownership. Similarly, it never dawns on him that when exploited men become communists, they do so, perhaps unconsciously, out of the sheer hope that someday they will receive their share of private property. Basically, then, the theory of communism contains an acceptance of the right of private ownership and, logically, it should praise the state for its defense of this natural right of man. In a word, communism's philosophy of the state contains only two just protests, one against the abuse of state power for purposes of exploitation, the other against the abuse of the right of private ownership, and the encyclicals of Popes Leo XIII and Pius XI in our own age, as well as the teaching of the Church throughout its entire history, have had as their objective the eradication of these evils. Chapter 14. At the outset of our criticism of communism's philosophy of religion, attention must be called to the fact that two important criticisms have already been presented in the preceding chapters. In the 10th and 11th chapters it was made clear that even the communist analysis of nature and mind necessitates both the existence of God, as the creator of the universe, and the presence of an immaterial or spiritual mind in man. Obviously enough, once these basic truths are established, the whole foundation of religion is laid. Again, in our 12th chapter it was shown that the communist philosophy of history, which regards religion as a social phenomenon created by an age's mode of economic production, is utterly incapable of explaining either the origin or nature of religion. On the contrary, an analysis of past history shows that religion reveals a surprising independence of economic conditions. In the present chapter it is our intention to offer first a critical evaluation of the anthropological origin of religion proposed by communism, and then to proceed to a consideration of communism's concept of the nature and function of religion. The origin of religion. It will be recalled that, according to communism, religion arose as the result of the personification of natural forces by primitive peoples. In the early ages deities were, consequently, as numerous as the natural forces which the primitive mind perceived in the world of nature. Polytheism was therefore the primary form of religion, and it was only after a very long evolutionary process that men finally arrived at 244. 245. What we now call monotheism, that is, religion based upon the acceptance of only one God. Several times in the course of our criticism we have had occasion to remark that the communist theory is based upon an analysis of 19th century conditions. We have seen that this fact is verified in numerous phases of the theory, but in no phase is this more true than in communism's philosophy of religion. In the second chapter it was noted that Marx read the works of Darwin and showed a great deal of enthusiasm for them. The manner in which Darwin influenced Marx was treated in some detail at that time. For instance, it was seen that Marx acknowledged that Darwin's theory of the struggle for existence furnished him with the basis in natural history for his own theory of class struggle. The influence of Darwin on Marx's theory of religion is, however, somewhat more indirect but nonetheless interesting. In the closing years of the last century the influence of Darwin was tremendous. His evolutionary theory spread with an amazing rapidity. It lost no time in breaking its original boundaries. It spread from anthropology into almost all the other sciences and, geographically, from England to all the countries of the world. Little time was lost in applying the evolutionary theory to the field of religion. Perhaps the earliest outstanding work of this nature was that of Tyler on primitive culture. In this volume the author traced the origin of religion through all the stages of its evolutionary development. Tyler's thesis was that sheer fear of death and the desire not to die caused the primitive mind to develop the idea of a personal soul which would survive the obvious death of the body. On the other hand, fear of the forces of nature resulted in the thought that these forces were the actions of angry deities punishing man for his evil acts. This personification of natural forces logically led man to the belief that the deities might be appeased by prayer and sacrifice. Polytheistic religion was thus a clear product of an evolutionary process. It required only more time and a higher degree of intellectual development on the part of man to perceive the crudities of polytheism and to proceed, by a process of abstraction, to the formation of the unified monotheistic religions with which we are familiar. This evolutionary analysis of religion pervaded the entire period from the publication of Tyler's work until the close. 246. Of the century. With the enthusiasm of a child who has been given a new toy, writers on religion traced and retraced the evolutionary origin of religion. To oppose this view in those days was to brand oneself as backward and wholly ignorant of the progress of science. It was in this very period that Marx and Engels were writing their various works. Like everyone else, they accepted the evolutionary interpretation of the origin of religion. Like others, they were convinced that there was simply no other interpretation that a scientific mind could possibly accept. But Marx and Engels grasped this newfound theory with more than the casual interest of ordinary men accepting the science of their age. They saw in this theory the perfect explanation of religion. It did away with the supernatural origin of religion, fitted most perfectly into their dialectical system, and at the same time gave their philosophy of religion a basis in the most up-to-date science. Unfortunately for communism, the progress of science has resulted in the complete refutation of the rash and hasty claims of the 19th century evolutionists. One can hardly blame Marx and Engels for succumbing to the evolutionary fever of their age, but it is much more difficult to pardon their modern followers who still insist on offering to the potential victims of communism this completely disproven and outmoded anthropology. The enthusiastic evolutionists of the past century were probably sincere, and Marx and Engels may have been equally sincere in accepting the evolutionary theory of religion. But today things are vastly different. Anthropology has become a science in its own right. It has developed methods of critical research and is capable of passing sound scientific judgments based on comprehensive and exacting investigation. And the judgments of modern anthropology are so unanimous in declaring the old evolutionary theory on the origin of religion outmoded and without any scientific basis that one could not find a single outstanding anthropologist of the present day who will accept the old theory. Perhaps the earliest opposition to the evolutionary theory of religion is to be found in the work of Andrew Lang on the making of religion. In this work the author definitely breaks with the spirit of his age and rejects the application of evolutionary principles to the field of religion. The attack of Lang was really the turning point of science. Supporter in the renowned editor of Anthropo, Father Wilhelm Schmidt, one of the most respected men in the field of modern anthropology. Since that time, Father Schmidt has consistently shown in numerous technical articles and works the untenable character of the formerly accepted theory. An excellent summary of his extensive research on this matter is to be found in his work on the origin and growth of religion. This volume is valuable, moreover, for the very clear picture it traces of the overthrow of the evolutionary theory of religion. In it the author points out that, after Lang, von Schroeder produced excellent research work on the primitive Indo-European peoples showing that the evolutionary theory of religion was untenable for the religion of these peoples. Ehrenreich, Dixon, and Kroeber, the latter one of America's leading anthropologists, have definitely disproven the evolutionary theory of religion for the primitive peoples of America. Brockelmann, one of the most prominent Semitists of our day, has shown that the theory is untenable for the religion of the pre-Islamic Arabs. Among the more prominent contemporary psychologists of religion, Lubbe and Osterreich have expressed their definite opposition to the theory. Among the leading ethnologists and historians of religion, Preuss, Swanton, Radin, Lowy, Heiler, and Nieuwenhuis have done fine research work which clearly leads to the utter rejection of the theory. In a volume published by Professor Murdoch of the Department of Anthropology of Yale University, the author reaches the same conclusions as the above-mentioned authorities after a study of numerous primitive peoples. 1. In passing, it might be said that the criticism and rejection of the evolutionary theory of religion offered by Professor Lowy, eminent anthropologist of the University of California, is one of the finest in any language. 2. In summary, then, it need only be said that one could pick up any contemporary anthropological work on religion written by any outstanding present-day anthropologist and one will find the same complete rejection of the old evolutionary theory of religion. As a condensation of modern scientific thought on the subject, we shall quote the representative words of J.R. Swanton of the Bureau of American Ethnology of the Smithsonian Institution. After much detailed research work on this matter, he offers us his conclusions. My conclusions are, in brief, that the deduction of religious concepts or emotions from natural phenomena, however closely it may be found associated, is unproved and improbable, that the history of religion has probably consisted in the differentiation of various elements from an original complex and the varying stress placed upon these elements rather than the successive introduction of new elements. 3. In the first part of the above passage, Swanton voices the opposition of science to the old evolutionary theory of religion. Enough has now been said about this matter to make clear the point that communism's theory on the origin of religion is regarded as completely disproven by modern anthropology. The second part of Swanton's words, however, expresses another thought which is of importance in the present connection. The author remarks that the evidence possessed by modern anthropology tends to show that the lower forms of religion are corruptions of one original religious complex. In other words, science is beginning to show that instead of monotheism being a product of an evolutionary process, it was primary, and all of the other forms of religion are merely corruptions of the original monotheistic religious complex. This is indeed striking, not only because it shows science to be establishing directly the opposite of the old evolutionary theory of religion, but because it shows modern anthropology to be confirming the scriptural doctrine of a primitive revelation to man. It is not to be thought that Swanton is alone in drawing this latter important conclusion. Unfortunately, it is not our task here to go into the extent and the nature of the anthropological research on this subject, nor to show just how this conclusion is being arrived at by modern science. The interested reader will, however, find ample proof in the works of Trillis, Skibesta, and Vanneverberg that present day anthropology is indirectly establishing the fact of a primitive monotheistic revelation. For our conclusion may therefore be summarized in a single sentence: modern anthropology not only regards communism's evolutionary theory of religion as untenable but also presents evidence to substantiate the claim that monotheism was primary. In a word, there has not been an evolution of religion but rather a corruption of a pure, original monotheism. The nature and purpose of religion according to communism, the nature and purpose of religion, as we have seen in an earlier chapter, is to act as an opium for the masses. It fulfills this role by a threefold function which it performs in society: it teaches the rich their rights and thereby confirms the ruling class in its determination to exploit the poor; it teaches the poor their duties towards the ruling class and thereby aids in their exploitation by the rich; it instills a spirit of passivity into the masses which is destructive of any activity on their part to strive for economic betterment. As a preface to a critical evaluation of these charges of communism, we should like to call attention to one fact. In passing judgment upon religion, a man must be clear-thinking enough to realize that the true nature and function of religion is not to be identified with the sordid ends for which ruthless and unscrupulous men have sometimes used it. There is no doubt that at times unscrupulous individuals have used religion as an instrument for exploitation and domination. Peter the Great in Russia, Napoleon in France, and even the late Tsar offered classical instances of such abuse of religion. As regards these individuals who have used the social institution of religion for base purposes, we share the indignation of Lenin. But what he and his fellow communists forget is that these are all exceptions, and are not in the spirit, nor the program of religion. It is a very childish attitude, betraying a want of critical reasoning on the part of the communists, to argue that because a few have prostituted the sacredness of religion, therefore religion is vile. Because there are a few false coins in the world is no reason why we should do away with money; because there are a few individuals who practice graft is no reason why we should do away with government; because some automobile drivers are reckless is no reason for destroying automobiles, and because there are some who betray Christianity is no reason for destroying Christianity. 5. With this thought in mind, let us turn our consideration to the threefold charge which communism has made against religion. First, we are told that religion teaches the rich their rights and thereby confirms them in their practice of exploiting the masses. It would be an extremely difficult task to conceive of a statement so completely false as this charge of communism. In answer to it, one would need to do no more than defy communism to produce one single official declaration in the entire history of the Church to substantiate this charge. An accusation of this nature reflects a complete ignorance of the Church which, following sacred scripture, has always warned the rich that it will be as difficult for them to enter heaven as for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. Such an accusation reflects a complete lack of familiarity with the numerous encyclicals of the pontiffs which sternly rebuke the ruling classes for practices of exploitation. Indeed, the Church has been the one great force in the world centuries before communism ever existed which has always protested against the exploitation of the poor and used its tremendous power and influence to crush such tendencies on the part of the ruling classes. Do these words of Pope Leo XIII, for example, indicate, as communism would have us believe, that the Church encourages the rich in their practices of exploitation? The rich men must remember that to exercise pressure for the sake of gain upon the indigent and destitute, and to make one's profit out of the need of another, is condemned by all laws human and divine. 6. Equally without foundation is the accusation of Lenin that the Church urges the rich to be charitable towards the poor in order that they may thereby cover up their injustices towards the poor and be in possession of a cheap ticket to heavenly bliss. Communism cannot offer one official teaching of the Church to substantiate this calumny and, as usual, there is no difficulty whatever in finding a stern official condemnation by the Church of the very abuse mentioned by communism. How much do the following words of Pius XI, for instance, indicate that the Church justifies exploitation on the part of the rich provided that they are charitable towards the poor? The wealthy were content to abandon to charity alone the full care of relieving the unfortunate, as though it were a task of charity to make amends for the open violation of justice, a violation not merely tolerated but sanctioned at times by legislators. The wage earner is not to receive as alms what is his due in justice. And let no one attempt with trifling charitable donations to exempt himself from the great duties imposed by justice. 7. Communism, then, has not offered a single official declaration of the Church to substantiate its charge that religion teaches the rich their rights and thereby confirms them in their exploitation of the poor. On the contrary, anyone who is even superficially familiar with the official teaching of the Church can recall innumerable stern protests by her against the exploitation of the poor by the rich. Instead of religion teaching the rich their rights and being an opium for the masses, we see that precisely the opposite is true. The Church has always sternly reminded the rich of their duties to the poor, it has recalled the rights of the poor, it has taught the rich that their obligations to the poor become increasingly greater in proportion to the amount of wealth they possess. Second, communism charges that religion teaches the poor their duties towards the rich, thereby urging them to submit patiently to exploitation by the ruling class. Once again, we challenge communism to bring forward a single official statement in the entire history of the Church in which she has urged the poor to submit to exploitation. 252. It is perfectly true that the Church has always encouraged patience and resignation in the face of poverty and distress. A typical example of such an encouragement is to be found in one of the encyclical letters of Pius XI. Let the poor remember that the world will never be able to rid itself of misery, sorrow, and tribulation, which are the portion of those who seem most prosperous. Patience, therefore, is the need of all, that Christian patience which comforts the heart with the divine assurance of eternal happiness. 8. But such encouragement for the development of the virtues of patience and resignation springs from a motive far different than the desire to see the poor submit willingly to exploitation. It springs from a realistic appreciation of the nature of man, a realization which is wholly lacking in communism. The resignation which religion preaches is not passive submission to economic injustices, as communism contends. Resignation means accepting our lot, while working to better conditions by an intelligent understanding of the nature of things. A mother, for example, is resigned to the pettiness and helplessness of her newborn babe. A farmer is resigned to the slow maturing of the seed he sows in the springtime, because both take into account the nature of things. But because the mother is resigned to infancy, or because the farmer is resigned to the seasons, it does not follow that they are passive or inactive, nor that the mother does not nourish her babe, nor the farmer till his crops. As a matter of fact, they both work intelligently to draw out the perfection of things committed to their care. So it is with religion. Religion is resigned to the nature of the world and the nature of man. It knows very well that man is prone to evil, that some selfishness will remain under any economic system, and that no paradise can be built here below. But because religion is resigned to these practical limitations, religion does not refuse to better conditions by infusing virtue into the hearts and souls of men, to the end of making a world where the good can live among the bad, where the rich can live without exploiting the poor and the poor can live without being violently destructive of all wealth, and where the majority can live in a state the side of heroism and martyrdom. Communism, however, refuses to accept the nature of things and thinks it can change them by violence and confiscation. But it is just as foolish to think that by a revolution one can alter the nature of man, as it is to believe that you can alter the nature of a baby by putting a bomb under its cradle, blowing it up and expecting it to come down a full-grown Bolshevik. In fact, it is just as foolish to try to build a perfect paradise here below by revolution, as it is to try to dynamite triangles into four-sided figures. There are certain things to which we must be resigned, and the nature of man is one. It is simply because Russia has refused to take account of this one fact that it has failed. All its failures are failures incident to human nature. Since it failed to be resigned to that, it must be resigned to failure. 9. Actually, there is abundant evidence that when the Church teaches patience and resignation, she is not preaching passivity to unjust conditions. The words of Pope Leo XIII directly counter this charge of communism. It is the duty of the state to promote in the highest degree the interests of the poor. It is the desire of the Church that the poor should rise above poverty and wretchedness and should better their condition in this life, and for this it strives. 10. As a matter of fact, so desirous is the Church to promote the material, as well as the spiritual welfare of the poor, that whenever preference is to be shown she insists that the state give first consideration to the poor. When there is a question of protecting the rights of individuals, the poor and helpless have a claim to special consideration. The richer population have many ways of protecting themselves, and stand less in need of help from the state. Those who are badly off have no resources of their own to fall back upon, and must chiefly rely upon the assistance of the state. And it is for this reason that wage earners, who are undoubtedly among the weak and necessitous, should be specially cared for and protected by the Commonwealth. 11. In brief, the charge of communism that religion has taught the poor their duties towards the rich in order to make them apt victims of exploitation is utterly false. On the contrary, the Church has been the one great champion of the downtrodden throughout the ages. Unceasingly, she has condemned the exploitation of the poor and done all in her power to curb it. In 1,000 ways she has worked to foster the material, as well as the spiritual welfare of the poor. And, above all, she has been realistic enough to understand human nature and thus to know that even her tireless work for the poor would never bring them an earthly paradise. For these reasons she has taught them the valuable virtues of patience and resignation to help them bear up with poverty and distress in this life, and has given them a radiant hope in a future life of perfect happiness. Third, communism charges that religion makes man passive, that is, it instills into the masses a spirit of passivity and resignation which is utterly destructive of any desire they might have to achieve economic betterment. In answer to this accusation, attention must be called to the fact that in our criticism of the previous point it was shown that the resignation preached by religion is balm of a realistic outlook on life. In so far as life can be changed for the better, both materially and spiritually, religion is the most active force in the world working for that betterment. As usual, communism's indictment of religion is directly the opposite of that which is true. The fact of the matter is that religion, instead of being passive, is essentially dynamic. Why cannot the communists see the obvious fact that if religion emphasized the passivity of man, then religion would never admit the terrible reality of sin? Does not sin mean that man is conscious, deliberate, and active, and that the creature can raise his non serviam against the Creator? The very symbol of Christianity, which is the cross, testifies better than anything else to the activity of man in religion. Before that cross, man cannot remain indifferent, he cannot be passive, he must either nail the Savior to it, or else mount it to be crucified with him. If religion is passive, why must communists be so active to destroy it? Do we raise armies to kill what we believe are dead dogs? If religion be passive, why did the Church condemn quietism? For no other reason than because she wanted to teach men that they must be active in the work of salvation, that it is as foolish to expect God to say our prayers for us as it is to expect Him to till our crops. 12. If Christianity be passive, how does communism explain the Church's philosophy of progress, that man's will is free and that every advance in the arts and sciences is born of the free activity of man? This teaching certainly does not sound like one of passivity. Actually, it is materialistic philosophy, such as communism, which makes men passive, for, despite 1,000 protests of innocence, a materialistic philosophy is always deterministic and thus necessarily destructive of any responsible activity on the part of man. Finally, instead of being passive, religion is essentially dynamic, and it derives its dynamic character from the stress it places upon the future. It is the claim of communism that holding up a future ideal makes man passive. The fact of the matter is that the opposite is true. Man is active precisely in proportion to the value of the future ideal which is held up before him as possible of achievement. True, if religion were to hold up a future ideal state and declare to men that all they need do is wait until death to partake of it, it would induce passivity. But this is certainly not true in the case of religion. The Christian is bidden to be a man of such action, that if he is given 10 talents he must earn 10 more in order to win the kingdom of God, and if he is given 5 he must earn 5 more, but woe to him if he is passive and buries his talent in a napkin, then, even that which he hath shall be taken away. The Christian is told that he must not merely run the race or fight the good fight, but win, and that the crown will come only to those who are energetic enough to take up a cross, be kind to those who blaspheme, bless those who persecute, and say forgive even to those who nail us to a cross. That is action, and the communist who says it is not, ought to try living the active life of a saint for a day. Then he would discover that when you rob a man of the future ideal, you rob him of his motive power to act. 13. In a word, a future ideal is the cause of activity. A man's activity increases in direct ratio and proportion to his evaluation of the future ideal. For this reason, the activity exerted by a communist to achieve a 5-year plan fades into insignificance when compared to the lifetime activity of a Christian to achieve an eternal plan. Communism, the opium of the people. It is our wish to conclude the present chapter with the countercharge that, instead of religion being the opium of the people, communism is the true opium of the people for the very reason which it vainly attempted to urge against religion. Communism charges that religion is the opium of the people because it teaches the rich, the ruling class, their rights, and teaches the poor, the exploited class, their duties, thus strengthening the ruling minority in its determination to exploit the masses. These charges were refuted, but we now state that communism is the opium of the people because it exploits the poor by subjecting them to the will of the Communist Party. This ruthless party dupes the suffering masses into believing that they must suffer unbearable hardships, that they must go through a period of dictatorship of indefinite length, a period characterized by inhuman suffering, as part of an evolutionary process that will one day bring them an earthly paradise. The leaders of the Communist Party thrive in power, privilege, and luxury while the masses starve. The party's favorite mask for exploitation is its hatred for capitalism, which it says has ground workers into the dust. But anyone who knows anything about contemporary Russia realizes only too well that the masses have never been ground into the dust in the history of the world as they have been for the past generation in Russia. Truly, the ruling class of Russia, the exploiting Communist Party leaders, have utilized well the dream of earthly paradise as an opium for the suffering Russian people. If the term opium deserves to be applied to anything, it is certainly not to religion. What is the effect of opium? Opium is a drug which puts the intellect and will to sleep and allows only the vegetative and animal functions to continue. A man under the influence of that drug cannot think, cannot resolve, but he can breathe and he can digest. Now what thing in the world so much puts the mind to sleep, and allows only the animal functions to continue as communism? It drugs the mind by refusing to allow it to reason from the order of the stars to the creative hand that made them. It drugs the mind with propaganda, by creating a public opinion which it represents as the only one possible. It drugs the will by defining liberty as believing what the state believes, and enforces that identity by terror. It reduces man to an animal by regarding him as an ant whose business it is to pile up more wealth for the state. It deprives his moral actions of a natural basis by declaring he has no other destiny than that of a faithful horse in a collectivist farm. As long then as opium remains what it is, communism must be called the opium of the people. 14. In summary, communism is the true opium of the people because it teaches the leaders of the Communist Party their rights, the right to adopt any means, however ruthless, which they think will further their so-called programs and 5-year plans. Communism is the true opium of the people because it teaches the poor their duties, the duty to suffer unbearably and indefinitely in the hope that someday an earthly paradise will evolve out of Bolshevism's reign of terror. Finally, communism is the true opium of the people because it makes man passive to the extent that he can no longer call his soul his own. It strips his personality of all freedom of thought and action. Thus, man becomes under communism a mere tool in the hands of the ruling party leaders, and what is more passive than a tool? Chapter 15. Criticism of its philosophy of morality. In approaching a criticism of communism's philosophy of morality, it is well to recall briefly its major conclusions. Communism's moral philosophy maintains that the Christian moral code and every other moral code as well is simply a derivation of the mode of economic production proper to a particular age. Men find themselves living in a society with a definite mode of production by means of which they procure for themselves and their families the material necessities of life. They know that they must eat in order to live, and so long as they feel that the current mode of economic production is supplying them with the needs of life, they are not only satisfied with it but also determined to protect it. Thus, men consciously or unconsciously create a moral code of laws whose purpose it is to protect the current mode of economic production. And the principal defenders of the moral laws which protect the current economic system are, of course, those who profit most by them, namely, those who own the means of production, the exploiting class. This latter observation is so true that, even after men in general desire to abandon an outmoded economic system which no longer supplies them with their needs, we still find the owners of a nation's productive forces vigorously defending the antiquated but still prevailing moral code. For, in the old moral code these owners see the best defense and support of their practices of exploitation. Obviously enough, then, the moral code of each particular age has its origin in the current mode of production. Basically, the moral code of each historical period is a class morality, a system of morality whose function it is to protect the position of the presently ruling and exploiting class. In brief, the nature and purpose of every moral code is to act as a defense and a justification of the currently prevailing mode of economic production. An answer given in an earlier chapter to the communist theory on the origin and purpose of morality was that the same Christian moral code has existed for centuries under various modes of economic production and, therefore, that specifically different modes of production have not created specifically different moral codes. Communism, however, loses no time in answering this intended refutation by calling attention to the fact that, although the same Christian moral code has prevailed under what we may rightly call different modes of economic production, all of these modes of production have had a common basis, namely, the acceptance of the so-called fundamental right of private ownership. For this reason, says communism, one should conclude that the numerous fundamental moral truths which Christianity has always accepted have their origin in that basic factor common to all of the methods of production under which Christianity has flourished, namely, the recognition of the right to private ownership. Communism asserts that the dependence of morality upon the economic basis of each age is self-evident in many instances. For example, says the communist, Take the Decalogue and you will see immediately an insistence on private property rights underlying most of the commandments. Thus, honor thy father and thy mother arises from the Christian idea that the child belongs to the parents as their private property. For the same reason Christianity always asserts that the right to educate the child belongs strictly to the parents, not to the state. Thou shalt not kill is a clear summation of the thought that a man's life and integrity of body belong to him by the right of private ownership. Thou shalt not commit adultery and thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife are commandments, says the communist, which merely formulate the Christian idea that each husband is the supreme master of his own home and that the wife is strictly his private property, a slave who must obey him. Thou shalt not steal and thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods are only too clearly related to the right of private ownership. This communist analysis of morality is certainly unusual and perhaps attractive to an exploited people. But it is so contrary to all that men have universally accepted for sin. 260. Tories and so lacking in plausibility that one must remind communism that it has the obligation to present weighty proofs for its thesis before it should expect men to accept it. But does communism do this? Not at all. With the air of superiority so characteristic of the communist attitude, it simply assumes that its analysis of morality is to be accepted without question until we both disprove it and establish the validity of our own. As Sheed remarks in his Communism and Man, nothing is more curious in modern debate than the way in which the materialist has managed to transfer the onus/one. We would do well to keep these facts in mind in dealing with communism. It is not our obligation to disprove communism's radical ideas before we can expect men to continue believing the truths they have always believed. It is definitely the obligation of communism first to disprove with sound arguments what men universally accept and next to offer equally weighty proofs of its own theories. The purpose of the present work is, of course, to offer a criticism of communism's philosophy, and in the following reflections one should find abundant proof of the untenableness of its moral philosophy. Christian morality and private property. One would find it difficult to discover a statement more surprising than the communist charge that the specific character of Christianity's moral code results from its acceptance of the right to private ownership. So startling is this charge that one is at first tempted not to take the matter seriously, because the accusation, if made seriously, certainly implies an amazing ignorance of just what the Christian moral ideal actually is. Instead of the Christian moral code having its basis in private ownership, it is a very simple task to show that the Christian moral ideal is achieved by man in a proportionately higher degree precisely to the extent that he abandons private ownership. This basic principle of Christian spirituality has been true ever since the day that the founder of Christianity reminded his followers that the Son of Man has not whereon to lay his head to. Thus, when asked by the young man in the Gospel how he might attain spiritual perfection, Christ's answer was, "If thou wilt be perfect, go sell what thou hast, and give to the poor, and come follow me." 3. Similarly, when sending his apostles forth on their mission to spread Christian truth, Christ's admonition once more indicated that Christian ideals, instead of strengthening man's hold on private possessions, regard private property as a hindrance. Take nothing for the way, but a staff only, no scrip, no bread, nor money for the purse, but be shod with sandals, and put not on 2 coats. 4. Throughout the ages, the Church has always upheld the religious life, with its profession of the vow of poverty, as the best means of achieving in the highest degree the Christian moral ideal. The communist will invariably retort that innumerable religious have had more of this world's possessions than ordinary men. But such an observation is not at all to the point. It serves only to emphasize how difficult men find it to achieve the moral ideal implied in the vow of poverty. In other words, in so far as some, or many religious may have possessed too much, precisely to that extent did they fail to achieve the Christian ideal which they sought. It was man who failed, and in no sense can his failure be taken as a reflection upon the purity of the ideal he failed to attain. The fact remains that the Christian moral ideal is realized in a proportionately higher degree precisely to the extent that one succeeds in overcoming attachment to worldly possessions. In reference to those countless Christians who do not feel that they are called to the complete abnegation of possessions demanded by the vow of poverty, the character of the Christian moral ideal held up to them differs only in degree. The same spirit of freedom from inordinate attachment to material possessions is urged upon them. The duty of charity towards others is a recognized part of every true Christian's life. All realize that they are expected to give to the needy a portion of what they possess more abundantly, and each knows that he is attaining the Christian moral ideal in proportion to his generosity in bestowing his own possessions upon the needy. Under ruthless capitalism, the right to private ownership was abused to such an extent that a false liberalism and individualism threatened to undermine society. But instead of defending these exaggerated concepts of the right to private property as one would expect if the Christian moral code were derived from this source, Christianity has been the strongest opponent of these modern errors. One need only read the papal encyclicals, such as Quadragesimo Anno, in order to find Christianity's official repudiation of exaggerated individualism and liberalism. In these encyclicals, men are repeatedly reminded that the right to private property is social as well as individual, that the right of private ownership does not imply that a man can do with his property as he sees fit. In a word, the official moral teaching of Christianity is strongly interested in curtailing the exercise of the right of private ownership in the interests of social welfare. It should be sufficiently clear that the Christian moral code cannot possibly have its origin in private property. It is a moral code which is driving in exactly the opposite direction to that of attachment to personal material possessions. A moral code which seeks to destroy man's attachment to material things cannot rationally be conceived as a moral code deliberately created for the purpose of protecting man's hold on such possessions. True, it recognizes that man has the right to private property, but no force in the world has been so persistent in placing fitting restrictions on the exercise of this right as has been the Church. And as for the true Christian moral ideal held up both to religious and laymen, the fact remains that instead of intensifying man's hold on personal property as it would do if this code were derived from private ownership, it is attained in a higher degree in proportion to man's detachment from private possessions. Class morality. It is the theory of communism that the moral code of any particular period is derived from the current mode of economic production, that is, each type of economic production creates a specific moral code as a preservative of its own existence. Since the position of the exploiting class is dependent upon the continuance of the existing economic system, this class naturally does all in its power to foster and to preserve the moral code which has for its purpose the protection of the current economic system. The exploiting class therefore does all in its power to convince the masses that moral laws are of divine origin, that the authority of those ruling society comes from God Himself, that revolt against such divinely established authority would be morally wrong, that economic suffering should be patiently endured as part of the plan of divine providence. In every sense of the word, the moral code of each age is therefore a class morality, a code of moral laws which aids the ruling class in its exploitation of the masses. Communism's theory on the origin of moral laws is naturally attractive to the many unfortunate workers who, in some parts of the world, are still unquestionably victims of exploitation. It teaches them that the current moral code is not of divine origin, that it is simply a subtle weapon of suppression in the hands of the ruling class, that it should be cast aside along with the exploiting economic system which it seeks to preserve. The defects in this phase of communism's moral philosophy are, however, so numerous and so serious that the theory must be completely rejected. A most obvious defect in the communist theory is that it is based upon the false assumption that society is made up of two distinct and rigid classes, the ruling or exploiting class and the laboring or exploited class. In the chapter on the criticism of the communist philosophy of history, it was shown in some detail that it is not at all true that society is divided into these two distinct classes. The subject need not be reconsidered at this time except to call attention once more to the fact that the vast majority of men belong neither to the exploiting class nor to the exploited class. Most men, especially in normal times, belong to the great middle class. They own no means of production, such as a factory, nor are they exploited. They live normal, happy, and healthy lives, receiving just wages from their employers. We ask, how does communism account for the acceptance of the Christian moral code by such vast numbers of men? Certainly, they do not accept it as a front for their exploiting practices, because they are not exploiting anyone. Certainly, they do not accept it as a balm, an opium for economic destitution, because they are not victims of economic exploitation, but are men who live well and happily. There is only one answer to the acceptance of the Christian moral code by the vast majority of those who profess Christianity. They accept the moral standards of Christianity because they are convinced that these precepts are dictates of reason which have their basis in human nature itself, precepts which society must generally accept or perish. A second striking indication that the Christian moral code is not a class morality is found in the fact that its ideals frequently place the welfare of the individual above. 264. That of any group or class. Christian moral ideals place the individual welfare above that of the group or class every time that there is a so-called conflict between the spiritual welfare of the individual and the material welfare of the group. And, certainly, a moral code which consistently asserts that the spiritual good of one individual must always be given precedence over the material welfare of the group is upholding exactly the opposite of that which one would expect to find in a class system of morality. A third indication of the fact that the Christian moral code is not a weapon of class suppression in the hands of the ruling class may be drawn from history. Anyone with even a meager knowledge of history knows that the ruling classes have been the most bitter enemies of Christian faith and morals. Innumerable times they have endeavored to destroy even the belief in God and to uproot the foundations of all morality. These are known facts, and communism's charge that the ruling classes endeavor to uphold a belief in God and Christian morality in order to facilitate their exploitation of the masses is definitely contradicted by history. Actually, the greatest apostles of Christianity have arisen from the lower classes, and the most violent and ruthless attempts to destroy Christianity have been made by the ruling classes. In a word, history not only fails to uphold the communist view but actually contradicts it. A brief reflection on the Christian ethics of property brings to light another interesting proof that this moral code has not arisen as a defense and a justification of private ownership. We refer in particular to the ethical principle that the common right of use is more fundamental than the private right of ownership. According to the Christian conception, and according to the law of nature and of reason, the primary right of property is not the right of exclusive control, but the right of use. In other words, the common right of use is superior to the private right of ownership. God created the goods of the earth for the sustenance of all the people of the earth. Consequently, the common right of all to enjoy these goods takes precedence over the particular right of any individual to hold them as his exclusive possession. 5. Clearly, a moral code which originated specifically to defend and to justify private ownership most certainly would not contain as one of its basic principles the teaching that the common right of all men to the necessities of life is more fundamental than the private right of individuals to the exclusive possession and control of property. Finally, it is a simple matter to show that Christian morality is primarily concerned, not with the defense of private ownership but with the end of man. The moral principles of Christianity which concern property form only one part of a vast ethical system, and even these principles on private ownership definitely subordinate man's use of property to the attaining of the primary objective of his life, his eternal destiny. As a matter of fact, every philosophical system must formulate, not only its ethics on property, but its general norm of morality in accordance with its concept of man's final end. Thus, communism's norm of morality, all is morally good that fosters the material welfare of society, is strictly in agreement with its materialistic philosophy. Hence, if we believe that man has no destiny beyond this material world, then everything which fosters man's material well-being is necessarily good. But if we believe that man has a spiritual destiny beyond this world, then our ethics on everything pertaining to this world, such as property, will be subordinated to the achievement of this eternal destiny. It is quite to the point to recall here that in earlier chapters we have already proven the existence of God, the spirituality of the soul, and similar Christian truths. Consequently, the communist norm of morality which is formulated on the materialist basis is necessarily false, and only Christian moral principles, which take into full consideration man's spiritual nature and eternal destiny, can be the true standards of morality. The Christian moral code, therefore, can in no sense be regarded as a body of moral laws formulated primarily for the defense of private ownership of property. On the contrary, the objective of Christian morality is to help man to attain his eternal destiny, and in every instance it subordinates its ethics of property to the furtherance of this objective. In concluding our answer to the charge that the Christian moral code is a class morality, we wish to point out that the most perfect example of a class morality is to be found in communism's moral philosophy. Thus, in Russia only a relatively small percentage of its great population belongs. 266. To the Communist Party. Yet the Communist Party, the ruling minority group, ruthlessly compels the entire population of that vast area to live according to its communistic ideals. Anything which fosters the program of the Communist Party is held up as morally good, and the entire people are forced to do such things under the severest of penalties. Anything which hinders the program of the Communist Party is branded as morally bad, and anyone who attempts to do such things is accused of sabotage and becomes punishable with the most severe of penalties, under Articles 131 and 133 of the Soviet Constitution. In Soviet Russia, we have therefore the perfect example of a class code of morality, a set of standards which a minority group forces under pain of death upon the unfortunate people of that vast country. The evidence of anthropology. Several times during the course of the present work we have had occasion to call attention to the fact that present-day anthropology has definitely disproven numerous conclusions of the old 19th century anthropology. In many instances, the strength of the communist position depends greatly upon the validity of the 19th century anthropology. Communism looks to this anthropology to furnish scientific proof for some of its theories, such as the origin of religion from the personification of natural forces. We have already shown the untenableness of the old anthropology in relation to several phases of the communist theory, such as its philosophy of religion. At present we should like to show that communism's moral philosophy is also based upon the acceptance of certain conclusions of the old anthropology which are no longer regarded as tenable. First, in speaking of private property, communism invariably states that private ownership is a product of evolution. 19th century anthropology, devoted as it was to the evolutionary theory, contended that in primitive times communism prevailed and that private ownership developed only after a very long period of time. Communism readily accepted this idea. It fitted very well into the dialectical philosophy of Marxism. It presented primitive communism as the well-known Hegelian thesis, the period of private ownership as the antithesis, and the coming period of developed communism will, of course, be the synthesis of all that has been of value in the two previous periods. We are not particularly concerned here about communism's acceptance of the idea that there was a period of primitive communism, except to point out that the view has long since been disproved by contemporary anthropological research. An excellent summary of present-day thought on the subject is to be found in the words of Robert H. Lowy, renowned anthropologist of the University of California. Those who set out with the evolutionary dogma that every social condition now found in civilization must have developed from some condition far removed from it through a series of transitional stages, will consistently embrace the hypothesis that the property sense so highly developed with us was wholly or largely wanting in primitive society, that it must have evolved from its direct antithesis, communism in goods of every kind. This assumption is demonstrably false. 6. In discussing communism's moral philosophy in the light of modern anthropological research, another matter is of more interest at the present time. According to the communist theory, the moral code of any people is a direct product of their mode of economic production. Consequently, any two peoples who recognize the right of private ownership, live on the same cultural level, and possess the same mode of economic production must, according to the communist theory, possess the same moral code. There is no escaping this conclusion for one who holds the communist theory. It would, therefore, be fatal to the validity of the communist theory if scientific investigation should establish that two peoples living on the same cultural level, both accepting private ownership and both using the same mode of economic production, possess different moral codes. And, unfortunately for communism, that is precisely what modern anthropology has established. Anthropological research furnishes us with abundant data which might be cited, but the following will suffice to establish our point. The Yagan and Ona, peoples living side by side on the southern tip of South America, both recognize the right of private ownership and use the same primitive mode of economic production, yet they have very different moral ideals and practices in the matter of respect for human life. Thus, in a 13-year period, there were only 22 cases of homicide among the Yagans, whereas, among the Ona, it is rare to find an individual of 30 years of age who has not killed one of his own people in revenge. Among the Yagans, a murderer becomes an outcast and is avoided by everyone. In contrast, among the Ona, a murderer does not appear to entail any loss whatever in social status. In reference to infanticide, we find that, if a child is of the wrong sex or otherwise undesirable, the people of the Banks Islands do not hesitate to choke it to death as soon as it is born. But among other primitive peoples of a similar cultural and economic level, infanticide is unknown. For example, we know that the Thonga of South Africa always receive a child with joy. In reference to the virtue of veracity, we find that the Sakai of the Malay Peninsula have moral standards which are in violent contrast to those held by the other Malay peoples who are their immediate neighbors. Thus, the Sakai uphold what we call the virtue of veracity, while many other Malay peoples consider lying an art. Again, premarital looseness is taken for granted among some primitive peoples, such as the Todas. In contrast, we find that a similar looseness among other primitive peoples of the same economic status is strongly condemned. For example, such offences are punishable by death among the Australian Yuelai. This is a very small portion of the data furnished by modern anthropology which shows that there is no causal dependence existing between a people's mode of economic production and their moral code. The anthropologist can offer satisfactory explanations for the differentiations in the moral codes of these various peoples. But it is an utterly devastating blow to the communist theory to find two peoples, on the same cultural level, both accepting private ownership, both using the same mode of economic production, and yet holding essentially different moral ideals. Such facts destroy completely the communist theory that each mode of economic production creates its own specific code of morality. Russia and communist morals in view of communism's contention that the moral code of a nation at any particular time is derived from the current mode of production, we should like to call attention to. The fact that communism's personally conducted experiment in Russia contradicts its own theory. One may, of course, ask, is it permissible to consider Russia in discussing this problem? Does not the communist himself admit that in Russia there is present, not true communism, but only the transitional stage known as the dictatorship of the proletariat? Our answer is that it is true that Russia is not yet truly communistic, that it is only in the transitional stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat. But it is also true that communism claims that in Russia it has done one thing: it claims that in Russia it has completely destroyed private ownership and socialized all of the means of production. Now, the socialization of the means of production is the one thing which, according to the communist theory, should create an essentially new moral code. According to this theory, if a nation were to change its mode of production radically, if it were to destroy all private ownership of the means of production and to create a complete socialized system of production, there should necessarily result an essentially different moral code. Communism asserts that it made this radical change in Russia more than 40 years ago, and yet its moral code remains essentially the same as that in vogue in the capitalistic countries. Anyone familiar with contemporary Russia is well aware of the attempt that was made to abandon capitalistic moral standards and to set up a communist code of morality. Divorce, free love, and abortion were not frowned upon in the least, and the procuring of them was made a mere matter of form. But what happened? In plain words, the Soviet experiment threatened to collapse. The result was that the Soviet authorities found it necessary to make laws which placed sanctions upon divorce, free love, or abortion. These laws implicitly encouraged monogamy and permanency in marriage. They decreed that fathers were obliged to support any children born out of wedlock, divorces were made more difficult to obtain, and abortion was made punishable as a crime unless approved and effected by authorized Soviet medical agencies. In a word, Soviet Russia found it necessary to return to approximately the same moral code that is in vogue in capitalistic countries. By no means does this imply that Soviet Russia is striving for Christian moral ideals. It means simply that it has discovered what many nations in past history sooner or later discovered, namely 270. That a nation must more or less generally observe the basic principles of the natural law or perish. In fact, in the years immediately prior to 1956, Soviet laws completely banned divorce. This constituted a legal attitude towards the indissolubility of marriage similar only to that found in the most Catholic countries, such as Ireland. Since 1956, Soviet Russia has slightly relaxed its law on divorce, but it has made a divorce almost financially impossible for the average man. In contrast to the earlier days of the Soviet experiment in Russia, when free love and abortion were practically encouraged, great emphasis is now placed on stability of marriage and the nobility of motherhood. Bachelors are literally forced into marriage by the severe taxes levied upon single blessedness, and women who bear large families are awarded special honors by the Soviet government. So, communism's personally conducted experiment in Russia furnishes us with one valuable conclusion, namely, a radical change in the method of production, even the complete destruction of private ownership, does not in the least alter a nation's moral code. More than 40 years ago Russia made an essential change in its method of production, and it is still finding that not only has no new moral code automatically arisen but also that the Soviet state threatens to collapse whenever an attempt is made to alter deliberately the existing moral code. In a single sentence, there is no evidence whatever that there is a causal dependence of any moral code on the mode of economic production current in society. Chapter 16. Criticism of its philosophy of revolution. Several writers on our subject have called attention to the fact that in many respects all of the characteristics of a religion are to be found in communism. And this religious character of communism is nowhere more evident than in its philosophy of revolution. For it is especially this phase of communism which contains so many elements drawn from Marx's Jewish heritage. One recalls that the Jewish people were the chosen people of God. They were always deeply aware of their messianic role. They never forgot that it was to be their destiny to bring forth the Messiah who would save the world. But they never quite grasped the idea that the kingdom of the Messiah was not to be one of earthly joy and power. The effect of Marx's Jewish heritage is readily perceptible in communism's philosophy of revolution. Instead of the Jews being the chosen people, Marx bestows all of the characteristics of that people upon the proletariat. It is the proletariat which will be responsible for the salvation of the world. It is the proletariat which will bring about an earthly kingdom of peace and happiness in the form of communistic society. Thus, Marx's religious heritage colors his thought even in the most revolutionary moments. The Jewish people is by its nature an historical people, active and self-willed, but not possessed of that power of contemplation which is peculiar to the highest levels of Aryan spiritual life. Karl Marx, a very typical Jew, was still striving quite late in history to resolve the ancient biblical precept of earn thy bread by the sweat of thy brow. Marxian socialism, emerging from an entirely new historical background, reiterates the demand for 271. 272. Earthly bliss. It is true that, superficially, the Marxist doctrine breaks away from the Jewish religious traditions and rebels against every sacred principle, but in reality the messianic idea of the Jews as God's chosen people is transferred to a class, namely, the proletariat. The working class now becomes the new Israel, God's chosen people, destined to emancipate and save the world. All the characteristics of Jewish messianism are applied to this class. The same drama, passion, and impatience which had characterized Israel, the people of God, are here manifest. Marxism is not only a doctrine of historical and economic materialism, concerned with the complete dependence of man on economics, it is also a doctrine of deliverance, of the messianic vocation of the proletariat, of the future perfect society in which man will not be dependent on economics, of the power and victory of man over the irrational forces of nature and society. There is the soul of Marxism, not in its economic determinism. 2. Communism derives much of its moral driving force from a quasi-religious devotion to the materialistic theory. 3. Behind the hard rational surface of Karl Marx's materialist and socialist interpretation of history, there burns the flame of an apocalyptic vision. 4. Revolution and violence. It is upon its assumed messianic character that communism bases the justification of its violence. It believes that destiny has bestowed this messianic role upon it and that it is therefore fully justified in using whatever means are necessaries to crush any reactionary forces which endeavor to halt its progress. The argument that the end justifies the means does not represent the whole of the communist position. If, it might be said, the communists use violence and are justified by their purpose in so doing, any other party which has, similarly, a great purpose, would be similarly justified. The communist does not accept this view. From his standpoint, the revolutionary violence of communism differs from all other violence by reason of the historic position it exploits. Communism asserts that it does not idealize violence. It simply so happens that it has a great mission to fulfill, and if the present ruling classes are so blind to the mission of communism as to oppose it, there is left no alternative for communism but to use force to carry out its task. If the present ruling classes are so reactionary as to oppose communism, the latter must simply have recourse to whatever violence it regards as necessary. Briefly, communism would prefer not to use violence, but the present ruling class, by refusing to recognize the messianic role of communism, forces the latter to resort to violence in order to achieve its objectives. It will be noticed how profoundly the communist theory of violence is bound up with its theory of historic evolution. It is not a justification of violence as such. On the contrary, violence is regarded as a sive necessitas, inevitable simply because the bourgeois state does not surrender without giving battle. It is useless, say the communists, to fight unless you are going to win, and it is useless to win unless you propose to use your victory to serve the interests for which you fought. Your terrorism is justified because you, a ruling class, are fighting the bourgeoisie, a falling class, with the weapons they have made an inherent instrument of the conflict *. Some time ago, Earl Browder of the Communist Party of the United States attempted to defend the view that communism's messianic character offers a justification of whatever violence it uses in carrying out its appointed task. Browder attempted to develop the idea that the communists do not wish to use violence, but that its use becomes necessary when the present ruling class tries to stop communism from seizing power. Briefly, if the present ruling class would quietly allow communism to seize control of society, no violence would be necessary, but, of course, if this ruling class resists, it leaves communism no alternative except to use violence to overcome such reactionary attitudes. It is therefore the fault of the presently ruling authority, not the fault of communism, if violence is used in the revolutionary struggle. Both the logic and the conclusion of communism would be highly amusing if the matter were not so serious. In Liberty, Equality, and Fraternity, Monsignor Sheen presents some fitting observations on Browder's explanation of this communist attitude on violence. The communists now advance a different explanation of violence. Testifying before the New York Committee, June 30, 1938, Mr. Browder said that violence would not be practiced by the communists but by those who resisted its progressivism. Of all the nonsense that has ever been spoken, this comes first. When we put that theory of Browder's into practice, we will arrest the farmer for resisting the chicken thief, we will imprison the father for resisting the burglar. If 10 thugs attack a woman, she, as the reactionary minority, must be blamed for their violence, but not the thugs. She brought it on herself. 7. Revolution and free will. Before considering in detail communism's philosophy of revolution, one must call attention briefly to the fact that this entire phase of Marxian philosophy is in conflict with its thesis that man does not possess freedom of choice. Communism's philosophy of revolution clearly implies the presence of free will in man, and the type of free will implied is no mere perception of necessity. On the contrary, this philosophy of revolution implies, in the highest degree, the presence of freedom of choice in man. Communism has perceived this apparent inconsistency in its philosophy, and it has endeavored to explain it. But its attempt has been pitiably weak. Communism endeavors to tell us that men are endowed with consciousness and, as a result, they can perceive the moment when the class struggle is reaching its breaking point, and thus, knowing when the revolution is imminent, they know precisely when to exert all their efforts in behalf of the revolution. Such an answer is not at all to the point. If men do not possess a freedom of choice, if they are merely endowed with a consciousness whose highest power is to perceive the necessity which directs them, then all of communism's oratory and propaganda is meaningless. If men do not possess a freedom of choice, if they must act in one way, if they are not as free to oppose communism as to fight for it, then why does communism treat men as if they do possess this power to choose between two sides? Actually, one would find it difficult to discover many systems of philosophy which in practice imply the presence of freedom of choice in man in a higher degree than does communism. And this strong reliance on the freedom of man is entirely contrary to the professed economic determinism of Marxism. The belief in human activity was a subject he inherited from German idealism. It is a belief in the spirit, and cannot be connected with materialism. It is only the side of Marxism which can inspire enthusiasm and call forth revolutionary energy. Economic determinism humiliates man, only faith in human activity raises him faith in an activity which can accomplish a marvelous regeneration of society. 8. The false revolution. Turning to a more detailed analysis of communism's philosophy of revolution, we encounter a striking fact, namely, that we are able to agree with communism on many phases of its philosophy of revolution. First, communism asserts that the masses have been greatly exploited in the past, but especially since the advent of the Industrial Revolution. It maintains that life has become so unbearable for so many people that they will not continue much longer to endure the state of economic servitude in which they now exist. In a word, a revolution which will restore to people that to which they have a strict right is very necessary. We agree in full with this sentiment of communism. Second, communism contends that the coming revolution must be characterized by violence. Strangely enough, we are once more able to agree that this assertion of communism is perfectly true. Third, communism tells us that in order to be successful this imminent revolution must be international in scope. Without any hesitation we fully agree that communism has once more reminded us of an important fact. Lastly, communism asserts that the effect of the desired revolution should be to rid society of the exploitation of man by man. And with this final statement we also agree. We agree, therefore, with communism in its belief that a revolution is necessary, that it will involve violence, that it should be international in scope, and that it should abolish economic exploitation in society. But let us proceed to a further analysis of this desired revolution. Invariably, the coming of a revolution implies the destruction of something. Revolutions may or may not create something better than they destroy. Usually they do not, but at least they come into being because of man's resolve to destroy something. We have agreed with communism on many phases of its philosophy of revolution. We now take the liberty of disagreeing with it on the most basic point in this philosophy of revolution. We do not agree with communism on what the revolution is to destroy. Briefly, we agree with communism that a revolution is necessary, that it will involve violence, be universal in scope and eradicate exploitation from society. But we do not agree with communism on what the revolution is to destroy in order to achieve its objective. Just as surely as all created reality is either matter or spirit, so must every revolution be either directed against matter or against the spirit. In a word, only two alternatives are possible: the spirit of revolution which seeks to make a radical change in material institutions, or the revolution of the spirit which seeks to make a radical change in the motives which prompt the actions of men. Communism is imbued with the spirit of revolution. It rises up in protest against the multitudinous social and economic evils of our day and places the blame for them upon material things. It charges that all the ills of humanity arise because of our type of social system, a socio-economic organization which operates on the basis of private ownership. As a remedy, it proposes to do away with private ownership and to create in its place an institution of social ownership. Thus, the revolution proposed by communism is directed against something outside man. Never once does communism trace the evils in society to man. Never once is the reform suggested by communism directed against something within man. In strong opposition to such views, we point out that things in themselves are not evil, that the existence of private property is not an evil. The social and economic ills which afflict humanity are not traceable to things but to men. Consequently, the revolution proposed by us is not directed against the title to property but against man himself. Our revolution is destined to destroy something inside man, namely, his pride, his selfishness and his avarice. This reform is just the opposite. It believes that the reformation must begin in man. It agrees that there should be a revolution, but maintains that the revolution should not be against something outside man, but something inside man, namely, his pride, his egotism, his selfishness, his envy and his avarice. It places the blame not on institutions, but on humanity, not on things but on persons, not on property but on man. Man is always prone to blame someone else, from the earliest childhood when he kicked and banged the door because he bumped his nose, to that other childhood when in a game of golf he cursed the demons of hell and the God of heaven because he missed the cup. Now the ball was not to blame, nor the club, nor the demons of hell, nor the God of heaven, it was the golfer himself who was to blame. The world is like the golfer, always blaming everything except the one thing on whom the blame is to be placed, namely himself. 9. The social and economic evils which afflict society today are clearly traceable to one source, namely, to an unjust distribution of the wealth of the earth. Both communism and the encyclicals of Popes Leo XIII and Pius XI agree that the problem of the distribution of wealth is the problem of today. And it certainly would be no solution of the problem to do as communism suggests, namely, to transfer the titles of property from the capitalists to the Soviet. It would not be any more easy to solve the problem of distribution if property were in the name of the Soviet than if it were to remain in the name of the capitalists. Under a communistic regime, the wealth of the earth would still have to be distributed by some men to other men. And so long as we do not eradicate greed and avarice from men's hearts, the problem would still remain. The ruling class would still hold for itself the abundance of wealth, and the masses would still live in poverty and deprivation. The Red Commissars would simply supplant today's capitalists, as they have done in Russia. In a word, the fact that wealth is unjustly distributed today is not the fault of private property, it is the fault of men who have succumbed to the passions of greed and avarice, men who have devised countless immoral means of drawing all wealth to themselves while the masses live as victims of their exploiting practices. Authority, as we have previously said, must always be present in organized society and be vested in those who rule the members of the group. And until there is a revolution of the spirit, until greed and selfishness, pride and avarice are eradicated from the hearts of those who rule, there will be present in society an unjust distribution of wealth. Transferring blame is no solution. The fault is in man. Hence, what is the use of transferring the title of property from a few capitalists to a few red commissars if you still leave both greedy and dishonest? Why blame the tools when the ruin is caused by one who misuses them? In other words, remake man, and you remake the world and all its institutions. 10. It was one of the most extraordinary blindnesses in Karl Marx, and persists in all those who in any way have been affected towards either total or partial acceptance of him, that he either did not grasp, or did not grasp the seriousness of, plain human badness. 11. The true revolution. Thus far, it is clear that we do insist upon the necessity of revolution. We assert also that the revolution must be universal, that is, it must reach into the hearts of all men and change the spirit of all nations. Likewise, it will be a revolution which will bear fruit only through violence, that. Criticism of its philosophy of revolution 279 is, the violence born of a stern disciplining of the human passions of lust for gold and power. The first element in the Christian revolution must therefore always be a revolution within man. It must be a revolution of the spirit, because only a revolution which purifies the hearts of men can possibly produce a new and better society. Indeed, if we examine matters diligently and thoroughly, we shall see clearly that this longed-for social reconstruction must be preceded by a renewal of the Christian spirit, from which so many persons far and wide, devoted entirely to business, have unfortunately departed. Else all endeavors will be in vain, and the edifice will be built not upon a rock but upon shifting sand. 12. It must not be thought, however, that the Church regards the spiritual regeneration of the individual as the only step necessary for a Christian reorganization of society. This step is indeed the most basic and most necessary, but by no means is it the only phase of the Christian revolution. A second element essential to a Christian reorganization of society is the recalling of the state to a realization of its true nature and purpose. The modern state must be made to realize that the sole purpose of its existence is to promote the welfare of men. Briefly, the state exists for man, man does not exist for the state. The obligations of the state to promote the welfare of its citizens are manifold. For example, Pope Leo XIII reminded the state that wage earners should be specially cared for and protected by the government. 13 That the state has failed and failed miserably to fulfill such obligations is only too well known. The measure of its failure is well portrayed by Pius XI in his encyclical Quadragesimo Anno. The present conditions of social and economic life are such as to create for vast multitudes of souls very serious obstacles in the pursuit of the one thing necessary, their eternal salvation. Labor, which was decreed by 280. Providence for the good of man's body and soul even after original sin, has everywhere been changed into an instrument of strange perversion, for dead matter leaves the factory ennobled and transformed, whereas men are corrupted and degraded. The state, which should be the supreme arbiter, ruling in kingly fashion far above all party contention, intent only upon justice and the common good, has become instead a slave, bound over to the service of human passion and greed. 1 asterisk. In a word, the state must be made to realize that it is its function to so order the relations of men that they can freely and fully develop all the endowments of their nature. It is neither the right nor the privilege of the state to direct men according to its own desires. On the contrary, it is the duty of the state to accept human nature as created by God, to arrange human affairs for man's best welfare, and to do nothing which will in any way hinder man in the task of saving his soul. The obligation of the state is to do all in its power to foster the temporal welfare of men. It must order all things for the common good of society, never sacrificing the welfare of the majority in the interests of individuals or a class, and, if it does not positively aid man in attaining his supernatural destiny, it must at least not hinder him in any way from so doing. Briefly, the state must be brought to a realization of the fact that men were not created for it but that it was created for the service of men. The third element essential to the Christian reorganization of society is related more directly to economics than to morals. The first two phases of the Christian social reform have for their objective the recognition by the individual and the state of the moral laws which should direct their respective actions. The third element necessary to social reconstruction has for its objective the discovery of the economic and sociological laws which govern present-day society. The Church is not so naive as to believe that if individuals and the state act with moral righteousness, the problems of society will automatically vanish. The moral reformation of individuals and the state is essential, but in themselves they are not sufficient to produce a properly functioning society. It need not be mentioned here that with all the emphasis thus put on a reform of morals, there is yet no justification in the encyclical for the view that a mere change of heart in the direction of Christian ideals will solve our social ills. If that were so, then most of the encyclical itself would have been a waste of words. Fundamental as the reform of morals is, we must nevertheless put forth the utmost endeavors also in the practical as well as theoretical work of direct reconstruction of the social order. 15. That a society may be rightly ordered, it is not sufficient that men should be good men, working for the right motives. Men must be good men, the moral law must be understood and applied, but there are economic and sociological laws also which must be understood and applied. Economic laws, without moral laws, will fail, but whoever proceeds to the making of a concrete social order for men to live under here and now, and in his task has no equipment save a knowledge of moral laws with only the haziest notion of economic laws, will produce a well-intentioned mess. 16. It is well known that modern society, especially since the Industrial Revolution, is burdened with innumerable unsolved social and economic problems. The most distressing problem of all is undoubtedly that of the distribution of the necessities of life to all men. Intimately bound up with this problem are very many others, such as the problem of unemployment. And it is the task of honest men and a state interested in human welfare to face these great socio-economic problems and to discover their solutions. The papal encyclicals have called attention time and again to the maldistribution of the necessities of life, and it is the task of citizens and statesmen to labor sincerely and tirelessly to discover the means of assuring an equitable distribution of life's necessities to all men. On account of the vast difference between the few who hold excessive wealth and the many who live in destitution, every effort must be made that in the future a just share only of the fruits of production be permitted to accumulate in the hands of the wealthy. 17. In summary, communism's philosophy of revolution is a logical outgrowth of the messianic character which it so presumptuously bestows upon itself. To refuse to accept the assumed messianic role of communism is to take away with a single blow the very basis upon which rests its right to use violence in the pursuit of its objectives. Second, the intensive and extensive use of propaganda, the unceasing appeal to the proletariat to rise up and revolt are clear manifestations that communism recognizes in practice what it endeavors to deny in theory, namely, that men are endowed with true freedom of choice. Third, communism has done well to recognize that a revolution is necessary, that it will require violence and have for its objective the eradication of exploitation from society. But it has fallen into an error common to men from the days of the Manicheans to the prohibitionists of thinking that evil is to be found in things, rather than in men. Communism has witnessed economic exploitation and failed to see that such evils are caused by the immoral actions of individuals and of the state and by man's deficient knowledge and application of sociological and economic laws. Finally, the true revolution is necessary and it must be universal in scope. But this revolution, if it is to be successful, must be one which uses a moral violence to discipline the unnatural tendencies of both men and nations. If the revolution of the spirit pervades both citizens and the state, and if a sincere and persevering attempt be made to devise means of assuring an equitable distribution of the wealth of the earth to all men, the groundwork of true social reorganization will have been laid. Then and then only will men find themselves living in a society as free from injustices as can be expected in a world wherein man will never find perfect happiness. Chapter 17. Criticism of its philosophy of society. With the present chapter we bring to a close our critical analysis of the philosophy of communism. In the presentation of its philosophy of society, communism did not go into great detail. It stated that it can forecast only in broad outline the characteristic features of the future classless society. It insists that if it were to attempt any detailed exposition of future communistic society, it would be proceeding in an unscientific manner. Quite naturally, then, our criticism of communism's social philosophy cannot be of a very detailed nature. Communism has presented only the more basic and outstanding features of its future utopia and, consequently, our criticism must be restricted to a consideration of these specific features. The general nature of the future communistic society is readily portrayed in a few lines. It will be a society which will need no organized institution of government. The vast social-minded majority will handle whatever abuses may occasionally take place. It will be a classless society, that is, no distinctions of rank will prevail. Men will work without compulsion, produce according to their capacity, and take from the great abundance of wealth in the common storehouse only in accordance with their needs. No distinction will be recognized between mental and physical labor, either in evaluating the dignity of a position or in bestowing remuneration for work done. In a word, all exploitation will be absent and perfect equality will prevail in this ideal communistic society. The problem which communism is here endeavoring to solve is, of course, the extremely important problem of the equality of men. The problem is not new, except in the specific form that it takes. 283. 284. In the days preceding the French Revolution, this same problem of exaggerated inequality was present in France. At that time, it was the inequality of privilege which concerned men, that is, inequality before the law, political inequality. The masses suffered from the exaggerated political inequality and rose up in the French Revolution to destroy it. To their minds, political inequality was the source of all their social evils, and they believed that if they destroyed the aristocracy and their class privileges, they would thereby abolish the cause of all evil in their society. The solution of the French revolutionists was all too simple, as later events proved. Once the inequality of privilege was abolished, a new freedom came into being which developed with an amazing rapidity into liberalism. The solution of the French Revolution eradicated the inequalities of the social past but gave birth to the inequalities of the industrial future. Instead of political equality preparing the way for economic equality, as the revolutionaries hoped, it actually paved the way for a liberalism which, when coupled with the Industrial Revolution, created in society greater inequalities of wealth than had ever previously existed. Men readily perceived that they had created new inequalities, but for years they blessed these inequalities on the ground that they were the result of individual industry and ability. The equality born of the French Revolution was equality in a negative sense. For the most part, it meant equal freedom from constraint, that is, freedom from all interference by the state, church, or religion in economic affairs. Thus, the attempt of the French Revolution to establish economic equality by destroying political inequalities was a complete failure. Actually, it created a rank liberalism which made real equality an impossibility. This exaggerated liberalism, for instance, branded collective bargaining as destructive of a man's right to operate his business freely, but in outlawing collective bargaining, liberalism destroyed one of the best means of effecting true economic equality among men. So great was the failure of the French Revolution to establish equality of wealth by destroying inequality of privilege that the liberalism born of its solution soon reduced about 90% of the people to the position of wage earners. These workers and their families lived in a position of complete dependence upon the small minority who controlled the various industries and who seized most of the profits. Hence, the French Revolution, by destroying political inequality, failed to produce equality of wealth. On the contrary, its solution gave rise to an exaggerated liberalism. This new liberalism reduced the concept of equality to the mere negative notion of freedom from interference by church or state in economic affairs. It reduced the function of the state to that of a policeman whose duty it was to protect the freedom of individuals. It forgot that man is a member of society, and, thus, that he can never act with a freedom which takes only himself into consideration. It destroyed even the possibility of economic equality by outlawing the right to collective bargaining on the pretext that such a thing was tantamount to denying freedom of contract. In a word, the French Revolution actually intensified economic inequality, the very evil which it sought to destroy. Today, Communism is very much concerned over the problem of economic inequality. It charges that the poor are becoming poorer, the rich becoming richer. And the solution of this problem, says communism, lies in the complete destruction of all classes. Destroy class distinctions based on ownership and authority, reduce all men to an equal footing, and economic equality will necessarily result. Such is the solution of communism to the age-old problem of the equality of men. Subordination in society. The fundamental error in communism's philosophy of society is its identification of subordination with exploitation. Communism has developed such an antagonism for the capitalistic class and the capitalistic state that it has fallen into the hasty error of decreeing the destruction of all classes and all organized government. Capitalism has undoubtedly been guilty of a great deal of exploitation. But instead of condemning these exploiting practices of individuals and the state, communism has been led to believe, perhaps sincerely but nonetheless falsely, that wherever there are classes, based either on ownership of the means of production or on the power to rule, there will necessarily be exploitation. Briefly, it identifies subordination of members in society with exploitation. And it contends that such exploitation will be eradicated from society only when the hierarchical structure of society is leveled, when ruling and 286 owning classes are destroyed, when all men stand as equals in the perfect communistic society. Our answer to this solution of communism is twofold. First, we repeat once more that the subordination of men to authority is essential to well-ordered society. Second, we emphasize the point that such subordination in itself in no way implies exploitation. In Chapter 13, in establishing the necessity of the state, it was shown in detail that social order is dependent upon the presence of authority in society. Society can be preserved from chaos only if the numberless activities of men be coordinated and directed by other men possessing the requisite authority. Upon this subordination of men to directive and, if need be, coercive authority depends the harmonious and successful operation of our vast social system. What is absolutely required in society is some sort of authority, since the necessary cooperation of men is extraordinarily complex and runs through 1,000 diverse channels, and a complexity of this sort wherein human minds and human wills are involved can be saved from chaos and brought into order only by authority. Authority in society is therefore natural, since it is required by the nature of man. This means that authority is not conferred upon society by its members. Since social authority is demanded by man's nature, men can no more confer authority upon society than they confer their nature upon themselves. The members of society may use all the powers of their intellect to perfect the social order, and to decide upon the best organs for the expression of this authority, but the authority itself is not of their creation. Whatever power gave man his nature gives society its authority. 1. Consequently, no society, capitalistic or communistic, can ever exist unless there be a definite subordination of some members to others. The communist will descend to deceptive rhetoric and call this subordination to authority subservience of the suffering masses to an exploiting ruling class. But this is sheer rhetoric bolstered by the undeniable fact that legitimate and necessary authority has often been abused. Stripped of the rhetoric and condemning as strongly 1 Sheed, F. Communism and as the communist the abuse of authority for purposes of exploitation, the truth remains that a well-regulated gradation of authority among men, subordination to a ruling class, if you will, is essential to the proper functioning of society. And any communist ideal of an absolute equality among men, any equality which involves no subordination of men to authority, results from the unpardonable failure of communism to consider, even superficially, the nature of man. In our second observation on communism's philosophy of society, we remarked that the necessary subordination of the members of society to legitimate authority is not to be identified with exploitation. 6 centuries ago, St. Thomas took occasion to point out the vast difference between subordination and exploitation. And the distinction he made is of more importance today than it ever was. Mastership has a twofold meaning: first, as opposed to servitude, in which sense a master means one to whom another is subject as a slave. In another sense, mastership is commonly referred to any kind of subject, and in that sense even he who has the offices of governing and directing free men, can be called a master. This distinction is founded on the reason that a slave differs from a free man in that the latter has the disposal of himself, whereas a slave is ordered to another. 2. Today communism's unthinking and hasty identification of subordination with exploitation has led it into an entirely false philosophy of the state and society. As St. Thomas has remarked, men may be subject to two types of authority or mastery. Men may be subject to an authority in which there is involved the subjection of their personality to another, that is slavery and exploitation, a type of dominance which the Church has always condemned and which is best exemplified today in Soviet Russia. Men may be subject to an authority which merely directs their activities in a manner destined to foster the welfare of both the individual and the group. This type of dominance involves no exploitation. It never violates the dignity and freedom of man's personality, nor sacrifices the spiritual good of man to the material welfare of the group. In summary, the two most basic errors in communism's philosophy of society are, the failure to realize the necessity of subordination on the part of men to legitimate authority, and the erroneous idea that subordination to ruling authority necessarily results in exploitation, that is, that such subordination is in itself one of the worst forms of exploitation. Communist society and exploitation. Communism has presented in a single phrase a rather fine characterization of the manner in which men will act in its future society, from each according to his capacity, to each according to his needs. In view of the communist protest that any subordination in society necessarily involves exploitation, it is extremely interesting to call attention to the fact that communist society will involve a subordination of the individual to directive and coercive authority on a scale never before approached in history. The fact that society organized on the communist basis will necessarily involve intensive and extensive subordination is evident from even a superficial consideration of the Marxian characterization of this society, from each according to his capacity, to each according to his need. Communism asserts that under its regime there will be such a great increase in the productivity of human labor that men will be able to have an abundance of leisure time for education, recreation, and the enjoyment of the pleasures of life. But if this be so, it necessarily follows that men will not be producing according to their capacity. And since men will not be producing according to their maximum capacity, it is clear that there will have to be subordination to authorities who will dictate to each man just how much he is expected to produce and how long he is expected to work. In communist society, authorities will have to determine who are to do the difficult laboring tasks and who are to be given the comparatively easy positions in society. Men will not only have to accept whatever type of position authorities dictate but also work whatever hours such authorities care to insist upon. Herein we find subordination to directive and coercive authority which far surpasses anything known in contemporary society. Communism also asserts that each man is to receive according to his needs. The word needs is apparently not used in the strict sense of referring to the necessities of life. In fact, it is actually stated that there will be increased luxuries and facilities for education and leisure. But if this be so, we again encounter excessive subordination to authority in communist society. For example, authorities will decide just what are the needs of each individual, just what needs are to be satisfied first, just which individuals are to receive extraordinary advantages such as specialized education. The subordination of the members of communist society to ruling authority is obviously of a much more extensive and intensive nature than that which prevails in contemporary society. In the fight of this fact, communism's identification of subordination to authority with exploitation is unquestionably an inconsistency in its theory. We have already emphasized the point that subordination is not to be identified with exploitation. But we have also pointed out that legitimate authority can be abused, that it can be diverted from its proper purpose and used as a means of exploitation. And, quite naturally, the opportunity to use authority for illegitimate purposes increases in proportion to the control over men which it involves. The subordination of men to authority in communist society, as we have seen, far surpasses that which prevails in our present society. Consequently, the subordination of men to authority under communism would undoubtedly result in the increased exploitation of the worker. Strangely enough, if Marx ever thought of the need of authority in communism society, he certainly gave no consideration even to the possibility that it would ever be abused. In this matter, we once more find abundant evidence of the fact that one of the most surprising blindnesses in Marx was his complete failure to appreciate the seriousness of plain human badness. This blindness first led him into the error of thinking that men could thrive without a state. It now leads him into the even more serious error of thinking that under communism men would be so morally perfect that they would never use authority to exploit their fellow man. In this respect, Marx clearly overestimates the moral perfection of men, and his failure to appreciate the weaknesses of human nature can be attributed only to the mysticism inherent in his theory. He saw men, not as they exist, but as in a vision. To him, the only men that really 290 mattered were those of the proletariat, and in his mind the proletariat could do no wrong. The proletariat is that sinless class which has been innocent of the great sin of exploitation. Its innocence invests it with a more than natural purity, in virtue of which it may judge all others, and its judgment, thus clothed with innocence, is a perfect judgment in which all things are necessarily seen aright. 3. In a word, if Marx ever realized that communist society would involve some subordination of members to authority, he certainly never thought that the innocent proletariat would ever use such subordination for purposes of exploitation. This utter failure on the part of Marx to consider the nature of man is simply another evidence of his constant tendency to revert to idealism and mysticism. His very concept of an innocent proletariat to come does so much credit to his heart that one almost forgets the weakness it shows in his head. The proletariat known to history have been innocent of exploiting their fellow men, solely because they had not the power to do it. Mankind has never at any moment possessed a lowest class composed of innocent people who would not exploit if they could. The exploited are men of the same nature, the same passions, the same selfishness as their exploiters. There has been a difference of opportunity but little else. Oppressors and oppressed could at any time have changed places, and the oppression would have gone on very much as before. This indeed is the history of every revolution. The innocence of the proletariat has simply been lack of opportunity. Yet once the proletariat takes the place of the bourgeoisie, they will, it seems, begin to divest themselves of those defects which have been theirs from the dawn of history and make great and inevitable strides along the way of perfection. So obvious is this difficulty that one wonders why Marx did not see it. With all his boasts of looking to history for the laws that govern history, it was certainly not in history that he found his proletariat, or even the embryo of his proletariat, but in his own mind. 4. Thus far, we have merely said that communist society will offer increased opportunity for exploitation. But that is not all. The subordination to authority involved in communist society must inevitably lead to the exploitation of the worker. In the words of St. Thomas quoted earlier in the present chapter, the communist type of subordination to authority will be of the same nature as that of a slave to his master. It will involve the complete subjection of an individual's personality to social control. It should not be surprising that communist society will necessarily involve the complete destruction of free personality. For in a materialistic philosophy, such as communism, there is absolutely no sound basis upon which freedom of personality can rest. A materialistic philosophy regards man as mere matter. Such being the case, there is nothing in man that is transcendent to the material, nothing in man that is above and independent of matter, nothing in man that is entitled to escape the absorbing action of society. It is only a philosophy which recognizes the spirituality of man's soul that can preserve the freedom of personality. For only such a philosophy sees in man something which transcends the material, something which no authority dare enslave in the interests of any material good. On the contrary, in a materialistic philosophy wherein man is regarded as mere matter, there can be no welfare for him beyond that which is material. And since the material welfare of the group must always take precedence over the material welfare of individuals, it follows that communist authorities can, without a qualm of conscience, completely enslave individuals in the interests of the group. Soviet Russia is an excellent proof of the fact that what is true in theory is verified in practice. For, in that unfortunate country the people have been truly enslaved. Since the advent of Bolshevism, the lives of the Russian people have been offered up as holocausts in the interests of 5-year plans. We have now seen that communism's philosophy of society is based upon a gross overestimation of the moral perfection of men, but it is equally true that in other respects, it involves an amazing underestimation of the value which men place upon certain ideals. The amazing underestimation of human nature in the communist theory is to be found in the fact that the entire theory proceeds on the assumption that all of man's needs are 292 economic in character and, consequently, that men will be perfectly happy once society is ordered in a manner which will assure efficient economic production and distribution. The fact of the matter is that, if Marx had studied history and human nature, he would have discovered that men do not believe that their only needs are economic in character. Even men who possess an abundance of the material wealth of the earth realize that true and lasting happiness is not to be found in these things. In earlier chapters, we established the spirituality of man's soul and the existence of God. These truths immediately imply that man has a spiritual and eternal destiny beyond this material world and, as the result, that a mere abundance of material wealth will never bring true happiness to man. Communism knows that religious and moral ideals have inspired the greatest of man's productions in almost every phase of human life: art, literature, music, philosophy, education. It knows that the history of all mankind has been a quest for a lasting, perfect happiness which men have never found in this world, least of all in a sufficiency of economic goods. Communism knows these facts and endeavors to pass over them by classifying them as the effects of superstition which it will eventually eradicate. If communism were a more realistic philosophy, it would analyze human nature more carefully and discover that these facts have their basis in the spiritual nature and destiny of the human soul. It would then realize the folly of its belief that economic sufficiency would ever satisfy men. It would realize that the ideals of communist society, even if ever achieved, would not constitute what men call happiness. The ideals of communist society are therefore defective in a twofold manner. On the one hand, they involve such a gross overestimation of the moral perfection of men that they could not possibly be realized in human society. On the other hand, they involve such an amazing underestimation of human nature that, even if they were fully realized, they would not bring happiness to man. Communism's philosophy of society is a final evidence of Marx's tendency to revert constantly to idealism. It is a philosophy of society devised by Marx without any consideration of the nature of the men who were to thrive in this society. Instead of realistically studying human nature and discovering its good points and its weaknesses and then constructing a social philosophy to fit men and their needs, Marx, once more turned idealist. He first devised the social system and then resolved to fit men into it. It is little wonder that a social philosophy formulated in such a manner should be permeated with so many serious defects. Appendix: Communism and our problem of world leadership. Power, wealth, and prestige carry heavy responsibilities with them. Hence, whether the United States desires it or not, world leadership rests on its shoulders, and the fate of the world, for better or for worse, depends to a very great extent upon the manner in which it wears this mantle of leadership. In this reference, we should like to suggest some principles which should guide us in our struggle against communist world domination. Be alert. First, we must be eternally vigilant against Soviet Russia's oft-repeated and usually successful tactic of using its stooges to foment both peaceful and violent seizures of power within small nations. This type of seizure is, of course, always carried off under the fictitious claim that it is a people's revolution. Surely, we must assist nations, such as we have mentioned above, in the defense of their sovereignty. We must do this for two reasons. First, out of charity to them much as any true man would come to the defense of a helpless child or a woman who was being outraged by a ruthless aggressor. Second, out of concern for ourselves because each small nation gobbled up by Russia further isolates us within a world which is, piece by piece, falling under communist control. This gradual isolation, of course, intensifies the problems of our own defense against this power which is determined to envelop us. Nationalism on march. On the other hand, we must not make the mistake of seeing communism in every revolution which occurs throughout the world. The days of colonialism are past. NA 295. Nationalism is on the march throughout the Middle East, the Far East, and in most sections of Africa. We would become apostles of a dying cause if we were to throw our might into the maintenance of any government which holds sway over a people against their will and which is disinterested in their welfare. Let us not forget that our own nation was born of a revolt against tyranny. Look twice. The above reflections are true, and let us say it boldly, they are valid even though the government which is ruling against the will and welfare of its people happens to be extremely favorable to private American business enterprises in the realm of oil, fruit, or minerals. Let our American firms conduct their affairs with governments representative of their peoples, not with those who rule by tyranny. The above reflections are true, and let us say it boldly once again, they apply even when we are asked by traditionally friendly powers to use our might to help them in their fruitless attempt to maintain control over their collapsing colonial empires. Such suppressive actions on our part, in defense of colonialism, can have no ultimate success. They breed hatred against us among the peoples who are kept in subjection. They allow Soviet Russia, by its favorable attitude towards the liberation of these peoples, to become in the eyes of much of the world apostles of progress and justice, while we are cast in the role of being defenders of an outmoded type of society and of tyranny. Others seek freedom. If the average American would ponder over the above facts, he would not ask so repeatedly the same question: why is it that we who have poured billions of dollars into all forms of assistance for so many nations find that a high percentage of these peoples either dislike or distrust us? Frankly, we do not find that we have very many friends throughout the world as we glance at the nations of Asia, South America, Africa, the Middle East, and vast portions of Europe. There must be a reason for such failure, especially after our beneficence to these peoples. Possibly the answer lies in the paradox that we who are the most progressive people in the world have been the slowest to see or to accept progress in the emergence of new and better governments for formerly enslaved peoples. True and false uprising. Finally, we must acknowledge that there is the practical difficulty of distinguishing between a communist-inspired revolution within a small nation versus a revolution which represents the true will of its people as they cast off tyranny. We can neither tolerate the former nor oppose the latter. Perhaps it is along these lines that the United Nations could do its best work in the interest of world peace. Possibly it should strive for universal agreement on the principle that no government may be overthrown by violence, nor will it be allowed to continue in existence if it does seize power in such a fashion, while on the other hand the people of any nation may call upon the United Nations to supervise a free expression of their will in regard to the government they desire. Soviet Russia would not like to join in an agreement on such a principle, but since the Soviets profess such a hatred for rule by minorities and such a devotion to rule by the will of the masses, any rejection of this principle or any refusal to participate in its execution would place them in a very dim light in the eyes of the whole world. Communism, a false religion. Of the many errors which we have made in handling the communist attack, the most tragic and most fundamental, I believe, has been the error of regarding communism as a mere political, military, and economic movement sponsored by Soviet Russia. As a result, we have adopted various political, military, and economic tactics such as bargaining at conference tables, the use of armed might, and the distribution of food to impoverished areas in the belief that we could overcome the danger by these measures. Nothing could be farther from the truth. Nothing could manifest a more evident ignorance of the nature of the evil which confronts us. We must be made to understand that communism is not a mere political, military, and economic movement. Neither is it to be identified solely with Soviet Russia. Communism is basically a philosophy of life, a false religion. It is a religion which has educated its members throughout the world in the belief that your nation, your government, and all governments like it are essentially evil and hence must be destroyed. It is a religion which teaches its followers that your state is an evil weapon of oppression in the hands of an exploiting class and, therefore, stands in the way of progress for humanity and social justice for all men. When told that communism must be regarded as a false religion, most people assume that this is merely oratorical or metaphorical language. No such restricted usage is herein intended. Rather, we feel that too great an emphasis cannot be placed on the fact that, in a very real and literal sense, communism is surely a false religion. After all, what is the essence of a religion? A religion teaches man what his origin has been. It tells him precisely what type of nature he possesses. It explains for him exactly what constitutes the ulti. 298. Mate destiny and purpose of his life. It provides him with the principles according to which he must judge the rectitude of his individual and social actions. Communism does all of these things and, we might add, with none of the indifferentism or compromise which characterizes so many of our present-day religions. As a religion, communism has its Bible, namely, the writings of its founders, Marx and Engels, Lenin and Stalin. These writings are as revered by the communist as are the sacred scriptures by the Christian. These writings are usually translated into the various languages of the world by official translators in Moscow. They are usually produced by the Marx-Engels Institute in that city and bear the name of no individual translator. In this regard, the procedure resembles very closely that which is customarily followed by the Church in handling the official translations of papal encyclicals. As a religion, communism has its dogmas of belief and it utilizes a powerful system of education to inculcate these convictions in the minds of its followers. In the words of Lenin, "Give me a child and in 3 years I will give you a communist." Too often we hear people remark that Soviet Russia has forcibly taken over countries like Poland, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, Czechoslovakia, and then express the conviction that it will not be possible for Russia to hold so many millions of people in permanent enslavement. This comment reveals very little understanding of what a thoroughgoing communist education will do to the youth of a nation over the period of a generation. True, they seize the initial advantage by force, but they do their permanent and deadly harm by the years of godless education of youth. As a religion, communism has its heretics. These are those who deviate in the slightest degree from the line of orthodoxy established by the party which must be regarded as the teacher and the infallible guide of the masses. Needless to say, the dispatch with which these heretics are ruthlessly liquidated is well known to everyone. As a religion, communism has its prophets, its saints, its martyrs, call them what you please, but these are the persons who have sacrificed everything, even their lives, for the cause, and some of them are as revered in death as are the great saints of Christianity. The following few lines excerpted from the letter of a friend, who was stationed in Moscow for some years, vividly portrays this point. The government-sponsored outlet for religion which, of course, they regard as a semi-idolatrous instinct, is the visit to Lenin's tomb. Lenin's mausoleum is a low, chunky building of huge red granite blocks on Red Square, just outside the Kremlin wall. The line of people waiting to file through it is often over a mile long, even in the bitter cold of the Russian winter. You go down into increasing gloom by a stairway with several angles and emerge into the crypt. You file around 3 sides of the casket, at the head and foot of which stand 2 soldiers at attention, bayonets fixed. The casket is all of glass, and within, spotlighted in a beam of red light, which is the only illumination, lies Lenin. The effect is extremely dramatic and, on the average Russian, its emotional impact is overwhelming. This is truly a pilgrimage to the shrine of one of the saints of communism. It is ignorance of the fact that communism is a religion which causes people to ask such questions as, why do wealthy persons become communists? So often we hear the remark, I can see why the poor and starving would be attracted to communism, because they believe their present society has let them down so badly, and any change would be for the better, but what can the wealthy possibly expect to gain? This very question reflects the typical lack of realization that communism is a religion. The question assumes that these people become communists because they expect to gain something material and personal thereby. It fails utterly to appreciate the fact that these people sincerely believe in communism. It fails utterly to understand that subtle error can deceive the intellect of man and completely possess his mind just as truly as attractive sin can entice his will and cause him to lead a life contrary to true moral standards. It is because we have failed to understand that communism is a false religion that American efforts thus far to counteract its spread have revolved principally around the use of military might and economic aid. We have utilized military power, as we well know, in Korea, to prevent communism from swallowing up that section of Asia. We are presently toying with the idea of using military power, in one way or another, elsewhere in the Far East. Meanwhile, we have poured endless millions of dollars worth of products into an effort to entice poverty-ridden nations to rely upon us, rather than to accept the alluring promises of economic security held out to them by the Soviet leaders. In the final analysis, therefore, the weapons which we are using in our counterattack against communism are, the power of the sword and an economic bribe bud. I say that these weapons will never permanently curb communism. First, since communism is a belief, a conviction, a religion, in the minds of those who profess it, it should be clear that it can never be eradicated by the use of military power. Ideas cannot be destroyed by force. As remarked earlier, whenever such measures are adopted to crush an ideology, they seem only to serve the opposite purpose of intensifying a person's determination to hold the idea. Thus, while we acknowledge the vital role of the gift of faith and the strengthening influence of divine grace, we cannot keep from feeling that the persecutions of the early Roman emperors served only to strengthen and foster Christianity. Under the impact of coercion, the weak members of a movement will give up their ideas and drop by the wayside. But the ardent followers will be doubly determined to carry on and will steel themselves to any sacrifice to keep alive their cause. Second, as it is with the use of military power, so it is with economic relief to a threatened nation. Poverty, starvation, and economic injustice are not conditions which of themselves cause the spread of communism, nor will the removal of these scourges do away with the threat of communism. Too often we hear people remark, poverty causes communism. This is not true. Poverty causes, if you will, a discontent with the present social regime which is doing little or nothing for its citizens. During the pre-Castro days I saw this point well illustrated in Cuba. As I walked through the poor sections of Havana I frequently saw scribbled, in Spanish, on the walls, "Long 5 the Revolution." And in the same handwriting there was often the additional slogan, "Let us unite with our American friends in the fight against communism." Poverty provides as much opportunity for a thoroughly Christian-minded regime to gain favor with the suffering masses as it does for the followers of Marx. Poverty and starvation are negative in type, whereas communism thrives and spreads by the action of a positive force. This positive force is the fully articulate, centrally organized, teaching power of the Communist Party, with agents consecrated to its spread, preaching its doctrine and its way of life with extraordinary zeal, organizing communist cells everywhere. If most of our writers and diplomats had been able and willing to study the manner in which communism trains and indoctrinates its agents, fosters their zeal, and maps out their programs to the smallest detail for every part of the world, they would never have made the tragic mistake of thinking that we could stem the tide of communism by rendering economic aid to a nation under communist attack. Once a starving man has been educated to the idea that you are an evil person, he will probably take the bread that you offer him to ward off starvation, but deep down in his heart he hates himself for accepting it, and he doubly hates you for thinking that you can buy his mind and soul with this mess of pottage. So it is with nations once communism has possessed the minds of a people with its distorted atheistic education, these people will hate you and regard your nation as the one great evil which stands in the way of social justice for them and for mankind. True, as they face starvation, they will take your offered bread, your European aid plans, but in their hearts they will despise you all the more, Because communist education will have convinced them that you are simply capitalizing on their starvation in order to further enslave them. If our American people and our diplomats would grasp this point, they would understand why, after the billions of dollars which we have poured into foreign aid, we are still one of the most disliked and distrusted nations in the world. Please do not misunderstand me. I do not say that a nation sunk in poverty is not more susceptible to the communist lure. It is. When the subtle teachings and alluring promises of communism are held out to such a people, they will tend to adopt the attitude that no conditions could be worse than those under which they presently exist, so they are inclined to give communism a chance. Second, I do not say that the giving of economic relief to these nations is without value. On the contrary, such a measure possesses definite values, even over and above the fulfillment of our moral duties in charity and justice to help such people. And thirdly, I am not saying that the use of military force to curb the onrush of communism is not necessary. It is a matter of common sense that at a given time and place recourse to this method is the only way to protect a threatened nation. What I am saying is that economic aid and military force are of value only as temporary measures to hold back the surge of the moment. Permanent defense against communism must be based on a twofold education of the people. We must educate them in what is false and harmful about communism. We must educate them in what is true and beneficial to man in Christianity. In a word, at the cessation of military struggle in a given area, such as Korea, our real task just begins, the task of providing the people with the above twofold education, which will constitute their only salvation and our only permanent defense against communism. If, when you cease your military efforts, you wholly abandon the people, the communist will restart his deadly work in one fashion or another before your last ship is out of sight of land. I wish therefore to emphasize the fact that the enemy which confronts you is a false religion which has sworn and dedicated itself to your destruction. Just as truly as it is of the essence of Christianity to engage in missionary work, at any sacrifice to eradicate paganism from the earth, so is communism characterized by a missionary zeal which has the liquidation of your state as its goal. Do not think, therefore, that this is a war such as you have ever before witnessed. In this struggle, when the enemy signs a peace treaty, it will be only because he thinks such a measure will better enable him to conquer you, possibly because you have been gaining the upper hand militarily, possibly because he feels a peace offensive will cause you to reduce your defense industry to a peacetime basis, possibly because he feels that a peaceful or violent offensive in another part of the world would be more profitable for him at the moment. In a word, we are being childishly naive if we think we can sit down to a conference table at Yalta, Potsdam, or Korea and then expect the communists to live up to any agreement they make. In their philosophy, they have told us that they will if it serves their purposes. In their philosophy, they emphasize that any course of action which they take must be based on the conviction that at the moment it is the best method of fostering communist progress. Do not think, I repeat, that this is a war such as you have ever before witnessed. Other wars had as their objectives the capturing or recovering of territory, and they usually ran their course in half a dozen years. This struggle is aimed at capturing the hearts, the minds, the souls of men. Its only parallel in history, I would say, is the century-old struggle between Christianity and Mohammedanism. I am certain that the people of our era will never live to see the end of this death struggle between Christianity and world communism, since it is a struggle which can end only with the complete destruction of one or other of the two foes. Each of the combatants has sworn to destroy the other. Each, by its own teachings, is committed to a fight unto death. We know that in the end the defeated foe will be communism, but victory may require the blood of millions and the sacrifices of generations yet to be born. A final comment must be made. The one weapon which will ultimately defeat communism is the one which each loyal Christian possesses: truth. The slogan of the Christophers in this regard is particularly appropriate: it is better to light one candle than to curse the darkness. Each true follower of Christ possesses a share of that light that can help, and with the possession of such knowledge there comes the responsibility to use it for our own betterment and for the welfare of our fellow men. Just as the evil of communism is spread by its ardent missionaries, so must the only effective weapon against it, the diffusion of Christian truth, be zealously carried on by those blessed with the gift of faith. Confidence in the successful outcome of this struggle hinges upon the faithful fulfillment of this duty by those upon whose shoulders it rests. Communism and its legal prosecution. The successful prosecution of the communist in our democratic society is not an easy matter. This is a fact which even well-informed citizens do not appreciate. Patriotic men who love their country simply cannot understand why there should be any problem in handling those who plot its destruction. Our purpose here is primarily to clarify the problem which confronts us and possibly to offer a few brief suggestions which may be of some value. As typical of the difficulties encountered in securing the conviction of communist leaders, I believe it would serve our purposes best to portray the communist defense which was offered at a specific trial. At the outset, it is appropriate to recall that our form of government is democratic. The right of citizens to express freely their opinions and through due process of law to effect even radical changes in our Constitution is, of course, of the very essence of democracy. It is essential therefore to appreciate that, under this form of government, it cannot be a crime for our people to utilize peacefully and freely established legal means of securing political changes. On the other hand, it would obviously be a serious crime for any individual or group to disregard all lawful procedures and to plot the destruction of our government through force and violence. The key issue therefore in the trial of these red leaders is whether or not communism advocates the violent overthrow of the United States government. The burden of proof, of course, rests with the prosecution to establish this fact, a task which is not as easy as it might seem to be. The Smith Act. It is pertinent at this point to state that the legal prosecution of communists at the present time is conducted on the basis of the Smith Act. This act is USC 18, section number 2385 of our criminal code, and, according to this law, it is a criminal offense to advocate the violent overthrow of our government. The Smith Act reads as follows: whoever knowingly or willfully advocates, abets, advises, or teaches the duty, necessity, desirability, or propriety of overthrowing or destroying the government of the United States or the government of any state, territory, district or possessions thereof, or the government of any political subdivision therein, by force or violence, or by the assassination of any officer or any such government, or whoever, with intent to cause the overthrow or destruction of any such government, prints, publishes, edits, issues, circulates, sells, distributes, or publicly displays any written or printed matter advocating, advising, or teaching the duty, necessity, desirability, or propriety of overthrowing or destroying any government in the United States by force or violence, or attempts to do so, or whoever organizes or helps or attempts to organize any society, group, or assembly of persons who teach, advocate, or encourage the overthrow or destruction of any such government by force or violence, or becomes or is a member of, or affiliates with, any such society, group, or assembly of persons, knowing the purposes thereof, shall be fined not more than $10,000 or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and shall be ineligible for employment by the United States or any department or agency thereof, for the 5 years next following his conviction. In the aforementioned trial, the defense counsel called, as its chief witness, an expert on Marxist philosophy. This witness was extremely clever and thoroughly familiar with every phase of Marxist literature and philosophy. The paramount purpose of his testimony was, of course, to demonstrate that communism does not plot the violent overthrow of our government. The following statements are not direct quotations from the above trial. They are, however, I believe, accurate condensations of the verbal exchanges between the prosecution and the defense witness. The prosecution, the official principles of communism should be accurately reflected in the writings of its recognized founders Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Is this statement correct? Defense witness: it is. The prosecution: a close inspection of the classic works of Marxism would reveal whether or not the principles of communism advocate the violent destruction of our government. Is this statement correct? Defense witness: it is. The prosecution then proceeded to read extensive excerpts from the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. All of these quotations recommended the violent destruction of the capitalistic state. In particular, frequent reference was made to Lenin's volume on the State and Revolution. As any student of Marxism knows, nearly every line of this work literally bristles with the recommendation of violence. The prosecution, these numerous statements by the founders of Marxism are crystal clear. It is therefore evident, is it not, that the principles of communism teach the necessity of using violence to destroy the capitalistic state? Defense witness: no, sir, it is not. You have failed to grasp the distinction between a principle of Marxist philosophy and a tactic sometimes utilized with regret by Marxism to attain its goals. The principles of Marxism teach the necessity of abolishing the present type of state, but the means to be used to attain this objective have to be selected in the light of the specific conditions of time and place. Every political party is confronted with this problem of selecting what it believes to be the best means for attaining its objectives. Marx was familiar with English, German, and French imperialism, and he wrote extensively on the evils of colonialism under these powers. Lenin, of course, was especially familiar with Tsarist Russia and the lot of the impoverished peasants in that nation. None of these peoples had a democratic, legal, or peaceful procedure at their disposal through which they might abolish the tyranny under which they lived. Their sole hope of securing a just order in society was therefore to resort to violence. Since no other course was open to these peoples, Marx and Lenin openly recommended that they plot the violent destruction of the powers which enslaved them. Incidentally, the American people themselves were confronted with this same dilemma in 1776, and they, too, justly resorted to violence in order to free themselves from a tyrannical England. No one seeks or glorifies violence for its own sake, but, under certain unfortunate conditions, there is sometimes no other way for a people to rid itself of what it regards as an unjust form of government. The principles of Marxism therefore do not teach the unqualified necessity of using violence to destroy the capitalistic state. Rather, Marxism advocates violence as a tactic to be used only when there is no other means by which a people can rid itself of a tyrannical government. In contrast, in a nation such as ours, communism would not teach or advocate the abolition of the present form of government through force and violence. We are a free people. We enjoy freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom to vote as we please. We possess legally recognized methods through which the will of the majority may peacefully effect such changes in our government as they deem wise and prudent. It should be evident, therefore, that the principles of Marxism do not teach the necessity of violence, and as a tactic for attaining its goals the Communist Party of the United States would have no need or reason to advocate or to approve the use of violence in our free nation. When confronted with the distinction between a principle of Marxism and a tactic sometimes used by it to attain its goals, the prosecution immediately dropped any further questioning on the position of violence in the Marxist theory. Absence of any real interrogation on this key issue certainly created the impression that the distinction was a valid one. To me, and, I am sure, to the average juror, failure to probe into the supposed basis of this critical distinction was tantamount to an admission of defeat, an acknowledgement that in no way could violence be tied in with the principles of Marxist philosophy. Effective interrogation along the philosophical lines which we shall mention later would have destroyed, I believe, the impact of the defense witness * testimony. In the minds of those present, the first offensive of the prosecution aimed at showing that the principles of Marxism teach and advocate the violent destruction of our form of government had collapsed. The prosecution immediately launched its second offensive, which was hopefully aimed at showing that, at least as a tactic, the Communist Party of the United States teaches and advocates the violent destruction of our government. If it could succeed in establishing this point, the prosecution would gain a double objective. First, it would refute the contention that not even as a tactic would violence be advocated by the United States Communist Party, and, second, it would thereby demonstrate that the American Communist stands in violation of the Smith Act. Let us turn our attention to these approximate condensations of the prosecution's offensive and note the clever manner in which the defense witness handled the situation. The prosecution, the defense witness has stated that the Communist Party of the United States does not teach or advocate the violent overthrow of our government. It is correct to assume, is it not, that the policy of the United States Communist Party would and should be reflected in the writings of its recognized officials? Defense witness: in general, that statement is correct. The prosecution then quoted numerous excerpts from books and pamphlets published by American communist leaders. All of the quoted passages urged recourse to violence as the best means of destroying our government. The response to these quotations by the defense witness was most interesting. Defense witness: the passages which the prosecution has quoted are all taken from works published in a 5-year period from approximately 1933 to 1938. During that short period of time, the United States Communist Party was faced with a sectarianism in which many of its members and even some of its top officials adopted attitudes which were not in conformity with the true spirit of the party. Any organization is occasionally afflicted with heretics who deviate from the orthodox teaching. It is the task of an organization either to bring such members into line or to rid itself of them. The Communist Party of the United States efficiently carried out that task and, as a result, the prosecution cannot point to a single paragraph in any piece of communist literature produced within the last 15 years or more which advocates the use of violence in this country. Since the prosecution is charging that the Communist Party, at the present time, advocates recourse to violence, it is its duty to establish this point on the basis of literature currently approved or at least recently produced. It is surely not to the point to quote passages from literature of 20 years ago which has been frowned upon by the party as not representative of its true objectives, especially since the vigilance of the party has prevented, for 2 decades, any recurrence of such deviations from its true spirit. The prosecution appeared unable to offer any effective cross-examination on the above explanation. Certainly, none was forthcoming. Its second offensive had come to a sputtering halt. Apparently desirous of winning at least one point in the encounter, the prosecution launched a third and final offensive. The objective was to secure an admission from the defense witness that when the revolution does finally come, which will destroy our government even if it be peaceful in character, it will be led by the Communist Party. If the prosecution could establish this point, it would obviously not incriminate the communist under the Smith Act, but in the popular mind it would at least attach some stigma to membership in a party which was admittedly working for the downfall of our government. Let us listen to this repartee. The prosecution: when the revolution which will result in the destruction of our government does come, it will be led, will it not, by the Communist Party of the United States? Defense witness: no, sir, it will not. It will simply happen at that moment when the majority of the people arrive at the realization that our present type of government is not in their best interests. The prosecution: how will the discontented citizens know that they constitute a majority? Will there be a vote taken on this matter? Defense witness: certainly not. The situation will be emergency in type / the mass of the people will simply and spontaneously react in the way that they believe necessary and best to rid themselves of this government. In an emergency situation, people do not take a vote to decide what they should do, they act. Thus, in this courtroom there are a number of windows and several doors. If flames of fire burst through these walls suddenly, the 50 or more people here would not take a vote to decide which means of escape to use. They would spontaneously rush to the exit which they believed would most safely protect their lives. It was exactly this way in the case of our own American Revolution of 1776. No vote was taken. The mass of our people spontaneously rose up and threw off the yoke of oppression. The prosecution: if the Communist Party is not going to plot, foment, and lead the revolutionary upheaval, what then will its role be? Defense witness: of all of the people, the Communist Party will be most aware of the need for a new form of society, and it will, therefore, be in the front ranks as the majority of the citizens initiate the steps which will lead to their liberation. Once again, The prosecution appeared unable to cross-examine this defense witness on his picture of the role of the Communist Party in the proletarian revolution. And so in this fashion the prosecution concluded its very unimpressive encounter with an expert on Marxist philosophy. The principal purpose of this article has been to acquaint the reader with the tremendous difficulties encountered in prosecuting communists. We trust that this goal has been accomplished. Two facts at least should be evident: first, that our government can convict communists only insofar as it can prove that they plot the violent overthrow of our nation, and, second, that there is great difficulty in convincingly establishing this point. Before concluding, we should like to offer three brief suggestions to those who are charged with the prosecution of communists. They may point the way to a more effective prosecution in the future of those who aim to destroy us. The first suggestion which I would make is that the legal counsel employed by our government should be thoroughly grounded in Marxist philosophy, or at least have at hand someone who possesses such knowledge. In my opinion, if I may state it frankly, the prosecution in the above case showed little or no knowledge of fundamental Marxist philosophy. Its plan of attack consisted solely in the superficial tactic of reading excerpts from Marxist literature in which violence was recommended. The manner in which the above defense witness, an expert in Marxist philosophy, obliterated the significance of these statements was painful to endure. Each time the prosecution launched an attack, it was answered on a philosophical plane which exceeded the limitations of the questioner. It was truly a case of a boy being sent to do a man's job. After each verbal exchange, it was actually painful to watch the 50 or more communists in the courtroom turn to each other with a gleeful, gloating smile. Written all over their faces was the smug realization that the one carrying their banner was fencing beautifully and parrying with consummate ease the feeble thrusts of his adversary. At times one could even sense that the party followers were on the verge of applause at the elusiveness of their defense witness, and in each instance only the somber environment of the courtroom managed to restrain them. It is only fair to repeat here that the government did secure a conviction in this case. Probably the factual evidence adduced in the earlier days of the trial by former communists who became government informers had much to do with the verdict. Possibly the good men and women of the jury simply did not like communists. Of two things I feel rather certain: first, that few, if any, members of the jury, from its foreman, a blacksmith, to its most humble housewife, knew the meaning or import of the philosophical terminology used by the defense witness. Second, that the prosecution did not prove against this defense witness that the Communist Party of the United States plots the violent destruction of our form of government. The second suggestion which I would like to make deals with the role which violence is to play in the communist revolution. Admittedly, it is difficult, perhaps it is impossible, to prove that the principles of Marxism teach the absolute necessity and inevitability of violence. It is, however, possible to show that the principles of Marxism advocate recourse to violence whenever such a measure would be the surest and most effective means of attaining its goals. It is not at all true to say that violence is merely a tactic, unrelated to Marxian principles, which the masses would reluctantly utilize only under tyrannical governments and never under a democratic system such as exists in our nation. It is very pertinent at this point to state that recourse to violence or abstention from violence represents a clear-cut application of the most basic principle in Marxian ethics. Ethics is that part of any philosophical system which lays down the principles which are directive of the actions of men. The most fundamental principle in any system of ethics is its so-called norm or basis of morality. In Marxism, this norm is able to be stated very concisely: whatever aids the revolutionary task of the proletariat in its attempt to overthrow the present social system is morally good and recommended; whatever hinders the revolutionary work of the proletariat, whatever serves to perpetuate the present social system, is morally bad and condemned. In his work on religion, Lenin has stated this basic principle of Marxian ethics quite clearly. Our morality is wholly subordinated to the interests of the class struggle of the proletariat. We deduce our morality from the facts and needs of the class struggle of the proletariat. That is why we say that a morality taken from outside of human society does not exist for us, it is a fraud. For us morality is subordinated to the interests of the proletarian class struggle. In other words, if it pleases one to do so, recourse to violence may be called a tactic of communism. But it is a tactic which is firmly rooted in the Marxian principle that the means which will most surely and effectively attain the communist goal is the one which must be used. It is not at all true to state that the application of the principle would necessitate violence only under so-called tyrannical governments and never in a nation of free people. As a matter of fact, if we look at the history of the past decade or so, we will see that the opposite is usually the case. In its seizure of other nations, Communist Russia was forced to use the most violence in those countries where the people were the most free, such as in Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Hungary. Turning our attention to our own nation, it is quite amusing to hear the defense witness say that communism regards us a people enjoying various freedoms such as freedom of the press. Every last line of communist literature portrays us as an enslaved people, economic slaves of the wealthy class who control our government, who make our laws for their own benefit, who send the sons of the proletariat to death in their profit-making wars, who delude our people with a capitalistic controlled press, and who deprive the poor of an opportunity to vote by threats and poll taxes. This is the communist picture of our nation, and it is a far cry from the rosy scene that the defense witness managed to put over as recognized by the Marxists as existing here. According to the account of the defense witness, our people in the United States are so ideally free that communism would never need to descend to violence to destroy our government. Factually, the principles of Marxism teach that the zenith of economic slavery is found under developed capitalism, and American communist literature concentrates on this interpretation of every phase of our national life. Hence, the Marxian principle that the means which would most surely and most effectively destroy the capitalistic state is the compulsory and recommended step to be taken applies just as truly to our country as to any other nation in the world. The third suggestion which I should like to make deals with the statement of the defense witness that the Communist Party does not plot and foment the revolution. It simply happens when the majority of the people want it and the communists merely march along in the front ranks on that fateful day. It is impossible to believe that a man who knows Marxist philosophy could sincerely make that statement. One of the most fundamental principles of Marxist philosophy is its theory of knowledge. We might profitably recall that phase of the Marxian theory of knowledge called the activistic character of knowledge in Chapter 3. This phase of the Marxian theory of knowledge emphasizes that once knowledge is possessed, it necessarily overflows into action. But we are reminded that the great masses of humanity do not realize the unjust character of the present social order, how they can rid themselves of it, and the nature of the society which they should establish. This priceless heritage of knowledge is possessed by communism, and it is its role and duty to inform and thereby arouse the masses on these matters. Such is the basis of the need and justification for communist propaganda, for without such knowledge the masses will remain inert. It was for this reason that Marx, in his 11th thesis on Feuerbach, condemned the earlier philosophers in these words: "The philosophers have only interpreted the world, the task is to change it." It was for this reason that Browder, in his work What is Communism?, said, "The revolution does not simply happen, it must be made." It is for this reason that the program of the Communist International states, the proletariat secures unity of will and action and exercises this unity through the medium of the Communist Party. The need for a knowledge of Marxist philosophy on the part of those prosecuting communists, we trust, is now clear. Let us hope that something is done about it. Communism and its plea for peaceful coexistence. In recent years, the Western world has been subjected to an avalanche of pleas from Soviet Russia for peaceful coexistence. It should, therefore, be both interesting and informative to analyze these Soviet requests for peaceful coexistence in the light of communist principles and practice. By way of forecast, may we state that it is our intention to show that for over 30 years communist leaders have deliberately developed a strategy of pleading for peace as a means of achieving their revolutionary objectives. One cannot help feeling that if our leaders knew a bit more about communist philosophy, they would not manifest an eternally naive belief in the sincerity of the Soviet pleas and promises. Marx and the Impossibility of Peaceful Coexistence. A study of the works of Karl Marx reveals that he believed it to be utterly impossible for peace to exist between communist and capitalist states. One should recall, of course, that Marx was writing in a period prior to the proletarian revolution. A double burden therefore fell on his shoulders. First, he had to present his philosophical analysis of society and explain how the economic forces at work in capitalist society would inevitably culminate in its collapse. Second, he was more or less expected through an application of his principles to forecast which countries of the world would first feel the impact of proletarian revolution. The Marxian theory, as is well known, envisioned the economic evolution of society from feudalism into capitalism. It contended that as capitalism developed, class antagonisms would steadily become more bitter, and, finally, as these class hatreds became more and more unbearable, there would be a bourgeois or capitalistic revolution. A brief or transient stage of bourgeois democracy, said Marx, would then ensue. 315. And this condition would quickly give rise to the proletarian revolution. In accordance with this analysis, Marx naturally forecast that the industrialized nations of the West would be the first to succumb to communism. The predictions of Marx, of course, were contradicted by history. To the eternal embarrassment of every orthodox follower of Marx, the proletarian revolution first occurred in feudalistic, non-industrialized Russia. Official communist teaching has since explained that the predictions of Marx would have been accurate for the pre-monopolistic type of capitalism which prevailed in the 19th century, but, on the other hand, we are told that under 20th century, worldwide, monopolistic capitalism all countries are more or less ripe for proletarian revolt. Our concern here is neither with the inaccuracy of Marx's predictions nor the reasons for his miscalculations. Rather, our interest is exclusively with Marx's attitude toward any possibility of peaceful coexistence between communist and capitalist states. In one brief sentence, we can simply state that Marx regarded such an eventuality as an utter impossibility. The firm conviction of Karl Marx was that the first proletarian revolution to occur would set off in a chain reaction similar revolutions in the other nations of the world. For this reason, Marx had nothing but disdain for any isolated revolution, especially if it did not reach out and encompass the industrial nations of the West. In fact, Marx labeled as meaningless and as a storm in a teacup any such isolated revolution, and his earlier followers lived in hopeful anticipation of the birth of the international revolution. Lenin and peaceful coexistence. No one was ever a more confirmed revolutionary than Lenin, no one a more devout follower of the principles of Karl Marx. For this reason, he had fully expected the successful Russian Revolution of 1917 to trigger proletarian uprisings all over the world. But no such events occurred. Lenin, always a realist to the core, quickly saw that the proletarian state, erected in Russia, would have to face up to the problem of surviving in a hostile capitalist world. He reasoned that certain momentary concessions would have to be made to this capitalist world if the proletarian gains were to be essentially held. For this reason, he did not hesitate to make a wholesale surrender of Russian territories to Germany at the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk in 1918. In the years between the October Revolution of 1917 and his death in 1924, Lenin therefore originated the idea or tactic of instituting a period of peaceful coexistence with capitalist states. At this point Lenin had revised the original Marxist outlook on a double score. First, he acknowledged there would be a brief period of peaceful coexistence with the capitalist world preceding the international revolution, and, second, he decided that the so-called bourgeois revolution and the proletarian revolution would be merged in one cumulative effort. For Lenin, the period of peaceful coexistence was envisioned as a fleeting concession to expediency, a momentary lull in the communist attack which he fully expected to break out with renewed violence over the entire international front. Each day, Lenin expected the proletarian revolution to spread to the industrialized nations of the West. Not only was he puzzled by the failure of the revolution to spread as Marx had foretold, but, along with Trotsky, he was convinced that the achievements of the infant revolution would be wiped out unless it quickly captured the highly industrialized nations. In Lenin's own words, the existence of the Soviet Republic side by side with imperialistic states for a long time is unthinkable. One or the other must triumph in the end, and before that end comes, a series of frightful clashes between the Soviet Republic and the capitalistic states will be inevitable. 1. While Lenin, therefore, originated the idea of a period of peaceful coexistence with capitalism, one fact, however, must be kept clearly in mind: not for a single moment was there to be any abandonment of plans for worldwide revolution. Lenin would tolerate no compromise on the principle of international revolution, but common sense dictated a cautious timing of each successive revolutionary step. The greater wealth, the more advanced technology, and the intense antagonism of the capitalist world, he believed, should serve well to impress upon the proletariat the magnitude of the task that lay before it. A brief period of supposed peaceful coexistence, including possibly some minor concessions, Lenin reasoned, would serve many purposes. It would give the proletariat time to plan carefully the next blow, it would lull the West into a sense of security, during which they would decrease their armaments and place a naive confidence in the peace proposals of the proletariat state. In this way, in a brief time, thought Lenin, the capitalist state would soon be ripe for the plucking. Stalin versus Trotsky. In May 1922, Lenin suffered his first paralytic stroke, a blow from which he never fully recovered. Nevertheless, he held the ruling power, or at least was presumed to hold it, until his death in January 1924. And until the day of his death, Lenin and his followers confidently expected the proletarian revolution to break out at any moment in Germany. But the defeat of German communism in the Ruhr crisis of 1923 surely struck a severe blow at these hopes. Upon the death of Lenin, a struggle for power ensued between Stalin and Trotsky. Above all else, this struggle revolved around their conflicting ideas on international revolution. For Trotsky, more than for any other communist, except perhaps Lenin, the Russian Revolution stood as a meaningless and wasted effort unless it served as a detonator of worldwide revolt. Trotsky was firmly convinced that a D-Day should be set and the proletariat throughout the world should simultaneously rise in violence, destroying and seizing the citadels of capitalism. In a word, Trotsky was never one to tolerate ideas of peaceful coexistence with the capitalist world. Stalin, on the contrary, was dedicated to the idea that communism should temporize and compromise, whenever necessary, with the capitalist states. He was convinced that periods of peaceful coexistence with the non-communist world would have to be engineered. He knew, too, that the majority of communist leaders differed with him on this point. The ardent followers of Lenin were willing to tolerate only a momentary lull in the revolutionary surge, while Trotsky and his admirers were unwilling to delay at all. So, even though he had been secretary to the Communist Party since March 1922, Stalin moved cautiously, ever so gradually developing and promoting the idea that the spiraling revolutionary process would have to include occasional and perhaps prolonged plateaus of peace. Stalin hardly dared to mention the above thoughts aloud until after the death of Lenin in January 1924. But in the spring of 1924, only a few months after Lenin's death, he did dare to deliver a series of lectures entitled Principles of Leninism. The basic theme of these lectures was the Stalinist view that the proletariat should solidify and consolidate socialism in one country before attempting further revolutionary progress abroad. Trotsky and his followers fought bitterly to label Stalin's thesis as contrary to orthodox Marxist-Leninist teaching. But Stalin gradually gained the upper hand in this deadly struggle, and the following timetable of events bears graphic witness to his success. In 1926, Stalin secured a condemnation of Trotskyists both by a Communist Party conference and by the Comintern. In November 1927, Stalin succeeded in getting Trotsky, Zinoviev, and Kamenev expelled from the Communist Party. A short time later, Trotsky was exiled to Almaty in Asia, and he was finally deported to Turkey in January 1929. It appears that Trotsky continued to foment long-range plots against Stalin from abroad. As a result, he found himself expelled successively from Turkey, France, and Norway. Finally, having taken up residence in Mexico City, he was hunted down by secret agents of Stalin and assassinated there on August 20, 1940. Thus, after 16 years of effort, Stalin had finally blotted out this last opponent of peaceful coexistence. Meanwhile at home Stalin was also liquidating every last vestige of opposition. In this regard, the famous purges, especially those of 1936 to 1938, eliminated practically all of the original Bolshevist leaders, except Molotov and Voroshilov. Stalin thus became the master of a strategy designed to consolidate the position of the Soviet state. His approach was always to be one of caution. Nothing must be allowed to endanger the gains already made in Russia. For this reason, he eternally feared that overt attempts at fomenting revolution in other nations would result in retaliation on their part against the Soviet state. Against such a risk, especially against any possible risk involving Russia in a world war, Stalin was determined to go to any extreme. To the dismay and displeasure of most orthodox Marxists, Stalin thus became the advocate of planned periods of peaceful coexistence with capitalist states. These periods, Stalin insisted, would be of whatever duration should be necessary to consolidate the proletarian gains at home and to prepare the countries abroad for seizure. Stalin and peaceful coexistence. Once Stalin had gained supreme control, he inaugurated the first of his famous 5-year plans. His determination to consolidate socialism in one country was the driving force behind the 5-year programs, and the ruthless brutality with which he brought about the enforced collectivization of the peasants constitutes one of the bloodiest pages in Russia's history. During the 1930s, the communist leaders in other nations of the world labored strenuously to prime their respective areas for communist seizure. The extent to which they infiltrated into our own government and its federal agencies during that period is now well known. But at home Stalin was still bent on strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia. Following his established plan, he suggested peaceful coexistence on the international front whenever such strategy seemed necessary to protect the position of Soviet Russia. Thus, when confronted with an ever-increasing fear of Germany in the 1930s, he brought the Soviet Union into the League of Nations and concluded treaties of alliance with France and Czechoslovakia. Throughout the years of his regime, Stalin thus became expert at using a plea for peaceful coexistence with other states as a technique for setting them up for the kill. Legal and honorable institutions thereby became Stalinist tools for achieving revolutionary objectives. Such peace fronts practically assured the Soviet Union that it would not be attacked by any outside power. Usually, these other nations placed complete confidence in the professed innocence of Soviet intentions and, as soon as they dropped their guard, the Russian bear invariably swallowed up another victim. In this fashion, the alliance with Germany in 1939 seemed to guarantee the Soviet Union of immunity from attack from the Nazi forces, while simultaneously providing it with a means for seizing a notable portion of Poland, attempting the conquest of Finland, and ruthlessly occupying Latvia, Estonia, and Lithuania in 1940. The Nazi invasion of Soviet Russia in June, 1941, unquestionably gave Stalin one of the greatest scares in his career, and it also undoubtedly convinced Hearn more than ever of the accuracy of his view that, above all else, the Soviet state must be strong and capable of warding off any attack from capitalistic quarters. In a word, success for communism on the international front hinges upon the impregnability of Soviet Russia. The Soviet alliance with England after the Nazi invasion in June, 1941, and the alliance with the United States after Germany declared war on us, was obviously good communist strategy. It gave the Soviets some powerful friends in the face of a now hostile Germany, without making any commitment of military aid to the Allied war effort. This was a delightful arrangement from the communist point of view. It was quite close to having one's cake and eating it, too. In 1945, when Germany was defeated and Japan on the point of surrender, Stalin very wisely decided that this would be the opportune time to declare war. Having been welcomed as a last-minute ally by President Roosevelt, it thus became possible for Communist Russia to seize most of Eastern Europe. Stalin had once again succeeded in enslaving millions by a token gesture of friendship for the capitalist states. The post-war years served admirably for the consolidation of communist gains. The chains of slavery were tightened more firmly around the satellite nations of Eastern Europe. And while it is true that the Western powers had virtually disarmed themselves, the possession of a tremendous superiority in atomic weapons took the lure out of any temptations which Stalin might have had to overrun Europe. Instead, Stalin followed his established policy of making whatever gains he could abroad without endangering the safety of Soviet Russia. The Korean War is a splendid example of the Stalinist strategy. Without formally committing any Soviet forces or without any acknowledged responsibility for the action, communism stood to gain everything by the success of their puppet states and nothing to lose by their failure. A realistic world knew that Soviet Russia was the power. Behind the communist forces in Korea, an international feeling against Soviet Russia was mounting in intensity. Characteristically, Stalin became worried about the strength of his own nation, the growing antagonism of the West, and the effects of the economic boycotts on Russia. On October 5, 1952, about 5 months before his death, Stalin ordered Malenkov to address the 19th Congress of the Communist Party in his place. Naturally, the speech reflected the mind of Stalin. It bristled with antagonism for the West, but, above all, it pleaded for peaceful coexistence between the Soviet and the other nations of the world. At this same time, a long treatise which had been written by Stalin was published in the Bolshevik. It bore the title Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, and it followed the typical Stalinist theme of calling for a curtailment of revolutionary activity abroad and an intensification of efforts on the home front. Stalin was apparently on the verge of launching a campaign at home which, for the Russian peasant, would have paralleled in sweat, blood, and tears the horror-filled days of the early 1930s. Fortunately for the people of Russia, the day of judgment was close at hand for one of the crudest men who ever lived. Malenkov and peaceful coexistence. On March 5, 1953, death came to Stalin and the struggle for succession was on. Malenkov killed off his rival, Beria, and took over the premiership, while the important office of secretary of the party was taken over by the powerful Khrushchev. The Western world awaited expectantly to discover the policies of the new communist government. In such a regime, every phase of the press is, of course, under complete domination and simply parrots the party line, and it was not long before official Soviet publications and speeches made it clear that the foreign policy of Malenkov was going to follow the peaceful coexistence strategy of Stalin. First, the treatise mentioned above, written by Stalin and published in the Bolshevik, was reprinted, and millions of copies were distributed throughout Russia. This work, it will be recalled, suggested a curtailment of revolutionary activity abroad. Second, an article written by Seleznev, one of the prominent Marxist philosophers, was published in the March, 1953, issue of Problems of Philosophy. This treatise asserts that ultimate violent war with capitalist states will have to precede the establishment of world communism. At any rate, the author confesses that until that remote day dawns on which the world will fall prey to world communism, the Soviet Union and the capitalist states will have to live alongside each other in normal political and trade relationships. This article makes it very clear that peaceful coexistence is not meant to last forever, rather, it is to endure for a more or less lengthy historical period, during which time the struggle against the West should be carried on by alternative methods. Third, on August 8, 1953, Malenkov appeared before the Supreme Soviet in his first major public address since assuming the premiership. As one should have expected, the speech was most conciliatory in character towards the West. None of the usual invectives were hurled at the United States. Neither was there the customary saber-rattling which ordinarily characterizes such occasions. To some extent, of course, it may be that the new government was simply buying time in order to consolidate its position, but it was also evident that the new rulers were bent on using the peaceful coexistence strategy which Stalin had taught them so well. In this address, Malenkov made glowing promises to his own people: more and better houses, amnesty for political prisoners, an abundance of consumer goods, honest art, and above all peace. After a generation of Stalinist austerity and terror, and at a time when Stalin, if he had lived, was about to place once again crushing burdens on his people, Malenkov's promises amounted to an obvious effort to gain favor with the masses. Fourth, an article appeared in the October, 1954, issue of the Communist entitled "On the Peaceful Coexistence of Two Systems." The author of this long treatise was Leontief, one of Soviet Russia's leading commentators on foreign affairs, and his theme was just what we should have expected. The USSR had always desired peace. Disruptions of peace in the past were the fault of the capitalist states, and, though ultimately there would be war and violence on the occasion of the coming of international communism, there would now be a prolonged historical period of peaceful coexistence between the socialist and capitalist systems. Despite his best efforts, Malenkov was not able to bring to the Soviet state the abundance of blessings which he had promised. He had followed the Stalinist technique of maintaining a peaceful coexistence while trying to better conditions on the home front. And while the rest of the world gasped sighs of relief at the peaceful attitudes of Russia on the international scene, his efforts at home had proved fruitless in both agriculture and industry. So Malenkov publicly confessed his failure and resigned from the premiership. Bulganin and peaceful coexistence. The decision to retire Malenkov from the premiership was taken at the meeting of the Central Committee on January 25, 1955, and Marshal Nikolai Bulganin actually assumed the position several weeks later. Throughout 1955, the Soviet leaders continued to pursue the peaceful coexistence strategy. The West was fooled enough by this front to waste its time on two fruitless Geneva conferences in 1955. Belatedly, the West discovered that Russia had no intention of giving up the vital gains it had made toward world communism. There was not to be any unification of Germany nor any free selection of government by the people of Poland, Germany, Latvia, Estonia, Lithuania, nor the Balkan satellites. Khrushchev and peaceful coexistence. Khrushchev, of course, succeeded Bulganin, and he, perhaps, has been the cleverest of all communist leaders as a salesman for peaceful coexistence. It is true that his efforts have not borne much fruit in terms of acquired territory. The capture of Cuba is one of the few gains made under Khrushchev. This failure of the Soviet leader is, however, to be attributed more to the increased vigilance and determination of the United States under Presidents Eisenhower and Kennedy, than it is to any other cause. Khrushchev's speeches throughout the world always preach peaceful coexistence, and this theme has been at the root of his difficulties with his restless ally, Red China, which is determined to move forward with a program of violent attack upon the capitalistic world. It is to be hoped that we have made it clear that the Soviet pleas for peaceful coexistence are not to be taken at their face value. Rather, our glance into communist philosophy and history shows them to be a strategy deliberately conceived, developed, and executed as one of the best means of attaining revolutionary objectives. As children, we learn the story of Little Red Riding Hood, and we recall her remark to the disguised wolf, "Grandma, what a big nose you have." It is about time that our diplomats began to look at the Russian bear and comment, "What a big appetite you have for naive people."